To address this, he had prepared a lighter version specifically tailored for this work. While lacking the battle features of his main armor, this alternative provided everything he needed for crafting. It was made of fewer components and lacked anything below the waist. It prioritized mobility and functionality for his craft, but also left him unprotected during his work. However, with the shroud of blackness around him, no one would be the wiser. Typically, softening metals required heating them up inside a proper forge. However, with his current skill set, Roland had become a forge unto himself. It was a simple task for Roland to elevate the temperature surrounding the metal arm, allowing him to forcefully inject the runes directly into the metal without requiring a proper smithing hammer. Although this method consumed more mana than necessary, Roland no longer needed to concern himself with such limitations. His skills had ascended to a level beyond that of master runesmiths, who could only dream of achieving such control over metal. All his worries seemed to fade away once he engrossed himself in work. He had spent multiple weeks absorbing knowledge and thinking about runic theory, but deep inside, the process of crafting was what he truly enjoyed. What had begun as a means to an end gradually transformed into something akin to meditation for him. In the act of creation, his mind cleared, and he found a deeper sense of peace. Hours passed by in a blur as Roland lost himself in his craft. The other runesmiths and apprentices in the workshop had long since ceased their curious glances and returned to their own projects. They understood the need for focus and concentration when delving into the intricacies of runic crafting. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of meticulous work, Roland stepped back to admire his creation. The once lifeless golemic arm now pulsed with magical energy. The runes he had inscribed glowed faintly in the dim light of the workshop. He cautiously extended his mana toward it, and the apparatus reacted to his mana hand spell. Even though it's just a single digit, this should do. What would have previously taken him days or weeks of research and experimentation now could be accomplished in a few hours. The index finger that he had focused on was moving up and down in tandem with his mage hand spell. It read the input from his mana pattern correctly and reacted just as he expected. With this out of the way, he could move on to the hard part, making it react to his spiritual energy that took on the form of the mana phantoms. From within his storage space, Roland retrieved all of his current research material, including a floating monster soul encased in a glass container. This soul served as the primary focus for the prototype. Roland hypothesized that if he could synchronize the movements of the finger-wiggling golem arm with his spiritual energy, it should in theory begin to react accordingly. What is spirit energy, and how do I use it? He gazed at the will-o-wisp before him to get an idea of what he was dealing with. His eyes, along with the visor in front of them, started glowing as he activated his skills. Runic Eye of Truth, along with his Eyes of Mana skill, to get an idea of what he was working with. With both skills activated, he was presented with a peculiar sight containing runes that he had never seen before or knew how they functioned. For a moment, Roland pondered the nature of this energy. Unlike mana, which was a tangible force that could be harnessed and manipulated through runes, spiritual energy seemed to exist on a more abstract level. It was deeply intertwined with the essence of living beings, serving as the foundation of their consciousness and vitality. This is going to be more challenging than I thought, but the basis is there. First, he needed to understand the nature of spiritual energy more thoroughly. With the help of the many thick tomes that he had assembled, the task was doable. Roland delved into the study of spiritual energy and its interaction with magical constructs. He spent hours poring over ancient manuscripts and contemporary research papers, absorbing as much knowledge as he could. As he delved deeper into his research, Roland began to grasp the intricacies of spiritual energy. Unlike mana, which flowed through the world in a tangible form, spiritual energy was more elusive, existing on a metaphysical plane. This was something akin to a separate realm, and was not something that usually seeped into the real world by itself. Maybe if I create a rift in space to access this metaphysical plane, but the mana usage will be astronomical, can I go around this process in some other way? Roland mulled over various possibilities, weighing the pros and cons of each approach. Creating rifts and using dimensional magic was one such possibility, but considering that his Eyes of Mana skill could pick up the energy signature without such a drastic measure, there had to be another way. From one of the ancient spiritualist tomes he received from Fortuna, there was a certain passage. It described a technique used by ancient mages to bridge the gap between the physical and metaphysical realms. It involved the creation of a conduit that allowed spiritual energy to flow into the physical world in a more controlled manner. A conduit, I don't really need for it to flow into the material realm. I just need to be able to read the movement, but a rift, a conduit, or perhaps something that brought the two together. Considering that mana phantoms could be seen through skills, it was possible. Perhaps by creating a temporary conduit or rift to measure the initial spiritual energy from a person's soul and attuning it to the prosthesis, he could achieve the desired effect. he would need to form a somewhat permanent connection between the physical and metaphysical. With this idea in mind, Roland set to work on designing a rune array that would serve as the conduit between the physical and metaphysical realms. In theory, he just needed to grasp the spiritual energy pattern through this conduit for only a second. Once this was done, it would be feasible to establish a permanent connection to the soul, which then could be interpreted through the runes in a similar way as his Eyes of Mana skill was doing it. Now that he had a thesis that he could work with, it was time to put it to paper. Creating a schematic for the runic structure wouldn't be easy and impossible for anyone who wasn't at least a master runesmith. It was something that he needed to do alone, but once complete, Arian would probably be able to assist him in fashioning the control program for the limb movement. He just needed to fashion the runic array that perceived the mana phantoms, and once that was completed, the rest would be much simpler. Every line, every curve, and every rune component placement had to be precise to ensure the success of his endeavor. He pored over the parchment, his mind fully focused on the task at hand as he sketched out the blueprint. The days moved by quickly, but no one dared to interrupt him, and his sister was busy with her advancement class in the training area. Both of them were hard at work, and before long, their efforts would yield something grand. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of labor, Roland stepped back to admire his handiwork. The schematic before him depicted a complex web of interlocking runes, each one carefully positioned to form the spiritual conduit. With the help of his debugging skill, it was perfected quickly, and it was a testament to how far Roland had come. You have gained a new title, Rune Savant. Well, that was unexpected. Roland had devolved into a research frenzy and was unaware of how many days he had taken to achieve this breakthrough. The completion of this process granted him an unexpected reward, Rune Savant. Title. This title is bestowed upon only the most distinguished runic scholars and pioneers in runic research. There were no bonuses listed, but he knew that it would probably allow him a better class choice down the line. From the description, it seemed that he had created something that had previously not existed in the runic world. Considering that he had not heard about runic prosthesis existing before, it was something no one had ever truly made, and he was a pioneer. There is no time to celebrate, but if I received this title, then this rune has to work. Once the theory was out of the way, he needed to inscribe everything onto the golemic arm, a process that could also misfire. Roland took a deep breath and focused his mana into his fingertips. Carefully, he began inscribing the intricate rune components onto the surface of the golemic arm. Each stroke had to be precise, each rune placement had to be exact. One wrong move could potentially render all his efforts futile. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of meticulous work, Roland stepped back to admire his creation. The once lifeless golemic arm now pulsed with magical energy. The intricate runes glowed brightly in the dim light of the workshop. It was a sight to behold, a true testament to his skills as a runesmith. Now for the moment of truth, wiggle your finger. As Roland uttered those words, he extended his hand towards the newly inscribed runes on the golemic device. His heart raced with anticipation as he awaited the response. For a moment, nothing happened, and Roland felt a surge of anxiety grip him. But then, slowly and steadily, the index finger of the golemic arm began to move. It was a small motion, almost unnoticeable at first, but it was there. The finger twitched, responding to Roland's manaless input. Without the use of a mana spell and only charged by a runic battery, it was reacting to his finger movement. A smile crept onto his face as he watched the success of his creation unfold before him. He had been successful, and Bernier would soon have his arm. What's all this fuss about? It's the new assistant professor, Chief. He said he didn't want to be bothered. I reckon it ain't a gooeyed idea too. A gooeyed idea. Hey, they forgotten who's the head honcho o' this forge. Why de numbskulls let this slip by? I'll step out for a couple o' weeks, and this is what I'll come back to. Chief, you were gone for more than 2 months. Shut your trap. Chief, an old dwarf was berating one of the other runesmiths present here. The old dwarf, known simply as Chief among the runesmiths, was a grizzled veteran of the craft. His presence commanded respect, but on this peculiar day, his authority was being questioned. A strange black barrier had been erected in his private crafting area, preventing him from entering. Why this barrier here? The assistant professor is doing his experiments there. Professor Arian said no to disturb him. The old dwarf chief grunted in irritation, his bushy white eyebrows furrowing deeply. He was not accustomed to being barred from any part of the forge, especially not by someone he deemed as a mere assistant. Assistant professor, ye say, HMPH, he's no more than a greenhorn, and he's barricading himself in ma forge, not on ma watch. With determined strides, Chief approached the barrier, his thick hands clenched into fists. He wasn't about to let some upstart scholar dictate the use of his workshop. Stand aside, lads, Chief's comment through. The other runesmiths exchanged nervous glances, but knew better than to challenge their chief's authority. Many received some bruises from those large first of his. They hastily stepped back, giving the determined dwarf space to approach the mysterious barrier. However, before the man could approach the black barrier, something strange transpired. This strange black barrier was taking up quite a bit of space, but suddenly it started to expand to the sides. At first, it looked like a balloon being slowly inflated, but eventually the surface started to ripple and expand chaotically. Chief halted his advance, his eyes widening in surprise as the barrier expanded before him. What in the blazes? Lads, get back. It didn't take long for him and the others to realize that something wasn't right here. While they weren't mages, they could feel a tremendous amount of magical energy leaking out. Whatever was happening inside was going to erupt, and they needed to escape. With a chorus of hurried footsteps, the runesmith scrambled to retreat to a safe distance and quickly grabbed various protective tools that would shield them from magical explosions. The barrier continued to swell and distort, its inky blackness pulsating with an otherworldly glow. Then, just as suddenly as it had expanded, the barrier popped. A surge of magical energy erupted upwards and collided with the forge's ceiling. The chief and the other runesmiths stumbled backward, shielding themselves from the debris that scattered in all directions. A shockwave was sent in all directions and rippled through the workshop. Luckily, most of the magical force was aimed up into the air where no living being resided. Chunks of stone and metal rained down upon the workshop as the magical explosion shook the very foundations of the building. The chief stood his ground through the chaos, his rugged features showing a scowl. As the dust settled and the echoes of the explosion faded away, the runesmiths cautiously emerged from their makeshift shelters. What they beheld left them dumbfounded. Where once stood a black barrier and an enclosed workspace, now there lay a gaping hole in the ground, surrounded by scorched earth and twisted metal. In the epicenter of the explosion stood a lone man. His clothes had all been burned by the magical eruption, but a few metallic parts remained, like the strange runic helmet that he wore. His whole body was covered by black soot, and some strange runes emanated from the armor parts he was wearing. Wah, what in the name of the forge is going on here? Chief exclaimed, his voice tinged with disbelief and anger. The other runesmiths murmured amongst themselves, exchanging bewildered glances as they tried to make sense of the spectacle before them. None could comprehend how the man had survived such a powerful explosion unharmed, let alone caused it in the first place. Sorry, I want you to kick this man out o' the institute. Did ye see what he did to ma poor forge? A few hours later, Roland found himself in the vice headmaster's office with the forge master of the institute. The man was an older dwarf with a long white beard and a stern expression. Roland felt a hint of guilt and apprehension after his experiment had gone awry. It seemed that experimenting with dimensional runes and rifts was quite volatile. While he had succeeded in creating a prototype, he had gone overboard with a few settings, causing a magical meltdown. Forge Master, please calm down. From what I heard, it was an unfortunate accident. An unfortunate accident. There's a hole in ma forge big enough to fit a dragon through. Roland decided to remain silent for the time being as he was unsure of what to say. He couldn't deny his responsibility for the massive explosion inside the man's forge, but fortunately, no one had been hurt. In a way, it was also this man's fault for taking such a long break. As someone responsible for the forge, he seemed to be absent far too often. Well, it doesn't really matter if they kick me out now. I've got what I came for. An explosion like that will not happen again, he thought to himself while the man continued to shout. With this breakthrough, a lot of capital could be made. There were no working magical prosthetic limbs that could work for non-magicians out there. It would take some time to refine it, but now that he worked out all the theory, implementing it would be easy. It was evident that this breakthrough in runic engineering, as confirmed by his newly gained title, held great potential. There was a strong possibility that this was groundbreaking technology, with potential applications beyond mechanical limbs. While initially intended for such prosthetics, Roland could envision its use in various other fields. Having devices react to a person's movements hinted at the possibility of creating another technology that he had been pondering over. Well, before I do that, I'll have to get out of here, but they might have me pay for the damages to their forge. His budget was large, but he wasn't sure if they gave him a fair price. The technology he created would probably take some time before it was implemented on a wider scale. However, he did make a mistake, and it was normal for the master runesmith to be angered. His mind was made up, and Roland decided to take responsibility for the accident that he caused. Forge Master, I apologize for the damage caused to your forge. It was indeed unfortunate, and I take full responsibility for it. I assure you I did not intend for things to escalate to this extent, and I am fine with reimbursing you for all the damages. The Forge Master grumbled, clearly still upset, and quickly responded. Ye mages are all the same, thinking ye can fix all your problems, why, gold. It seemed that the Forge Master was unwilling to relent and sought a different form of punishment, likely involving Roland's dismissal from the institute. Under normal circumstances, he would be fine taking it, but the situation with his sister made it an unacceptable option. Now, Forge Master, please calm yourself. I've noted your complaints. How about you let me chat with Assistant Professor Wayland for now? Before he could come up with a good enough rebuttal, the vice headmaster decided to intervene. The old mage was a good listener and seemed to be neutral about his situation. Soon the angry dwarven craftsman was instructed to leave the office, allowing Roland to have a private conversation with the vice headmaster. Roland knew that according to the rules, this man and the headmistress had the power to make a decision. Then if things escalated further, another hearing was also a possibility. Assistant Professor Wayland, I understand that the incident in the forge was unintentional, but it cannot be denied that it resulted in great damage. The forge master is adamant about taking disciplinary action against you, and I'm afraid that I also agree. Luckily, no one got hurt, but what if they were? It appeared that the vice headmaster intended to indict Roland for the potential danger he had caused to the workers, rather than focusing solely on the actual damages that had transpired in the forge. He had to acknowledge the seriousness of this situation. Roland expected this much, as the magnitude of the explosion was great. Losing himself in his research and forgetting about the people around him was his mistake, and he needed to face the consequences for it. I take full responsibility for what happened, Vice Headmaster. I am willing to accept any punishment deemed appropriate. I appreciate your willingness to take responsibility, Assistant Professor. Thus, I'll have to propose him. From the words the Vice Headmaster was forming, it seemed that he was going to get expelled. However, before he could judge him, a strange leaf floated from the open window on the side and transformed into something that looked like an official piece of parchment, which Master Rathos quickly read through. What could that be? Master Rathos, who usually looked jolly, seemed to be confused and even slightly angered for some reason. Roland couldn't help but wonder what news had prompted such a reaction. Had something unexpected occurred within the institute, or was it related to his current predicament? After a few moments of silence, the vice headmaster lowered the parchment and regarded Roland with a more thoughtful expression. It seems that you have earned a promotion. Assistant Professor Wayland, or should I call you Deputy Professor Wayland now? Deputy Professor. Roland had gone extensively through the laws of the institute and knew what this peculiar position entailed. It was quite special, as the deputy professor was someone who only answered to the institute leader, which in this case would be headmistress Yevena. This spot had remained vacant for a while, and for some reason he was given it. It seems so. It would be better if you report to the headmistress with this issue. As the vice headmaster, I'm unable to punish a deputy professor. That is something only the headmistress can decide now. However, do keep in mind that this promotion comes with added responsibilities and expectations. You will be expected to maintain a higher standard of conduct and professionalism from now on. Roland nodded, still processing the sudden turn of events. A promotion to deputy professor was not something he had anticipated, especially not in the midst of a disciplinary issue. I understand, Vice Headmaster. I will make sure to fulfill my responsibilities to the best of my abilities. For the time being, he decided to stay calm. This allowed him to avoid punishment while also granting him a higher position within the institute. This unexpected turn of events could help him keep his sister safe and gave him some perks. These would probably come at a cost, as there was probably a reason why he was promoted. Everything comes with a price, and the deputy professor role is a bona fide secretary for the headmistress. He had apparently become the assistant to the headmistress without agreeing to it. While normally he would have declined the offer instantly, at this juncture, it allowed him to get away with his little mishap. The vice headmaster seemed slightly angered, as one of his eyes was twitching around, but he could do nothing about it. Well then, excuse me. Roland left the vice headmaster's office while still trying to process the situation. The master runesmith that he had angered was luckily not waiting for his arrival, so he could make his way towards the headmistress mage tower. This needed to be dealt with as he wanted to plan his departure. Now that he was able to read the mana phantom, he needed to go back home, and the only thing holding him back was Lucian. As Roland made his way to the mage tower where the headmistress resided, he couldn't shake off the feeling that something was off. He wasn't sure what that woman wanted from him, but he wasn't sure if refusing was an option. If he declined, the vice headmaster would likely follow through with the punishment, making this potentially the only remaining option for him to return to the institute later on. Just like twice before, Roland descended the spiral stairs all the way up into the headmistress' office. This time around, she wasn't lazing around in the library, but sitting behind her desk. Her gaze was rather lax, and she seemed to be examining his robe that he borrowed from Arian after the accident transpired. Good, take this. I'll call you when I need your assistance, so keep it on you at all times. She gestured towards him with a finger, conjuring mana that soon materialized into a floating object heading his way. As it drew closer, Roland realized it was a new badge, replacing the old one. It signified his new position, and likely granted access to areas previously off limits. With this new emblem, he could potentially enter all the mage towers in the institute and even assert authority over department heads if he desired. His new position was indeed special, and it seemed his new boss had no obvious immediate demands, something that was quite odd and suspicious. In addition to the new emblem, Roland was also rewarded with a brand new mage robe. Unlike the ones worn by regular enforcers, this one came in a striking crimson color, marking his distinct status. Various enchantments had been placed on it through means that he wasn't familiar with. While he was talking with a scary Tier 4 class holder and didn't want to pry too much, he also needed an answer. There was a reason why he was given this opportunity, and a clue was all that he needed. Headmistress responded to his inquiry with a cryptic smile, her eyes glinting with a hint of amusement. "You've shown promise, Assistant pardon me, Deputy Professor Wayland. As for what I expect from you, let's just say I have a few tasks in mind that could benefit from your unique talents." Roland couldn't help but feel some apprehension at the vague response he received from the headmistress. It seemed there was more to this promotion than met the eye, and that all the perks would come at a price. He wasn't sure why she was so trusting. If he left the institute now, there was no proof that he would ever come back. Was his connection to his sister discovered? Understood, headmistress. I will await your instructions. I'll take my leave then. With a dismissive wave of her hand, the headmistress indicated that their conversation was at an end. After making his way back to his quarters, Roland pondered his next steps. He needed to tread carefully, especially now that he held a position of higher authority within the institute. Whatever tasks the headmistress had in mind for him, he had to approach them with caution and ensure that they didn't compromise his current goal of protecting his sister, which was now the crux of his problems. Upon leaving this place, Lucian would be left alone with no protection. His brother Robert was not responding, and he had no idea if his father even knew about the situation here. He could only hope that the nobles would leave her alone after the two disastrous incidents, but life was not that simple. Roland stood at a crossroads with two paths. One led him home, away from this institute and all the trouble the nobles residing there brought to him. The other pointed him in the direction of his family members and his responsibilities as deputy professor, entwining him further into the complex web of politics and intrigue within the institute. He knew that whichever path he chose, there would be consequences. I need to decide now, what path should I take? He pondered the potential future outcomes of his decision. Returning home to perfect his prosthesis was the safest choice, but he had already initiated a course of action for which he needed to take responsibility. A strange sense of duty towards his sister continued to tug at his heartstrings. Lucian's safety was his responsibility now, and leaving her vulnerable to the whims of the nobles was not something he could accept. I guess it's not much of a decision, but how should I go about this? A decision had been made, and a plan needed to follow soon after. If he was given this new position, he was determined to use it to his advantage. Perhaps this headmistress already knew about his desire to go against the nobility and had just given him the means to do so. What do you think? The calculations should be correct, but if you see that something is off, then tell me. You want to know what I think? Yes. Then wouldn't it be better if you just take an airship back if you need to return? I don't feel comfortable with the other method. Something could always go wrong. What if you end up inside a flock of wyverns or in the middle of the ocean? That's why I'm asking you to go over my calculations. I'm sure we both won't make the same mistake. Fine, a floating cat grumbled while moving large pages of papers to look through the numbers presented on them. Behind him stood a man wearing a newly gained crimson robe that now presented his new position of deputy professor, someone that had a special position within the institute. It seems correct to me. You should come out at those coordinates, but why do you wish to place yourself in danger? Doesn't this seem a bit too extreme? Perhaps, but I don't have the leisure of time. The floating cat raised an eyebrow, its tail twitching with curiosity. You are always in such a rush. Are you in some sort of hurry? Or trouble? Roland hesitated, reluctant to divulge the complexities of his chaotic life to his friend. While Arian was aware of certain aspects, he remained unaware of critical details such as Lucian being Roland's sister or his role in the demise of 3 higher-tier knights during the recent dungeon incident. The Institute had decided to craft a narrative, portraying the events as if a formidable monster had emerged within the dungeon. They would blame the disappearance of Professor Ulfine on it and not even mention the Baskerville Knights. Well, let's just say that I have some urgent personal matters that need attending to. You probably don't want me to bore you with the details. The cat's eyes narrowed again as he tried to decipher the hidden meaning behind those words. The two had known themselves for a while, and he could sense that there was something that Roland wasn't telling him. Nevertheless, he was not one to push for answers when others were trying to change the subject of a conversation. Personal matters, you say? Very well, I won't pry into your business. Just be careful, Wayland. Whatever you're up to, and make sure you don't get yourself into more trouble than you can handle. If there is anything that I can help you with, don't be a stranger. I appreciate your concern, Arian, but I assure you I've got everything under control. Arian simply nodded, though a hint of skepticism lingered in his eyes. Roland could sense that his feline friend wasn't fully convinced by his explanations. In truth, he remained uncertain about his next course of action. While his instincts urged him to return to Albrook immediately, leaving behind the complications of his current situation, he couldn't shake off the lingering concern for his sister's safety. He hadn't anticipated encountering this problem upon arrival, and now he was feeling conflicted. It would have been ideal if he could delegate this responsibility to someone else, but for some reason, his older brother wasn't answering his calls. On the other hand, Lucian probably hadn't divulged any information about the incident at the Institute. He was sure in his belief, as he had kept his spider golem around her to keep watch. She never attempted to contact her family members, and the likely reason for this was her character. She appeared to be the type of person who didn't want to burden others with her problems, and instead kept everything bottled up inside. Even when the bullying began, she didn't reach out to anyone outside or confide in any of the teachers. She clearly hoped to resolve the matter by herself without bothering anyone else. But there is one thing you can aid me with. Oh, what is it? There's one thing that you can help me with. You already know the student by the name, Lucian Arden, right? Sure, she was part of that hearing you were in. What about here? Yes, her. Could you watch over her while I'm not here and inform me if something out of the ordinary happens? I don't think there should be a problem with such a task quite. Was that a perk of becoming a deputy professor? It seemed that Arian was about to push the issue further, but quickly decided to change the subject. I'm not sure. Thorne seemed to like the idea, and they finally decided to go ahead with it. Hope you have a safe journey then, but I hope that you plan on returning soon. The whole department has been steadily growing since you appeared. I even got a few interviews that I need to attend to. Interviews. Well, glad that I was able to help. You did more than that. You practically saved it. Arian was delighted with the developments of the past month. The runic department had become the center of attention at the Institute, and with Roland's promotion to deputy professor, his former assistant professor position had opened up. It was likely that whoever sought to fill the vacancy had ulterior motives, given Arian and Roland's positive dealings with the head mistress. It was a business opportunity for networking, and Arian would need to watch out for it. After finishing things up with Arian, he decided to take his leave. Once outside, he could feel many gazes coming his way. This robe that was coupled with the new emblem was the reason for it. People identified him now as a person with a lot of prestige, and he could tell that some even wanted to come closer and chat. Luckily, his runic armor and helmet under the robe gave him an air of mystery and intimidation, dissuading others from approaching him without reason. However, Roland couldn't linger in the Institute any longer. With his decision made, he needed to begin preparations for his departure. For this exact reason, he had taken some research papers to Arian as he would be traveling through one of the mage towers and not any airships. The math had been complete, but considering he would be doing this type of magic for the first time, it was still nerve-wracking. All of his belongings were inside his storage space, and it was fine for him to leave. He already contacted Elodia that he would be returning soon, and was informed that Agni was eagerly waiting for his return. The journey ahead could be dangerous, but he was mostly sure that he would make it back in one piece, and if he was correct, then perhaps in less than an hour he would be back in his old workshop. As he made his way towards the Mage Tower of Fire, the same one he had previously visited with Arian's help, he could not help but glance at his display screen. There he saw through the eye of his spider drone his sister Lucian, who was chatting with some of her friends. Ever since he cleared out the incident with Viola and several smaller ones, she had started to enjoy her school life in this institute, so she really did get it. Name: Lucian Arden L. 26. Classes: T1 Mage L. 25. T1 Clairvoyant L. 1. It wasn't difficult to access her status screen, and she had indeed acquired the unique clairvoyant class, just as he had suspected all those years ago. She was now on the path to becoming an oracle, with the ability to foresee the future to some extent. Oracles were often deployed to crime scenes to deduce what had transpired or used to locate people or hidden objects. As her brother, it was likely that she would eventually uncover his true location. Something like that won't probably happen until she is at least a Tier 2 class holder, but how long would that be? Roland's obsession with keeping himself hidden from his family members had been part of his life ever since he fled over 10 years ago. Even now, as he was a full-blown adult, he still had second guesses about his involvement with his sister. If he hadn't acted out against Viola, then now he would have probably been leaving the Institute to never return here again. However, being an adult also meant that he needed to take responsibility for his actions. An adult, what should an adult do in such a situation? He arrived before the Tower of Flames and slowly ventured inside. The path to his next destination lay open before him, yet he hesitated, halting himself from taking another step. There were lingering concerns weighing on his mind, ones that extended beyond just his sister to his brother Robert as well. It had been a large amount of time since their last conversation, and even he was starting to worry. Robert had made the decision to journey northward into the war-torn zones where the three nations frequently clashed. To make things worse, it was an area teeming with dangerous creatures. It was a place where one could sharpen their combat skills, but also where one could swiftly meet their demise. Nevertheless, given that he was the son of a decorated general, Roland anticipated that he would have a fair amount of assistance. Or could Daddy Dearest have had some enemies that would target his son? The possibility was there, but he wasn't really in a position to help. Heading there would do no one any good, and his presence could only make things worse. His other contact that had previously held the Runic Department Assistant Professor title, Lucille DeVere, was nowhere to be seen either. He wanted to get to the bottom of this mystery, but there was only one way, and that was through his sister. While Roland and Lucien were half-siblings, Robert and her were true ones. They both came from Francine, the second wife who was very overprotective of her children. If something happened to Robert, then she would probably know. Going through his sister would perhaps offer him some sense of closure. For that to happen, he would need to confront her, which was the crux of the problem. If I add my previous years, I would be over 40 now. What am I still afraid of? It had been many years since his last interaction with his father and his other siblings. The home that he left behind was not something that he missed. There was also the failed assassination attempt that prompted his initial escape, but as things stood now, he had grown in strength. Confronting his old fears wasn't easy, but he needed to get past this old trauma and face reality. The longer he hesitated, the worse the situation could become. Am I really going to do it? He stood before the platform that would transport him to a higher level of the Mage Tower, but decided to turn away. After retracing his steps outside, he made his way toward the park area where students often gathered to rest. There, a small spider drone awaited him, its temporary owner arriving out of breath as she had chased after it. With her were a few other female students who shared the same dorm room, and all of them stopped the moment they noticed his conspicuous form. Why did you suddenly run off? Oh, Assistant Professor Wayland, good day, good day. He replied to them, but had only intended for his sister to arrive here. Nevertheless, he had already made a decision about this issue, so he wasn't about to let a few random people ruin this moment. Lady Lucien, please come with me. I need to discuss something with you in private. Something private? Lucien's brow furrowed slightly, puzzled by Roland's sudden request. She exchanged a glance with her friends, who shrugged in confusion before turning her attention back to Roland. Sure, Assistant Professor Wayland. Following the Viola incident, Roland had managed to earn her trust to some extent, especially after saving her during the dungeon explosion. She and her friends held a favorable opinion of him and were unaware that he was actually her brother in disguise. Return to your classes and inform your teachers that Lucien might miss some of her classes. If they ask for a reason, just say that the deputy professor needs to discuss some urgent matters with her. All right, will do. Her friends nodded in understanding and quickly dispersed, leaving Lucien alone with Roland. She followed him without question. Curiosity was evident in her gaze, but he decided to head to a certain place in silence. There was a reason that he lured her into this garden where the entrance to the headmistress tower was, as it also happened to be the palace where his own office was. There was another perk of becoming the deputy professor, and that was that he received a place of his own. With his badge that had the depiction of a large tree on it, he could open a path to a hidden location. It wasn't far from the gazebo he used to enter Yavena's tower, and didn't look any different from a tree's. However, once he approached and injected some of his mana into the emblem, the entrance started to shift. The once ordinary-looking tree shimmered and transformed, revealing a hidden doorway leading into a spacious chamber. Roland gestured for Lucien to follow him inside, where they were greeted by mostly old books and cobwebs. You'll have to excuse me for the way this place looks. I haven't had the time to tidy it up. Please have a seat. Lucien hesitated for a moment, glancing around the dusty chamber with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. Despite its neglected appearance, there was an air of mystery and importance to the place that intrigued her. It was a large office area, with an even bigger desk at the end. To the sides were various tomes about magical incantations, but the most eye-catching of all was a large portrait hanging on the wall behind the desk. It depicted a stern-looking man in mage robes, his gaze piercing and commanding respect. Is that arch-wizard Xandar? Yes, that's an old portrait of him. He responded to the question, but the atmosphere quickly grew stale. Roland seated himself behind the large desk, feeling uncertain about how to begin. This wasn't part of his original plan. Revealing his true identity, which he had concealed for over 10 years, wasn't going to be easy. Lucien, I need to talk to you about something important. How do I put this? His voice wavered slightly, betraying his inner turmoil. What is it, Assistant Professor Wayland? Is this about the golem? She replied with a smile on her face, something that she was devoid of when he arrived at this institute. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for what was to come. There was no turning back now, and instead of using his words, he decided to break the ice in a different fashion. His head was covered by the robe's hood, which could be magically concealed. He wished it to be so, and it retracted itself into the magical fabric. His hands then moved towards his mithril helmet that always concealed his face. Lucian seemed confused, but she remained quiet. Roland's grip on the piece of metal was unsteady, but he already made a decision. Slowly he removed the magical effects that kept his helmet steady, and finally his face was revealed. Assistant Professor Wayland. She didn't catch on immediately, but as she continued to stare at his face, he could see her emotions shifting. It began with a look of confusion, which then turned into contemplation, and finally denial. However, eventually, 2 words escaped her lips, which he confirmed with a resounding nod. Brother Roland. "See that face, could it really be you? But how? Professor Wayland is Brother Roland." A confused expression painted her features as she struggled to comprehend the revelation. Roland sighed heavily, somewhat relieved that he was able to reveal the truth but quite anxious about Lucian's reaction. He was not sure how he should continue this conversation, but for now, he decided to feel it out. "Yes, Lucian. It's me, your older brother. I'm glad that you still remember my name." He tried to speak as softly as he could, hoping to ease the shock she must be experiencing. Lucian remained silent for a few moments, her eyes locked onto his face as if trying to confirm the truth through sheer observation. After a few moments, she started approaching him without muttering a word, and he allowed it. Soon he was looking down at his sister, who was at least a head shorter. It was quite uncomfortable to be stared at so intently, but Roland allowed her in this emotional moment. There was nothing strange in being shocked by the appearance of a long-lost brother. However, something even more peculiar happened next. She raised her right hand into the air and clenched it into a fist. "Remember your name." Roland's senses were quite enhanced compared to someone like his sister, who was only a Tier 1 class holder. Nevertheless, he was taken by surprise by her actions as she launched a punch in the direction of his face. This brought back memories of his initial interaction with the adult Robert, who had reacted similarly with anger. At first, Roland considered dodging the attack, but ultimately decided to allow her to vent her negative emotions. "Why did you act?" As her fist made contact with his cheek, he made no move to retaliate or defend himself. He understood that this outburst was likely fueled by years of confusion, frustration, and perhaps even resentment. The impact was quite gentle as her small body didn't possess enough strength to injure him. However, those Tier 3 upgrades were not for show, and to his dismay, the one that was injured was not him, but his sister instead. "Ag, why is your head so hard, my hand?" PFFF. Roland had a hard time holding in a laugh as he saw the angered Lucian going down to her knees and holding her hand. Her knuckles were red from the force of the punch she had put her whole weight behind. Despite being a mage, it appeared that someone had taught her some basic hand-to-hand combat skills. While her form wasn't bad, it only resulted in her injuring herself instead. "Hey, are you laughing? What's so funny?" "Nothing, you just reminded me of Robert when we first met." "Robert? Wait, did he know that you were alive? Did others know? Was I the only one?" He realized that perhaps he shouldn't have mentioned Robert, who had met him a few years earlier. However, the cat was out of the bag already, and he decided to be truthful this time. "No, only Robert knew, but don't blame him. I made him promise that he wouldn't tell anyone, not even you or Francine." "But why?" His sister's expression didn't soften as she wasn't quite convinced. Her hand was clearly in pain, so he decided to step forward and heal it with one of his emulated healing spells. This little trick was successful in calming her slightly, but this wasn't over yet. "Why did you disappear like that? Why didn't you come back? Did you know how long I've been looking for you?" While the wounds were healing, she smacked his chest with her good hand. He didn't feel much pain as his mithril breastplate was taking the brunt of the attack. Roland remained silent, while Lucian's voice started cracking and tears appeared in her eyes. It was clear that he had underestimated how emotionally invested she was in his existence. He did not expect such an outburst from a family member that he barely knew. "I'm sorry, I never meant to make you worry. He stopped himself as he wasn't sure if he wanted to burden his sister with his perhaps selfish reason. All he had ever desired was freedom, free from anyone looking over his shoulder and dictating his actions. Yet he didn't want Lucian to misconstrue his intentions, thinking that he had fled because she was one of the burdens he wanted to avoid. He had believed he would be nothing more than a fleeting memory by now, but she, like Robert before her, proved him wrong. Seeing his sister's tears, Roland felt a hint of guilt wash over him. He had not known that his disappearance would cause pain to anyone from his family, but Lucian's raw emotions were quite real. He took a deep breath before placing his hand to the back of her head as he embraced his sister. At this point, her words had become incoherent, and her tears flowed freely, dampening the fabric of his robes. He didn't say anything while embracing her awkwardly and letting her vent her frustrations. After what felt like an eternity, Lucian's sobs began to subside, her grip on Roland loosening slightly. He gently pulled away from the embrace, keeping his hands on her shoulders as he looked into her eyes. "I'm sorry, Lucian. I never wanted to cause you pain, but please understand, I had my reasons." She sniffled, wiping away her tears with the back of her hand before nodding slowly. I don't know, but you're alive. Yes, I am. And I promise I'll explain everything to you. First, I need to know if you're all right. How is your hand feeling? Lucian shook her head to indicate that she was fine. No, I'm okay, just surprised, I guess. I'm sorry that I hit you, it's fine, but you should probably think first before trying to punch your professor. Lucian blushed slightly as she realized the implications of her actions. Normally, it would have been something she might have been punished for, but luckily it was just her brother who found the whole thing amusing. After a moment of awkward silence, Roland cleared his throat to break the tension. So now that we've got that out of the way, how about we sit down and have a talk? Lucian nodded, and a table emerged to the side of Roland's new office. He hadn't had much time to examine this area, but the plant-based magic here could be commanded like runes. With the help of his deputy professor emblem, he could control this place to an extent, and producing furniture pieces was a possibility. Where do I even start? Roland gazed at his sister. Her big eyes were fixed on his. He felt uncertain about how to begin his explanation, and whether he wanted to divulge the full truth of his escape to Lucian. How would she react if he told her about the possibility of someone within the estate trying to get rid of him, which also included her own mother? It was a matter that could potentially cause turmoil within the family, something that he lost interest in throughout the years. Robert is one thing, but how would she react? It was a troublesome issue, and after reconnecting with his sister, it wouldn't be surprising for her to start asking questions later. Based on his experience, adults often resorted to lying to their children when they believed they couldn't handle the truth. This usually led to some negative outcomes down the line when the child eventually discovered this truth. Lucian was 15, and in this world, she was considered an adult, not something he fully agreed with. However, he didn't want to base their relationship on more lies and decided to give her the whole truth. Thus, after a deep breath, Roland began to speak. He chose his words with care as he recounted his journey and the reason for his disappearance. Lucian, there were several reasons for my disappearance. If you're willing to hear me out, I'll explain everything, but this could take a while, so have some tea. Lucian rescinded in surprise as some snacks, along with a tea set, floated up from the side. While this had been a decision he had made recently, he had made some preparations for such an occasion. Having some treats and tea on hand would help to ease the tension and create a more comfortable atmosphere for their conversation. Roland poured them both a cup of tea before settling back into his seat, gesturing for Lucian to do the same. All right, I guess I'll start with the beginning. I'm sure you are aware of the city of Carwin. That's probably when it all started. He paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts before beginning to recount his story. The tale was already lengthy, so he opted to bypass his childhood within the estate. However, he did share with her the primary motive for his departure, to persuade his father to permit him to pursue a career as a runesmith rather than as a knight. An escort knight did that. Well, he wasn't a knight yet, but yes. Luckily, I had some help back then. I'm not sure if I would be here if not for that adventure party. He arrived at the crux of everything rather fast. There wasn't much happening in that city at first. He found himself stuck living in a chilly old shed. However, he swiftly joined a friendly adventurer party and managed to persevere. This inadvertently caused his hidden guardian, whom he was aware of, to become infuriated, as he was stuck watching over a seemingly noble brat. To this day, he wasn't certain if this was a scheme orchestrated by the man himself or if he was coerced by an external force. But if you weren't sure, then why did you leave? Why didn't you just inform someone? I'm sure father would he? I'm not entirely certain, but at the time, it didn't matter much to me. It was simply an opportunity I seized. Returning to the estate was never my desire. I just wanted to have freedom, and this was the best opportunity for it. I see, so that's what happened, but how did you end up here? As a professor, was it because of me? His sister was smart, and she was able to put a few things together. It was strange for him to appear at the institute for no reason, and she could assume that he was here to help her out. Well, while I anticipated you becoming a student, I hadn't planned on becoming a professor here, and I wasn't planning to reveal myself either. Things sort of unfolded in a way that I just had to change my plans. Was it because of Viola? He hesitated, reluctant to admit it. Getting entangled with Viola and her family meant that he had acted to protect his sister. Lucian would blame herself for any repercussions of this situation, and disclosing that he was attacked by 3 knight commanders inside the dungeon would only exacerbate her guilt. However, the gravity of the situation couldn't be ignored. She had been targeted and would have been in grave danger during the siege magic training if he hadn't intervened. He realized he needed to disclose the entire truth about this ordeal to her, as her life could depend on it. Yes, it was partly because of Viola, I won't deny it. I couldn't just let her do those things to you. She certainly is quite a vengeful individual. Vengeful is an understatement. He seemed to have hit a nerve as he saw his sister lower her head and clench her fists. Roland had looked through some old reports at the enforcement department, but they didn't really tell the true story. Perhaps after Lucian gathered her thoughts, she could tell him the reason Viola hated her so much. But it's the Castellane house. Why were you so reckless? What if they retaliate? Ah, well, about that. Did something happen? Are you not telling me something? Roland had grown used to wearing a helmet when speaking to people and even using a runic voice module to distort it. Lucian caught on to his hesitation, sensing that he was withholding information from her. He could see the concern etched on her face, and he realized he couldn't keep her in the dark any longer. It's better if I tell you then, no use holding back now. There was a reason that the advancement classes were postponed. I'm sure you remember Elithys Baskerville, Viola's guardian knight. Yes, the one. Well, please don't overreact, but it seems that Viola's dislike for you goes deeper than you might think. He didn't want to alarm her, but it was crucial for his sister to understand the real threat she faced. Roland needed to temporarily depart from the Institute, and during this absence, all sorts of dangers could arise. The current conversation was driven with Lucian's safety in mind. While he could instruct others to protect her, it wouldn't be very effective if she placed herself in harm's way without realizing that there were individuals actively seeking to cause her harm. By the goddess, something like that happened. Are you all right? As you can see, I'm fine. But there were 3 of them. How were you able to defeat? Don't worry, your older brother is strong. I won't be defeated so easily as you might have realized. I'm a proper Tier 3 class holder and one of the stronger ones too. This was a lot to take in for his sister, and he wanted to reassure her that she was in good hands. It was hard to deny his personal strength, which was somewhat uncanny. I'll have to take your word for it, but how did you gain this strength? I don't think that even eldest brother could do such a thing, only father could. Well, that's a long story in itself, but rest assured, I didn't use any nefarious methods. Let's just say that my class is a bit special, so it allowed me to attain this level of power quickly. He could probably talk for another several hours and recount his whole journey that led him to Albrook, but there were other pressing matters. Bernier's prosthetic needed to be made, and he needed to exit the Institute with a clear conscience. For this reason, he pulled out an intricate red bracket created from the same mithril that his armor was. There are a few reasons why I brought you here. I wish to give you this. It's a magical bracelet. This looks valuable. Are you sure that I should? It's just something I've made. It will protect you from any potential threats and also inform me about your whereabouts. It will also allow you to control 2 additional golems that I have hidden within the Institute. If something happens, they will help you. Is this really necessary? It might not be, but better safe than sorry. Lucian wanted to say something, but she stopped herself and just nodded before taking the magical bracelet. She seemed rather pleased with the design that he had created to suit more womanly tastes. You know, Lucian, I never wanted to burden you with all of this. But it's important that you know the truth and that you're prepared for whatever may come. Her words were filled with sincerity, and Roland felt a hint of guilt for keeping so much from her for so long. But now that the truth was out, he hoped that they could move forward and perhaps even form a stronger bond, something that he never thought was possible in the first place. Are you going somewhere? This feels like a parting gift. I do have to leave. There are things outside of the Institute that I need to take care of. I would have preferred to stay or contact Robert, but I haven't been able to. Speaking of him, do you know where he is? He was quick to change the subject, as the disappearance of his brother was quite an oddity. While it was understandable that there might be difficulties in contacting him given his position at the border, which was undoubtedly hectic, Roland couldn't shake the feeling of unease. In the past, despite the chaos, his brother had managed to maintain frequent magical communication, sometimes through the involvement of the Count's daughter. Brother Robert, I'm not sure. I could ask Mother about it now that you mention it. I haven't heard from him in a while. Lucian was in deep thought, and it was surprising that she didn't know about Robert's location either. However, if she contacted Francine, there was a possibility that they might receive some information regarding Robert's whereabouts. That would be helpful, Lucian. If you could inquire about it, I would appreciate it. In the meantime, let's discuss some other issues. That's fine with me. His sister was rather cheerful, and what started with a punch was slowly turning around. With Lucian on his side, he felt more confident in keeping her safe. Before departing, however, he knew he had to clarify a few things. While he was comfortable with her knowing his secrets, and had grown less concerned about other family members discovering them, revealing that an Arden was involved in the deaths of 3 prominent knights would likely cause a stir within the noble world. Therefore, it was best for that information to remain a secret, at least for now. Something like that happened. It's astonishing how something so trivial could escalate to this point. Yes, I think that was the main reason. Roland had continued his talk with his sister for quite some time. As Roland and Lucian delved into their discussion, the atmosphere in the room became more relaxed. He found himself opening up more than he initially had planned and shared some details about his life in Albrook. Lucian, in turn, shared stories of her own adventures at the Institute and the challenges she faced as a budding mage. There they arrived at one faithful day where her luck was turned around and a royal was to blame. So to summarize, a prince that Viola might have fancied had offered you a rose. Yes, I think that was probably the reason it all happened after that. Lucian recounted quite the tale about what she believed to be the source of Viola's fury. It transpired about a year ago during a visit to the Institute by a member of the royal family. On this occasion, both a graduation and inauguration ceremony for mages was taking place. This prince was just one of numerous offspring of the current king, akin to Roland's father, who had sired many children. It seemed that if nobles excelled at anything, it was producing numerous heirs and then allowing them to engage in a senseless power struggle. It was in the best interest of each prince to solidify their standing within the kingdom. They achieved this by assembling their own elite forces and pitting them against their siblings. It was a situation that Roland also found himself in, as he was one of these elites hired by Arthur. Lucian was a bit vague about it, but eventually, a party was held and people started to mingle. The prince was obviously the center of attention, and all the noble-born mages swarmed around him, with Viola being one of the main players in this social game. It seemed that she was interested in this young man who was 2 years her senior and was probably trying to get his attention. Lucian, on the other hand, was hesitant to approach the royal guest, feeling out of place among the high-born attendees. Going by her words, it was not her that initiated the encounter by the prince himself. Roland was not sure what this young man was trying to pull, but he approached his sister with some sweet words that she couldn't recall too well as the whole thing left her stunned. He was quite charming, I must admit, Lucian reminisced with a faint blush tinting her cheeks. He approached me and offered me a rose and complimented the dress I was wearing. It was something my mother told me to wear. She said it would attract the male gaze or something similar, and it certainly did, but her mood quickly changed after she recalled something that happened. I still remember that look. Her eyes looked so vicious. Roland could only imagine how proud Viola was feeling when the prince she desired ignored her and went up to another lady. This act was probably exacerbated by the fact that it was Lucian, someone from the Arden estate who was once only a lowly knight family under the Castelline banner. What was that stupid prince thinking? Was he just dumb or did he do it on purpose? He was not there during the party, so it would be hard to judge this incident. The young man, being only 16 at the time, might have been unaware of the implications of his actions. However, anyone else would have recognized that his action toward a woman of lower birth would be deemed offensive by the other high-class ladies present. In noble circles, prestige was akin to currency, so witnessing a member of the royal family favoring a woman of supposedly lesser status would have been an insult. To Roland, the situation was quite stupid, but this was the reality of this world. If the prince had genuinely harbored feelings for her, perhaps the situation would have been different. However, he didn't take any actions to indicate such interest. Lucian was left with nothing more than sweet words and a rose, and soon after, the bullying began. That's quite the story. I would like to have a talk with that prince. To ease the tension, Roland cracked his knuckles slightly to insinuate that this prince would not come out unscathed from the talk he would have with him. This made Lucian smile as she appreciated her brother's instincts to protect her. You better not, you'd be imprisoned, and probably our entire family would be in trouble. If he punched a member of the royal family, it wouldn't be strange if he was sentenced to death, and his whole family potentially along with him. There were strict laws that even higher nobles had to adhere to, and opposing the royal family was deemed treasonous. Only individuals like a duke with significant amounts of military power would dare to take such action, and even then it would likely result in severe consequences. It was only a joke, don't take it too seriously now. Let me ask you, have you told this to anyone? Your mother, Robert, or anyone from the family? He leaned closer and could tell that Lucian's eyes darted to the side. This bullying had been going on for quite a while. Despite their status as a baron family, they had a powerful patriarch in Wentworth Arden. He had earned the moniker of Silver Wolf and was a war hero. His level remained unknown to Roland, but he believed him to be at least a double Tier 3 class holder, or possibly even a Tier 4 class holder by now. Wentworth had also probably managed to gather some strong allies during his tenure, like the High Inquisitor that Roland had met before. I haven't told anyone. Mother is always busy with her affairs, and I didn't want to bother her with something like this. And as for Robert, well, we haven't had the chance to talk much lately. I thought as much, I'm sorry. It was a peculiar feeling to encounter someone who behaved similarly to himself. Roland knew that it was probably best to call for help in a situation, yet he couldn't help but empathize with the reluctance. However, despite their similar demeanor, their motivations differed. Roland's reluctance to trust and rely on others stemmed from a desire to handle things independently, whereas his sister's reservation to seek help was fueled by a reluctance to burden anyone and a tendency to internalize her struggles. Take it from me, sometimes it's better to ask for some help. You can't handle everything on your own. Especially when it comes to matters like this, it's important to have someone you can confide in and rely on. It took me a while to realize this, and I'm probably still bad at asking for help, but I'm working on it. Roland finished his sentence with a soft smile. Lucian returned the smile, appreciating her brother's words of wisdom. She knew that he was right, and probably her father, who could be moved by her mother, could potentially have ended the bullying in some kind of way. I'll keep that in mind, but what about you? Shouldn't you come back home and explain everything to our father? Like I said, I'm working on it. Lucian's eyes narrowed as she scrutinized his hypocrisy of lecturing her over something but not willing to act on his own advice. You're just as thick-headed as Robert. Soon after, she responded with a chuckle, and everything seemed fine. It was clear that the Arden family was a dysfunctional bunch that didn't know how to cooperate with each other too well, and he was part of it. Perhaps you're right, but for now, I have other matters to attend to. I promise I'll figure things out with father eventually. Things were a little more complicated when it came to him. He was now part of the Valyrian Knights, which could complicate things. Albrook was his new base of operations, and he had already left his old life behind. There was no real reason for him and his father to interact at this point. The only reason he was even humoring the possibility was due to Robert and Lucian. As Roland and Lucian continued their conversation, the air between them grew lighter. It was almost like a weight had been lifted off their shoulders as they shared their experiences and concerns with each other. Roland found himself feeling a sense of relief and was sure that he had made the right decision in having this talk with his sister. Now he could safely leave this place and have her full cooperation in finding Robert as well. This sister of his was someone that he didn't know, but he hoped that perhaps their relationship could grow from this point. Despite more than 12 years having passed since their last meeting, he found solace in the fact that Lucian hadn't turned out like Viola. However, now the conversation was coming to an end and it was time to move on. Lucian, if you need anything, be sure to use that bracelet or contact Professor Arian. You can trust him. Also, it would be good if you informed your mother about Viola. Even if I wanted to, I can't protect you forever, I understand. She nodded as she understood that she could not keep solely relying on her brother. Roland had told her to leave his true identity out of the picture now, as it was better if the other side didn't know about his involvement in the demise of the trio of knights known as Cerberus. I'll be leaving now, Lucian. But remember, you're not alone. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to reach out to me. To his surprise, as Roland rose from his seat, he was enveloped in a hug by his sister, who wrapped her arms around his waist. It was undeniably a genuine display of affection and a proper hug. Roland, unaccustomed to such demonstrations of warmth, felt unsure of how to respond, a fact that Lucian quickly picked up on. Brother Roland, what are you doing? You're supposed to hug your long-lost sister back. Roland wanted to chuckle at Lucian's teasing tone, but just as he was asked, he returned her embrace but with a pat instead. Hey, I'm not a puppy. Really, you certainly look like one from up here. Hey, I'm not short. After this bit of playful banter, both of them parted from their familiar embrace. Their previously lost bond had been finally rekindled. Soon the two were walking side by side towards the exit. I can't wait to tell Brother Robert. I wonder what he will say, but I still won't forgive him for lying to me. As Roland secured his helmet back in place, he glanced in Lucian's direction. There was a peculiar glint in her eyes, and she seemed to be clenching her fist as if she were itching to punch someone again. From the stories he'd heard from Robert, it was apparent that she had been quite the troublemaker before coming to the Institute. It appeared that her old personality was beginning to resurface, and Roland couldn't shake the feeling that he had something to do with it. Go easy on him. It was me that forced him to keep it from everyone. Don't worry, he'll survive, Roland nodded, and eventually, the two emerged from his newly acquired hidden office. He had received it from the headmistress, but made some adjustments to keep a degree of privacy. Since arriving at the Institute, he had delved into extensive research on concealment and spell disruption mechanisms to safeguard his identity from prying eyes. After utilizing certain runes designed to counter plant-based spells, he ensured that any conversations held within his office remained private. I see that your friends are waiting for you. Better not to keep them waiting. They are? I don't see them. All of them are behind that large tree. He didn't point at it directly, but only indicated it with his head. Lucian followed her brother's gaze, and indeed, there was a large, ancient tree standing just a short distance away from them. She squinted her eyes, trying to discern any movement or figures hidden behind its thick foliage. After a moment, she spotted a flicker of movement that looked like a tail belonging to her friend Atasuna. It seemed that she, along with her two other friends, were waiting patiently for her. Ah, they really are hiding there. I'll be seeing you then, Professor Wayland. The two finally parted ways, and it was time to leave. Now his conscience was rather clear, and with the help of the bracelet and some systems that he had left behind in the Institute, he could keep an eye on Lucian from a safe distance. He watched as his sister rejoined her small group of friends, who instantly started throwing questions in her direction. She had promised to keep his identity hidden from everyone, including her friends, so he trusted that she would keep her word. I guess that's it with that. Maybe I should have done this sooner. His pace hastened as he headed back towards the Mage Tower of Flames. Upon reaching the elevator platform, he swiftly proceeded to his next destination, which was the chamber housing a dimensional gate. There he would find the magical device that would allow him to reach his home in a matter of moments. However, he knew the trip wouldn't be straightforward, as there were no nearby mage towers equipped with receiver gates. The chamber was a circular room with high ceilings adorned with runic symbols that glowed softly in the ambient light. In the center stood the teleportation gate, a massive circular structure surrounded by layers upon layers of runes. It was something that he had extensively done research for, as he would need to supply it with a massive amount of his mana while coming out on the other end. Most teleportation gates in this world worked by compacting space around them. It wasn't true teleportation, but instead a manipulation of spatial dimensions. However, there existed magic that could perform this feat, but was not something a Tier 3 class holder could hope to produce. Are you that fool? Yes, I'm probably that fool. Are you sure about this? If something goes wrong, you'll either pop like a tomato or could end up in the middle of the ocean. I'm aware of that. Once he was before the gate, the man responsible for it stepped forward. He was an old man, much older looking than any other mage he had come across. His long, flowing robes flowed around him as he approached, his face weathered with age but his eyes sharp with wisdom. He had probably heard about the new deputy professor and his insane attempt at going through a teleportation gate without one on the other end. Just like the name stated, the gates were usually linked with each other. They locked onto a predetermined trajectory, which the dimensional spell then followed. Without a fixed destination to lock onto, traversing through spatial space was somewhat dangerous. While theoretically possible for a skilled mage to form a course once inside, it was a gamble that most weren't ready to take. Well, it's your funeral. I hope the headmistress picks a better deputy professor next time. I won't die, just unlock it. HMPH. The man grumbled under his nose while Roland got ready for the jump. Roland was one of the few mages proficient in runic magic capable of executing this transition. Together with Arian, they had devised a device to facilitate his transportation. The jump would land him close to Albrook, high in the sky from where his journey would continue. With a deep breath, Roland focused his mana, channeling it into the runes etched on the surface of the gate. The magical energy surged through him, pulsating with power as he prepared to activate the teleportation spell. The mage tower backed the gate, so he didn't need to use up much energy, and soon the runic gate was shimmering with brilliant light. Maybe the headmistress wasn't wrong, the old man commented from the side as he watched Roland activate the gate without the need for the side console. He usually used this device to connect two gates, but the new deputy could do it by hand. The air crackled with energy as the spatial distortion began to form within the circular structure of the gate. It was a mesmerizing sight that looked like a swirling vortex of liquid light. Without hesitation, Roland stepped forward, bracing himself for the intense sensation of displacement that would accompany the jump. As he passed through the threshold of the gate, he felt a sensation akin to being pulled in all directions at once. It was disorienting, like being caught in a whirlwind, and suddenly, he was gone. I wonder if he made it. The man was left alone in the dimensional gate chamber and quickly returned to duties. The fate of the man that just stepped through was not his concern. However, if he did make it through in one piece, it would become a nice conversation starter among the mage circles he frequented. What do you want? Stay back. I don't think we will now. How about you make this easy for everyone and just come with us? A large group of rough-looking individuals was surrounding a carriage. Two armored men were standing before the door to this carriage, their swords drawn and ready to defend whoever was inside. On top, another two could be seen, holding longbows and ready to fire. Inside the carriage sat a young lady, her face filled with tears and an expression of uncertainty. She clutched onto a pendant around her neck while her body trembled. The group that looked like bandits spread out to let a person through. He was a burly-looking man with a scar running down his left cheek, wearing ragged clothing that indicated a life of hardship. He had a menacing aura about him as he approached the guards, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. Well, what do we have here? Seems like we've stumbled upon quite a little treasure, haven't we? The man's voice was gruff and filled with malice as he eyed the guards who were defending the carriage. Though he couldn't see the girl within, her weak sobbing echoed from inside. The guards tightened their grip on their swords and were ready to spring into action if necessary. You won't get away with this. We'll defend the young lady with our lives. Strong words for soon-to-be dead men, but how about we make a deal? We just want her and what's inside, nothing more. All of you can leave, so don't be stupid. I'm sure you have families that rely on you. Just walk away, and no one will ever know. The guards exchanged uneasy glances, knowing that they were outnumbered and outmatched. The bandits had them surrounded, and their leader seemed confident in his ability to take what he wanted by force. However, numbers alone didn't dictate the outcome of a battle, and upon closer inspection, the bandits didn't appear particularly strong or even healthy. Retreating now would also have severe consequences. Failing to fulfill their task could potentially make them into wanted men, and they would have to flee the entire region. I will repeat again, stay back. We will not bargain with bandits. The guard speaking was older than the other three and wearing a more defined piece of armor. His voice was firm, and it didn't let a smidge of fear through that was slowly bubbling up. The man was determined to protect the young lady, even if it meant facing these bandits head-on. Stubborn fool, kill them all. The bandit leader smirked widely at the response as if he didn't care. With one swift motion, he drew his sword, which was a damaged blade coated in something more than just rust. The other bandits knew that the moment the blade was pointed forward, it was time to charge forward. However, right before the man could finish his motion, an arrow flew. It flew in a swift arc and connected with one of the other men's forehead, killing him instantly. Shit, get them. The bandits were taken aback by the sudden attack, their leader cursing under his breath as chaos ensued. The guards seized the opportunity, charging forward to engage the bandits in combat. Swords clashed, arrows flew, and the sounds of battle echoed through the air as both sides fought. Their leader remained at the back, his frown deepening as he observed the standoff. Despite their overwhelming numbers, over 30 men, they couldn't close in on the opposition. On the other side, there were only 4 guards and a coachman armed with a peculiar crossbow. It was evident that his men were outmatched and outgunned. However, he wasn't deterred, knowing there was one trump card up his sleeve. He turned to the side, where a lone figure clad in a black robe awaited, and called out to him. "Sir, I think we will be needing your help." The man clicked his tongue in annoyance as he surveyed the chaotic scene before him. The bandit leader's call for assistance was met with silence from the figure in the black robe. He stood there, unmoving at first, but eventually stepped forward. Though his body was concealed to some extent by the robe, a long blade was visible on his left side. It differed from regular longswords, with a slight curve and a distinctive eastern hilt, a katana. "Fine, but remember, this will cost you extra." Once this man stepped forward, the other bandits spread out to the sides. His presence commanded attention and emanated a strange aura. The guards near the center of this chaotic battle reacted almost instantly. The 2 archers, along with the coachman, launched projectiles in his direction, 2 arrows and a bolt from a crossbow. However, to their surprise, the man didn't seem too perturbed. His right hand moved with uncanny swiftness as he drew the katana from its sheath in a single fluid motion. To the people watching, his hand movement seemed like a blur. A faint clang of metal resounded through the air as the arrows and bolt were sent flying off course. This display of skill left the guards in awe and instantly identified their foe to be above them. "A Tier 3 master, you should have taken the deal when it was offered. Now all of you will have to die." The man stepped forward with the bandits behind him, grinning. The 4 guards were already out of breath and knew that it wouldn't be possible for them to defeat this one person. His tier was above theirs. "Why are you doing this? If you want money, then I'm sure we could work something out," the guard leader shouted out while trying not to panic. The man in the dark robe moved at a slow pace as if he had no care in the world. It was evident that he had no intention of making a deal, and their target was the person within the carriage. His words seemed soft and his voice nonchalant as he replied. "Please don't hold a grudge in the afterlife. This is just business." The guard leader gritted his teeth, realizing that negotiation was futile. He raised his sword in defiance and prepared himself to defend the lady behind him. The other guards followed suit while the bandits watched from outside. It was clear that the smaller group was outmatched and that they would die here. However, just when it seemed that all hope was lost, a sudden gust of wind swept through the area. "Shit, I wasn't supposed to come out so close to the ground." The burst of wind was accompanied by a strange noise and someone shouting. All eyes turned upward to witness an unexpected disturbance. Descending rapidly from above was a figure clad in a darkened robe, with gleaming armor visible underneath. The voice that echoed belonged unmistakably to a man. To his right side, a large tower shield could be seen, which he seemed to be trying to position under his feet for some reason. Closing in at a rapid pace, the descending figure startled the bandits surrounding the carriage, causing them to jump aside in fright. Much to their surprise, he skillfully positioned his feet on the large shield that then shone with strange glowing symbols they didn't understand. Once his feet were there, his descent was slowed, but he still kept rocketing in their direction. As the figure drew closer to the ground, the shield beneath him emitted a burst of energy. It somehow cushioned his landing and sent out shockwaves that knocked back the bandits surrounding the carriage. With a resounding thud, the figure touched down with his robe fluttering in the wind in an imposing fashion. The bandits, along with the guards, were stunned by the unexpected entrance. This robed man landed right between the carriage and the approaching hooded swordsman. The man looked at this new arrival and halted his advance as he could feel that this person was not as trivial as the rest. "Who the hell are you?" The bandit leader who had called for the Tier 3 class holder shouted. This was certainly not something they expected. An unforeseen variable had arrived. The figure in the darkened robe slowly straightened up and glanced around. He ignored the bandit's question and began to survey the scene. The group of guards was just as perplexed as the bandits. They realized that he was not allied with them either and prompted the bandit leader to shout out again. so we can't leave any witnesses." Without waiting for the robed man's explanation, the swordsman stepped forward. His hand blurred once again, and as his sword left its sheath, it strangely elongated in the direction of the man that dropped from the sky. The intention was clear: they were unwilling to let a third party intervene in their affairs. However, just as the sword strike was about to collide with the man's body, it bounced back, deflected by a translucent magical barrier. At this very moment, everyone knew that this person was at least a Tier 3 class holder. It was impossible for anything below that level to defend against such a lightning-fast strike. None among them possessed the capability to perceive the swordsman's movements. They were swift and produced bursts of strong winds each time the blade was unsheathed. After the Tier 3 master recognized that he was up against a powerful mage, the man swiftly closed the distance as he followed the basic knowledge of preventing a mage from chanting. Fortunately, the mage had landed within his range, leaving no opportunity for escape. The previous elongated strike transformed into a flurry of slices, unleashed at an astonishing pace. As the flurry of strikes descended upon him, the robed figure remained remarkably composed. He expertly dodged and parried the attacks with seemingly effortless grace, his movements fluid and precise. Each strike was met with a counter, as he utilized his magical shield to deflect the incoming blows. The bandits watched in astonishment as the two figures engaged in a high-speed duel that their eyes could barely follow. Finally, a grand attack followed as the man with the sword gripped it with both his hands. It was obvious that he was aiming for a large attack, but before he could initiate it, the robed mage jumped upwards and soared into the air. There he hovered out of range before an explosion of magical energy shocked everyone. Sir, shut up. Even though no one here had any mana sense, they could see a thick haze of energy surrounding the elevated figure. The spell took shape way too quickly, with seemingly no chanting taking place. Hundreds of magical orbs appeared out of thin air and surrounded the whole area. In a matter of seconds, they were everywhere, and as a rain of stars, they descended onto this battlefield. The robed figure didn't move, but somehow was able to manipulate these magical projectiles, which were just as fast as the swordsman's strikes. The bandits didn't know what hit them, as their limbs became riddled with holes. Arg, what is this? The bandit leader didn't even have enough time to tell his men to dodge before he was struck by the marble-sized projectile. One of them cleanly pierced through his right shoulder, while another one connected with his foot. He went down to the ground instantly, while his body received a barrage of magical projectiles. The other bandits suffered a similar fate, their bodies punctured by the relentless assault of magical orbs. Some tried to flee, but they were swiftly overtaken by the relentless rain of magical attacks. Meanwhile, the guards and the young lady watched in awe as the robed figure controlled the magical onslaught with precision and skill. They were completely unscathed. The magical orbs that seemed countless were somehow precisely avoiding them. Some zipped past their heads but never connected with their bodies, as if the man had full control of their trajectories. In a matter of moments, the large group of bandits was no more. All were suffering from puncture wounds and groaning down on the ground, with only one person remaining, the swordsman. He found himself running to the side while being chased by a mass of magical projectiles. Even though he had been successful of deflecting most of them, some had already connected with his body. This wasn't part of the deal. The man was fleeing for his life. His earlier confidence was now replaced with fear and a drive to survive. The robed figure remained suspended in the air, his gaze fixed on the retreating swordsman. He stretched out his hand in his direction, and suddenly another mass of magical projectiles started to appear. They converged in the direction of the running man and quickly blocked his path of escape. As the swordmaster stumbled to a halt in an attempt to prevent himself from going any further, the mage clenched his hand into a fist. Instantly, the mass of glowing orbs descended upon the man who tried to escape. What had begun as a rain of magical projectiles transformed into an avalanche of energy beyond the man's comprehension. Despite deploying all of his defensive skills, he was unable to deflect and dodge all of them. A groan escaped his lips as his body became riddled with holes, unable to withstand the onslaught. The robed figure remained suspended in the air, his intentions shrouded in mystery. It was impossible to discern his thoughts. Only after the Tier 3 swordsman fell to the ground in defeat did the orbs of energy dissipate. They transformed from condensed marbles into tiny magical bubbles and evaporated as if they had never existed in the first place. For a moment the place was silent, but soon broken by the screams of the bandits. It seemed that for some reason the mage had left them alive and mostly aimed for their limbs. The group by the carriage stared in disbelief at the scene before them, unable to comprehend the sheer power and skill displayed by the floating mage. Slowly, the robed figure descended to the ground, his movements quite graceful. As he approached the carriage, the guards tensed, unsure of his intentions. However, to their surprise, he simply stopped a few paces before their leader and asked a simple question. "Could you tell me where I am? This is Dragny's Island, correct?" It was a strange question to ask, but the guard leader quickly responded out of fear of angering such a powerful magician. Why, yes it is, sir. Mage, we are on Dragny's Island. Good, what's the closest city, town, or settlement from here? Ah, that would be the city of Aldbourne, sir. The man tried his best to be respectful, but without knowing who the man was, he could only give them the bare minimum of respect. It seemed the man was trying to hide his identity, and his face was covered by some kind of metal mask. I see, the man replied, but his gaze was fixed into the distance, as if drawn by something unseen. After a brief moment of silence, to the guard's surprise, something peculiar unfolded. From afar, the rhythmic echoes of hooves sounded, their numbers clearly large. After turning his gaze in that direction, he recognized a familiar sight. It was a band of mercenaries he had seen before, ones that were on their side. What's going on here? Their leader, a rugged man with a stern expression, while on horseback approached the guards in the mysterious robed figure. He eyed the mage cautiously with eyes that were filled with suspicion. What are these people trying to pull? Roland looked at the guard who stepped forward to explain the situation. He had managed to travel through the dimensional gate to his desired location. While this was not the place he wanted to be, it wasn't that far from Albrook. His arrival was interrupted by a seeming attempt on a young girl's life. She didn't seem to be a noble, but some type of rich individual, most likely a daughter of some kind of merchant. Normally, he would have disposed of the bandits along with their protector, but things weren't so clear-cut this time around. Something isn't adding up here, and I'm also in Theodore's territory. What did I get myself into this time around? Miss Delphine, are you all right? I am F. Fine, brother-in-law. The young miss is shaken up. Please give her some time. She has been through a distressing experience. Is she injured? How about she rides with me on my horse? We'll be able to get back to the city faster this way. And no, I'm fine. I'll just stay in the carriage. The large battle Roland took place was over, and the people that he had saved were talking. Their interactions were quite strange, as the ones that came to save them were met with resistance. The guards that were protecting the young miss seemed on edge, and it was the same for the young miss named Delphine. There was an underlying tension in the air, as if something more complex was unfolding beneath the surface. Roland couldn't shake off the feeling that there was more to this than met the eye. While this was none of his business and he wanted to leave, there was one big problem. He found himself in enemy territory, the lands of one of Arthur's older brothers. The same one that had sent knight commanders to Albrook and almost killed Agni in the process. Roland had chosen to spare the bandits and the Tier 3 swordsmen helping them. The man was riddled with holes and had lost his conscience, but was still alive, and his status was easy to read. Name: Kenzo L. 181. Classes: T3 Master Samurai L31. T2 Samurai L50. T2 Bladesman L50. T1 Blade Warrior L25. T1 Warrior L25. He was a master samurai, but his level was rather low. Roland knew he possessed the advantage to overpower him easily. It was wiser to conceal his primary weaponry that could betray his true identity to these individuals. His combat technique, coupled with his distinctive mithril crimson armor, was probably something Theodore Valerian and his people knew. To mask his true identity, he decided to conceal his Xandar's Institute robe first. He carefully removed the emblem, presenting his status as a deputy professor and any other identifying symbols. Fortunately, the robe was enchanted, capable of assuming various forms. It had been crafted with fieldwork in consideration, and it would help him maintain a discreet profile. Altering the color of his armor proved to be a simple task, and with the robe's adeptness at concealing the runes beneath, he was unrecognizable. Those people were here earlier, but they only arrived once the bandits were dealt with. What were they waiting for? With the help of his mapping device, he spotted a larger gathering of people in the distance. They had lingered behind a large hill, out of sight, only emerging once he had dispatched the raiders. What struck him as odd was their apparent familiarity with the young girl inside the carriage. It appeared he had stumbled upon a potential power struggle. Fortunately, these individuals seemed to lack noble lineage and were likely merchants instead. Had he been within his own territory, he could have easily disclosed his status as knight commander. However, here he was in potential danger, and once Theodore and his people were alerted to his presence, he could very well be chased down. This was one of the reasons why he didn't kill these people, as he could be accused of killing citizens that were under Theodore's protection. A knight commander of an opposing sibling couldn't just waltz into their territory unannounced, so he couldn't give them a reason to blame Arthur later. If his actions were to be discovered later, they could be retroactively used against them. The situation was delicate, and Roland needed to tread carefully. His priority was to ensure his own safety and not to unravel the mystery here. However, getting out of here without alerting anyone to his presence would be difficult. There were already too many people who had seen him, and he could not afford to reveal more of his cards. Now, how should I get out of this situation? What if I just take off? Not like anyone here can really stop me. Roland had remained silent while analyzing the situation. There were close to 40 men on horseback, quite a large gathering. It was as if they were expecting to be battling with these bandits that had 10 men fewer. Among them, he noted the presence of a Tier 3 class holder, who observed him intently from a distance. This individual appeared to be affiliated with the girl's brother-in-law, who was still attempting to coerce her into joining him on horseback. Name: Witter L. 205. Classes: T3 Master Spirit Spearman L. 55. T2 Spirit Spearman L. 50. T2 Spearman L. 50. T1 Spear Warrior L. 25. T1 Warrior L. 25. The girl herself possessed slightly elongated ears and an unusual pinkish hair color. She was quite a beauty and appeared to be in her later teens. It was evident that the group's leader harbored an interest in her, though she appeared less than thrilled about the attention. He wanted to do nothing more than jump onto his shield and fly off, but there were several obstructions in the way. His armor had been further damaged as he was crossing through the dimensional gate, and the runes had started to deteriorate. The cost of flying would be increased, and there were some airborne nuisances here as well. Wyvern riders, I heard that the Valyrians utilized them, but it's the first time I've seen one. Just as the name stated, Wyvern riders were mounted warriors who rode large creatures known as wyverns. These beasts resembled dragons but lacked the forelimbs, instead having powerful wings and a long, barbed tail. They were agile and deadly in combat, capable of unleashing devastating attacks from both the air and the ground. It didn't seem that this rider was involved in this encounter as they steered in a different direction. If he attempted to use his flight capabilities, it wouldn't be strange if he was noticed. There was no need to act hastily, and instead, he decided on a more subtle approach to reach the city. Fortunately, there was a group present that could serve as an escort back, and his guise as an eccentric mage would aid in maintaining his cover. You there, huh? Roland casually approached the leader of the group, who was swiftly encircled by the armored men. Despite their knight-like attire, it was evident they were mercenaries rather than true knights, likely hired by the merchant. The so-called brother-in-law appeared to be in his late 20s, lacking any combat class, much like the young lady from the carriage. His primary bodyguard, named Witter, reacted promptly, gripping his spear tightly, though he did not appear overly eager to initiate an attack. Yes, I wish for you to guide me to the city of Aldbourne. This is the least you can do to repay me. You want me to do what? Who do you think you are talking to? Before the merchant could finish his sentence, a strange sensation took over the scenery. All of the guards found their knees to be buckling and weak. His intimidation ability proved to be quite effective as it spread throughout the group. Even the Tier 3 Master Spearman Witter seemed to be affected, though he managed to maintain his composure better than the others. I'm merely asking for assistance, nothing more. Surely you wouldn't refuse a request from a weary traveler, would you? Roland's voice was calm and collected. Utilizing his magic, he subtly altered the tonation of his voice, granting it a lower pitch than usual. The merchant hesitated momentarily, while the Tier 3 bodyguard leaned in to whisper something into his ear. Though their conversation was beyond the perception of ordinary individuals, Roland possessed the means to easily interpret their words. Sir, we shouldn't provoke this man. He is too dangerous. It would be better to do as he asks, at least for now. The man frowned, but he took the advice to heart and quickly changed his tune. His face switched almost instantly, as if he had done this hundreds of times. Of course, my good sir. We would be delighted to escort you to Aldbourne. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Aubert Abrams from the Abrams Merchant Group, and these are my men. Abrams, I've heard of them, but Aubert, that name wasn't anywhere in the reports. Gathering information on his enemies was important, and the Abrams Merchant Group was a well-known entity in the region. They handled a lot of trades, but weren't the only group active in this region. Roland had somewhat of an idea who the lady was now, but still wasn't sure what this Aubert was up to. Very well, Mr. Aubert. I'll leave it to you then while I rest. This carriage will do, don't mind me. Everyone was taken aback as Roland approached the carriage. The young lady stood outside, surrounded by her guards. At first, it seemed that the peculiar mage intended to enter the carriage, but their assumptions were quickly proven wrong. Instead, he levitated into the air and gracefully descended onto the roof. Out of nowhere, he produced something resembling a rolled-up sleeping bag and placed it beneath his head to settle in comfortably. Everyone was shaken by the display of might, which was only overshadowed by the strange behavior. No one expected him to get on the carriage, but there he was, in a position that implied that he wanted to sleep. What are you waiting for, lass? Get in the carriage and let's go. I'm tired, so please don't disturb me. The guards hesitated, unsure of how to react to this unexpected turn of events. They exchanged puzzled glances, but before they could make a decision, the young lady started moving. She seemed to be eager to slip into the carriage and left her brother-in-law stunned. He seemed to want to follow her inside, but the guard leader stepped forward to stop him. "Sir, you need not worry. We will protect the lady with our lives." This carriage had spaces in the front and back where the guards had a place to sit. While there was a lot of free space inside, for some reason it didn't seem that the girl wanted any company and even appreciated that the mage saved her from a horse ride with this brother-in-law. "Nonsense. Who are you to stow? Hey, didn't I say to not disturb me?" The same pressure that everyone felt before fell on the entire area as Roland grumbled. His voice sounded older than it usually was and carried a hint of annoyance. The man instantly decided to back away. It didn't seem like it was worth risking his life just to ride inside this carriage. "Oh, of course, honorable mage, we shall depart." Albert quickly gave in to the intimidation, and the carriage started moving forward. The horses pulling the carriage trotted along the dirt road towards the city of Aldbourne. Guards rode alongside, keeping a vigilant watch over the surroundings, though their attention was occasionally stolen by the peculiar mage resting atop the carriage. It might have seemed as if he was sleeping, but in actuality, his eyes were glued to his mapping screen. On it, Roland witnessed what was happening around him and took note that half of the mercenaries remained behind to take care of the guards. He had put in their mana signatures, and once they had traveled over the hill, some of them began to vanish. Taking care of the witnesses, they are still bandits, so that's not the strange part, though. As Roland observed the dots vanishing from his screen, a sense of suspicion crept over him. Roland found himself increasingly convinced of the merchant's ulterior motives. Yet what intrigued him more was the underlying reason behind this strange charade. With himself perched atop the carriage, it became apparent that their plans would be stalled and probably foiled. Once they were inside the safety of the city, it would probably be a lot harder to do anything to this young girl. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was strangely calm. Delphine, the young lady, sat inside quietly, and she seemed calmer than before. Soon they continued their journey without further mishaps. It only took them about 3 hours to reach their destination, and the bustling city of Aldbourne became visible. It doesn't look bad, but the defenses are worse than in Albrook. Once they were at the gates, Roland decided to lean forward to examine the settlement he arrived in. There were no nearby dungeons like in the city he came from, but it seemed to be a thriving hub of commerce. The walls surrounding the city were sturdy, but lacked the runic reinforcements present in Albrook. Guards manned the gates and surveyed those who sought entry with a seemingly watchful gaze. However, some of them weren't even looking, and he could tell that the city guards lacked some discipline. Albrook looks better than this. A sense of pride rose in his chest as it became clear that the city that he helped build was ahead of this one. While it was not the city in which Arthur's brother resided, it had stood here longer and had more time to grow. The carriage rolled through the gates of Aldbourne, and the guards stationed there cast curious glances at the peculiar sight of a mage lounging on top of it. However, they dared not interfere as they recognized the carriage emblem that indicated something. Once inside, they ventured further into the city, and Roland couldn't help but notice some differences between this place and Albrook. His city seemed more organized and had more armored soldiers patrolling. There was more chaos here, and a lot more people were shouting. Merchants bustled through the streets, peddling their wares in vibrant markets, while beggars pleaded for scraps of food at every corner. The carriage eventually came to a stop in front of a modest-looking estate. It was not as large as the noble ones he had seen and more similar to the one Arthur lived in. At this point, Roland wanted to descend from the roof of the carriage. There was no point of him entering the estate, so as the gates were opening up, he descended. However, before he could excuse himself, someone came running from within this mansion. It was a young man that couldn't be older than 21. His face was flushed with worry but also rage. "Delphine, are you all right? What happened?" The man rushed forward and opened the carriage door while ignoring the massive robed mage to the side. His eyes scanned the interior for any signs of distress. Delphine stepped out of the carriage with a relieved expression on her face. Once the two saw each other, they quickly embraced and quickly informed Roland about their relationship. Is this her husband or perhaps fiancé? He noticed that Aubert displayed some disdain for the show of affection the two displayed. Aubert quickly composed himself, though his unease was evident. Roland observed the interaction with detached interest as his mind was already elsewhere. The maiden was saved and delivered to the doorstep of her beloved. There was nothing more he needed to do. Thus, without even mentioning anything, he started to remove himself from this situation by walking away. Please stop." However, before he could leave, the previously quiet girl called out to him and attempted to show her gratitude. He was surprised to hear the timid voice calling out to him. He halted his steps, turning back to face Delphine, who seemed to be struggling with her words. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she gathered her courage. She stuttered like before, but this time around it didn't seem as forced. The man who was embracing her led up and quickly faced him and started talking. "This, sir, saved you. Could I ask you for your name, sir?" "On my family name, I would," Roland interrupted before the man could finish his sentence, as he knew where this was heading. The man would probably try to invite him into the mansion and then give him a monetary reward or even offer him a job. While more money was great, he was not someone that craved it anymore. There was nothing this merchant could offer him that he couldn't earn in a week's worth of time. I appreciate your gratitude, but there's no need for you to thank me. Our fates just intertwined for a moment. Think nothing of it. Now I must depart. Roland turned around while making his robe flutter around and started walking. He wasn't sure if his acting was good or not, but it didn't seem that they were trying to stop him. Luckily, people knew better than to hinder eccentric mages, and he was lucky enough to leave the area before being dragged into something he wanted no part in, or at least that was what he thought at that moment. Hey stranger, fancy a treat. Roland turned his head away from a grinning man missing half his teeth. In his hands he had some valuables that were probably stolen. To make things worse, he smelled of narcotics, something that also existed in this world. A plethora of them existed, some resembling white powder, while others took the form of sparkling liquids or even crystals. Don't be like that. I've got some good fairy dust, my friend. Or do you perhaps prefer something stronger? Roland didn't reply. Instead, he removed himself from the alleyway he had ducked into. Just like when he took an airship, people seemed to follow him around. After leaving the mansion, he had been followed by someone, but eventually lost them during his trip through the city. Luck wasn't on his side, though, as he ended up in what looked like the slums. This is bad. Could Albrook turn to this if we ignore the gambling and pleasure district? It was disconcerting to witness such a place in a supposedly well-run territory. It seemed the older Valyrian brother had chosen to turn a blind eye to the seedy elements within the city. Perhaps those managing the place were lazy or had been bought off by the criminal underworld. Whatever the case, it was evident that Aldbourne had its fair share of problems. This situation reminded him of the small criminal council forming within Albrook. They had been stopped before things got out of hand and were now even collaborating with the current leader of the Thief Guild. In a sense, they had an agreement, but his city didn't leave so many people out on the streets. There were cleaner ways of running gambling dens and red light districts than what he was witnessing here. Something like this wasn't anything new to him, as it seemed to happen in almost all cities. With a settlement's growth, the wealth distribution tended to favor the top percentile. It flowed toward the rich merchants, store owners, and nobility while leaving others struggling to make ends meet. The gap between the wealthy and the impoverished continued to widen as finding jobs became increasingly harder. In this world, entities similar to charities were practically non-existent due to limited resources. While churches occasionally offered some food, like everyone else, their coffers were limited. The nobility, possessing both power and wealth, hoarded it out of fear. Their focus lay in training new soldiers and striking deals that would directly benefit them, rather than investing in the well-being of the common people. I shouldn't linger for too long here. I have two options. Either I join another merchant caravan or head out on my own. Dragny's Island, where he found himself, lacked a proper train connecting most of the cities. The density of monsters outside the settlements was higher, making solo travel quite dangerous. Even seasoned adventurers preferred to journey with a caravan, knowing there was safety in numbers. Monsters outside dungeons behaved differently from those created by dungeon cores. They wouldn't just mindlessly attack everyone to risk their lives, and usually avoided well-lit gatherings with a lot of people. But they probably won't let me travel with them unless I reveal my adventure card. Things would become problematic if his enemies were made aware of his travels here. Emerson was still alive, as were other knight commanders. Even the knights from the Baskerville family had attempted to attack him, so maintaining a low profile was crucial. It wouldn't be surprising if these individuals acted similarly upon discovering his presence at their doorstep. Going out alone might be dangerous, but I should be able to avoid monsters, and flying is an option too now, but I might have to wait until it's dark. The gate guards will want to see some identification. Hey, didn't I tell you to get that coin ready by today? What do you mean we returned all of it? Did you forget about the interest? That's why I dislike dealing with little brats. If you can't pay off your loan now, then I'm sure we can arrange something. Your friend there isn't that bad. We can use her. No, we gave you everything back. His thoughts were interrupted by the sounds of a loud conversation. Roland had surrounded himself with a concealment spell that masked his presence, but he couldn't help but overhear the heated exchange between some individuals. It seemed to be a dispute over money, and one of them mentioned something about using someone as collateral. While normally he would have just ignored it, but the lenders sounded rather young, which piqued his interest. Roland was on his way through an alleyway, and the sounds were coming from one of the decrepit buildings on the way. He was able to peek through some gaps in a boarded-up window, and inside he saw 3 adult men confronting a group of children. The one that he heard shouting was a boy who didn't seem much older than 12. Behind him was a girl who seemed slightly younger, and another boy of similar age. On the other side stood a smug-looking man who reminded him of a rat. Behind him were 2 burly men who resembled bandits. It was painfully clear that these kids were in trouble. They had likely become involved in one of the oldest scams, taking a loan. Now these loan sharks would keep trying to fleece them for more money, and their eyes were seemingly set on the young girl. It was obvious what their intentions were, and the children's fate seemed to be sealed. Roland was reminded once more of the brutality of this world. People were often judged by the classes they were born into, and the three youths he encountered were simple farmers with no land to cultivate. Farmlands were scarce around this city, which prioritized commerce over agriculture. To make a living, these children would likely need to venture outside to a different area. However, with no money and monsters lurking everywhere, such a journey would likely end in tragedy. They look like orphans. No caravan would probably take them without compensation. There is also no adventurer guild here, so they wouldn't be able to hire any adventurers either. This place was not near any dungeon, which was the biggest reason why he saw mostly mercenaries everywhere. Adventurers simply used this as a hub to pass through to Albrook or other cities in this territory that had access to a dungeon. Just like Arthur, Theodore Valerian was initially given a city close to a different dungeon, and that's where his base of operations was situated. Something like this wasn't anything new. People were always taken advantage of. In the past, Roland usually ignored such things as he needed to watch out for his own well-being. In his earlier years, he found himself in situations where he had to rely solely on himself, yet he harbored no illusions of superiority over others. He acknowledged that his advantageous position came largely from lucky circumstances. It was a pure circumstance that he arrived from a different world with skills that enabled him to survive. Things were different now, though. Roland had achieved a certain amount of power, and the unfolding situation was making his blood boil. However, if he intervened in this situation, it needed to be done with some thought. Unwanted attention was something that he didn't want, and even if he helped these children, their problems would probably not vanish but just be postponed. It would be better if I didn't use any obvious magic and take out the lookout first. He found himself in an alleyway, and it led out to one of the streets. Someone that looked like a criminal was standing right at the end and was probably part of the trio that was trying to scam the children. Thus, after scanning the entire area for other potential threats, he started moving. His presence had not been noticed yet, so sneaking up behind this lone man wasn't difficult. Before the individual could raise the alarm to his companions, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. Roland swiftly triggered a basic sleeping spell, effectively incapacitating the low-level thug. Quickly, he dragged the unconscious figure back into the alleyway, concealing him under a pile of trash where he would remain undisturbed for several hours. With the threat neutralized, there was no one to watch the alleyway and the lone door leading into the building. Time to leave an impression. He activated some runes to produce a momentary sound barrier around most of the building. With it in place, he was free to kick the door down and stride with confidence into the dimly lit room. The lone sharks and the children all turned their attention toward the sudden flying door that collided with a wall. The three adults wore expressions ranging from surprise to outrage, while the children appeared startled by the unknown arrival of a third party. Who the hell are you? I don't know, who could I be? Roland altered his voice as always and slowly approached the three men. He didn't need to introduce himself. It was obvious that many criminals existed within the city. There was probably a lot of infighting or people trying to establish dominance over one another. To them, he would just be someone from a rival crime family or a rogue mercenary looking to cause trouble. As he approached the three, the children started moving to the side, towards a certain location of this old building. The adults swiftly drew their daggers, brandishing them menacingly at the approaching figure. They assumed his intentions and wasted no time in launching an assault. However, the vast difference in levels and equipment became glaringly evident, and the first assailant found himself hurtling through the air after receiving an open palm smack to the face. Wait, what ensued wasn't much of a fight, as Roland only needed one hit to knock out each man. The man who looked like a rat attempted to say something, but he found himself on the ground with foam leaving his mouth quite quickly. Within moments the room fell silent, with only the heavy breathing of the children lingering. They huddled up near a wall but did not try to escape, and he knew why. His gaze traveled to the opposite direction where a concealed latch was barely sticking out. There are another two down there, probably younger than these three here. With the help of his mapping device, he was able to discern that there were people concealed under the house. The three in the room were clearly trying to divert his attention from them, as he could hear their heartbeats quicken the moment he glanced in the direction of the hiding spot. Fortunately for them, he had not come to capture any children and intended to simply act as if he were there solely for the bandit-like individuals. Don't worry, I'm not interested in some brats nor the two that are down there. He tried to reassure them while speaking calmly, but they were clearly on edge. Though apprehensive about his presence, they seemed to realize that he was not there to hurt them. It made no sense that someone who could handle the three thugs so easily would want anything from them. Roland moved slowly so as not to startle them any more than he already had and instead focused on the passed-out trio. They had some money on them, which seemed to be enough for the next part of his plan. What is this? It's money, but why would you give it to us? I'm just a good-hearted person. The 12-year-old youth looked at him funnily as he didn't really trust in those words. However, Roland didn't care as he opened the secret room that another two children were hiding in. It was another boy and a girl that seemed to be under 10. Both of them were clutching their hands together out of fright. To not scare them, he took a step back to give him space before he began to talk. You don't have to be afraid, as I've said. You're of no interest to me, but I'll need to use that space. The two children were terrified at his massive size and strange apparel, but with some help from their older friends, they climbed out from the cellar they were hiding in. He needed to stash the three men somewhere, and it looked like a perfect place. Even if the man outside returned, he wouldn't be able to find them after he used some concealment runes. They would fade eventually, but it would give the children time to decide their fate. The children watched in a mixture of confusion and awe as Roland effortlessly carried the unconscious men into the concealed cellar. As he was tucking them away, he began to speak and hoped that these kids would take his advice to heart. Even if these men disappear, your problems won't. You're left with two choices: either accept the money and attempt to settle your debts with them, or entrust it to one of the traveling merchants. They might offer you passage within their caravan. I've heard rumors that the city of Albrook is in need of skilled farmers. The kids didn't respond as they were bewildered by his actions, which didn't make much sense to them. Why are you doing this? Asked the oldest as he finally gathered the courage to speak after Roland had trapped the three thugs in the cellar and locked them inside. Do I need a reason to lend a hand to a few brats? Simply take the coin and make your decision: depart or remain. Although I would strongly advise you to leave, putting your trust in these thieves would be ill-advised. Roland couldn't make the decision for them, and he also didn't have the full picture. Perhaps he was being nosy and they would be fine, but to him it seemed like leaving for Albrook was a better idea. The city he was creating would certainly not tolerate such things, and he would make sure of that. The children nodded silently, their expressions still guarded but tinged with gratitude. They had been saved by a mysterious stranger who had appeared out of nowhere and dispatched their tormentors with ease. It was a surreal experience, one they would likely remember for the rest of their lives. With a final nod to the children, Roland turned and strode out of the room, leaving the building behind. The men he left were under a strong spell and would be out for a few days. It would give these kids some time to organize their thoughts, and the focus of those criminals would probably fall on him instead. I'm becoming quite the hero. He chuckled to himself as he was far from one. A real hero would have probably taken the children under his wing and traveled with them. Instead, he was still focused on himself and returning home where his true responsibilities were. He didn't delude himself into believing he could fix this harsh world, but it had become harder to ignore certain things when he knew he had the power to force change. Now then, I should lay low until nightfall, and then go. I should also tell Elodia about my whereabouts. With things cleared up, he decided to keep himself hidden. He entered the merchant district where there were many more people and just blended with the crowd. Luckily, with so many varied races, his size and strange apparel didn't attract much attention. After finding a quiet area, he decided to contact his wife with the help of his armor. Once he had informed her about his circumstances, it would be time to wait and then leave. With some luck, in a day or two, he would be back to eating homemade meals and creating a runic prosthesis. Sir, they're getting closer. I know. Why didn't I just leave? I had to play the hero, sir. I know. Stop shouting. Take the reins. Me? Yeah, do you see anyone else? A boy of around 12 looked up at Roland with wide eyes, his hands trembling as he reached for the reins. On the other end, a large lizard-like creature whose size exceeded a horse was speeding forward on a dirt road. It was pulling a large, elongated, somewhat armored wagon, which held some people inside. Behind them, growling and shouting echoed as a group of armored men pursued them on horseback. They were armed with swords, axes, bows, and had woven monsters acting as their bloodhounds. The boy hesitated for a moment, unsure if he could handle the responsibility of controlling the large creature. But Roland's urgent tone spurred him into action, and he grabbed the reins tightly, trying to steady his nerves. He focused on guiding the creature forward in a way he saw Roland do it before, and to his surprise, the creature responded. Meanwhile, Roland positioned himself at the rear of the wagon, keeping a watchful eye on their pursuers. He could hear the pounding hooves of the horses drawing closer, and their shouts growing louder with each passing second. The armored men closed in as the bulky carriage was quite heavy and slow. The crest the men carried on their clothes was a crowned stag. Their weapons glinted in the moonlight and continued to get closer with each passing moment. Well, it's too late to turn back now, Roland muttered to himself while activating the runes on his staff. While they were outnumbered, they were certainly not outmatched in terms of firepower. In a matter of seconds, multiple orbs of magical energy emerged above the wagon and shot forth in the direction of the pursuing battalion. The orbs of magical energy exploded upon impact, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The pursuing riders were caught off guard, their formation disrupted as some were knocked off their mounts while others struggled to maintain control. The woven monsters howled in pain as the magical blasts hit them, causing them to scatter to avoid the damage. However, the numbers didn't seem to dwindle as the pursuers numbered in the hundreds. Will we make it in time? Roland looked back at the boy, trying to hold back his tears, then glanced down to the roof of the wagon, where sounds of sniffling could be heard amidst the chaotic escape. Many people were with him, and he was the sole combatant. He turned his gaze back to the approaching forces and gathered his magic. He had already made a decision, and it was too late to go back now. While holding up his runic staff, he thought back to the choice he made not so long ago. Get back soon. Agni has been getting annoyed with the Solarian worshippers. Some even followed him back home and tried to scale the fence. They did. Are you all right? Yes, they were shot down by the turrets before they went too close. Luckily, no one got hurt. I see. I'll have to talk to the Solarian bishop when I get back so something like this doesn't happen. I should be back in a day or two, not sure yet. Good, get back quick. Everyone is waiting. Everyone. You might not realize how much some of them look up to you. Elodia chuckled as the two conversed through magical means. A little holographic image of her appeared before him as he rested in one of the city inns. After the incident with the supposed orphans, he had seemingly turned in for the night. He had purposely paid for a room with a large window through which he intended to sneak out in a few hours. Then he would disappear into the dark streets and make his way over the city wall as if he was never there. His presence here would become known with time, and perhaps he would have some guards to contend with in the morning. Before that could happen, he needed to leave. I'm not sure about that. You underestimate your own charms. Sometimes I'd wish you were more aware of them, mostly when you are around other women. Her sentence trailed off a bit at the end, so he didn't truly get it. The magical instruments they were using had some faults, and sometimes the audio cut off due to static, or the person not talking directly into the microphone device. Huh, what's that? Oh, nothing, I'll be waiting. I love you. I love you too. After ending the call, a sense of warmth enveloped him. Knowing that he had someone waiting for him back home gave him newfound motivation. For Roland, who had expected to live a lonely life stuck in a smithy, this feeling was quite odd, but also something he now desired. He wasn't sure if he would ever be able to go back to those old days, but this didn't change the fact that he preferred a limited number of people around him. He was still a true introvert at heart. Now that I'm able to make better spatial spaces, I should make some replacement parts. While waiting, Roland went over his Rune Markai armor set. It was slowly but surely reaching the limit of its life cycle. His skill that allowed him to reform his creations had been activated several times, and the runes had deteriorated as a result. He had patched up some critical places, but eventually it would break down. Using his overlord's might skill in conjunction with magic increased the rate of failure. In a situation like this, it would be best to replace the parts directly, but he didn't have the resources to create multiple sets of this armor. I was gone for around a month, and I asked the dwarves to leave some mithril for me. Arthur should have ordered the materials I asked for too. Once he returned home, he would be quite busy. Not only did he need to make a working prosthesis and a new runic armor, but he also had another project in mind. There was a reason why he had researched mage towers and dimensional magic. His next grand project would be to create a gate within his workshop, through which he could freely travel between the institute and his own home. This gate wouldn't be limited to just that. With his status as deputy professor, he would have access to many other gates throughout the kingdom. If he achieved this feat, traveling away from his home would become quite mundane. When creating a mage tower, it comes down to the power source and a tower spirit. Once that geothermal generator is up and running, the first issue will resolve itself, which would leave the spirit to help with the calculations. Roland saw the tower spirits as something similar to artificial intelligence, which aided mages with various calculations. They utilized the magical energy stored within the towers to function. Otherwise, the mage would be compelled to activate everything manually. He had already prepared a certain thing for this issue, and was eager to move into the testing phase once he was back home. I'll wait half an hour and head out. With all this in mind, he started to wait, and once the coast was clear, it was time to make his way out through the window. He had already paid for his lodging, so with a clear conscience he activated some concealment runes. His body faded into the shadows and stopped producing any sounds. This helped him to arrive on the streets without alerting any of the patrolling guards. There was a loose curfew in this city, with some areas off limits during the late night hours. The district where most merchant-owned stores were located was one of them, usually under the watchful eye of the city lord. On the other hand, districts like the slums seemed to be ignored, with guards seldom wandering in even late at night. This made his plan a lot easier, as he could arrive at his destination by passing through the areas that were not being closely watched. He made his way through the back alleyways, and the lack of street lights made his journey quite easy. Something like this wouldn't have been possible in Albrook, where they made sure to spread out the magical lanterns powered by magic. It was strange to look at things from the standpoint of someone who could affect the laws inside a settlement. However, this was not the time to gloat at the incompetence of the opposition. He needed to get out of here first. As he navigated through the maze of alleyways and narrow streets, Roland kept his senses sharp, alert for any signs of danger. One of his multiple minds was constantly peering at his mapping system, and during his travel he discovered something. One of the dots that was close by belonged to someone he had included in his database. Isn't that one of the guards that was with that pink-haired lady? When he rescued the young girl from the supposed bandits, he had entered the people gathered there into his database. This included the 4 loyal guards that were with her. 2 of them were here and seemed to be looking for something. His curiosity was piqued, but he already knew that this was probably more trouble. She is not here either. Keep looking. It seemed that the damsel in distress had been taken away once again, with people searching for her within these slums. Roland quickly concealed his presence by climbing up onto one of the buildings, aided by a weight-reducing spell and another that allowed his hands to stick to the wall. After mimicking one of the fictional heroes from his old world, he continued to survey the area, confirming something he had already suspected. It was probably those guys, and I bet that brother-in-law is also involved. His map display and mana fingerprint recognition gave him a good idea of what was happening here. There were more people than just the 4 guards from earlier looking for this girl, and some of them were the men who were previously with Albert Abrams. This wasn't the peculiar part, rather. It was who they were interacting with, and that was the bandits who supposedly attacked the young lady. It appeared that some of them had been working for or with Albert and had not been killed by his troops. Instead, they somehow made it into the city and were now conversing with these other mercenaries. Let me guess. He orchestrated the bandit attack to get to the girl for some reason and mixed his mercenaries into the group. It was clear to Roland that Albert was infatuated with the girl, who resembled a half-elf. However, she was betrothed to his younger brother instead. Roland speculated that Albert might have planned to either kill the guards and take her with him or perhaps pretend to save her during the scuffle. His troops were hidden behind a hill, which he noticed. Perhaps Albert was even plotting to murder his brother eventually and take her as a prize, or something entirely different. Nevertheless, they would likely be unable to find her, as the majority of people were on the side of the older brother and were probably hindering their search. They aren't even looking, just standing around and waiting, but should I involve myself with something like this? While Roland felt bad about the whole situation, what was he supposed to do? Informing the younger brother about the ruse wouldn't work, as he wasn't someone trustworthy. Moreover, intervening could potentially draw unwanted attention to himself, especially from Theodore and his knight commanders. The situation was delicate, and Roland didn't want to inadvertently put himself or his friends in danger by getting involved in someone else's family drama. I need to focus on getting out of here unnoticed. My priority should be returning home safely. If I cause a scene and they realize that I'm from Albrook, it will complicate things. With a heavy heart, Roland decided to leave the scene and continue his journey out of the city. He didn't want to directly involve himself in this situation anymore, and was planning to create a spell similar to the one Arian used to contact him. He could at least provide the truth to the young fiancé, and hoped that he would be able to deal with the situation himself. However, to complicate things, he noticed another mana signature that wasn't that far away either. It's that brat, what is he doing out there at this hour? Roland found himself involved in an unexpected event not long ago while wandering through the slums. He had saved some kids from loan sharks, and now the oldest from the bunch was moving through the darkened alleyways. Something must have happened, as that young man was a survivor and seemed quite bright. Moving through the streets at this time wasn't wise, so he probably had a good reason for it. Elodia's face popped into Roland's mind as he attempted to remove himself from the situation. He knew he would probably regret it, but something about this situation bothered him. While he was okay leaving the merchants to their own problems, it was different when it came to orphans. Even he had a soft spot for them. Roland realized he would regret it if he just left things alone, especially since it seemed the young man had found himself in some trouble. As he approached what appeared to be an abandoned building, a thuggish-looking individual emerged to stop him. It was evident that the boy had attempted to sneak in there for some reason but was instantly caught. He watched from the shadows as the confrontation unfolded. The thug was clearly trying to intimidate the young man, but he wasn't budging. "Are you trying to get me in trouble, kid? You know the rules. Back off, you're not going in. Let me through, you damn bastard. I know that you took them." The kid swung wildly at the adult but was clearly outmatched. It seemed that the man was having a good laugh as the farmer boy tried to hit him. After sending him back with one kick, Roland still wasn't sure what this was about. However, just as Roland was debating whether or not to intervene, he noticed a glint of metal in the thug's hand. It was a dagger, and it was clear that the situation was escalating quickly. "I gave you a chance, kid. I don't know what got into you, but you'll have to pay that price, and your ear will do." After a cackle escaped from the man's mouth, he pulled out his dagger and started approaching the child with a menacing look on his face. It didn't seem like it was a joke either, and it was time for him to step in. "I'm not scared of you. Haha, you're a bad liar." The boy had a knife of his own, but it was clear that he was outmatched. Luckily, before the thuggish man could approach him, he was halted in his tracks. Huh, what is this? I can't move. A strange scene unfolded before the boy as the man's words ceased. His mouth moved, but no words came out. Then he began convulsing, as if he were underwater with no air to breathe. In a matter of moments, he dropped to the ground like a puppet whose strings had been cut, and from behind him emerged a cloaked figure. "It's you," the boy called out while still holding the knife and pointing it at Roland. He was prepared to disable the child if he attacked him, but instead, the boy dropped down to his knees and started to cry. "Please help me, T. They took them. They took Leia and the others." Leia was the name of the girl who was with the young men when he saved them from the moneylenders. It seemed that she had gotten herself in some trouble, but also that more of the children were missing. "Who took them and who are they? Calm down and tell me everything. I'm not your enemy," Roland replied in a softer tone when he parroted from his wife, who was skilled at speaking with children. The boy wiped his tears and tried to compose himself as he relayed the events leading up to Leia and the others being taken. "After you left, we decided to leave the city. We even found some merchants that were willing to help us, but, the boy whipped his eyes with his sleeve and quickly replied, "Someone must have seen us and the money. They ambushed us as we were returning. We ran and scattered. I was the only one to get away." "I see," Roland replied, analyzing the situation. He had to admit to himself that it was perhaps not the brightest idea to give orphans a large amount of money. He hadn't expected them to flaunt it around so much and to attract the attention of thieves in the area. Now, he would need to make up for his mistake. "I would like to officially inform all my readers that I have started writing a new story called Heavy Metal, a monster evolution lit RPG. Hey, why the hell are you taking so long? We're gonna get in trouble if A man with a missing front tooth walked out to see a collapsed man on the ground. It was the person they were looking for, but to their surprise, he wasn't alone. A large hooded man stood next to him, and along with him there was a young boy. However, before he could call for more help, the sound around him seemed to disperse. Quickly after all sounds disappeared, he found himself being yanked towards the cloaked man. There was nothing he could do, and he felt his neck being squeezed by the unknown assailant. Soon everything went dark, and the last thing before he passed out was a strange, prickly feeling of electricity running through his body. "At least these guards aren't too bright," Roland gave out a sigh before releasing the man he had just shocked with lightning magic. There were now 2 people down, and the path forward was open as the man he just disabled had left the door unlocked. However, before he did anything else, he needed to address the boy who was with him. The young man couldn't accompany him into the building, but Roland could at least gather some information to prepare. "Listen, I need you to tell me everything you know about this place. Does this involve the Thieves Guild or only the local criminal syndicates? Tell me everything you know. Leave nothing out as it could save the lives of your friends. Does this mean that you will help us?" The boy broke down and cried in front of him, but it didn't seem like he expected Roland to be willing to help. Roland noticed that the young man was still shivering, so he decided to kneel at his eye level. He attempted a more compassionate approach, even removing his hood to reveal his mithril helmet underneath. While he didn't reveal his face, his visor allowed his eyes to be seen. "Yes, I'll help you, but I need information to make sure we approach this situation with efficiency. The more I know, the better. Can you do that for me? Can you tell me who those people are that took your friends?" The boy sniffled, wiping his tears away with the back of his hand, but quickly after, his expression changed. "Why, yeah, I can. I'll tell you everything I know." "Good." Roland listened as the boy recounted what he knew about the area, the people involved, and any potential leads regarding the whereabouts of the missing children. There was a lot more information than he expected. It seemed that this street urchin had quite a lot of information about these assailants. First of all, it didn't seem that they were directly part of the Thieves Guild, but rather something like an affiliate. This place was probably owned by a crime lord, similar to the ones Roland took care of back in Albrook. This made things slightly better, as he wouldn't be going directly against the guild and their leader, something that was better to avoid. However, once inside, he needed to keep his identity hidden. It was possible that once everything was over, the owner of this place could put a bounty on his head. There would probably be some crazy assassins that would be willing to kill even a knight commander for the right price. Roland couldn't allow himself to be identified, as he would be putting himself in danger and everyone around him. Using people around a strong target as bait was a strategy for criminals. He couldn't let his wife be used as a hostage or his friends be targeted just because of his actions. Going about this discreetly was a must, and luckily this new robe along with his armor could help him conceal his identity. Hiding the runes was a possibility, and he had already changed the structure of his helmet that would help keep his identity hidden. Unless someone pried him out of his clothes, he was confident in keeping himself hidden. "You've seen them take out people and move them into large wagons. Yes, I think they should be in one of these buildings too." Something caught his attention, and Roland looked at his mapping device. It was obvious that this entrance led underground, where the whole situation was taking place. The buildings above ground seemed abandoned, but surprisingly, no beggars or homeless people dared to come here. Most of the buildings in the slums were occupied by someone, which meant that they were just afraid to rest in them. There are a few people there, but their levels are too high to be beggars. They are guarding something. If what this kid is saying is true, then this must be an illegal slave trafficking operation. He had an idea of what he was dealing with, so now he had to handle it. His hand connected with the ground he was standing on, and a strange orange light surrounded him. This action scared the boy slightly, but no explosions were going to occur. Don't worry, I'm just performing a scan. There was no time to explain, but Roland quickly increased the range of his mapping device and began copying the layout of the underground lair he was about to assault. Within a minute or so, he had a rough map of the area stored inside his armor. There were quite a few of them down there, but luckily, this was just a gathering spot and not a venue where they presented or sold slaves. Good, they probably just gather them here before selling them off to slave traders. This seemed to be only a drop-off point, which would make things a bit easier. For a moment, Roland wondered if he would need to contend with some rich merchants and nobles and their guards. He had heard rumors of some depraved places that held auctions for rare slaves. Even though slavery wasn't forbidden, it was only allowed to buy sanctioned debt or criminal slaves. This didn't stop places like this from appearing, where they grabbed orphans from the streets or other unfortunate people. What's your name? It's Vico, sir. Good Vico, do you know how magic scrolls work? And not really. Have you ever used your mana to activate a skill or any type of enchanted item? I think so. The boy was a villager with the only skill Roland could see being farming, which was a passive skill. Luckily, he had at least activated some type of magical device in the past, and had just enough mana to use the card-sized runic scrolls that Roland had made. Good, these are magical scrolls. Use these to protect yourself. If you look at the back, they have drawings of what they do and explanations on how to use them. I want you to go hide in that building over there and wait until I come out with your friends. Only use them if you get into trouble, do you understand? Why, yes, sir. The young man nodded and seemed to have accepted the fact that he was getting some help. Now it was up to Roland to do his best superhero impression and go save the children. He wished to do everything quietly as the thugs here didn't seem too strong. However, he needed to account for the possibility of things going wrong. With a plan in mind and his resolve set, Roland ventured into the abandoned building. He kept his eye on the boy to see if he followed his advice, and he did. At first glance, this place didn't look that off, but Roland knew there was a secret passage somewhere. Didn't take him long to discover an out-of-place sculpture next to a thick wall. This was his way inside. There seemed to be some sort of mechanism in place to open the hidden door. The two guards had no keys, so Roland assumed that some type of switch or lever had to be nearby. After a few glances, he discovered one of the bricks was a bit different, and after a small push, something was activated. With a soft click, the wall shifted, revealing a narrow staircase leading down into darkness. Here I go. After taking a deep breath, Roland descended the staircase, his senses on high alert. The air grew colder as he went deeper underground, and the faint sound of voices echoed in the distance. He made sure to cancel out the sounds around the shifting door in hopes of sneaking up on his next two victims. This is so boring, yeah. Wished they would let us drink some booze. Two armored men were leaning against the brick walls with torchlight flickering nearby. Suddenly, the torches started going out, dimming the room. Then, out of nowhere, a strange black fog engulfed the entire area, blocking out the remaining light. The two men were stunned, but before they could shout for help, they found themselves unable to breathe. The dark vapor entered through their mouths, causing them to cough before collapsing to the floor. Soon, the darkness subsided, and Roland emerged from the shadows. This is a good opportunity to test out some new runes. This dark miasma is quite potent in these closed spaces, but could cause some collateral damage. Roland took a moment to observe the effects of his new runes. The dark mist he had conjured was effective in incapacitating the guards and also left them with a poisoned effect. Even if they woke up afterward, they would be unable to do anything for a while. Before him was a large metal door, this one without a hidden mechanism to open it. Slowly, he pushed one side open and peeked inside, where he saw a long corridor potentially housing his targets. This was likely the main dungeon where the abducted people were taken, and the entrance Roland found was just one of several ways inside. Other tunnels likely led to similar entrances, potentially guarded by more personnel who would intervene if anything happened. The lack of traps indicated that these captors weren't expecting any successful escape attempts. There was a notable absence of any individuals possessing combat classes among the captives, which may have contributed to the lack of security measures. I'll just remove the poisonous effect and take it from there. Roland swiftly adjusted his runic spell to suit the situation. Inside, he found nearly 30 people, making it challenging to locate the 4 orphans he sought, especially since he hadn't included them in his mana fingerprint database. However, one person present was within his database, one that could complicate matters. Just like previously, the dark fog entered the dungeon through the door and extinguished the torches that were lighting it up. Once anything was swallowed up, all sound ceased and the few guards within were left in a state of confusion. Once everything was devoured by the darkness, Roland took advantage of the chaos he created. The captives started panicking, but the altered spell would not harm them. Roland moved swiftly, his steps silent as he navigated through the darkened corridor. His enhanced vision allowed him to see clearly despite the lack of light. He didn't really need to approach any of the guards, as his runic spells did all the work for him. There were no screams, but only confusion as the guards ended up slamming into the walls and being choked out by invisible hands. It only took him a few moments, but everyone had been disabled, and the curtain of darkness could be now dispersed. The prisoners had mixed expressions on their faces as they saw that black smokescreen clearing up. Some looked curious, others were frightened, uncertain of what this third-party person wanted here or what was happening. Roland looked around calmly as he could now see every captured person and noticed one thing. All of them were either somewhat attractive or young, and he didn't want to think about why. Silence enveloped the area as Roland's imposing figure was unveiled. Numerous cells lined the chamber, each constructed from simple steel, offering little resistance to those with higher-tier combat classes. The occupants of the cells began to retreat as Roland surveyed the area. His gaze eventually settled on one cell where he spotted a child, the same girl who had narrowly escaped the clutches of the lone collectors. Beside her were the other children he needed to rescue, along with an unexpected addition, a pink-haired woman with slightly elongated ears. "Why you? Did you come to rescue me? Please help me." It was the young woman he rescued from the carriage. It appeared that she had been dragged here and placed into one of the cells. While he didn't reveal his face, his aura was the same. Even when his robe changed colors and was longer than before, it couldn't hide the fact that it had a mighty mage underneath. The young woman was quite frantic to get out, and he wondered why her brother-in-law wanted to take her here. "Listen up, because I'm not going to repeat myself." Before she could scream at him anymore, he decided to set a few ground rules. There were far too many people here for him to handle or rescue. At most, he could lead all of them out through the way he came in. From there, he wished to bid them farewell, but after looking at some of them, he decided to offer everyone a choice. This was not something that he had planned, but some of the people here looked like they would not last for long. The children he was rescuing weren't the only ones in danger. There were others who might fall back into the hands of the slave traders. The adults, like the woman with pink hair, could at least seek safety with their families or the guards searching for them. The rest could join him, and he would see through what he had begun, as they were now his responsibility. Roland could sense the fear lingering in the air, mingled with a glimmer of hope at the prospect of freedom. The cells were locked, but he could easily tear them apart. But before that happened, he needed to prepare this place for their escape. From within his spatial space, he took out circular orbs covered in runes and began sticking them to some of the walls. For their escape, they needed a distraction, and this would produce quite the spectacle once they left. The location was cramped, with only a handful of vacant rooms likely used by the guards, making it convenient to set the charges and proceed with freeing the prisoners. As the bars began to bend without any visible force acting upon them, everyone watched in astonishment. "Let's go," he called out in a calm tone, but the people remained hesitant to move. Fortunately, two groups here were familiar with him. The half-elven woman approached his side first, followed by the four children who likely recognized him by now. "Everyone, be calm. This sir isn't our enemy. We can trust his words." After some encouragement, the group finally decided to trust him. Roland led them back through the darkened corridor to the entrance he had used. Their footsteps made no sound, and the rescued captives stuck close together while still wary of their strange savior. Roland remained focused on his task and scanned the area for potential threats, but fortunately, none of the guards stationed outside had noticed anything amiss. Soon, he led them to the dungeon door and waited patiently as everyone ascended while making sure they all made it through safely. Once they were all clear, he quickly placed a few runic charges on the walls and followed them out. The stairs led them up to the secret passage he stepped through, and finally they were out. "We are really outside. Hey, stop, you're going out of the spell's range." Despite his shouts, the people didn't heed his warnings. As soon as they caught sight of the outside, a large proportion of them started running. This reaction was somewhat anticipated, yet he had hoped they would exercise more caution. Now he feared their noise would alert other hidden sentries nearby, which left him with little time to escape and keep the young ones safe. It's plan B then, or perhaps even plan C, just great. I would like to officially inform all my readers that I have started writing a new story called Heavy Metal, a monster evolution lit RPG. I would like to officially inform all my readers that I have started writing a new story called Heavy Metal, a monster evolution lit RPG. Master Alphonse, would you like to have some more of the vine? Your glass seems to be empty. If thou art compelled, it would indeed be a squander to decline. Quite. Albert Abrams's smile brightened as he snapped his fingers. From the side, a stunning woman with an elven-like appearance moved gracefully to carry out his order. She poured the red wine into the seemingly nobleman's glass, her movements fluid and elegant. Her long red hair shimmered under the candlelight, and her partially elongated ears hinted at a mixed heritage. The man sat in an expensive-looking chair, his attire more militaristic than regal, yet he exuded authority and confidence in his posture and demeanor. As he took a sip from the large wine glass, those around him dared not speak. Besides the beautiful woman and Aubert, various other lovely ladies waited nearby, all with lowered heads, seemingly fearful of catching Alphonse's gaze. "Pray, where hath we left off?" "Ah, yea, we were conversing upon the recent advancements in our modest enterprise. I trust thou hast successfully procured the cargo. Of course, Master Alphonse, everything is proceeding according to plan. The the shipment is ready for shipping, and we have prepared everything just as before. Most splendid. I shall entrust my men with its safeguarding, as is customary. However, there is a matter I yearn to ascertain." "Ah, what is Master Alphonse? Pray, do allow me to address the recent commotion concerning the young lady hailing from the Albumond merchant family. I've been privy to some disquieting tidings. Might this pose an inconvenience? An inconvenience? No, everything will be fine, she won't be a problem. She may have chosen my fool of a brother, but if she is not there to be wed, then my position as the heir will not be impeded." Aubert replied in a confident tone before this important guest. The man was part of the Valerian house, directly under Theodore Valerian, the individual who could alter Aubert's destiny. Everyone knew he was one of the main candidates for the duke position. Despite the forbidden nature of their endeavors, so long as their illegal slave trade remained undetected, the profits gained would enrich the coffers of this noble figure. It was an investment in the future. If the man ascended to the position of duke, their merchant family would attain unprecedented heights. Splendid. The knight commander nodded, and everything seemed fine. Aubert could already envision himself atop the world, with riches rivaling royalty. However, his excitement didn't last long, as a knock echoed against the door to the private chamber. Instantly, he sensed that something had gone wrong, as his people would not have disturbed this important meeting otherwise. "What is it? How dare you interrupt us?" He responded to the knock with a commanding tone. The door creaked open, revealing a panicked subordinate who swiftly entered the room. It was a lone man who resembled a butler, and he promptly reacted to Aubert's nod. He knew speaking out in front of the guest wouldn't be wise. Instead, he approached his master and whispered into Aubert's ear, his expression tense with urgency. Master Aubert, there has been an intrusion at one of the locations." Aubert's heart sank at the news. Intrusion meant trouble, and trouble was the last thing he needed, especially during such a crucial meeting. To his surprise, before the man could continue with the report, the man Alphonse spoke out instead. "Pray tell, what manner of incursion do you speak of?" Alphonse was a Tier 3 class holder and a superhuman compared to the people gathered here. It wasn't surprising that he was able to hear the news, and it seemed that he wasn't too pleased about this revelation. "It's nothing that you should worry about, Master Alphonse. My people will take care of you, indeed. Nonetheless, I am inclined to request enlightenment on this matter, as it pertains to our collaborative endeavor, for which I bear accountability." The knight commander put the large wine glass away, and his demeanor changed. The atmosphere in the room shifted as Alphonse's gaze bore into Aubert with an intensity that made him shudder. Aubert knew he couldn't brush off the intrusion lightly, especially not in front of someone as influential and powerful as Knight Alphonse. "Master Alphonse, I assure you, it's just a minor hiccup, a few meddling fools trying to disrupt our operations. Rest assured, my men are dealing with it as we speak." Aubert attempted to downplay the situation, hoping to alleviate Alphonse's concerns. However, the knight commander didn't seem convinced, and his piercing gaze remained fixed on Aubert. "Be that as it may, kindly instruct your attendant to recount the events that partook." The subordinate hesitated for a moment, glancing nervously between Aubert and the imposing figure of Knight Alphonse. Only after the man that paid his wages gave him another nod did he begin recounting the events that transpired a few moments ago. Roland tried not to sigh as he watched more than half of the prisoners escape the moment they made their way out of the underground prison. They scattered in all directions, clearly lacking trust in their savior clad in darkened armor. With a shake of his head, Roland quickly shifted his focus back to the group that remained with him. It consisted of the 4 children that he had promised to save, the pink-haired woman, and a few other random people who seemed confused. Roland knew he had to act quickly to get them to safety before the guards realized what had happened below. It's just a matter of time before someone gets seen or caught. Then this whole place will be crawling with thugs, or even worse, city guards. There was a big possibility that someone influential in this city was pulling the strings from the shadows. While the merchant family was involved, they could potentially be merely scapegoats, with the true mastermind hiding elsewhere. Roland speculated that it was possible this operation was backed by the Thieves' Guild, or even worse, by the nobles residing in the city. Although this type of slavery was forbidden, many individuals in power were willing to turn a blind eye as long as significant profits were at stake. The one that owns this land is that guy. I need to get out of here now, but what should I do with her and the others? The people present were clearly non-combatants. Most of those who had been in the underground dungeon were half-elves. Sun elves and moon elves were renowned for their beauty, but they were unsuitable as slaves. Even when convicted of crimes, the kingdom had agreements with other nations. They sent them back to the lands of their origins instead, where they would be punished. However, half-breeds were often scorned. The elves appeared indifferent to their fate. Despite being only half-elves, they still retained much of their allure, making them a sought-after commodity in the slave markets. I need to go too, Sir Mage. You have my gratitude, but wait. The woman that he had rescued wanted to leave as well. She saw the others running and wished to follow. I understand your desire to leave, and I won't stop you, but there are a few things you should know. That brother-in-law of yours is probably responsible for all of this. Albert, I should have known that it was him. I bet you didn't, but his men are spread out through the city. If you run into any of them, then you'll end up in another jail cell. But what should I do? The young woman looked up to him with pleading eyes. Roland hesitated as he didn't want to involve himself in this any more than necessary. However, he recognized that the girl would likely be safe if she managed to return to her fiancé or one of the loyal guards. With so many people now loose, it was a prime opportunity for her to make her escape, and with his assistance, it would be possible. Here, take this. This is a concealment scroll. Once activated, no one will be able to see you. He handed her 3 small runic card scrolls which he had previously prepared for his trip. The woman took it hesitantly, her eyes widening in surprise at the magical gift. She exclaimed with a hint of gratitude in her voice. It seemed that she understood how to use the magical device. Use it wisely and make your way back to safety. Try to avoid any confrontations and stick to the shadows. The magical effect will only work for 5 minutes, so use it wisely. With a final nod, the woman turned and disappeared into the darkness. The scroll was activated and concealed her from sight. Roland watched her go, hoping she would find her way to safety amidst the chaos of this night. That's one down. Now what about the rest? He was left with a group of children, the oldest probably at the same age of the young man he left behind outside. They were now his responsibility, and to continue with the plan, he needed to rendezvous with Vico. However, before this could happen, a magical explosion echoed in the place he was trying to take these kids to, and it prompted him to sprint in the direction of those sounds. Shit, did he get attacked by someone? The young man had been given a few scroll cards to defend himself. Roland had hoped that Vico would simply hide somewhere until everything was clear, but perhaps once the captured people dispersed, he also moved out of his hiding place. As Roland approached the building he was trying to reach, he noticed a commotion. A few guards stood in front of a charred person, one that seemingly received a bolt of electricity. It's Big Brother, he is in trouble. One of the children Roland had rescued shouted as their brother was being assaulted. 3 people were approaching him with weapons raised, but their attacks were ineffective as the weapons bounced away from the mana shield surrounding him. The young boy looked scared, his hands trembling as he dropped the rest of the scrolls on the ground and began to panic. Don't worry, I'll get him. Roland left the kids with a few reassuring words before he approached the 3 thugs. The building they occupied was more of a warehouse that housed a large carriage and the creature that pulled it. For some reason, it wasn't alerted by the commotion outside or inside, and the reason was probably the collar that it had around its neck. Hey, who are Wyag? One of the men turned around to notice Roland approaching them. Before he could do anything, he was flung up against the wall, and his allies quickly suffered the same fate. Their bodies slid down the wall, unconscious from the impact. Roland stood before them, his imposing figure shining from the runes under his cloak. The children's older brother lay on the ground, still recovering from the shock he received. Roland approached him and knelt down, checking for any signs of serious injury. Are you all right, sir? Why, yes. Good, get up, we have to go now. Help me get everyone into the wagon, we have to leave. Roland wanted to scold the youth for exposing himself unnecessarily to danger, but there was no time to waste. The place housed the slavers' wagon, used to transport their captives. It was large and well-armored, the perfect mode of transportation out of the city. Even the creature needed to pull it was there, likely hidden from sight. Everyone, why you are safe. While Roland attended to the creature, the children had a small reunion. The collar around its neck was enchanted, typically requiring a control device to operate. However, with his skills, Roland quickly attuned it to his runes, allowing him to give the creature simple commands, similar to a golem. With it under his control, the plan of escaping this place could commence. With the help of his mana hand spell, Roland managed to get the large lizard-like creature into a harness. Fortunately, he had seen a few of these slave wagons before, which made the task easier. Meanwhile, the children had a heartfelt reunion, and with a few convincing words from their eldest brother, they began making their way into the slaver's carriage. The other people, comprised of children between the ages of 12 and 10, followed suit. Some of the captives were still dazed by their ordeal, but they seemed to understand that they were being rescued. Before everyone was on board, Roland took out a few round objects from his spatial bag. He threw them into the distance, with one landing right next to the passed-out thugs. Once this was done, Roland climbed onto the driver's seat and used the reins to order the creature to move forward through the now open door leading outside. The creature obeyed Roland's commands, its massive form straining against the harness as it pulled the heavy carriage forward. They arrived outside the building and seemingly were clear to continue down the main street. He safely arrived on the main road, and while remaining vigilant, he guided the wagon with the escapees down it. With the help of his sound-canceling spell, he was somewhat able to maneuver through the night towards his last destination, one of the city gates. I hope this works. Otherwise, while inside the criminal's lair, he discovered documents and identification emblems in the form of rings. If his hunch was correct, it might be possible to escape through the gate without further conflict. If the nobility were involved with these slaves, then the guards should recognize the wagon he had borrowed. He only needed to present himself as a new slave trader, and perhaps they would allow him to exit through the front door. There was movement behind him, but with the aid of some spells, even the patrolling guards couldn't detect their passage through the dark streets. It's good that they don't have any lanterns, otherwise they would have spotted me by now. He kept a watchful eye on the surroundings, alert for any sign of pursuit or interference. The children inside the carriage remained silent, clearly fearful of their fate. As they approached the city gates, Roland could see the guards stationed there, their forms barely visible in the dim light. He slowed the wagon's pace, trying to appear inconspicuous as he prepared himself for whatever might come next. The guards at the gate were surprised at the wagon that seemingly appeared from nowhere and approached it warily. At first, they seemed hostile, but the moment they witnessed the slave emblem, along with the ring on his finger that he obviously showcased, they changed their tune. Was there one of them coming tonight? I thought it was supposed to be tomorrow. Don't ask stupid questions and let them through. Do you remember what happened to the last guy? Luck seemed to be on his side as the guards here were fearful of the men behind the slavers. The gates that had been closed began to open, and he could release the grip on his staff that he was hiding away on the side. As the gates opened, Roland breathed a sigh of relief. The plan had worked, and they were now on the verge of escaping the city. He moved the reins, and the creature moved forward, but the moment they entered the gate, an unexpected visitor appeared from behind. "Stop that wagon. Don't let them pass." A man on horseback was charging in their direction, unmistakably a knight. The crest on his armor identified him as belonging to the landowners, and the group Roland was attempting to avoid. His heart sank, but it was too late to retreat now. It was time to initiate his backup plan. It never goes smoothly, does it? Roland glanced at the display screen inside his armor. There, he could see all the runic charges he had previously planted in the criminal lair. Alongside them, he had positioned a few sensors to enable access from this distance. He had known that some people had already arrived there, but had hoped that they wouldn't reach this gate in time. After confirming the absence of innocent bystanders, he quickly activated all the bombs that were placed and heard the echoes of the explosion quickly after. The guards at the gate were caught off guard, their attention diverted by the sudden chaos erupting within the city. The explosions threw a massive fireball into the sky that illuminated the streets and shook the ground beneath them. Roland seized the opportunity and ordered the creature to move through the now closing gate. Its large form strained against the weight of the wagon, but it surged forward with impunity. "Stop!" The gate's safety feature was activated by one of the guards, but just as the iron grate was about to fall down, it suddenly stopped in place. It remained there while Roland and the wagon passed through, leaving the chaos and confusion of the city behind them. "Don't let them escape, you fools." The voice of the knight boomed from behind them and was accompanied by the sound of approaching hooves. The chase was on, and there was quite a way until he arrived home. I would like to officially inform all my readers that I have started writing a new story called Heavy Metal, a monster evolution lit RPG, sir. Speak forthwith. We found some men, they are still alive. Lead me thither, perchance they can clarify this perplexing circumstance. Alphonse's voice dripped with disappointment as he surveyed the unfolding situation. As one of the knight commanders serving under Lord Theodore Valerian, he understood the necessity of less than honorable undertakings if they furthered his lord's ambitions. On this day, his task was to ensure the secrecy and profitability of their underground slave trade partner in this city. Though he harbored no fondness for the merchant involved, he recognized the significance off the book's income the operation generated. In the cutthroat struggle for succession among the heirs, money was a vital weapon, and not all of it could be acquired through legitimate means or sponsors. Alexander Valerian, the current duke, remained silent until concrete evidence emerged and understood that every move was part of the ongoing war for power. He had gone through the same process, and all his children had heard rumors of some of his undertakings, some involving outright assassination. Alphonse followed the subordinate who was holding up a lantern. The area was now aglow with hand lanterns held by the mercenaries hired by the merchant leader, with his own men nearby on standby. He couldn't entirely rely on this man to keep things quiet. The young lady from the rival merchant group was meant to have been dealt with the day prior, but she had somehow survived and even managed to escape from this very location. To his knowledge, a powerful Tier 3 mage had appeared in the city, prompting him to intervene personally. As they approached the fallen men, Alphonse scrutinized them with a trained eye. The three thugs were battered and bruised, but still conscious. Their clothes were singed, and evidence of the magic was hanging in the air. It seemed plausible that this mage had been hired by someone, considering his previous interventions to save the young lady from the rival merchants. However, it was also conceivable that he belonged to a rival faction, aiming to disrupt their operation, an angle Alphonse needed to investigate further. Pray, do clarify what events have unfolded in this vicinity. What? The men were surprised, but almost instantly after, multiple explosions rocked the entire area. The force of the explosion sent shockwaves rippling through the ground, knocking down anyone and anything in their path. Debris flew through the air as flames erupted from the detonation points, casting an eerie glow over the chaos. Alphonse, propelled by instinct and years of combat experience, managed to evade the worst of the blasts and jump to a safe distance as the fiery blasts engulfed the area where he had just stood. As the smoke cleared and the echoes of the explosions faded, Alphonse rose to his feet, his eyes scanning the surroundings. His armor was scorched, and his cloak singed in several places, but otherwise he remained unharmed. The aftermath was quite devastating, with the ground having collapsed and the building he was just in reduced to rubble. The noise effectively woke up all the nearby residents, and quite a few of the mercenaries had been killed or injured. "Sir Alphonse, are you injured?" "I am unharmed." An armored man with the Valyrian emblem arrived soon after. He was his second in command and only answered to his orders. "Sir, should we check for survivors?" "Leave them be. Our immediate concern lies elsewhere. The perpetrator of this act cannot have ventured far. We seek a mage garbed in dark garbs, likely endeavoring to flee the city. Secure the city perimeter. Permit no one to depart." The knight commander issued his order, displaying his indifference towards the mercenaries. Quickly he donned his helmet, distinguished by a blue coma top, then pivoted on his heel. "Yes, sir, as you command." His subordinate saluted once more before darting off towards the other knights. Many of them lingered outside in the streets, ready to assemble at a moment's notice. The city was in turmoil, with shouts and cries echoing through the streets as residents and guards alike scrambled to make sense of the explosions. The one responsible for this disaster, however, was making his way through one of the city gates, his escape seen by some guards who could only watch. "There goes my cover, but at least I've managed to leave the city, and it should take them a while to assemble their forces to pursue me, but when they do they will eventually catch up." Roland breathed a sigh of relief as they passed through the city gates and entered the open road beyond. The chaos and confusion of the explosions had likely diverted attention away from their escape, at least for the time being. However, they were not out of danger yet, and the way this wagon was moving was concerning. It looked more like a train cart than a carriage. While it was robust, it was not created for speed. It required a large monster to pull it, and turning would also be a problem. He assumed that whoever would be after them would be on horseback and much faster. Eventually, they would catch up to them if they continued at this pace. Roland knew they needed to find a way to go around this problem, and there were a few choices. First choice, I drop off the kids somewhere and try luring away our pursuers. Probably not a good idea. Even the weakest monster they encounter will kill them. All there is no food here either, so letting them hide somewhere and then returning is also out of the question. What else can I do? Roland glanced back into the wagon where 10 individuals were resting. The farmer boy who asked him for help was trying to calm down his friends while also explaining to everyone that everything will be okay. The other 5 were of similar age as this group, and for some reason had trusted him with their lives. Discarding them now would be a betrayal of that trust, and Roland had already made a decision. If we can't split up, then only one choice remains, pushing through to the border. Some luck was on their side, as this settlement that they had left wasn't that far off from Albrook, and more importantly, the lands that were Arthur's territory. While in the past they were unable to halt Theodore's troops from trespassing, things had changed. If they gathered all of their soldiers and he was there to lead them, then this issue could be potentially resolved. With this in mind, the runes on his helmet lit up slightly as he tried reaching the most important person for this plan to work. Common pickup. He looked at a pulsating representation of his magical call not being answered and continued to wait. There were no phones in this world or culture built around them, so it was possible to wait hours for someone to answer, but luckily, after a few minutes he heard a familiar voice. "Roland, I've heard that you were returning. Are you nearby?" It was the voice of his favorite bastard son of the Duke, Arthur Valyrian. The two hadn't really talked in a month since Roland's departure, and he just sent him some text messages or pre-recorded voice lines to just confirm that he was still alive. "Not quite. I'll assume that if you're using my real name, you are somewhere private." "Yes, I'm in my private quarters. You were lucky that I was working late, but are you sure you're not somewhere close?" I need you to go through some of the city plans. I will when there is some time, but first, I need you to help me. I'm in some trouble, and I need you to assemble the soldiers from Albrook. Assemble them. What kind of trouble are you in, Roland? I'll explain later, but for now, I need you to gather as many soldiers as you can. I'm heading towards the western border of your territory, towards Albrook. From the western side. Isn't that in Theodore's region? Arthur paused for a moment, but it didn't take him too long to figure out why Roland mentioned the border and the soldiers. It is, I've got myself in some trouble. It does sound very well. I'll gather everyone up, but it could take a while. How many do you exactly need, and do they have to be combat ready? Roland was a bit surprised that Arthur didn't inquire about the situation more. It seemed that just asking was enough to make this young city lord move his troops. I'd say everyone that's available, the more the better, even the new trainees. When they get there, just wait at the edge and don't cross through the border. Tell them to wait for a large carriage, one that slave traders use. I see the numbers count and a slave carriage. That's peculiar, but I understood. I'll send out the orders immediately. Hold tight, Roland. Help is on the way. You sure do, my friend, and I hope you know what you are doing. I hope so, and there is one last thing. Relief washed over Roland as Arthur accepted his plea for assistance. The soldiers en route from Albrook weren't solely dispatched to aid him against his pursuers, they served more as a contingency plan. Perhaps trouble could still be averted if his adversaries were sluggish, but there was a reason behind his worries. The presence of the Valyrian knight near the city gate caught him off guard, and it indicated a potential threat that could be coming. All right, everyone, listen up. Roland's voice rang out, drawing the attention of the wagon's occupants, who quickly turned towards him. He could see the fear in some of their eyes, but luckily Vico was there to calm them down. The boy seemed to trust him for some reason, and this helped immensely. We have a long journey ahead of us, and it won't be an easy one, but I need you all to remain calm and trust me. We're going to make it through this together. I swear that I won't let any harm befall any of you. Our destination is to the east of here, near the city of Albrook. Some of the children didn't fully grasp his words, but at least they weren't crying. Roland spoke softly and slowly, hoping to reassure them and make his instructions clear. However, only time would tell if they would remain calm when trouble eventually arrived. With that, they continued their journey through the main road, which proved to be a bumpy ride. As they traveled along the winding roads, Roland kept watch for any signs of pursuit. The moon was starting to go down, and the night was starting to draw to a close. However, before dawn arrived, he noticed signs of trouble in the distance. There were several men on horses, with lanterns strapped to their mounts, clearly chasing after them. It has to be a scouting party. They were quite a bit away from them, but their speed was above theirs. Vico, the boy tasked with keeping the others calm, sensed that something was wrong. Roland's repeated glances into seemingly empty space did not go unnoticed. Sir, is everything all right? We might be in some trouble. Their pursuers persisted in their advance, the monstrous lizard unable to shake them off. The deteriorating condition of the road only worsened their situation and allowed the pursuers to steadily close the distance. Finally, Roland instructed the young man to take the reins while he ascended onto the wagon with his hammer staff. Using his magic, he unleashed a homing missile spell and successfully drove them back. Their pursuit had been stalled, but it was not over yet. That was only the scouting party. There are a lot more coming from behind. It was clear that more enemies were coming, and now that he was spotted, they had a proper target. The road he was going through was uneven, but it was the only way for this large wagon to follow. If he attempted to stray away from this path, they would only be slower, and their pursuers would catch up even faster. This left them in a predicament, as it was easy for their enemies to just follow the road. Can't use the forest to lose them. We'll just get stuck, but I can make it a lot harder for them to catch up, and I don't need to reveal my identity quite yet. Roland was likely a known figure among the Valyrian knights, making the use of his spider golems and revealing his runic armor a risky action. However, the major advantage of utilizing runes lay in their adaptability. They could mimic nearly every spell, including divine ones or those from other schools of magic. He spent time at the Institute learning various other types of magic, not only dimensional ones. Vico, are you all right? Yes, sir, leave it to me. The young farmer boy was surprisingly good at keeping the monster steady. It was as if he had some former training in the past, but this was not the time to ask for more questions. Roland took on his potion on top of the slaver wagon and started his plan of stalling their pursuers. There are a lot of them in the distance. A swarm of lanterns illuminated the night, each one marking the presence of a mounted knight. It was clear that he had been unlucky, as such a large battalion of knights was nearby. Not just anyone could command such a force, so he had to assume a knight commander was among them. Alongside, there were likely other Tier 3 class holders present. Even for Roland, these numbers would be too much to handle, so there was only one way for him and the kids to come out of this unscathed. He raised his staff and directed it towards the ground, causing the earth beneath to soften. From within his spatial space emerged an array of runic objects, some circular, others simple scrolls or metallic implements. Quickly they were scattered onto the softened ground, concealed from view. Once the approaching army passed over them, they would face a rude awakening. Placing runic mines from scrap metal wasn't his sole strategy, especially as this place was also populated by various other creatures. There was a reason merchants traveled with adventurer protection, and Roland intended to capitalize on it. With another wave of his staff, he conjured a pale ball of light that materialized and gently descended to the ground, even as the carriage pressed forward. Emitting a peculiar pulse, the pale light began to draw the attention of the monsters dwelling in these lands. Some of the more aggressive creatures detected the monster beaconing spell emitted by the strange orb. While it didn't affect all of them, those drawn out could serve as a brief distraction. Though natural monsters lacked the relentless drive of dungeon creatures, certain types were known to pose a threat even to fully armored charging knights. Soon, the charging battalion reached the first roadblock, and Roland could hear some explosions echoing from the distance. It was like music to his ears as he heard the continuous explosions which indicated a successful delay in their pursuers' progress. However, he couldn't afford to become complacent. He continued to lay down traps and obstacles, utilizing his knowledge of magic and the terrain to his advantage. As the chaos ensued behind them, the sounds of hooves continued to intensify, and the monster howls were dying down. His pursuers were slowly gaining on them, but he was unwilling to stop. Children inside the wagon were surprisingly calm, and Vico continued to steer the lizard in the right direction. As hours passed, Roland found himself forced to resume casting. This time he conjured delayed magic arrows that hovered in midair. Once an enemy was in range, they would spring into action. However, their success was short-lived. The knights skillfully used their shields for defense, and even targeting their mounts failed to slow their advance. Time was clearly running out, and his options were dwindling. Would they reach their territory in time, or would their relentless pursuer catch up? I would like to officially inform all my readers that I have started writing a new story called Heavy Metal, a monster evolution lit RPG. Sir, what is it now? This creature, I don't think it will last for much longer. It's been running for almost a whole day. Roland concentrated on the soldiers gaining ground behind them, casting spells and setting traps along their path. Despite his efforts to create distance, the pursuers consistently closed in. The primary obstacle was their wagon's speed. The lizard creature pulling it simply wasn't fast enough. It was good at maintaining a steady pace, but pushing it beyond that taxed its endurance. Roland cursed under his breath, realizing that eventually the mounted knights would catch up to them. He needed to think of something and needed to do it fast. Keep it steady, Vico. Why, yes, sir. The boy nodded, but it was clear that he was starting to panic. At first, it appeared that his spells were effective, but the relentless pursuit began to wear him down. As the soldiers spread out to the sides, they became much more difficult to handle. The traps had a limited area of effect, as did his spells. It felt akin to battling a hydra. For every obstacle he managed to overcome, two more emerged to take its place. My mana reserves are running low. Using so many spells is too taxing, and even the runes on this armor are starting to burn into the mithril. What can I do? To aid in his decision-making, Roland brought up the map of the area while simultaneously scanning the surroundings with his own eyes. He knew they weren't far from his territory, but at their current pace, they would need more time. By his calculations, the enemy soldiers would likely catch up to them in around 30 minutes, potentially surrounding them once they did. They faced a steep hillside, with the road beginning to incline. Roland speculated that some of the knights may have maneuvered around the hill and were possibly lying in wait on the other side. Reaching the summit could mean being trapped between the two forces. While there was a chance to break through, it was risky. The wagon could falter, and once their momentum was stopped, they would be easy pickings for their pursuers. This isn't that far. If I could just go in a straight line and avoid the soldiers on the other side, then it could be possible. His mind raced at a superhuman rate as he made all the calculations. The plan formed in his head, and there was one way of them reaching the end of the road in one fell swoop. It was a problematic strategy, but after examining the wagon they were in, he was inclined to believe that it could work. This wagon was made from mostly metal to hold the slaves inside. It should theoretically last through the spell. At that moment, Roland stood atop the wagon, gripping his staff tightly in his right hand. The wagon boasted a somewhat rectangular shape, its roof arching overhead, creating a faint oval surface upon which he could stand or walk. It reminded him faintly of a train cart from his old world, and it seemed sturdy enough for what he was about to attempt. I'll probably need to use the shield as the conduit and a few of the golems, but it should work. Vico, hold it steady like before. Don't worry about the beast. We won't need it for much longer. When you are close to the top, tell me. Okay, sir. After a brief moment of deliberation, Roland made his decision. Vico, who still held the reins to the exhausted lizard beast, simply nodded in response. Though the boy appeared confused by Roland's statement, he seemed to trust in his judgment. Meanwhile, the other kids remained huddled inside the slave cart, occasionally peering out of small holes meant to allow some fresh air into the stuffy interior. A precaution probably only there to keep the captured people from suffocating. Let's get to work. I only have around half an hour to do this. First, Roland activated the enchantments on his robe, causing it to retract onto itself. The magic allowed it to transform into a belt and in turn revealed his fully armored form. Though he was reluctant to be seen like this by Theodore's men, inside the cart, he was shielded from unwelcome gazes. The children, however, could now see him clearly, and their young eyes were captivated by the glowing runes and magic before them. Step back a bit, it will get warm in here for a moment, but bear with it. After holding his fingers together, Roland conjured something akin to a controlled blowtorch. Despite his efforts to shield the area, some heat still seeped through, but the children remained undeterred, their eyes fixed on him as he melted the corners of his shield into the floor. Once complete, the shield was fully connected to the lesser steel of the wagon, forming the central platform for his plan. Roland pressed on with his task, retrieving a spare runic hammer that would aid him in inscribing everything with traces. With time ticking away, he wasted no time in swiftly moving around the cart, hammering key areas. With each swing, he created more trace routes for the runes that needed to cover the entire structure of the cart for his plan to work. As Roland meticulously inscribed the runes onto the wagon's surface, he could feel the pressure mounting. Time was ticking away, and the enemy soldiers were drawing closer with each passing moment. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he worked with unmatched focus. The children watched in awe as the intricate patterns of the runes began to take shape, their young minds unable to comprehend the full extent of Roland's magical prowess. To them, he seemed like an archmage from the tales they had heard, who wielded powers beyond their wildest imaginations. After the last runic trace was forced into place, Roland took a step back to survey his handiwork. The wagon was now adorned with a complex network of runic traces that connected to the shield in the middle. It wasn't his best work, nor would the metal hold for long, but this would have to do. He nodded in satisfaction, and it was just in time as Vico called out to him. "Sir, we're almost at the top, and we are slowing down. That's fine. You did well, Vico. Now go back inside, I'll take it from here." The boy looked quite exhausted as he was forced to stay up all night. As Vico retreated into the wagon, Roland let the robe expand over his body once more. With his runic armor covered again, he moved to the coachman's seat. There he was able to see that his assumption was correct, and they were indeed facing a large group of knights. They were positioned at the foot of the hill, and their leader stood out by wearing a distinctive helmet adorned with a large comb. "It's that commander I've met. This explains why they were able to organize so quickly. I guess, this is it. I really hope this thing lasts through it, otherwise this might get bloody." Roland did not wish to face these people out on the field. While they only numbered in the 30s, killing brought him no joy. Moreover, even if he managed to defeat them all, the reinforcements approaching from behind would likely catch up, potentially exposing his true identity and causing trouble for Arthur. Nevertheless, Roland remained determined not to give up. He held on to the belief that his contraption would ultimately lead him back home. "Everyone hold on to something and don't let go. This might get a bit bumpy. Sir Alphonse, we can see the wagon. It's coming down the hill. Prepare yourselves. Ready the shielding artifacts at once." A group of armored men stood at the foot of the hill, their eyes fixed on the descending wagon. It was clear to them that the beast that was pulling it was starting to slow down, as it was even being pushed by the momentum of the cart as it descended. They were dealing with a powerful mage that had been evading their pursuit for more than a day. However, this would be where they corner this criminal. First off, a line of 10 men spread out, each one holding a shield enchanted to block spells. They understood that they were facing a spellcaster, and in such situations, magic was best countered with more magic. They speculated that their enemy was likely reaching the end of their mana pool. Casting spells for an extended period and continuously consuming mana potions would inevitably lead to toxicity backlash. Alphonse was well aware of this and awaited the opportune moment to strike. Behind the group of shield-bearers, another 10 mounted knights stood, armed with hand crossbows. This was a new, specialized weapon capable of firing 2 bolts simultaneously. Enchanted to turn their ammunition into explosives upon collision, these crossbows were a large addition to their arsenal. Additionally, the mounted archers also carried longbows, ready to be employed once the crossbows were depleted. Then in the third row stood the knight commander Alphonse himself, his imposing figure clad in ornate armor, adorned with the sigil of House Valerian. Alphonse stood with his most trusted men, ready to engage the mage in melee combat once the wagon was brought to a halt. Their objective was not to negotiate or seek explanations, rather, they were there to silence him and ensure that no one ever knew of this encounter. "Sir, what seems to be the matter? Something is happening. I pray, elaborate on your statement. Speak clearly." Suddenly, a knight peering through a spyglass caught sight of something peculiar. He struggled to articulate what he saw to the knight commander, but eventually answered the question. "Sir, the wagon, it seems to be rising. It is ascending." Didn't make sense to him, but he couldn't ignore the word of this knight, as he knew that none of them would ever lie to him. Instead, he moved his horse forward to see with his own eyes if this wagon was indeed rising or if it was just tumbling down the hill. As Alphonse approached, his eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. The wagon, instead of hurtling down the hillside as expected, was indeed rising into the air. It defied all logic and expectation, leaving the knight commander momentarily stunned. The man quickly recovered and started shouting out orders to his men, "Ready yourselves. It appears to be a levitation spell, likely of temporary duration. The mage must be in dire straits." Alphonse's voice rang out, commanding authority and instilling confidence in his men. They swiftly adjusted their positions, readying themselves for whatever was to come. The shield-bearers tightened their grips on their enchanted shields, while the mounted knights readied their crossbows and longbows, aiming at the airborne wagon. The knight commander observed a figure. A lone man stood at the front. With a raised hand, the man conjured a blade made of blue flames, its intense heat unmistakable even from a distance. With precision, he brought the blade down, severing the connections between the wagon and the beast pulling it. As the wagon started soaring, the lizard creature was momentarily dragged upward. However, once the connections were cut, the beast fell down to the ground where it now rested. Their target, on the other hand, now liberated from its restraints, started to soar at an increased pace. Initially, it appeared that the increase in speed wouldn't be much. A levitation spell merely removed the weight but didn't provide any additional forward momentum. Alphonse anticipated that the wagon wouldn't move much faster than its current pace, which wasn't much more than before. He presumed their enemy was attempting to gain some distance, possibly with the intention of crashing the wagon and making an escape. However, Alphonse soon realized this was not the case. It continued to rise into the air and increase in speed. To make things worse, the mage that was in the front produced a strange spell. A dense gray mist enveloped the flying cart, concealing it entirely beneath a cloud-like veil. The magical cloud's size far exceeded that of the wagon and was clearly there to hide it from view. Alphonse quickly turned to his men and gave an order. It seemed that their target was going to push through. Before it could go past them, it needed to be shot down. "What on earth are you all waiting for, you imbeciles? Utilize your crossbows post-haste and bring it down." The mounted knights immediately obeyed their commander's command, raising their hand crossbows and taking aim at the obscured wagon. With expert precision, they fired their enchanted bolts toward the moving target, hoping to bring it crashing down to the ground. The bolts streaked through the air and approached the strange mist cloud before exploding inside of it. At first, it seemed that the target had been hit, but to their surprise, the cloud continued to streak through the air, its speed continuously increasing as if it was unaffected. The cloud persisted in its forward movement, unaffected by the barrage of enchanted bolts unleashed by Alphonse's men. Despite the sound of multiple magical collisions, it showed no signs of slowing down. Soon the knights prepared for another volley which, after being fired, was intercepted by a large shower of bolts of mana. These bolts homed in on each projectile with uncanny accuracy, colliding with them and triggering premature magical explosions. "Yes, sir, what do we do now?" one of the knights asked as the cloud containing the wagon streaked through the sky. They were not out of their range, and their speed continued to increase. Alphonse gritted his teeth, his mind racing as he watched the scene unfold before him. Their target was getting away at a rapid pace that exceeded the capabilities of their horses, but in his mind it was not over. "We gave chase. One of you shall remain and apprise the remainder of our company of our current location. But sir, if we continue any much further, then we will arrive in the territory of the other lord. I am cognizant of that fact, however. It holds no significance. The scoundrel is inconsequential. Let us depart ere he becomes aware of our presence." "Yes, sir," Alphonse urged his mount forward, leading his men in a swift pursuit of the airborne wagon that was rocketing into the distance. He knew that time was of the essence. If they allowed the mage to reach the territory of another lord, it would complicate matters greatly. While he didn't fear the man known as Arthur Valerian, he knew that his knight commander was strong. Their priority was to apprehend the rogue mage and to bring him back into their territory. As long as they weren't caught red-handed, the other party would be powerless to intervene. The pursuit continued, but unbeknownst to Alphonse, the young Valerian noble whom he had no respect for wasn't far away. A battalion of well over 100 armored soldiers was not far from here, and more seemed to be coming. They were all gathering at one specific location, which was on the path between Aldbourne and Albrook. "Lord Arthur, are you sure this is the correct spot? This should be it. We just need to wait and Wayland will arrive. He even gave me the map location. The coordinates should be correct." A man adorned in fashionable armor, distinguished by his silvery white hair, sat astride a regal-looking steed. Beside him stood a woman, standing firmly on her own 2 feet. Her most striking feature was her feline ears, which set her apart amidst the armored soldiers and knights. Despite her unusual appearance, she held an air of importance, evident in her ability to converse with their leader. Not long after, the two were alerted to something approaching from a distance. A strange blazing inferno hurtled toward them, streaking like a star from the direction their ally was supposed to arrive. The man named Arthur squinted with his eyes as he tried to ascertain what this thing was. Is that the fabled meteor spell? Lord Arthur, it's coming right for us. Spread out. Take cover behind the rocks and trees, protect yourselves. Their leader shouted at his soldiers and knights, quickly telling everyone to take cover. The meteor was hurling right for them, and if it was really the fabled spell of old, then the explosion would be devastating. Damn, it's barely holding together, but we're not far from the meeting spot. Ah, we are going to die. Roland's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the shouts of one of the children as the space around them began to unravel, causing the metallic wagon to tremble violently. After he had inscribed runes around them, the cart turned into an impromptu flying ship. His cube golems were used as propulsion, and hidden within a magical mist he had conjured up to hide them. During their escape, they sustained several hits, which Roland countered by erecting a magical shield around them. However, the strain of maintaining the flying construct took its toll, resulting in more damage than he anticipated. Nonetheless, they continued flying until the runes began melting through the steel chassis. Now surrounded by flames, Roland urged the children to huddle around the tower shield he had melted to the ground. No one is going to die, just gather around me, I promise you, no one will die. Roland shouted over the roar of the flames and the creaking of the metal. He focused his remaining mana into a large spherical mana shield. It enveloped the shield he was kneeling on along with the children that huddled around him. The runic structures have deteriorated too much. I can't control the flight path anymore, and the levitation spell is coming undone. The landing will be rough. Without voicing his concerns to the group, Roland remained focused on maintaining his concentration. After over a day of being chased, he had depleted most of his mana and was suffering from a headache induced by mana potion consumption. Fortunately, his skills allowed him to persevere through the pain. Before long, the mana solidified around them, forming a thick sphere of watery energy that enveloped them all. As they approached the earth, Roland braced himself for impact. The sphere of mana surrounding them absorbed much of the shock, but even so, the landing was rough. The wagon crashed down with a deafening roar, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. The metal groaned and protested under the strain, and eventually burst into a ball of flames around them. Once the dust settled, the children opened their eyes. They found themselves suspended in midair, surrounded by a watery shield that promptly dissipated. After ignoring the sensation of wetness, they turned their attention to the wreckage of the wagon they had just been in. They realized that during the descent, Roland had reactivated the levitation capabilities of his shield and safeguarded them from the impact. Is everyone all right? He asked the children, his voice hoarse from all the accumulated exhaustion. They nodded in response, and soon felt themselves descending toward the ground. However, the landing was abrupt, and they experienced a gentle bump as they touched down. Though their savior attempted to land more slowly, it was evident that he was nearing the limits of his power. Soon, their eyes fell upon a group of armored men bearing the same crest as their pursuers. The children were startled by their sudden appearance, but Roland remained composed. He recognized their leader, someone he knew well. As the armored men approached, they too recognized Roland and quickly saluted him, who was their knight commander. That was quite the entrance, Sir Wayland. Good to see you, Lord Arthur. Roland stood up straight and quickly performed a knightly salute to Arthur, who to everyone gathered here was his lord. While he wanted to do nothing more than to get all of this behind him, there was still more left to do in this little scheme he cooked up. I'm glad to see you also, and almost in one piece. However, we will catch up later. We have made the appropriate preparations. Arthur winked at Roland before glancing to the side, where a robed man stood, roughly Roland's height. Beneath the darkened robes, he wore armor similar to Roland's, giving him a striking resemblance to the individuals their pursuers were after. Now that he was among his allies, he could rearrange his robe to take on the form of a cape, adorned with a Valyrian crest on the back. Hey Wayland, what is this all about? Care to explain? Hey, give him some space, you big idiot. Can't you see that he is tired? Hey, why did you kick me? Two familiar voices sounded out from the distance, and they belonged to his brother-in-law and his younger sister. Both Armand and Lobelia had gathered along with Sir Gareth and Morian. Lobelia was on horseback, while it seemed that Armand had used his own body to keep up with the mounted soldiers. All of them were now Tier 3 class holders, and were just the backup he needed. Roland let out a weary chuckle as he spotted those two approach. Despite the dire circumstances, their presence brought him a sense of relief. He took a moment to compose himself before addressing them. Armand, Lobelia, it's good to see you both. I'll explain everything, but first, let's get this over with. Troops from Aldbourne are approaching, and we need to deal with them first. Aldbourne, that shithole, Armand commented before receiving another kick to the shoulder from Lobelia. It was rather odd to see her kicking a man from horseback, but at least the sight brought the tension down. The soldiers didn't voice their opinions, but they wore strange expressions on their faces, clearly unused to seeing people behave in such a way around nobility. How dare you behave in such a way in front of the Lord? Haha, it's fine, Mary, it's quite entertaining. Roland looked at the group that was assembled and wasn't sure what to think. Arthur seemed to be taking things quite lightly, but considering that he now had a proper Tier 3 entourage, he couldn't blame him. While his own horse was being prepared, he took a bit of time to look at Gareth and Morian, who were now a force to be reckoned with. Name: Gareth Estastill L153. Classes T3 Sword Champion L3T2, Advanced Sword Knight L50T2, Sword Knight L50T1 Squire L25T1 Warrior L25. Name: Morian Hartman L152. Classes T3 Spear Champion L2T2, Advanced Spear Knight L50T2, Spear Knight L50T1 Squire L25T1 Warrior L25. Vico, don't worry. You can trust these people. Go with them until we deal with those people that were after us. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Time was of the essence, and he needed to play the role until the very end. Vico was on his side, so he didn't need any convincing. With his help, the other kids moved with some of the soldiers who were tasked with bringing them to a safe location. Troops of an opposing Valyrian brother were approaching, and this place was far from safe. As the soldiers escorted the children to safety, Roland and his allies prepared themselves for the impending confrontation with the troops from Aldbourne. They positioned themselves strategically, taking advantage of the natural terrain to maximize their defensive capabilities. Their numbers were high and probably exceeded Theodore's troops. Their goal was to scare them off and not to engage, but things didn't always go as planned. Sir Wayland, your friends are approaching. Did you have anything in mind for this event? My lord, it would be best to keep them from entering your territory. It would showcase your strength and send a message to you, brother. Dear Theo won't like this. Roland was now situated on his horse, right behind Arthur. His two knights didn't fully trust him yet, and the same went for Mary, who was responsible for their information network. Their leader appeared to be pondering this issue, his fists tightening around the reins he held. He might have been anxious about confronting the troops belonging to his brother, but if he wanted to be taken seriously, he needed to demonstrate that he would not back down from a fight. Very well, move the troops. If they dare to enter these lands, you are free to intercept them. Show them the might of House Valyrian. Arthur's voice carried authority as he gave the command, and Roland nodded in agreement. He relayed the orders to his men, who quickly sprang into action and right behind their commander. Theodore's troops that were pursuing them quickly arrived at this scene, and the comb of their knight commander became visible. The man was riding in the front and began to slow down the moment he saw the small army waiting for them. The border between Albrook and Aldbourne was marked by a rugged landscape of rolling hills and sparse vegetation. Nearby, dense patches of forest housed creatures that occasionally emerged to ambush merchants and travelers. Though the volcanic lands were fertile, the absence of farmlands was noticeable due to the persistent threat posed by the monsters. A rock formation delineated the boundary between Aldbourne and Theodore's lands, and their troops were assembled near it. Alphonse, one of Theodore's knight commanders, rode at the head of his troops. He had split off from them and appeared to be attempting a charge into enemy territory. However, upon realizing that he was facing a sizable force led by a fellow Valerian, he quickly brought himself to a halt. His steed trotted forward and stopped just short of crossing the border. Now he stood before Roland, surrounded by other knights with Arthur visible in the distance. Halt, you are attempting to trespass into the lands of Lord Arthur Valerian. Identify yourself. Alphonse straightened in his saddle, his gaze locking onto Roland with indignation. He recognized Roland's identity as the knight commander he had interacted with before. Luckily, he was not aware that he was the same man who took him on a wild goose chase and crashed the slaver's wagon. Sir Wayland, pray tell, how did you? The man was clearly shaken by the appearance of the enemy troops. When Emerson visited Albrook, they hadn't been able to resist even one Tier 3 class holder. Now, on the other hand, he could discern the presence of at least 5 other such individuals here, along with over 100 mounted troops. Behind them stood archers and foot soldiers armed with shields and spears, ready to mobilize at a moment's notice. State your business. Are you trying to attack the lands of our lord? Why have you brought your knights here? We do not take kindly to such threats. Are you trying to start a conflict? Roland knew that it was forbidden for the Duke candidates to engage in such extreme conflicts and battle it out on the fields. They were still nobles from the same house, and the Duke did not want to risk losing his troops to his son's disputes. The intention was for them to expand their influence without resorting to militarized conflict, or at most, only engaging in skirmishes under the guise of training exercises. However, Theodore's actions suggested otherwise, as his troops were invading his lands without going through the proper procedures. Sir Wayland, it doth appear a misconception hath arisen. We possess no inclination towards strife. Nay, our presence in this place is solely to ensure the protection of our lands and the welfare of our people. Alphonse replied quickly while also raising his hand up. This caused the men behind him to stop in their tracks and gather at a distance. It was clear that he didn't want to give Roland any excuses to attack him. At this moment, Alphonse found himself at a disadvantage, as most of his troops had not yet arrived. It would be impossible to prevail against hundreds of enemies with only 30 of his men, especially against someone who had defeated Emerson, a truly strong knight commander. Verily, I do assure thee, we harbored no intent to encroach upon thy lord's domain. Our sole aim was to conduct a vigilant patrol along the frontier, safeguarding the sanctity of our own estates. As thou art well aware, the locality hath witnessed a surge in the nefarious exploits of monsters and brigands in recent moons. We have diligently pursued one such miscreant. It doth appear that thou hast encountered this vagabond. Roland wasn't fond of the man's rhetoric, but it was evident he was attempting to buy time. He was at a large disadvantage, with only 30 men here and waiting for reinforcements. The pursuers weren't elite forces, and their numbers didn't surpass his own. It would be unwise for them to encroach on their lands unchecked, and Roland needed to ensure they understood they couldn't trespass at will. Yes, as you can see, we have apprehended a peculiar mage, and a strange flying carriage has crashed into our territory. It doth indeed appear thus. Permit me to remind thee that this scoundrel hails from the domain of Lord Theodore Valerian, and hath purloined goods from within his domain. I beseech thee, do the honorable deed and surrender them unto us, and we shall forthwith take our leave. Is that so? I refuse. Surely thou jest. Roland had anticipated this reaction, which is why he had instructed Arthur to prepare a body double. As they conversed, Alphonse caught sight of a figure in a dark robe being escorted away and placed into a carriage. It seemed he was being taken to Albrook for further interrogation, and his side would examine the wreckage, something Theodore's faction strongly opposed. It was evident they didn't want the captured children to divulge information about the kidnappings and the illicit slave trade, as it could lead to consequences even for their lord. I am quite serious. If you attempt to cross into our territory, I will not hesitate to defend it. As a knight commander of House Valerian, it is my duty to protect these lands and their inhabitants. Your accusations against this mage may be valid, but the matter will be settled within our jurisdiction. If you wish to pursue justice, I suggest you do so through proper channels. However, I must warn you that any attempt to enter our territory without our consent will be met with force. Alphonse's expression darkened at Roland's words, his hand twitching as if itching to draw his sword. He clearly didn't expect such firm resistance, especially from someone he had previously underestimated. It was a risky move, but Roland knew he had the advantage here. His troops outnumbered Alphonse's, and they also had the law on their side. In theory, whatever ended up in Arthur's territory was his to examine. Roland also knew they wouldn't divulge the truth about the wagon's purpose or its passengers, which meant that they had nothing to stand on. Sir Wayland, thou shalt regret thy insolence. You have nothing further to add, then leave. With a frustrated growl, Alphonse spurred his horse and turned back to his men, barking orders to regroup and return to Aldbourne. Though he seethed with anger, he knew better than to engage in a fruitless confrontation. The risk of provoking a conflict with Arthur Valerian was too great and would only risk the ire of his liege. He knew that he could just deny all the claims made by his enemies, and it was not worth risking his men's lives in a meaningless battle. As Alphonse and his men retreated, Roland breathed a sigh of relief. He had effectively thwarted any further confrontation from the man. Fortunately, Alphonse was intelligent enough to recognize that he wouldn't emerge victorious from this clash. Moreover, it would only reflect poorly on Theodore if his knight commander were to attack Arthur's troops while his brother was among them. Arthur's mere presence made it challenging for the knight commander to retaliate, and attempting to force their way in was futile given the presence of multiple Tier 3 class holders on their side. Yeah, tell them, Sir Wayland, such a knightly tone. I'm impressed. Shut up, you two. While gazing at the back of Alphonse's neatly combed helmet, Roland heard voices from behind. First came Armand with a quick one-liner, followed by Lobelia. After turning his head, he caught sight of Arthur attempting to suppress a laugh and Mary shaking her head. I want to go home. I would like to officially inform all my readers that I have started writing a new story called Heavy Metal, a Monster Evolution Lit RPG. Well, that went better than expected. For a moment I thought he was going to try something. That would be quite dumb if he did. Even if the rest of the troops arrived, their chances off winning were slim. More troops were coming. How many more were there? I'm not sure, it was hard to count, but probably around the same numbers we have here. Arthur looked at Roland with some concern in his eyes. I see. Well, we've sent a clear message today, and it's one that Theodore will have to reckon with. His knight couldn't act with me around, but that's something you probably anticipated, right? But I'm unsure if I like being used in such a way. I'm supposed to be the lord here. Roland knew that if this were a typical relationship and he was a real knight, such actions would have been inexcusable. Knights couldn't simply call on their lords for help while undertaking tasks they weren't ordered to perform. This incident demonstrated that Arthur was different from other nobles. He didn't seem offended by Roland's tone or actions. In fact, it seemed Arthur even enjoyed being asked for help. Perhaps as his influence grew, he was beginning to relish his newfound authority and usefulness. The dust had settled, and Alphonse had retreated with his troops. Roland finally released a sigh of relief as things began to calm down. He had used new technology to open a portal, landing in enemy territory. Though his return had been tough, with the help of his friends and allies, the ordeal was now over. With this additional data, he would likely avoid making the same mistake again. But first, he needed to get back home. Oh, think nothing of it, Sir Wayland. It was quite invigorating, actually. My brother will probably be seething with anger once his knight makes the report. I wish I could see his face when he hears about this. Roland could sense a tinge of satisfaction in Arthur's words. It seemed Arthur relished the fact that his forces had made his brother look bad. Rumors were likely to spread about this confrontation, and Theodore might become the subject of ridicule at the next noble gathering. However, it was better not to poke a sleeping dragon, especially not while still being just a wyvern. Nevertheless, I didn't think you were such a gallant man. With the immediate threat dealt with, Roland and Arthur turned their attention to the group of orphans. It seemed that they were the reason for this whole debacle. Roland could see the men around him looking at him with strange expressions as if he had gained more of their respect. It was just a coincidence. A coincidence. Arthur raised a brow at the response, and Roland noticed that it was better to elaborate further. Theodore and his men were capturing people and turning them into illegal slaves. Oh, those are some strong words, but do you have some proof? Roland nodded and pulled out some papers from within his spatial space. While there wasn't much within the dungeon, they were holding the children in. After arriving at the building holding the slaver wagon, some paperwork could be gotten. The documents he gathered contained information about the captured people, their origins, and their intended destinations. These lack any signatures or seals that could be tied to Theodore, but it does mention this one merchant family. Are they connected? Roland nodded, confirming the Abrams family's involvement. However, this wasn't much to go on, as Theodore could easily deny any connection. The merchant would likely be used as a scapegoat and quickly replaced. Roland also lacked concrete evidence beyond the testimony of the young girl he had saved. Aubert Abrams would probably be silenced before any inquiry could be performed, making the issue difficult to resolve. Nonetheless, in this dispute between brothers, there were ways of gaining new territory, and Aldbourne could potentially qualify. Interesting, but I'm not sure if we are quite ready to start a territorial dispute with Theo yet. I think so, Lord Arthur. We should hold on to this information and use it when the time is right. They were still in the development stage. While their armies were growing, they needed more time. Arthur's troops would struggle against one of Theodore's knight commanders, and his brother had several of them. However, once Albrook began its expansion and the dungeon attracted enough people, they might be able to start pushing their luck. Roland also had some ideas to increase their military might using golems and possibly his phantom limb technology. Training soldiers took a lot of time, but a simple golem could replace a Tier 2 class holder. With his skills, a golemic army could be significantly strengthened and repeatedly restored. Once he fully completed his research, they might not even need people with combat classes anymore. If he was right, then even farmers could do their part inside of an army. Indeed, Sir Morian. Yes, Lord Arthur, how can I serve? After nodding, Arthur called over one of his proper knights, Sir Morian. The man was holding a large spear that needed some better enchantments. His armor was also not really something a knight commander-ranked individual should be wearing. It seemed that once he was back, Roland would have a lot of work on his hands. Will I be able to do everything in a month? This was indeed a perplexing situation, with time appearing to be a resource in short supply for Roland. For a fleeting moment, he pondered the prospect of delving into the study of time magic. Perhaps there existed a means to fashion a chamber where time flowed at a more sluggish pace, an ability often bestowed upon protagonists in various fictional tales. Now he found himself wishing he possessed such a capability as well, and perhaps it was not a pipe dream. Sir Morian, take half of the men and the 2 adventurers. Stay here and patrol our borders. If someone suspicious dares to cross it, you know what to do. Yes, my lord. Morian saluted and quickly guided his horse back to the soldiers, relaying the information. Armand didn't seem too happy to not be called by his name, but luckily Lobelia was there to pinch his arm before he said something to get them in trouble. Ow, I wasn't going to say anything. Sure you weren't. Don't worry, Wayland, leave this to me. I'll keep this idiot in check. She called out to Roland while pulling Armand away before he did something stupid. He watched the two with amusement, but also relief that they were continuing to get stronger. His time invested in their equipment wasn't wasted, and they were people that even he could rely on. With these issues now over, he turned to the children that he had rescued. They looked quite confused about the situation and didn't seem to trust anyone around them. Sir Vico, don't worry, they are with me. We will head to Albrook now where you may rest and eat. Okay. The young boy nodded without asking too many questions, showing a trust in Roland's words. With Vico's help, the other children could be convinced easily. Roland hoped these children could act as witnesses to the slave trade incident. This would not be a one-sided arrangement. They would offer the children food and shelter in exchange for their testimony. Their accounts, combined with the documents, could provide enough leverage to keep Theodore's activities in check for a while. Might be better to keep them around my home, with the other orphans. With the help of spells, it was possible to easily extract the truth from most people. If they presented a case for dispute in the noble court, the children's testimonies could carry significant weight. This made the children potential targets, but the likelihood of Theodore going to great lengths for one city and a single revenue stream was low. Nevertheless, it was better to keep the children close and surround them with soldiers and golems for protection. With all of that out of the way, the two forces split. Half of the soldiers remained on the main road and prepared an encampment. The other half accompanied Roland, Arthur, and the children as they made their way back to Albrook. The journey was relatively uneventful, with occasional pauses to let the children have something to eat. Eventually, they arrived at the city he had left over a month ago. I'm finally back. Not much time has passed, but it felt like I was gone for half a year. Roland had finally returned home, but he knew there was little time for rest. While the situation with Theodore had been temporarily diffused, it was far from resolved. Lingering tensions with the Castellane house added to the complexity. He needed to reach out to his sister, who had promised to enlist their mother's help in addressing this issue. If his father intervened and resolved the matter, Roland might not need to return in a month's time to keep an eye on Lucian. Can I build a proper teleportation gate in a month? Do we have enough materials for something like that? I should first make Bernir his arm. I can't imagine living without one. He continued to ask himself questions, but his thoughts were interrupted by Arthur, who had caught on to this fact. Sir Wayland. Ah, yes, Lord Arthur. You seem tired. How about you get some rest today? That's an order. No working. I understand, my lord. He wasn't sure how to respond to the order, so he simply nodded. Mary gave him a strange look, and perhaps everyone knew that he was already planning to overwork himself, as he usually did. Indeed, you are free to go. Your wife is probably waiting for you and worried. Once you are rested, we shall talk about the future of Albrook. His home was now close by, and he continued while mounted. Behind him, a few soldiers followed, ready to guide his mount back once he was finished using it. The closer he got to his home, the more he felt like passing out as all the stress and adrenaline left his body. Eventually, he came to a stop and informed the men to take the horse away. It wasn't more than a few minutes from his home, and if he walked, he would probably be able to keep himself awake. I haven't been this tired in a long time. A sense of déjà vu washed over him as he approached his home. There, a lone woman stood waiting outside. Once their eyes met, she smiled, and the fatigue he felt seemed to dissipate. With slow steps, he continued to approach, releasing the safety on his helmet. Soon, he took it off, and the two exchanged warm, relieved smiles. Elodia, I'm back, he said, his voice cracking slightly from exhaustion but also relief. Welcome home, dear. She replied, her voice gentle and soothing, as she stepped forward, clearly intending to give her husband a warm hug after their time apart. However, before they could embrace, a noise from the distance caught their attention. It sounded like something was approaching from the forest, with the unmistakable sound of branches snapping underfoot. As the large beast burst through from within some bushes and appeared before them, Elodia reacted quickly by taking a step back. Unfortunately, her husband received the full brunt of the creature's attack. He went down to the ground as a rather overzealous crimson wolf tackled him down. Its moist tongue made its way to his face, beginning quite the slobbery assault. Agni, stop. Gee, get off me. It was Agni, his wolven companion that was the size of an adult horse. Agni's tail wagged furiously as he continued to lick Roland's face with enthusiasm. Despite being knocked down, Roland couldn't help but laugh at the overblown display of affection. Elodia watched with amusement as her husband wrestled with their oversized pet wolf. Looks like someone missed you even more than me. As Roland struggled to fend off Agni's affectionate onslaught, Elodia couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. She stepped forward and gently patted the wolf's head, causing him to pause momentarily in his enthusiastic display of affection. All right, Agni, that's enough. Let your master catch his breath. The sunwolf obediently backed off, though his tail continued to wag excitedly. Roland pushed himself up from the ground, shaking his head as he wiped the wolf's slobber from his face. It was surprising to see him be so obedient for once, and perhaps during his absence, Elodia's and Agni's relationships had grown stronger. Looks like you've been taking good care of him, Roland replied while looking at his wife petting Agni, who was showing a rather silly reaction to getting his ears rubbed. One of his legs started to move around in response to all that rubbing. This was supposed to be a divine beast worshipped by the church, but at this moment he looked more similar to a house dog than a mighty sunlight wolf. He has been keeping my company, but now that you are here, maybe I won't have to play nanny anymore, Worf. Agni gave out a dog-like bark, as if he was trying to deny the baby allegations. Both Roland and Elodia laughed, attempting to resume their embrace. However, right before they could get closer, the main door to his compound slammed open, and another person appeared to greet him. Boss, you're back. It was Bernier, his half-dwarven assistant this time around, and not far from him was his wife, Diana. But that wasn't all. Behind them were more people. Jorg, the half-dwarven stonemason, Marcy the scribe, and even Finn, who was training to be a knight, were all here too. And that wasn't the end of it. Many of the young orphans could be heard in the distance. Their lodging had already been created, and they seemed to have moved into the new dormitory, where Vico and the others would join them soon. Yes, I'm back. You seem to be doing well, Bernier. His friend was still missing an arm, and the replacement he had previously created wasn't on. It wasn't a pleasant sight, but Bernier didn't seem to mind that he was missing his arm from his elbow down. The entire journey had been initiated to find a solution to this problem without involving the Solarian Church any further, and soon he intended to tackle it in his workshop. However, before he started, he wished to enjoy the company of his wife, whom he hadn't seen in a month, and also rest. Boss, good to have you back. Welcome back, Mr. Wayland. Welcome back. Although he was tired, the sight of his friends and company waiting for his return filled his heart with warmth. He did not think that something like this was possible when he set out on his journey, but they were there. Bernier moved over to give him a smack on the shoulder as a greeting, and then was quickly reprimanded by his wife. Soon, the kids started getting loud, and it took some time for them to settle down. They spent some time outside the shop, but eventually moved into his compound. There, he briefly recounted the story of his journey, omitting a few details that he would share only with his wife later. Well, it seems like you had quite an adventure, boss, Bernier said, shaking his head in amazement. A shame I missed it. Not like you'd be of any help if you were there. What do you mean? Just give me a runic weapon and I'll blow them all away. Yes, sure you will. Diana seemed annoyed with her boasting husband and kept shaking her head at his wild claims, which grew wilder the more he drank. Eventually, he became so inebriated that his wife had to carry him out of Roland's home. As the day came to an end, Roland felt the need to finally rest. Even though his mana and stamina had recovered, he still felt some lingering fatigue, likely brought on by a hidden status effect. Finally, they are gone. How about you? Elodia led the guests out, and upon returning, found her husband leaning back in his chair, his eyes closed. He had drifted away to sleep while sitting down, and next to him, a rather large wolf had decided to curl up. Its large size took up most of the dining area, and it had almost broken the door when entering. I guess it can wait until tomorrow. Elodia chuckles while bringing over a blanket that she tucked around her husband, making sure he was comfortable. She then moved to extinguish the candles around the room, leaving only the soft glow of the moon filtering in through the windows. With a gentle smile, she whispered a soft good night to both Roland and Agni before retiring for the night. I would like to officially inform all my readers that I have started writing a new story called Heavy Metal, a monster evolution lit RPG. The next morning, Roland woke up feeling more rested than he had in a long time. Sunlight filtered through the window, casting a warm glow across the room. He blinked a few times, adjusting to the light, and then noticed the woman dozing off against his bare chest. For a moment, he wondered how he entered this room, but soon he recalled dozing off in the dining room. Ah, right, now I remember. His sleep had been short-lived due to a certain oversized wolf deciding to nap next to him. The snoring was so loud that his heightened senses mistook it for a monster attack. After waking up, he spotted the blanked Elodia placed over him, which he assumed she had done to ensure he was warm. Eventually, he found himself in their bed and had a nice intimate encounter with his wife. It's good to be back. He gently moved, trying not to wake her, but her eyes fluttered open, and she smiled up at him, looking just as content as he felt. Good morning, dear. Good morning, Elodia. I didn't mean to wake you. She stretched, her smile already making this day a lot brighter. Roland was still getting used to being married and having someone who cared for him so deeply. It was a feeling he was slowly embracing. He was a loner, so having someone like Elodia by his side was somewhat new. However, it was not a burden, but rather something that motivated him to strive even harder for their joint future. Don't worry about it. I'm just glad you're back, and I hope you'll be staying longer this time around. I hope so, but is it about your sister? Yes, but also a few other things. Elodia's voice was soft and full of warmth. She already knew about his adventures at the Magical Academy and the possibility of his return there. He had not detailed how he planned to return, but she had been informed about Lucian. Keeping secrets from his wife was not something he wished to do, and having someone who cared for him offer advice was always welcome. Of course, but remember, you don't have to shoulder everything alone. If there is something I can help you with, just let me know, all right? If you keep saying things like that, I'm not sure I'll be able to control myself. His disappointment was immeasurable as he was forced to open the door. There he spotted Agni wagging his tail around, which caused some of the wooden chairs to break. Roland sighed, resigned to the fact that his time alone with Elodia was over, at least for the moment. With a sigh, he left his bedroom and pushed the oversized wolf out of his home. His size had become a problem, and letting him inside was not the best idea anymore. Worf, no, you can't stay inside. You have your own place. That's why we made it. Go stay there. Worf. Roland rolled his eyes as Agni continued to protest against being shoved out of the house. Luckily, with some coaxing and well-placed scratches behind the ears, Agni relented and trotted off to his designated wolf house. He looked a bit saddened and his tail was curling downward, but nothing could be done about it. His size was too large for his workshop, so he couldn't keep him company like he used to when he was a puppy. Maybe in the future, something could be done about that though. There was one idea in his mind that would allow his wolf companion access back into the underground smithy. His time at the Institute was well spent, and his research into dimensional magic had been extensive. If he was able to create the core of the structure he desired, then perhaps making some more space without digging around would be feasible. However, such things would need to wait for later as he first needed to do some other things. Does he seem more clingy than before? He just missed you, and then there are also the people from the Solarian Church. Some of them can be peculiar. Once Agni was taken care of, he had a business meeting with his wife. She had kept informing him about the state of Albrook while he was gone, and there were indeed several pressing matters to attend to. The presence of the Solarian Church caused an influx of believers and refugees from other cities. A new growing city was always an opportunity to start over, so it attracted people that weren't necessarily able to bolster the economy. Work was scarce, and the influx of people wasn't necessarily a good thing. If something wasn't done now, then in the future he knew that this place would resemble Aldbourne with its extensive slums and criminal element. I have my work cut out for me. Well then, Roland knew what had to be done, and soon he set off to take care of some business with Arthur. Over a month had passed since he had left this place, and the presence of the Solarian Church had only grown stronger. The priests and believers had set up new shrines and small temples, attracting a steady stream of pilgrims and new settlers to Albrook. Did they enlarge the main church through some magical means? I don't remember it being this tall. With the help of his helmet, he spotted a high concentration of people beneath the church, some of them belonging to the Solarian Paladin Order. It seemed they had begun expanding downward, likely digging to create more rooms for their priests and perhaps also escape tunnels. These cathedrals were large structures with thick walls that could become important military structures during a siege attempt. They wouldn't be easily breached, as they were reinforced with holy magic, which was particularly potent against undead and evil creatures. It was early in the morning, but already many adventurers were crowding the streets. Many of them seemed to be of the gold rank, but platinum ranks were also there. He noticed a few races he hadn't seen in a while, such as gnomes, who likely belonged to the recently formed alchemical guild, the same that wouldn't let Rastix into their circle. The man would soon have some interesting work to do, and perhaps with it, he could show that they were mistaken. It's the Knight Commander, make way. As he was walking through the streets, people started moving to the sides. The cape he was wearing had the Valyrian crest on it, and he was also being followed by a small squad of soldiers. Roland didn't like the attention, but had already made peace with standing out. His 2-meter-tall armored form could no longer blend into the crowd. Soon he found himself at Arthur's estate, ready for the strategic meeting. The estate was abuzz with activity as Roland arrived. Arthur had clearly been preparing for his return, and the knights and staff moved with purpose. Roland made his way through the familiar halls, greeted by nods and salutes from those he passed. His presence commanded respect, something that took a while to earn. Arthur was waiting for him in his office, where on his desk maps and documents were spread out. Sir Wayland, good to see you. I trust you managed to get some rest. Good. We have a lot to discuss. Please take a seat. Mary was here with them, but they had to keep up the appearance of Lord and Knight Commander. Spies could be anywhere, and if someone noticed that Roland wasn't a true knight, there could be some potential trouble. Roland settled into a chair opposite Arthur, and finally, they could start discussing the future of the city. We've made significant progress while you were away. The power grid that you proposed is almost finished, and that generator for the dungeon is ready. The dwarven craftsmen are waiting for you to supervise the installation. It seemed that a large chunk of work had been finished, and the city workers had laid out the bulk of the cables. What was left was to construct the main generator that would turn the dungeon's heat into power. For this purpose, he decided to go with geothermal energy, which consisted of tapping into the natural heat of the dungeon to generate electricity. The volcanic activity beneath the dungeon provided a consistent heat source, capable of boiling water and producing constant steam. It wasn't much different from the old steam generator he had once built. They just needed to create a water reservoir underground that would be heated by the dungeon's lava. Something like this could be easily achieved with the help of water magic. The heated water would produce steam at high pressure, which would then be pushed up into a turbine chamber. Once the turbine began spinning, it would start charging the generator to produce electrical energy. The cooled steam would turn back to water, which was then guided back to the water tank, and the process would repeat itself. That's excellent news, Lord Arthur. I'll begin overseeing the installation as soon as possible. Once the power grid is fully operational, we can start improving changes to the infrastructure, and we'll have enough energy to bolster our defenses. Yes, the new golems and turrets. The dwarven craftsmen have been creating runic batteries. Once they are charged, Roland nodded, as not only would the generator provide energy to the whole city, it would also be responsible for powering a regiment of their blossoming army. As it stood now, their forces were outnumbered. One knight commander from Theodore's side could call up troops that were equal to theirs, and this didn't account for mercenaries or adventurers that they could always hire. While golems couldn't truly replace real soldiers, they had one major advantage. They were cheaper in the long run and didn't require sleep or be paid. With the dungeon being a gold mine, gathering resources for their production wasn't hard either. Things are looking great, but we need to be vigilant. I'm not sure my brothers will just stand idle and let this city grow. Probably not. He nodded, recognizing that with time, Arthur was becoming a thorn in Theodore's side. It was wise to address a problem early on, as allowing it to fester could lead to much larger issues down the line. They anticipated sabotage attempts and efforts to hinder the city's growth. A direct assault was unlikely, but even nobles had their hidden organizations that functioned similarly to the Thieves' Guild, or even hired them directly. Fortunately, the Thieves' Guild master was their ally, so they had one less problem to worry about. If a mission were directed against them, they expected her to inform them or handle the issue at her leisure. Have you managed to recruit any members to your group? There are a few promising recruits, but we are still looking, replied Mary as Roland inquired about the ninja organization that she was responsible for. It was best to fight fire with fire, and having a group of assassins was part of being a high noble. With his technology, Arthur's compound was quite safe, but the runic devices weren't perfect. The scanners he used worked on mono-pattern recognition that could be fooled by skilled individuals. Having a group of trained assassins would serve as a deterrent and also allow them to gather intelligence and perform covert operations when necessary. Well then, about the other issues, they continued discussing the city and its challenges. With 2 competent Tier 3 knights present, his responsibilities as a knight commander could be delegated to them. They could handle training the new recruit and maintaining the command structure. Meanwhile, he could focus on his strengths, designing innovative runic devices and crafting armor. Well then, Sir Wayland, I won't detain you for too long. I understand your eagerness to continue your research, but we must prioritize getting the generator in order first. I agree. However, once it's assembled, I'd like to proceed with my other project, if that's fine with you, my lord. Certainly, that's acceptable. The decision had been made, and the geothermal power plant needed to be constructed first. Although he was eager to begin crafting the prosthesis immediately, the generator parts had already been completed. He could also enlist the aid of his dwarven allies to fashion a suitable replica for Bernier's arm, one that wouldn't necessitate a backpack with batteries for operation. Once both of these tasks were completed, he would also need to refurbish his own battle armor. The runes on it had been used up repeatedly and fallen in rank. The only way to restore them would be to erase the old ones and craft them again from the start. However, he wasn't sure if that would be all. The phantom limb technology that he had developed could be used in various ways, not only to restore missing arms. In theory, he could create something akin to power armor or even larger constructs if given enough time. It was time to move, and Brilvia was probably tired of pushing back the project in his absence. After going outside, he first made sure that all the turrets in Arthur's villa were in good shape before moving towards the Union's forge. To his surprise, he didn't find his master runesmith friend there. He was informed that she had already done most of the heavy lifting. They were waiting for him at the dungeon, which he appreciated as it saved him a lot of precious time. The city was bustling with activity. The streets were filled with merchants peddling their wares, adventurers boasting about their latest conquests, and workers hurrying to their jobs. It was a vibrant scene, but there was no time to enjoy the sights as he needed to be at the dungeon. Thankfully, his current standing made navigating there quite straightforward and was aided by a borrowed mount. The horse wasn't slow, yet it wasn't fast either. Perhaps he would have to reconsider going back to an older product he used to rely on as a horse replacement. He could see it flourishing after the magical energy was supplied to the city and they had readily available charging stations. After reaching the dungeon entrance, he ventured inside. The craftsmen were situated in a deeper section, which had been scouted beforehand. The placement of the water container required precision, near the lava yet not at risk of collapsing. Fortunately, his mapping device pinpointed a spot devoid of monster interference. The business seems to be thriving. En route, he encountered spider golems darting about, presumably returning from aiding a stranded adventurer. Deaths in the dungeon had reached an all-time low, with his golems being rented by nearly anyone with coin to spare. This enabled the city to gradually recoup the golems' costs, and they were close to making profits on their investment. Well, look who decided to finally show up. Good day, Master Brilvia. His master runesmith acquaintance appeared somewhat annoyed by his arrival, having been forced to wait for his approval. From her perspective, it was impolite to have someone of comparable expertise scrutinizing her work. Nonetheless, the technology was his invention, and spotting errors in runes was his forte. The debugging skill that had helped him to get this far was activated, and he began to quickly go over the large metallic container that would become part of their new geothermal power plant. While the runic structures weren't all of the highest order, the craftsmanship wasn't bad. What impressed him most wasn't the runic work, but the meticulous structuring of the cave. The entire space had been excavated to perfectly fit the water container, with the walls reinforced with metal to prevent the dungeon from closing in on them, similar to the door he had previously constructed with Bernier. Overall, this looks good, Master Brilvia. I don't see any major issues with the runes or the structural integrity. Of course it does, I made sure of that, she replied, her tone sharp as she bristled at his inspection. Despite her gruff demeanor, Roland knew she took pride in her work, and rightfully so. Brilvia quickly nodded at her people, and they began with the assembling process, which would take a while. The heat here was quite immense, but with some runic magic, a barrier of cold was created around the workers. Roland watched closely as the dwarves deftly maneuvered the heavy metal components into place, securing them with enchanted bolts that ensured both stability and durability. The container was positioned perfectly over a magma vent, which was a critical aspect of their geothermal energy system. Everything is progressing smoothly. At this pace, I'll be free to make that limb, but that might not even be the most tiresome task. While looking over the installation, Roland's thoughts drifted to the upcoming challenges beyond the generator. Constructing the prosthesis for Bernier was a complex task, but his mind kept returning to a different issue. His time here might have been limited, but to connect himself back to the mainland, he would need to begin building a structure similar to a mage tower. I would like to officially inform all my readers that I have started writing a new story called Heavy Metal, a monster evolution lit RPG. So did you or did you not do it? Well, I'll take that as a no. You promised me you would tell your mother about what happened. This isn't a game your life could be in danger. I know, I'll bring it up soon, will you? Roland frowned at the young girl on the projection before him. He wasn't using a crystal ball, but one of his runic devices that used illusion magic to produce an image resembling a hologram. The projection was in shades of blue, similar to old grayscale television sets from his original world. Yes, I promise, I'll do it this time. Oh, and about Robert. His sister Lucian quickly changed the subject, as she was reluctant to contact their mother about the incident. Roland had anticipated this and called her as soon as he had some free time. It seemed she had started writing a letter but had only finished half of it. Nevertheless, she was taking steps in the right direction and had already asked their mother about Robert, though she hadn't disclosed everything. Yeah, what about him? I'm not sure. Mother said she would look into it and that I shouldn't worry, but she was acting strange. Strange? Do you think she was keeping something from you? I don't know. Roland's frown deepened, as Robert might have been in trouble. Lucian's mother was quite fond of her children, so it wouldn't be strange if she tried to shield them from any potential danger. This included sparing her daughter from worrying about any unfortunate situations her older brother might have encountered. Roland's instincts told him that there was more to this situation than met the eye, but he was unable to act. His hands were tied here in Albrook. I see. Could something bad have happened to Brother Robert? Maybe I should return home and ask Mother again. I'm not sure if that's a good idea. You'll be safer at the Institute. But if you want to hasten the process, maybe tell your mother about Viola Castelaine. Your father might be able to do something about it. Roland could see his sister's eyes darting around. It was as if she didn't want to involve their father, and he somewhat knew why. The man was very distant and involved in many political affairs, making him intimidating. Lucian's reluctance was understandable, as she probably didn't know their father too well. He was rarely home, and it was natural that she didn't know how to talk to him. To her, the man called Wentworth might as well have been a stranger, just like he was to Roland. I'm not sure if that man would even act. I hope he doesn't force Lucian to apologize or remove her from the Institute to appease that family. Roland's thoughts lingered on the complexities of his family situation as he concluded the conversation with his sister. Lucian's reluctance to involve their father was troubling, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something had happened to his older brother Robert. However, there was something in the way Francine was acting that gave him an idea about the situation. It seemed that she knew more than she let on, which might mean that Robert's situation was not as dire as it appeared. Lucian, promise me that you'll own up to your mother. The longer you try to postpone this issue, the worse it will get. I know, and I will. Perhaps if she isn't willing to talk about Robert with you, try mentioning something to her. Oh, what should I mention? That you met a very responsible institute professor who might be willing to help with a few issues. Roland was talking about himself, and Lucian raised an eyebrow at the self-promotion. She responded with a resounding nod as if she made a decision, and eventually the two said their farewells. The call ended and the holographic image fizzled out, leaving Roland deep in thought. The installation of the geothermal generator was well underway, but the concerns about his family weighed on his mind. The city's progress and his inventions were important, but so was the welfare of his two siblings. I bet Francine knows more than she would ever tell Lucian. Given her character, she would do anything to help her children, but will never make them worry. There was a reason he told his sister to mention the eccentric institute professor that was for some reason willing to help them. Perhaps once out of options, this little window of opportunity would prompt Francine to reach out to him directly. Mentioning his involvement in the recent issue with Viola could also prompt her to seek him out. She would probably wish to thank him in some way and perhaps offer some bribes for further protection. Then, he might be able to push for the answers that he was seeking. Can't do much now besides preparing for the future. Roland turned on the light and looked around his workshop. He was waiting for someone to arrive and right on time. He heard some footsteps in the distance. A lone man appeared, his height short and his beard long. It seemed to have grown a bit, but this was not anything too eye-catching. The lack of a limb was. "Hey boss, you wanted to see me." "Yeah, there is one question I want to ask you." "A question? Sure boss, what is it? Do you want to have your arm back?" "Ah well, if you have a spare one then let me borrow it." Bernier chuckled under his breath, clearly trying to lighten the mood, but Roland could see the flicker of hope in his eyes. The loss of his arm had been a devastating blow, and despite Bernier's efforts to adapt, it was evident that he longed for his former capabilities. At this point in time, he only had a basic golemic arm that could not really replace his hammering hand too well. The day before, he had asked Elodia about how he was faring, and it seemed he wasn't doing too well. Without his right arm, he was stuck trying to restrain himself with his left one, which was progressing slowly. It wasn't easy to switch dominant hands, especially when one had spent their entire life perfecting their craft with the other. Even with the aid of skills, this was not a task that could be easily completed. "I do have something in mind, actually. Something that might be able to help you." Bernier's eyes widened with surprise, but he then quickly shook his head around as he knew what Roland was implying. "Boss, please don't do anything foolish. I know you signed some deal with those Solarian zealots, but you don't have to go that far for me. I'll be fine. It might take a few more months, but I've already been getting better with my left hand." "Think you are misunderstanding something. I wasn't talking about asking for a tier 4 priest or even an elixir, but I guess it's better if I show it to you." "Show me what?" "Your new arm, or well, a drawing of it, that is. We still have to make it first." "We have to make it." Bernier was confused about the situation. He had heard that Roland was going to a magical academy for some research, but he wasn't sure he believed that Roland could produce results in such a short amount of time. Even if Roland could help him, the expectations were for it to take a few years at least. It was never before seen magical technology, and Roland was still a young craftsman. However, when he saw a large board with an intricate diagram of a forearm, his mind went blank. Yes, this is it. While it's still a rough sketch, I think as a prototype, it could know it will serve as a full replacement for your missing arm. It's not just any ordinary prosthetic, it's a combination of magic and runic technology. With this, you'll be able to regain much, if not all, of the functionality you lost. Wait, hold on, boss, let me get this straight. You're saying you've come up with a way to give me back my arm, and not just any golem arm, but one that works like the real thing. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. It's not going to be easy, and it might take some time to perfect, but I believe it's possible. I still haven't decided on an attachment mechanism that would allow the arm to stay connected to the flesh, but Rastic said that he could have a solution for that. Bernier was speechless, his eyes fixed on the detailed diagram in front of him. He traced his fingers over the lines and runes, trying to comprehend the complexity of what Roland was proposing. "I don't know what to say, boss. This is incredible, but are you sure it's possible?" "I mean magic and runic technology. That's some serious stuff. It can't be cheap." It seemed Bernier wasn't sure if he deserved the investment. He knew from a craftsman's perspective that such a runic prosthetic, if successful, would be literally worth an arm and a leg. In normal circumstances, only super rich merchants and nobility could afford something like that, and he was just a simple blacksmith who had lost one of the main tools to earn money. "Don't worry, it's going to be free of charge, but well, you might be the very first person in the world to get such an arm, so in a way, you're also helping me test my invention. In a way, it might be me who should be paying you instead, but I guess I already am." Bernier chuckled at the little joke, but the gratitude on his face was showing. Roland couldn't really force his assistant to go through with this, and there were some dangers associated with untested magical technology. He did not know if there were any drawbacks of using such a runic prosthesis which used the soul to guide it. His friend here could be considered a guinea pig, and if he declined, then he would understand. "Haha, great, let's make that arm then. I'll understand if you'd like to rethink the You're okay with it, just like that." Roland paused for a moment as he wasn't sure if Bernier comprehended the drawbacks of this deal. Boss, what's there to think about it?" "But do you understand that this is going to be a prototype of magic that has never been tested before, right?" "Sure. Not like my arm is going to explode again, right?" Bernier chuckled as if he was proud of the joke that he made. I trust you, boss. If something goes wrong, you'll be the first one to stop it. I see. A faint smile crept onto his face, though it quickly disappeared. For some reason, he felt happy that someone had so much trust in him, but it was also a burden. He was sure that even if Bernier lost another limb during the tests, he would still not blame him. This was a lot of trust that someone was putting into his skills, and he didn't want to disappoint him. Well then. Where do we start? First, we'll need to prepare a basic prototype, nothing too fancy. Deep steel should be enough. The runes used for this are surprisingly gentle. Once we get the initial alpha tests out of the way, we can move on to the full prototype. Sounds good. They spent the next few hours discussing the specifics of the prosthetic, with Roland explaining each component and its function. Bernier listened intently, his eyes sparkling more and more as he listened to the way this new magical limb would function. First off, I decided to go with these puppet hands that mimic joints the best. We will make them a bit thicker to resemble your hands. You'll be able to exert even more grip strength than before, but that's something that we can adjust later. There were many golems, and most did not focus on mimicking human hands and their dexterity. To alleviate this problem, Roland asked Arian for some help. To his surprise, there were certain shapely puppets used in the industry that mimicked human behavior. They were quite rare and costly, but some people were apparently willing to invest in them due to their remarkable precision and lifelike movement. He decided to hide this fact from his friend, as he wasn't sure if he would appreciate knowing what his new hand was originally designed for. If it all works, then perhaps we'll add some other adjustments later. Oh, what other adjustments? Well, it's still a golem arm, so besides being flame-resistant, I was thinking about giving it the capability to magnetize tools for better grip. Perhaps it could even be used as a weapon, but I guess we should get the alpha prototype ready before we discuss that. I have already contacted Brilvia about some parts, and they should be ready soon. Finally, those bastards are good for something, but then what will we be doing? I just gave them a partial schematic for now. We still need to prepare the most crucial parts and make you a new harness. Bernier nodded as Roland continued to explain the plan. The Dwarven Union was their ally, but this didn't mean he would give them the plans for his prototype. They would prepare the basic framework for the arm while he handled all the runesmithing himself. They would probably assume he was just preparing a new golem and think nothing of it. Soon the two craftsmen were busy at work. Over the next few days, Roland and Bernier dove into the creation of the prosthetic arm. The workshop buzzed with activity as they meticulously crafted each component. First on their agenda was the harness for their testing arm. The one he would create took inspiration from modern designs. It consisted mostly of adjustable leather straps with padded sections on Bernier's right side. Its purpose was to distribute weight evenly and reduce strain on his body. Chafing was also a concern, but Bernier didn't seem to mind, as this was intended to be just a temporary solution. Soon the two started their tasks. Bernier's job was to create the harness for himself, while Roland would take care of the new batteries that also needed to be tested. Eventually, a box filled with the golemic hands arrived, and their work was in full swing. The Etherium proportions are barely adequate, but this should be enough for now. He scrutinized the work of the Dwarven Union, but he couldn't complain. They had performed the task just as he asked for and kept the deadline he gave them. Roland couldn't shake off the feeling of excitement mixed with anxiety. This project was a leap into the unknown, and he wasn't sure what to expect. Each rune etched into the arm had to be precise, each magical conduit and trace perfectly aligned. One mistake could lead to catastrophic failure, not just for the arm but potentially for this underground workshop. He had already blown up one workshop in the Institute, and he didn't want to repeat the failure from that day. With his debugging skills, he was able to identify and address all possible weak spots in the design, continuing to iron them out. The two men found themselves working overtime into the night, much to the dissatisfaction of both their wives. However, their spouses were understanding enough to allow them to continue, recognizing that the project was something truly special. After about a week, the alpha prototype was finally ready, and it was time to see if Bernier would regain the use of his arm. I would like to officially inform all my readers that I have started writing a new story called Heavy Metal, a monster evolution lit RPG. All right, this is the moment of truth, Roland said, his voice tinged with both anticipation and concern as he held up the newly forged prosthetic arm. The intricate runes glowed faintly, casting a soft blue light in the dimly lit workshop. Bernier sat nearby, wearing a strange bowl-shaped helmet over his head. Cables attached to the chair gave the setup an eerie resemblance to the electric chairs used for executions. Additionally, a panel with some writing was to the side with what looked to be a silhouette of a person presented on a graphical interface. Boss, what is all of this for? Bernier's nervous chuckle echoed in the workshop as he glanced around at the unfamiliar equipment. Roland was engrossed in making final adjustments for the runic limb and didn't immediately respond. He was focused on ensuring everything was in place for the first test. It's something like a monitoring system, but will also allow you to alter the settings even when I'm not here. We need something to track your body's responses to the artificial limb. His battle armor could do many things, but it wasn't meant to be a diagnostic device for runic limbs. For this reason, he decided to assemble a chair that would monitor a patient's vital signs. Its main purpose was to record the spiritual mana pattern along with the regular kind. There was a certain attunement needed for the limbs to work, and there was a possibility of misalignment over time. This chair was designed so that, even in Roland's absence, Bernier could fix any issues by himself. I see, Bernier nodded slowly, trying to suppress his anxiety. The idea of being the first person to test a never-before-seen magical prosthetic was quite terrifying, but also thrilling. Roland's confidence was reassuring, but the half-dwarf could not help but feel stressed. He trusted Roland, but there was always a chance of things going wrong, and he certainly did not want to explode while testing new runic equipment. Are you ready? First, we'll connect the arm to the harness. Once it's secure, I'll activate the runes, and we'll see how it responds to your spiritual mana. Aye, boss. His assistant was ready to proceed, even though he didn't fully understand the mechanics behind this new technology. He wondered how it would work. Would he be able to move his hand again as he used to? Would it even give him the sensation of touch, or would it just be a minor upgrade from the golemic arm he had been trying to use for the past month? Roland took a deep breath, steadying his nerves. This was the culmination of weeks of intensive work and research. It was the moment that would determine if his decision to go to the institute was right. He attached the prosthetic arm to the harness, ensuring it was secure. The intricate runes along the length of the arm glowed faintly as he continued to adjust the parameters. Attuning it to Bernier's soul wasn't as easy as working with his own, but eventually, everything clicked into place. Everything seems to be in order. Okay, Bernier. Yes, boss. I'm going to boot it up. I'm not sure how you will feel during the activation process, but there might be a slight tingling sensation at the start. Ah, all right, Bernier nodded, gripping the arms of the chair tightly. Roland began to chant softly, his voice resonating with the magical frequencies embedded in the runes. The glow intensified, spreading from the arm to the harness and finally to Bernier's body. The runes on the arm flared up briefly before settling into a steady glow, indicating the successful establishment of a magical connection. As the runic prosthetic came to life, Bernier's eyes widened in amazement. He felt a strange warmth spreading from the connection point where the arm met his flesh, radiating outward until it filled the entire limb. There was indeed a tingling sensation, not unpleasant but certainly unique. How does it feel? Roland asked while keeping his skills activated. The world in front of him was filled with mana particles, and he could see the mana phantom from Bernier's limb twitching. The prosthetic was connecting to it and slowly adapting to the spiritual mana there. It took about a minute for the connection to be established, and it seemed to be a success. It feels strangely warm. I can feel something, like it's a part of me, but also not. It's hard to explain. Try moving it around. It was finally time to see if his research had been fruitful. Everything seemed to be working fine, but there was a chance that it could all be for nothing. Bernier was still missing an arm, and if he couldn't make the prosthetic move, then everything would be meaningless. Roland assumed that the phantom limb phenomenon would take hold, but first he needed to see if Bernier could actively control the prosthetic. Bernier flexed his new fingers cautiously. At first, the movements were jerky and uncoordinated, but as he concentrated, they grew smoother. The arm responded to his will with surprising accuracy, and he was soon able to perform basic gestures. It was clear that he would need some time before he could use it, but it was a resounding success. By the gods, it's moving. I can feel it moving. Bernier's voice was filled with awe and excitement as he flexed the fingers of his new prosthetic arm. The movements were slightly jerky and there seemed to be a slight delay, but once they moved on from the alpha model, this problem would be non-existent. The soul always moved before the body did, and so did the mana phantom Roland could see. He needed to account for this and attune it to Bernier's deposition. Good, how about you try making some simple hand gestures like making a fist or moving your fingers one at a time? Sure thing. Roland watched with relief as Bernier's new arm performed simple tasks like opening and closing his hand. The glow from the runes pulsed rhythmically each time, activating whenever the soul energy was initiated. The connection between Bernier's spirit and the mana receptors was quite stable. For once, everything seemed to be working just as he had intended. Boss, this is great. I have to show this to Diana. Now, hang on for a minute. This device isn't ready for public use quite yet. How about you try holding this first? Bernier seemed eager to storm off the chair to show his new prosthetic to his wife, but it was quite dangerous to use. There was one thing that his assistant had forgotten about, and this next test would showcase it. Roland had prepared an apple which he placed in the palm of this deep steel arm. Now, try squeezing it gently. Sure like this. Oh, soon. Bernier realized what Roland was getting at as the apple was crushed into chunks before his eyes. The runic prosthetic possessed the strength of a Tier 2 golem, without any inhibiting program limiting Bernier's soul. The power of this artificial limb exceeded what his natural strength could achieve, and it would likely take time for him to adjust. If he attempted to grasp his wife's hand in this state, he could accidentally shatter her fingers. Don't worry, this is just the alpha stage and it can be fixed. I think putting an inhibitor on it first should do the trick, but perhaps eventually you'll be able to learn how to fully use the limb's capabilities. That sounds reasonable. Fruit juice started leaking down onto the ground, and Roland quickly grabbed a towel from the side to clean up the mess on the artificial limb. Soon, it was time to move away from the chair and conduct some tests. However, the weight seemed to be a problem. When Bernier attempted to stand up, he started tipping to the right side. The harness they were using to attach the limb wasn't quite suitable, but it would have to do for now. I've prepared a few things for you. Give it a try. On a nearby bench, Roland had laid out several objects of varying sizes and weights. He motioned for Bernier to approach and pick them up with his new prosthetic arm. The whole area was being monitored from all sides and information was being fed to the console he was now operating. They needed to get as much data for this arm as possible before they could move on to a finished product. Okay, how about you first try picking up that wooden hammer there and then the heavier metal one? Aye, sure, boss. Bernier reached out with his prosthetic arm, fingers curling around the handle of the wooden hammer. He lifted it effortlessly, but the wooden handle seemed to have suffered a few cracks. To alleviate this problem, Roland started playing around with the settings in an attempt to lower the grip strength on the new limb. Now try the heavier hammer. The arm appeared to be quite dexterous, allowing Bernier to grip onto things rather well. However, it still had some shortcomings. Occasionally, items would slip out of the metallic fingers, which were too slick. It seemed that having rougher skin affected one's grip more than anticipated, but it was a problem that could be addressed later. The hand may have been metallic, but that didn't mean it couldn't be coated with a special material or covered with a skin-imitating glove to mimic real skin. It presented a perfect opportunity for a certain alchemist to shine. This is incredible. It's much better than that other golem arm. It almost feels real. I see. How about the feeling of touch? Can you feel anything at all? Roland approached Bernier and used his nail to poke at the metallic fingertips. He wasn't sure what to expect from the connection between the arm and the soul, but he hoped that it might be possible to fully regain the sense of touch. If such a breakthrough was achievable, then these prosthetic arms could indeed replace costly Tier 4 elixirs and the services of priests. It seemed to operate rather well even with non-Tier 3 materials, so it could perhaps be used by a wider range of individuals. Bernier blinked in surprise as Roland poked at his prosthetic fingertips. He concentrated, trying to discern any sensation. At first, there was nothing, just the metallic coolness of the arm, but then, faintly, he felt a tingling sensation, as if his own fingers were being touched. It wasn't a perfect replication of the sensation, but it was there, a glimmer of hope that perhaps with further refinement meant that the sense of touch could be eventually restored. There's something. It's not like the real thing, but it's there. I'm not really sure what to make of it, boss. Roland nodded thoughtfully, taking note of Bernier's observation. It was a promising development, one that would need further experimentation and tweaking to refine. But if they could truly replicate the sense of touch, it would revolutionize this new field of prosthetics. It would take some time before he could make it official, but if touch could be restored, then this was a breakthrough he did not expect. That's good to hear. It means the connection is working. With more fine-tuning, I believe we can enhance the sensitivity and make it feel more natural. Bernier flexed his fingers again, a smile forming on his face as he started to get used to the new sensations. The craftsmen nodded at each other as it was time to perform the usual stress tests for new products. All sensors were on Bernier, and his job was to use the new prosthetic as much as possible throughout the day. The battery life needed to be tested, as well as the usage of the runes. In the future, Roland planned to introduce a power-saving mode that the limb would enter automatically, but for now, more tests were needed. I'm up for it. Let's keep at it, boss. With the initial tests showing promise, Roland and Bernier delved deeper into the calibration and fine-tuning of the prosthetic arm. Roland made notes on Bernier's feedback, adjusting the runes to refine the sensory input and finger control. The process was grueling and involved countless adjustments, but Bernier's enthusiasm never waned. Eventually night arrived, and it was time for a break, but his assistant didn't seem to want to part with his new arm. I don't think it would be a good idea to take it home with you. It's still experimental technology. That's true, but what if I just stay here for the night? What about your wife? Will she be fine with you staying at the workshop? Probably not, you're right. It's probably not safe around the little one either. With a heavy heart, Bernier gave up on showing the new arm to his wife and child. He had still trouble controlling his strength, and there was always a possibility of something going awry. The arm was stored away for further testing tomorrow, and eventually Bernier left the workshop with his old piece of equipment. Roland was left alone to ponder the next step, which entailed renovating the workshop. One down and another one to go, he mumbled to himself while heading to the elevator that would take him to the lowest section of his workshop. It had been designed with one thought in mind: further expansion and security. Some of the technology he created was quite dangerous, so it was better to place it between layers of reinforced magical rocks that could absorb any potential explosions. The elevator came to a halt on the bottom level, which was currently empty. Here, he would attempt to create his next invention. The walls were thick and sturdy, adorned with various runic symbols embedded in the rocks. Metal wasn't the only material capable of holding runic traces and structures. This had been demonstrated to him back at the Institute, which had many enchanted surfaces not made of metal. During his research on mage towers, he learned about specific techniques used to alleviate the challenges of runesmithing with non-metal materials. It was possible to reroute a lot of the strains of the runes into specific sections of the tower. These would be made from precious materials like mithril or other magical alloys specifically created for consistent use, just like his armor. The most pivotal element of the tower was its core, as it would handle most of the strain and calculations. It was in a sense the main power source and the mainframe. I hope this won't come back to bite me in the ass later, but I don't think I'll be able to make it within the next few weeks otherwise. Alright, let's get started. To begin, he needed to create the core to funnel everything into, and the artificial spirit that would function as a supercomputer. For this task, he chose an old enemy, or to be exact, its remains. He produced a cracked orb and placed it on the workbench. It would serve as the blueprint for his runic version of a tower spirit. It was a monster core that once belonged to a peculiar lick monster affected by his otherworldly mana. This bonding effect would simplify things greatly, and soon it would be time to start his next project. This will probably take longer than just a week, so I better start now. After rubbing his tired eyes, he dropped down a large notebook on his workbench. It was time to make a magical AI, and in a sense, he was quite excited about this next project that could open a plethora of future possibilities. The geothermal generators seem to be running fine. The power storage is almost full. Glad I told them to create that power plant earlier. My workshop won't be able to handle all this magical energy, at least not until I finish this project. There was a geothermal power plant being created and assembled by both the Dwarven Union and the Builders Guild. The dungeon was filled with free heated energy that they could easily harness. This level of power generation was far beyond what the small energy facilities in Roland's workshop could handle, as they had been designed with wind turbines in mind. Now then, I guess it's time to test this one. I sure hope this works. Roland stared at the cracked orb that previously sat on his workbench. Now it was encased in a metallic sphere and connected to numerous heavy-duty cables. Right next to it was another similar structure, many times larger. This was to become the supercomputer of his pseudo-mage tower. First, he needed to copy over all the data from the monster core into this new vessel, and then work out the kinks to get it running. It had already taken him a whole week just to assemble this runic contraption, and he hadn't even started the main task. The sphere that would become the pseudo-mage tower core looked like a complex network of interconnected runes and metallic filaments, arranged in a honeycomb structure. This tower core was quite different from his previous, bulkier creations. Its interior was filled with a lot of empty space, and the filaments were rather thin and fashioned mainly from etherium. There was a main reason for this design choice. The thinner metal lining allowed for significantly faster functionality. The delicate filaments and the open structure were crucial for optimizing the speed and efficiency of magical energy transfer and data processing. This design would enable the supercomputer to perform at unprecedented speeds that were essential for the complex calculations and magical operations Roland had planned. At least that's the theory. It doesn't always work out. Roland glanced to the side of the room where a few melted-through honeycomb shapes could be seen. He had spent a few days trying to assemble theory into practice, resulting in several failures. Yet, each failure brought him closer to the optimal design. Roland sighed and wiped his brow. The room was stifling hot, partially from the nearby power unit that was assembled to directly power the workshop core. Roland took a deep breath, calming his mind. This was the most crucial part of the process. If the transfer failed, he would lose a valuable source of data and be set back by weeks, something he couldn't allow. He carefully connected the main conduit between the cracked orb and the new core, ensuring the alignment was perfect. The runes along the conduit started to glow and magical vibrations could almost be felt in the air. Here goes nothing. With a final check of all the parameters, Roland activated the transfer sequence. The magical energy flow began as a slow trickle, and the cracked orb emitted a faint light. Gradually, the light intensified, and the filaments of the new core started to shimmer. The data transfer was happening at a molecular level, with the magical essence being carefully copied and imprinted onto the new vessel, which in a sense would become something similar to artificial intelligence. The process was painstakingly slow, but Roland didn't dare to rush it. He monitored every fluctuation and every pulse of energy, making minute adjustments to keep the transfer stable. A large monitor had been assembled on the side which presented him with a lot of raw data. To most people, it would look like gibberish, but to someone who had mastered runes, it was similar to programming language. Then suddenly, the symbols on the screen became chaotic, and it started flashing red. Shit, something had gone wrong, and Roland quickly used his mana senses to examine the problems. His multiple minds went into overdrive as he tried to pinpoint the bug that had arisen. If he failed now, all his efforts would be in vain, and both the monster core and the central tower piece would be destroyed. Come on, the math should have been right, it has to work, Roland muttered to himself while spreading his arms out forward. His control over the runes was immaculate, but even he could make mistakes. He spread out his control and tried analyzing the problem before a meltdown of the core could start. There was a lot of magical energy gathered here, and if it reached a critical point, the whole workshop could collapse in the ensuing explosion, something he could not allow to happen. He focused intently, his mind racing through potential solutions. The runes glowed with an intense, pulsating light as he carefully monitored the energy flow. He adjusted a few of the metallic filaments, hoping to stabilize the core, but it continued. Then he focused on the monster core, which seemed to actually be the problem. It was crumbling on itself. The core can't handle the magical energies and is crumbling. His eyes focused on the monster component of the experiment. He had assumed that this piece would last a bit longer, but that seemed to be a mistake. It was a component he was the least familiar with, but luckily, he had spotted the problem quickly. All the runes were working fine, so he needed to focus on supporting the monster core and not let it crumble before the process was over. I've had enough of everything exploding. Just be a good core and stay stable. Slowly but surely, the energy levels began to balance. The once erratic pulses of light in the runes started to synchronize, forming a steady rhythm. Roland let out a sigh of relief, but he knew he couldn't afford to relax just yet. He continued to nourish the core with his own magical energies which were in tune with it. If he had attempted this process with any other monster component, it would have certainly failed. However, the lick core that had been saturated with his mana pattern reacted quite favorably. Once the immediate threat of a meltdown was averted, Roland took a step back to reassess the situation. The transfer of data had finally finished, and the core that was once the lick finally crumbled into dust. It seemed a bit strange to see it vanish while its essence was transferred into the new mage core. In a sense, it was quite poetic, or at least that was what Roland was feeling. You better not try to kill me, though. This process remained nerve-wracking. The monster, known as the Purgatory Lick, had once tried to kill him, making his current endeavor of copying its core into the mage tower system quite reckless. It would have been safer to create the tower spirit from scratch, but that would entail fully programming it himself, a task he wasn't entirely familiar with. Perhaps with Arian's help, the project was feasible, but it would likely take him several months to achieve the same effect. Fortunately, he wasn't restoring the monster to its former self. All the data was merely a copy, and the core that made up the monster would remain unused. Many parts of the monster's core were left untouched, deemed potentially dangerous. What he sought were not the lick's personality traits, but its capacity to reason and follow commands. This new magical AI would eventually become a distinct entity, yet for now numerous barriers were in place restricting access to much of its potential. He couldn't risk this new creation becoming truly sentient and viewing him as an adversary, as it had done in the past. That gave me a scare. With the data transfer completed and the core stabilized, Roland could finally move on to the next phase of the project. After sighting yet again, he began integrating the copied monster essence into the supercomputer, and the creation of the main operating system was now underway. Roland leaned more towards engineering than software development, and he wished Arian was around to handle this task. However, entrusting the creation of a magical tower to others was a risky move. There were always possibilities of errors or other magicians inserting backdoors for later use. While such concerns might not arise with Arian, Roland still needed to understand precisely how this new artifact functioned. If he did not, then he could not really call himself a proper runesmith anymore. The buzz of machinery filled the expansive chamber, signaling the stabilization of the process. Finally, the most fundamental part of the mage tower was in place. Though the artificial spirit serving as the core of his pseudo-mage tower remained dormant, Roland intended to activate it within another week's time. This would afford him approximately one more week to assemble the teleportation gate, and perhaps he wouldn't have to tackle everything alone. Bernier's prosthesis is working fine. Perhaps he might be able to help me out from this point forward. Congratulations, you have gained a level. Oh. The world system had taken notice of his success, rewarding him with enough experience to level up again. However, considering the extensive preparation and week-long dedication to the project, the single-level gain felt like a minor reward when he counted the hours invested. Moreover, he didn't receive any new titles, as his creation was nothing groundbreaking. Many before him had already achieved the feat of creating mage tower cores. Another possibility dawned on him. His existing title of Rune Savant might already surpass any benefits he could gain from creating a mage tower. Typically, titles had to be earned in order like his Runic Scholar one, but occasionally superior titles could overwrite lesser ones that offered similar rewards. This achievement brought him one step closer to mastering his craft. However, true success would only come once the tower spirit was fully completed and activated. With the successful completion of the initial phase of his Mage Tower project, it was possible to move along with his schedule. For the time being, he decided to run a few tests and programs to see if everything was stable. However, just as he was ready to give the operating system a go, a little tremor shook the place. What was that? It was quite minor, but the sensors he had placed everywhere were made to pick up any types of movement. From the readings he was getting, it seemed that something had exploded outside of the workshop and in an area where a certain individual had their laboratory. Maybe I shouldn't have hired that guy. This is already the third time since he got here. The large screen that he intended to use to monitor the tower core also had access to every camera in the compound. Through it, he could bring up the live feed of what was happening outside. There he saw a slightly burnt gnome running around with his head on fire. Luckily, others were outside to help him. If this continues, the repairs to his laboratory will cost me more than the potions he produces. It wasn't the repairs of the building that cost the most, but rather the replacement of the various crafting materials he used. With each explosion, valuable herbs would go up in flames, and all the vials and utensils would need replacing. It was a costly endeavor, perhaps the main reason he had been expelled from the alchemical guild. Likely after a series of failures, they found themselves rapidly depleting their resources and decided to sever ties with him. Why does he look so happy though? There is something in his hand. After squinting, he accessed a golemic camera that provided a different angle of the item. It appeared to be a large flash with some type of adhesive liquid. Surprisingly, Rastic seemed rather pleased with it, which left him wondering why. Could he have been successful already? Roland had tasked Rastix the alchemist with a singular order: prioritize the creation of something to aid in prosthetic development. The current harness holding the prosthesis together was of poor quality, a major obstacle in its functionality. Excessive movement often caused misalignment, and it was too fragile for use during blacksmithing or combat. To address this issue, Roland hoped to devise a solution that would securely adhere to the arm stump without the need for drilling holes. The concept of implanting titanium screws and bolts into people was widespread in Roland's past world. While titanium also existed in his current realm, its compatibility with the body varied and sometimes was rejected by it. Despite superior alloys available, Roland hesitated to perform surgery on his friend, mostly due to his lack of medical expertise. Though he possessed magic for healing wounds, mastering the intricacies of surgical procedures wasn't something achievable in a matter of weeks. Medical knowledge in this world was scarce, with magic and potions serving as the primary means of treating wounds and diseases. Learning such skills from scratch seemed far-fetched, if not impossible. Maybe I should see what he made. His golems were already on the scene, utilizing water magic to douse the flames. With his work on the tower core complete and power flowing smoothly, everything seemed stable. Before further modifications, he needed to let it run for a while. Stress testing such new devices was crucial, and it would be safer if he wasn't present in case of any unexpected explosions. I'll let it run for one day. If nothing changes, then I'll move on to Phase 2. With his decision made, Roland brought out several runic devices he had previously crafted. They resembled rectangles filled with intricate runes, which he strategically placed around the core structure. Once activated, these devices generated multiple layers of shock-absorbing shields. Even if the core were to explode, his workshop would remain unscathed. The filaments hummed with mana, and Roland could perceive the ethereal pathways forming runes between the components, manifesting as streams of mana. This intricate technique allowed the machinery to endure the excessive energy. All the runes were stored within these ethereal pathways, in the form of proper ethereal runes. It was a new skill he picked up in the Institute which allowed this whole thing to function correctly. With the area secured, Roland made his way over to the elevator, his mind buzzing with ideas for the new Mage Tower project. Although his immediate focus was on creating the teleportation gate system, he knew it wouldn't end there. Once the tower spirit was in place, it would manage all the computing within his workshop. The golems he produced lacked intelligence and required some continuous guidance, a task the spirit should adeptly handle. Once outside, he was greeted by smoke and the smell of burnt herbs. His mechanical helpers were already on the scene, having managed to douse the flames with their water cannons. To deal with the alchemist's experiments, he had customized a few spider drones specifically for firefighting, a feature that would likely prove useful once his golems were deployed in the city. Rastix, what happened this time? I'll have to start docking your pay if this continues, Roland called out, approaching the gnome who was frantically waving a flask filled with a glowing substance. Success, my friend, I've done it. Rastix beamed, holding up the flask as if it were a precious gem, which caused Roland to raise an eyebrow. Success in what? Causing another explosion. No, no, not that. This adhesive. It's exactly what you asked for. Strong enough to bond metal to flesh without causing any irritation or rejection. It even withstands high temperatures and pressure. It's truly perfection. Is it? Roland glanced at the flask with the liquid. If it was what Rastix was claiming it to be, then it would truly complete this prosthesis project of his. I would like to officially inform all my readers that I have started writing a new story called Heavy Metal, a monster evolution lit RPG. Are you sure about this? Have you tested it properly? Rastix nodded vigorously at the question, almost dropping his prized new creation. Roland raised an eyebrow at the concoction, as he was unable to confirm the short man's claim. The gnome looked unusually enthusiastic, a lot different to his usual demeanor since most of his previous experiments had failed. Yes, yes, well, as much as I could before the explosion, but the preliminary tests were very promising. Here, let me show you, just let me use some of your equipment. Roland wasn't sure about this but was curious about the new creation, so he nodded. The scene of the experiment was clearing up, and the extent of the damage was about the same as always. A hole had been blown through one of the walls, and several alchemical tools were strewn about the charred remains of a workbench. Fortunately, the area was walled off so that even if an explosion occurred, it would be contained. To enter this area, one needed to go through a specific gate that required proper credentials. It was there to keep all the kids that lived nearby from getting injured. He had already installed a ventilation system to take in the fumes, as sometimes they were quite toxic. One of the authorized individuals, Bernier, had also arrived at the scene. He brought his runic prosthesis and was in the process of examining the damaged items. Leave it for now. Let it air out before you start any repairs. Aye, boss, that might be better. It seemed that his assistant had also grown accustomed to these occurrences and was just shaking his head in resignation. The potions he made weren't selling too well either, as his shop couldn't offer a better product than what was readily available in the city. At the moment, they were thinking of pushing potions in bundles with runic weaponry to entice their clients, which was a somewhat successful tactic. All right, Rastix, let's head back to the workshop and see what you've got. Let's just use mine, it's closer. Bernier chimed in, and the three nodded. Soon they were walking, and just as they expected, a few rascals were waiting by the automatic gate to peek at the explosion. The moment they saw the three craftsmen, they giggled and took off running. Roland didn't react much, but it seemed that the kids had started to like him. Previously, many of them were afraid of his gaze, but once he removed the hood and helmet, they saw that he was just a man. Roland led the group to Bernier's workshop, a spacious area that was once an old shed. Once there, he started reminiscing about the good old days when everything was quite peaceful. Back then, it was just him and his assistant, hammering away at pieces of metal. It was a tranquil time, and they spent their days expanding toward a future that had now become reality. Nowadays, things were a lot more nosy, with many people running about making all sorts of noise. Hey, to Bernier's shock, Rastix started clearing his workbench, which was covered in some tools. They all started hitting the ground with a clang, causing Bernier to wince as his carefully arranged tools clattered to the floor. Careful with those, some of those are custom-made. Bernier protested, but Rastix was too excited to heed his warnings. My apologies, friend, but there is no stopping brilliance, I promise. This is going to be worth it, Rastix exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he placed the flask in the center of the now cleared workbench. After setting it down like some kind of costly artifact, he started to look around. From the tools available, he picked out some scrap metal along with some leather scraps, which seemed to be there to emulate skin or flesh. Using actual flesh for this demonstration would have been better, but no pig legs were nearby. Soon he applied a thin layer of the adhesive to both surfaces and then carefully pressed them together. Almost immediately, the adhesive started reacting with the two materials, forming a bond. Roland used his enhanced eyes to look closer and saw that the reagent was causing both sides to fuse with each other before hardening. As the adhesive cured, the bond between the metal and the leather seemingly grew stronger by the second. However, even though it looked promising from his standpoint, some more tests needed to be taken before they could move on to real testing. Rastix was also aware of this, so he grabbed a hammer and a small chisel to showcase the strength of the bond. After placing the chisel in the middle of the two materials, he started hitting it in an attempt to separate them. To Roland's and Bernier's surprise, instead of the two sides separating, the tool started embedding itself in the leather. Even after the whole chisel pierced through the middle, and after leverage was used, the two sides didn't want to come apart. Roland, who had the most strength, took it into his hand and attempted to separate the two parts, eventually ripping them apart. These bonds are deep. Once the two sides were separated, he could see just how far this alchemical adhesive had gone in. There was a thick bonding layer which was not actually glue, but some type of new layer of material formed from the reaction between the metal and leather. It seemed to have somehow melted both sides and combined them together to form some kind of leather-metal mix. Remarkable, Roland muttered while intending to examine this new bond closely. While this was more than he expected in this short amount of time, he couldn't just use this on Bernier without performing multiple tests. What if after a few days or weeks, the bond ceased to exist? Wouldn't parts of his flesh turn into a strange mix of metal that would need to be removed if it failed? Then it could also be rejected by his body and become infected. At this moment, he still had a working elbow with most of his forearm missing, and losing even more due to insufficient data was not something he could allow. It does seem that you're onto something here, but we need to perform some tests. Yes, of course. More tests, that of course means more funding. The gnome beamed with pride, his chest puffing out as he watched Roland examine his creation. A sigh escaped his mouth at the mention of more funding, but if this concoction worked well, then the runic prosthesis would be more complete. A fusion between metal and flesh was normally not possible, and no one had really tried to perfect it. This was uncharted territory that probably required a more drastic approach. Should I get a few pig carcasses for him to experiment on? Or Roland didn't want to waste too much time on testing the bonding concoction. From what he knew, people worked on animals before moving on to clinical trials. Bernier was the only real patient here, and even if it worked on dead animals or living ones, it was still not the best option. However, in this world, there existed monsters, some of which were quite close to humans in their physiology. There was no reason to work on animals or humans when there were other options available. All right, Rastics will need to conduct a series of tests to ensure the durability and safety of this adhesive. Once we're satisfied with the results, we can move forward with integrating it into Bernier's prosthesis. Give me some time, I'll have something prepared. Bernier nodded in agreement, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of excitement at the prospect of having a more responsive arm. Throughout the week, he had tried getting used to the harness, but it was quite not the same as having a real arm. Can I help with something, boss? Bernier asked as he spotted Roland deep in thought. I'm not sure you'd want to see this, why wouldn't I? This is about my arm, and shouldn't I know the whole process behind it? I guess you're right about that, but you don't have to force yourself. I'll be fine. Roland was contemplating something unsavory, something that some people from the modern world might consider inhumane. He wasn't sure if this was the right thing to do, but to help his friend out, he was willing to resort to drastic measures. The loss of Bernier's arm occurred while protecting him, and Roland wouldn't rest until he made it right. All right, Bernier. If you're sure you want to see this, then I won't hold you back. But I must warn you, it might be a bit unconventional. Don't worry, boss, I'll be fine. Bernier reassured Roland with a laugh, and soon the three craftsmen prepared a new plan. Rastix would give them half of his new product and return to his laboratory. There, he would re-examine it and see if he could improve upon it. He was also tasked with preparing a counter potion that could restore the changed flesh to its former state in case something went wrong. Meanwhile, the other two would head to the city and then Arthur's estate, but before that, Roland needed to make a call. We haven't done this in a while, boss. That's true. You really do fit the role. Should I carry your cape for you, Sir Knight Commander? Cut it out, hee. Roland rolled his eyes at Bernier's comments as he had to get changed into his armor. It was a more ceremonial piece with less functionality than his mithril armor, but it still had some good spells on it. The cape that was attached to it shifted around to create a robe that covered his whole body. While he intended to head to Arthur eventually, first the two would need to visit a less savory establishment. Roland didn't want to go there, but knew that it was better if he personally handled this to hasten the process. Elodia was there to wave both of them goodbye, and the two delved towards the city, while Roland attempted to hide his true identity. This was quite hard considering that he was a well-known knight commander, and some of the soldiers just recognized the way he carried himself. Nevertheless, after having a few people point their fingers, he along with Bernier ended up in the city pleasure district. Boss, why are we here? If Mrs. finds out, I'll be in a heap of trouble. We're not here for that. Just keep on walking and try not to stare. Bernier seemed to have trouble keeping his gaze away from some of the working ladies. Even though it was the middle of the day, many establishments were trying to entice new customers. It was working, as his assistant was easily drawn by the gazes of half-dressed women and the allure of cheap alcohol. On several occasions, Roland had to pull him back as he was about to walk into an establishment that Armand frequented. Luckily, his idiot brother-in-law wasn't around to ruin everything this time, and the two disappeared through a series of narrow alleyways. They ended up at a nondescript building at the end of a side alley. The sign above the door was faded, but Roland knew it was one of the Thieves' Guild run places he had called earlier. He was here to seal the deal for a few unconventional goods needed for the next trial on the artificial limb. He knocked on the door in a specific pattern, and after a moment a small hatch slid open. A pair of sharp eyes peered out at them. Who seeks entrance? An old weary friend in need of a favor. The eyes scrutinized them for a moment longer before the hatch slid shut. There was the sound of heavy bolts being drawn back, and the door creaked open. A tall, lean man with a scar across his cheek stood in the doorway, eyeing Roland and Bernier suspiciously. "Come in, good friend. Just ignore them and follow after me." "Ah, sure, boss. We won't be staying long, don't worry, and whatever you do, try not to stare for too long." "What will happen if I stare for too long?" "Not much, you just might get stabbed." "What?" Bernier started sweating and moved closer to Roland as they ventured further into the strange building. They went through another secret entrance that led them to a winding corridor. While people like Bernier were aware of the existence of the Thieves' Guild, most never had the pleasure of wandering through their underground tunnels. This particular tunnel led to a loud place where Roland would retrieve something important. "Yeah, get him. New, what are you doing? I'm going to kill you if you lose. Haha, I'm going to be rich." Roland tried to ignore the shouts of the people, but they were quite loud. This place looked like some kind of underground arena. People were holding up strange pieces of paper used for betting. In the center was a small ring about 15 meters wide. Inside it, a lone man was fighting against a green monster commonly known as an orc. This place was an illegal fighting ring where betting was allowed, and Roland, as the knight commander, was well aware of it. After the last incident with the crime lords from the city, a few agreements with the Thieves' Guild were made. He, along with Arthur, made the decision to allow certain establishments that operated in a gray zone. They were required to pay a fee to continue existing, and as long as they didn't engage in activities like killing, slavery, or selling people's organs, it was deemed acceptable. This compromise was seen as one of the lesser evils for the city. Arthur realized that he couldn't keep expending resources battling the Thieves' Guild and all the criminals. Thus, they decided to work together to a certain degree. As long as they didn't cross certain lines, Arthur and the knights wouldn't intervene, but this didn't mean they wouldn't step in if the Thieves' Guild made things too obvious. If someone was getting robbed or reported something, they would follow through to clear up the issue. However, if people wanted to waste their money on betting and the pleasure district, then no one would stop them. This might have seemed quite hypocritical considering his recent clash in the Theodore Valerian-run city. However, they ensured that certain thresholds were not crossed, and the Thieves' Guildmaster was on board with everything. She had promised to keep her guild orderly and would not go out of her way to protect any killers that might wander in from outside. It was somewhat of a necessarily evil, and it was better to keep them in check than risk another guild forming with a guildmaster that wasn't willing to cooperate. "If it isn't the honored guest, please come." A man greeted them, appearing a bit out of place with his large belly and fancy attire. He seemed to be the owner of the establishment Roland sought goods from. Alongside Bernier, Roland followed him into a dimly lit room, presumably his office. Two intimidating guards stood behind, though their prowess paled in comparison to Roland's, which they were certainly aware of. The man showed a lot of decorum, and his body language was quite submissive. "What brings you to our humble abode, esteemed guest?" "I wish to procure a few monsters from your collection. Do you happen to have any goblins or hobgoblins available?" The man's eyes lit up with interest, and he leaned back in his chair, stroking his chin in contemplation. "Goblins, you say? Interesting choice. We do have a few in stock, though they're not the easiest creatures to come by. How many are you looking to purchase?" "I'll take 2 each to be on the safer side." The man nodded thoughtfully and swiftly agreed to the deal. Roland sensed he might be under pressure from the Thieves' Guild leader he had contacted earlier. With the goblins and hobgoblins now in their possession, the tests could continue further. It took Bernier a moment to realize the purpose of the goblins, but he remained steadfast in seeing the plan through to its conclusion. "Good, there will be a few men waiting outside to guide you. Follow their instructions while transporting the monsters. Do I make myself clear?" "Of course, good sir." The man smiled content with their agreement and bid them farewell with a wave. Roland's status exempted them from payment, and soon he was escorted out of the fighting establishment. The monsters would be packed up and transported to the hidden skill training facility at Arthur's estate since, for the time being, Roland lacked a similar place to house them. Once they were delivered and secured, they could proceed with the final adjustments on the runic prosthesis. "Quite the interesting gift you've brought me. I apologize, but there wasn't really another facility to use at short notice, Lord Arthur." "It's fine, and you can call me Arthur down here." "I'm not sure I should," Roland remarked while glancing at a certain angry-looking cat-eared maid. The three of them were watching a group of soldiers transporting goblins and hobgoblins into holding cells. This place was created to hold Tier 3 undead monsters from the dungeon, so managing a few lesser creatures wouldn't be that hard. At this moment, they were disabled by a sleeping spell and bound, making it easy for the soldiers to handle them. Bernier was also here, waiting in another room for Roland to come and get him. This place was a secret from most, but his assistant had proven himself trustworthy enough for even Arthur to agree to this. Bernier was already aware of almost all of Roland's secrets, and granting him access to this underground area wasn't really a big security risk. He had not planned this, but there was no similar place to hold monsters in his underground workshop. Roland was planning to create something similar, as improving his skills was important, but he just didn't have the time. Moreover, having Tier 3 undead under his own home, where many young children and his wife lived, would be quite irresponsible. At this location, they had built an extensive underground holding facility that looked like a dungeon, which was perfect for his current experiment. Arthur already knew his true identity, so revealing his latest invention wasn't a significant concern. It was even an opportunity to get him on board with the new invention. If the runic limb was successfully created, the money this city could gain from them was extensive. That is, if he could work out a good enough attachment system that could replicate the real thing. If I understood correctly, this research of yours will be quite unsavory. Roland remained quiet and only nodded as Arthur posed the question. He was about to do some inhuman things to these goblins, and he was having some second thoughts about the ethical implications. However, his determination to help Bernier regain full functionality in his arm overshadowed his reservations. Arthur observed Roland's struggle by reading his facial expression, which was more tense than usual. Well, they are just goblins. The little buggers would slit our throats without thinking twice. That's true. There was a reason he chose goblins and hobgoblins, as these creatures were considered pure evil. In the past, people had attempted to reason with these creatures or domesticate them, but every attempt had ended in bloodshed. Goblins were notorious for their cunning and cruelty, making them a constant threat to humans and other peaceful races. They liked to torture and play with their prey. To some adventurers, being captured by goblins was a fate worse than death. I understand your dilemma, but you should not look at these creatures as part of the intelligent races. They are nothing more than evil monsters, their minds corrupted by something truly vile. All right then, I'll leave you to it. While I'm intrigued by the idea of artificial limbs, I'd rather not stick around, I'm sure you understand. While Arthur was fine with lending the area for his research, he was unwilling to stay and watch. Mary felt the same, and soon only Bernier, Roland, and a few guards stationed here were left. These guards were bound by strenuous magical contracts that would cost them their lives if they leaked any information. All right, let's get this over with. Bernier, are you sure about this? You don't really need to be here for this. I'll be fine, boss. Stop worrying, and not like we'll be doing all that stuff, right? Yeah, the two walked towards the holding area, where one goblin awaited them. While Roland intended to perform some tests with the creature's help, he would not be the one inflicting the pain. He took no joy in causing deliberate suffering to monsters, and these creatures would be also sedated for most of the process. The person carrying out the initial procedure was already waiting for them and was part of Mary's troops. Cutting things was supposedly one of her talents. Well met, Knight Commander. The woman greeted him with a bow, her large black cat ears twitching slightly. Her eyes, brown with a golden tint, peered out from beneath her neck-length black hair, which draped over one of her eyes. This woman was supposedly Mary's right-hand woman, part of a small unit of shadowy maids that roamed this noble estate. They were responsible for Arthur's protection and information gathering. Sometimes, they would be tasked with odd jobs like today, and they usually wore maid uniforms to blend in with the regular people living in Albrook. Did she work for an assassination guild before? Name: Gianna L105. Classes: T2 Nightblade L5, T2 Dagger Rouge L50, T1 Thief L25, T1 Scout L25. Roland took a glance at her true stats, which could not be hidden from his runic eyes. The woman seemed to be treading the path of an assassin. The Nightblade class granted passive buffs to stealth during the night and in dark surroundings. It wasn't particularly effective for combat in the field, but it excelled in surprise attacks. For this occasion, the woman came wearing something more appropriate for the kitchen, with a large apron over her uniform. The maid outfit might have seemed unsuited for combat, but it was especially good for concealing weapons. This woman was definitely skilled in her trade, and the sharp knife on the side made her look dangerous. I'm sure Mary informed you about your task, Gianna. Yes, Knight Commander. I am to assist you in conducting the necessary tests on the goblins. Gianna seemed to smirk for a moment, while mentioning performing tests on the monsters. She was someone he had already been introduced to earlier. From the onset, she felt like a scary individual who enjoyed her job a bit too much. Even now, it seemed as if she was joyfully anticipating slicing some goblins apart. Roland didn't care as long as the woman didn't point her knives in his direction or toward the people he knew. Good, now I'll need you to make the incision on the right forearm, the same as it's here. He pointed to Bernier, who was remarkably quiet. It seemed his friend could feel the bad air around the knife-wielding maid and had become rooted out of fear. Bernier was still only a blacksmith, and some battle classes exuded a certain aura that would cause normal people to shrink back in fear. Right forearm, got it. The maid nodded, her eyes glinting with a strange luster as she delved into the room where the goblin was being held. She approached the goblin, which was lying unconscious on a metal table, its greenish skin covered in warts and filth. The stench emanating from the creature was repugnant, but she didn't seem to care. Roland moved forward and turned around after noticing that his assistant was not moving forward. "You can stay outside if you want, Bernier. Don't force yourself." "Huh, I am not forcing it." Bernier's voice wavered slightly as he spoke, his eyes fixed on the closed door behind which Gianna was preparing to perform the procedure. Despite his attempts to appear composed, Roland could see the unease written all over his friend's face. However, he was a man with his own convictions and would not back down once his mind was set. "I'm fine." "Good, here, wear this then, it will help with the smell." Roland was wearing his secondary half-plate armor with a helmet, which would protect him from the fumes. What he handed over was more of a face protector than a mask. It covered both his mouth and eyes and resembled a modern gas mask, with the filters replaced by a runic enchantment that purified the air. Bernier gratefully accepted it and put it on, trying to steady his nerves. With the mask in place, they entered the room where Gianna was already at work. Once the arm was gone, Roland sprang into action. His hand hovered over the monster's bleeding limb, and the healing process began. His pseudo-divine spells had become even more potent than before, reaching levels quite close to what advanced priests could achieve. Even though this monster was considered evil, it was not undead, so healing its flesh could be done through regular holy spells. The light from Roland's spell enveloped the goblin's severed limb, and within moments the bleeding stopped. Flesh began to knit itself back together, forming a smooth, scarred surface where the arm had once been. The goblin remained unconscious, oblivious to the rapid regeneration taking place. While he had the power to restore wounds like this, it would be impossible to restore the whole limb without a Tier 4 variant. "Will this do, Knight Commander?" "Yes, this will be enough, I'll take it from here." The woman nodded but seemed disappointed that the procedure ended with just one severed monster limb. Goblins had a body structure similar to humans and were a great analog for his prosthetic research. Now Roland needed to use Rastix's concoction to see how well it reacted with actual flesh before attempting to use it on Bernier. If it only attached itself to a few layers of skin, it would be quite useless, as it would probably tear off eventually. This world was a bit different from the one he came from, and not everything made logical sense. There were perhaps ways to magically anchor the prosthetic limb to the body, which he also needed to examine. First, he needed to see how this flesh glue worked. If it connected well to skin, bones, and muscle, then it could potentially be viable. This goblin was here to test all the ratios, and if the initial tests were successful, he planned to bring Rastix over for some advice. The first round of tests was quite simple as he attempted to attach a hastily produced metallic sleeve. He applied the concoction to both the metal and the goblin's arm before creating the connection. Using his magic, he carefully constricted the metal to push it closer to the green skin. Once they were close enough, the bonding reagent took hold of it and the two began to fuse. The metal and flesh began to meld together, forming a seamless connection. Roland carefully observed the process, noting the changes in the goblin's skin and how it reacted to the adhesive. The bond seemed to be forming deeply, as it had with the leather and metal earlier, but this time it was penetrating living tissue. After a few moments, the process appeared to be complete, and the metal sleeve was now securely attached to the goblin's arm. Roland used his various skills and runic magic to examine this new bond, and on the surface, it looked very promising. The adhesive was sticking well and seemed to have penetrated deeper than just the skin. He could foresee some issues with a connection like this and knew that further modifications to the sleeve would be necessary. However, this was just the first test, and many more goblins were being prepared for further experimentation. Next, Roland conducted a series of strength tests. He pulled, twisted, and bent the metal sleeve, but it remained firmly attached. Even when he applied a fair amount of force, the bond held. However, it had its limits, and eventually he saw blood flowing from the connection, prompting him to quickly heal the wound. "Remarkable," he muttered while rubbing the bottom area of his chin. The alchemical adhesive was performing beyond his expectations, but he knew that a single successful test wasn't enough. He needed to ensure the long-term viability and safety of the bond. "We'll need to observe this goblin for a few days and see if this bond remains stable and doesn't cause any adverse reactions." "Is that so? But Knight Commander, wouldn't it be a waste to not use the other arm? Don't you need more tests?" You do make a good point," Gianna chimed in while holding something resembling a cleaver now. He wasn't sure where the woman got it, but she seemed eager to delimb the goblin from the other side. Considering they were still in the beginning trial phase, the goblin wouldn't really need any of its arms as it wouldn't live much longer. The hobgoblins were meant for the end phase, while the lesser goblins were quite expandable. Bernier shifted nervously beside him, clearly uncomfortable with the idea of further mutilating the helpless goblin. Roland shared his discomfort, but he knew that sacrifices had to be made in the pursuit of progress. With a heavy sigh, he reluctantly nodded to Gianna, indicating that she could proceed with removing the goblin's other arm. Gianna wasted no time, swiftly bringing down the cleaver with a precise strike. The goblin's other arm was cleanly severed, and once again, Roland sprang into action to heal the wound. The process repeated, with Roland using a slightly different sleeve shape this time around. This should be enough for now. I have enough data for now. As you wish, Knight Commander. The cat maid carted the goblin into a separate chamber where it would be observed by runic cameras. Other monitoring devices were also included to measure any adverse effects of the operation. With this task completed, Roland needed to return to his workshop and work on variations of the prosthetic sleeve that he planned to create as a permanent limb attachment. Once created, the prosthetic would be connected to it as a separate extension. He envisioned a modular solution for the runic limb. Despite the runic components being able to function on Tier 2 metals, they would eventually burn through them. It would be preferable if they didn't need to repeat the connection procedure each time the artificial limb needed replacement. For this reason, he wanted them to be two separate parts, as he wasn't sure if Rastix's adhesive could be restored back into flesh once it had gone through the bonding process. You feeling fine? Boss, don't worry about me. I've seen worse things when I was younger. The tests were over for today, but his work was far from finished. Both of them left the underground facility and headed back home. They parted ways in the city as night had already fallen, and Bernier headed to his own home where his wife was waiting for him. Roland did the same, knowing that the process of moving the orphans had been fully completed during his stay at the Institute, and Elodia was probably waiting. How was it? Once back, she greeted him with open arms and a smile on her face. They retreated to the dining area where luckily no kids were running around. All of them stayed at their dorm area during the night with some of the older kids looking over them. It went better than expected. If things continue like this, then Bernier will have his hand back. Elodia nodded, her expression turning soft as she noticed the slight excitement on Roland's face. That's good to hear. I'm sure you'll be able to do it. The two exchanged glances and started moving closer, but suddenly, a loud noise resounded from the side in the form of some munchkins riding an oversized sunlight wolf. Owo, how many times have I told you to stop riding Agni? But he likes it. Worf. Two boys around the age of 6 were clinging to Agni's mane and being loud outside. Elodia leaned out of one of the windows and started shouting at them. Roland just chuckled and took this as a chance to slip away to his workshop. While he had made some progress with his research, the prosthetic limb was not the only project he was supervising. He needed to check up on his tower spirit and perhaps start tinkering with some of its features. I suppose having friends in high places has its merits. Two craftsmen were attaching some heavy cables to a large platform. One was quite tall with a height of 193, something he had achieved after his Tier 3 rank trial. It was a phenomenon known as post-ascension growth and sometimes occurred to accommodate drastic changes to one's body. Luckily, this growth had already stopped, and now Roland could focus on the task at hand. What's that, boss? What do you think it is? Roland asked while holding something that resembled a mana crystal, something they used in bulk to treat alloys to get higher quality products. Bernier eyes this peculiar-looking crystal that was strangely pink and elongated. Soon, the crystal made its way into a special container that had been prepared on top of a workbench. The container looked quite advanced, with a glassy outer case that allowed them to see the floating crystal inside. It was shaped like a tube with various runes inscribed on the bottom and top of the cylinder. The glass, on the other hand, was covered in traces that pulsated from time to time. Inside, an intricate gridwork of thin mana threads connected to the crystal through ethereal pathways. Is it some kind of magic crystal? Maybe a compressed one. But there is no smelter here, so probably not even close. Roland replied with a small chuckle, knowing it wasn't something his assistant would recognize. It was an item gifted to him by Arian, his friend at the Institute. While it looked like an elongated crystal, it was actually more akin to a storage device for data. Though it appeared semi-transparent, slicing it apart would reveal many tiny runic traces and compact runes inside. Through this complex array inside, a lot of data could be transferred and connected to other runic devices, like the ones they were building in this underground workshop. It's something like a basis for the Mage Tower core I'm making, but also contains the code for the transferal gate. Is something wrong? Bernier seemed a little out of it as Roland started explaining the item and its use. It seemed that his friend was having a hard time understanding any of it. Bernier's eyes glazed over as Roland explained the intricacies of the crystal and its purpose. Despite his considerable skills as a blacksmith and craftsman, the advanced magical theories and concepts often left him feeling out of his depth. Roland noticed his assistant's blank expression and realized he might need to simplify things a bit. Think of it as a blueprint, Roland said as he tried to make the explanation a bit more simple. This crystal contains all the information we need to build and operate the gate, as well as a simplified basis for the Mage Tower core. Once we assemble both, the tower spirit will take control of the calculations for us and will help us connect with other gates. The teleportation gates in this world worked on a sort of handshake basis. Knowing the right coordinates wasn't enough for the connection to be established. Both sides needed to confirm their existence, making intrusions from outside impossible. If one wanted to forcefully open a gate, there were ways, but typically someone needed to alter them from the inside. Otherwise, they would be rejected by various safety features like mana barriers and teleportation scrambling magic. I see, I think I get it. Good, now let's start the process. Both of them nodded as they prepared to start the process of activating the tower spirit. The core, which would serve as its brain, had been reinforced with several layers of metal. From the outside, it now looked like an icosahedron, more commonly known as a 20-sided die in a certain popular game from his old world. It was a special alloy that included orichalculum, which would help manage all the magical energy in the vicinity. It also gave the tower core lining a similar luster to gold and shifted mana coloring along with it. All right, Bernier, let's begin with the core. Help me place those containment rods around it. I boss. While Bernier was still only using the unfinished prosthetic, it allowed him to work quite well. He couldn't place much weight on it, but when it came to grabbing and moving his digits, it was quite human-like. The two craftsmen began slotting in 5 large rods that fit into specially created sockets around the core. Once inserted, the rods started to fold upwards and connected with the ceiling. A pentagram appeared on the floor, with these rods acting as focal points. As their name implied, these rods were a safety feature for what they were trying to activate. If for some reason the tower spirit went berserk, the rods were designed to contain its power and shut it down. The pentagram generated a powerful shield that could theoretically contain power close to Tier 4. They would also activate in the case of any explosions and outside intrusion. Some special spells and devices targeted mage tower cores, and they needed to be defended against. Everything seems to be in order. I guess this is at the time for activation was upon them, and Roland activated the pink crystal. It began to glow with a soft pink light, and Roland took a step back. He glanced at the display that recreated screens from his old world and made things a lot easier to read through. On it, he had already fashioned a graphical interface that would allow others to see the whole process. It seemed stable enough. It was quite a sight to behold. The runes on the crystal's surface flickered to life, and everything shimmered with magical energy. Within moments, the crystal's energy connected with the tower core, initiating the process of awakening the tower spirit. The core hummed with power, resonating with the magical frequencies emanating from the crystal. Slowly but steadily, the workshop began to vibrate as the data transfer took place and the tower spirit was being created. There were many types of tower spirits that could be created, ranging from simple constructs with basic intelligence to complex magical beings capable of interacting with their surroundings. Roland had chosen to create a more advanced spirit, one that could assist him in his research and help manage the various magical devices in his workshop. However, he did not want it to have an ego of its own, as it was a variable that could complicate matters. The more complex the spirit was, the bigger the probability of it developing an ego of its own. Sometimes, these beings were just monsters made of energy that could run wild. He was not making a conversation partner, but a machine to manage his underground workshop and for calculation. He wanted something more similar to an AI assistant and not a magical beast with its own mind and feelings. As the process continued, Roland monitored the energy levels carefully, ensuring that everything remained stable. The runes on the core's casing continued to pulsate, and eventually the process reached its conclusion. For a moment, the air crackled with power, and a strange burst of energy erupted from within the tower core. Quickly, the containment array reacted to block this surge of energy, causing Bernier to jump back in fright. Whoa, it's fine, the mana can't get through the shield, you'll be fine. Hugh, that gave me a scare. Bernier chuckled and stood back up, his eyes focused on the focal point of the core chamber. Meanwhile, Roland, able to see through the casing, observed the magical reaction taking place within it. He witnessed the birth of the tower spirit and the formation of its shape. Soon, it floated forward, depicted as an orb of light slightly larger than a tennis ball. So this is it, the tower spirit, he asked himself while examining the pale blue ball of light. It didn't look like much and could probably be mistaken for a Tier 1 spell that produced light. However, once he identified it as the tower spirit, he felt a sense of satisfaction. This small, unassuming orb contained vast potential and was proof that he had reached a higher point in his crafting profession. Greetings, master. The ball of light floated forward at a slow pace. Initially seeming a bit confused, it eventually turned in the direction of its creator. Once there, it greeted Roland in a somewhat monotone voice that reminded him of old text-to-speech technology from his own world. This was his tower spirit, an artificial intelligence created from many months of work and a buildup of knowledge. Greetings. Roland replied and was greeted with silence. Bernier on the side rubbed his nose a bit and then shrugged as if he didn't know what to say. Tower spirit, do you know what your purpose is? My purpose is to assist my master. Right? Are there things that you must not do? Yes, master. Could you list those things? Roland replied, realizing that this artificial spirit he had created was quite passive. It was like a newborn baby, eagerly awaiting to absorb information. Luckily, it was following the main directive he had implanted inside of it. He needed to ensure that it would not attack him or the people he was affiliated with. This wasn't anything new, as all artificially created beings usually followed some type of rules. It was a safeguard employed by any self-aware inventor to prevent it from ever being able to attack him. The tower spirit paused for a moment, processing Roland's request. Then it began to list the restrictions placed upon it. I must not harm my master or those under his protection. I must not divulge sensitive information without authorization. I must not interfere with my master's personal affairs unless requested to do so. I must not act against the interests of my master. Roland nodded as the spirit continued to list down the constraints it was under. Some people like to include orders to never harm humans under any circumstances. However, this AI spirit would be allowed to control many of his battle golems and tower defensive systems in his workshop. It could not operate without being able to use deadly force in this world of strife. What he already created was a database with people's names and mana fingerprints that his creation would not be able to harm instead. I should give it a scan name. None. Species. Artificial spirit. Roland examined his new creation, but his identification didn't reveal too much. But it made one thing clear. The world saw this orb of light as its own species. It was an artificial spirit that he had created, and it still lacked a name to be considered a full-fledged tower spirit. Roland's naming sense wasn't too great, and he had already given his armor the runic naming scheme. He strained his brain for a moment, and then came up with the genius idea to give this new assistant of his a name fit for a butler. I suppose we need to give you a name. Artificial spirit or tower spirit won't do. How about Sebastian? Registering a new name, this spirit will be known as Sebastian. You have gained a new title, Arcane Craftsman. You have gained a new title, Spirit Bond. Once the name was given, a sudden system window appeared before him, rewarding him with not one new title but two. It seemed that creating a mage tower core alone was not enough. Fashioning an actual artificial spirit was required for a new title. To make things even better, he received an additional title for naming his AI butler, Arcane Craftsman. Title. A title gained by craftsmen who have reached the pinnacle of arcane artistry. Mana usage inside any arcane structures will be lessened and affect all magical devices within range of the arcane structure. Spirit Bond. Title. Given to people who have created a bond with a spirit. Arcane structure. I guess it means the mage tower core in this case. Roland would be able to lower his own mana usage even further when near the mage tower core. This title meant that whenever he was there, he would have a home advantage against other casters. He wondered if it would affect things like his golemic army and his armor. The other title was typically given to summoners who contracted actual spirits, but it appeared to be something that could also be gained with an artificial spirit. I wonder if I'll be able to gain a summoner class with that title. For a moment, he imagined casting a spell during combat and his workshop appearing to aid him. Summoning typically involved using other creatures and even magical constructs, which could be called from the spirit realm. However, he wasn't sure if his artificial spirit would be allowed to traverse the spirit realm. This thing sounds funny, boss. Unidentified individual spotted. Trying to identify mana pattern individual identified as Master Bernier. Clearance level 4. Master Bernier. Bernier was confused by the terminology that the artificial spirit named Sebastian was using, but Roland was here to explain. I've included you in the Artie Sebastian's database. He should listen to your orders, and with your clearance being 4, it's going to be only one notch below mine. Just below yours, boss. Roland nodded as Bernier was taken aback by the level of trust he was given. The 5th level was the highest, and only he could access it. Bernier, with his 4th level clearance, had access to a lot, but he was not the second in command. Elodia, his wife, was next in line, and if something ever happened to Roland, she would be automatically given full authority over everything. Nevertheless, this was quite the blow to Bernier, whose eyes widened in surprise. I know you won't, Bernier, but not like there is much this clearance will give you, at least not until this spirit is fully integrated into the workshop. Roland turned his attention back to Sebastian, the newly awakened tower spirit. With the initial setup complete, it was time to test some of the more advanced functionalities. This construct didn't have access to any functional parts of this place, nor could it control any of the golems. For the time being, it would be granted access to the teleportation gate and be connected to the Institute. Sebastian needed to go through many tests first before he could be given access to everything. Sebastian initiated diagnostic check of all connected systems and report any anomalies. Initiating diagnostic check. Please stand by, Master. The orb of light, now known as Sebastian, began to pulse rhythmically. Roland watched the screens as lines of runic script and data scrolled by, the advanced graphical interface providing a clear view of the system's status. It was a mesmerizing display of magical technology at work, and something that Roland was proud of. Everything's going smoothly so far. While Sebastian is running the diagnostic check, why don't we work on the gate? Boss. They moved away from the center of the workshop, where Sebastian's brain was housed. The gate would be close by, in a separate, smaller chamber for now. Roland planned to expand the scale of this entire underground magical smithy later on. Once Sebastian was fully operational, it would be possible to use specialized construction golems to handle the work of city craftsmen. Roland was cautious about revealing the knowledge of the layout of this underground area to anyone. By not showing it to any outsiders, he minimized the potential threat. Let's start with the base. Make sure it's aligned properly, Bernier. We don't want any mishaps during the first activation. Soon, the two were busy at work, and the gate quickly took shape. Roland was ecstatic at the pace they were progressing. The most challenging part of the construction had already been completed. The teleportation gate was nothing more than another runic machine that functioned like any other and wouldn't pose any problems in the future. The real challenge would be getting Sebastian to operate it, but considering the speed he was showcasing, things were progressing well. Master, I completed the diagnostic check. Oh. Roland was surprised at the arrival of the glowing sphere in the side chamber. That was quick, Sebastian. Any anomalies detected? Negative, Master. All systems are functioning within normal parameters. Good work, Sebastian. Stand by for further instructions. With that, Sebastian hovered in the corner of the chamber, awaiting Roland's next command. Roland felt a sense of satisfaction at the efficiency of his artificial spirit. It seemed that he would have some extra time on his hands. If everything is proceeding this quickly, I might actually be able to create the rune mark II, or at least make a more advanced rune mark I would like to officially inform all my readers that I have started writing a new story called Heavy Metal, a monster evolution lit RPG. Ugh, and new. That doesn't sound like a goblin or a hobgoblin. Roland, together with a maid who had orange cat ears, walked through a darkened corridor. In the distance, he could hear strange shouts indicating someone in a lot of distress. The woman next to him clearly knew what was happening but didn't seem perturbed by the screams. The shouts grew louder as they progressed, and eventually the maid, Mary, spoke out. Since your return, we have noticed an increase in suspicious individuals. Could they be from information guilds or perhaps? Mary stopped the moment he asked about the origins of the shouts, and to his surprise, she took something out. She held it out to him, and at first glance, it looked like nothing more than a simple bracelet. It was mostly black with a bird insignia that resembled a raven on it. However, to Roland, this was more than a simple bracelet, as he could instantly identify it as a magical item. This has quite a strong concealment enchantment on it. Anyone wearing it would have their true status hidden. Roland took the bracelet from Mary, inspecting it closely. His eyes narrowed as he detected the subtle yet sophisticated concealment enchantment. There were several layers of hidden runes that would even challenge Tier 3 class holders. An expert on Arian's level would be needed to even see a problem, and most others would need to examine it directly and closely to notice anything unusual. Such a runic enchantment isn't easy to come by. Whoever is using these has access to some serious resources. Mary nodded and replied quickly as the two walked towards the groaning sounds. These individuals have been sneaking around Albrook, and we found these bracelets on them. The shouts you hear now are from one of those we captured. The intricate concealment runes on the bracelet indicated a high level of craftsmanship and knowledge. Something like this wasn't cheap and far beyond what a common thief or spy would possess. This suggested that a well-backed group was behind it. Various groups could be responsible, but Roland suspected someone nearby. Considering that he had just caused a scene in another noble's territory, his guess was likely correct. Do we know anything about their identity and objectives? Not yet. The interrogation is ongoing, but they're tight-lipped. Whoever they are, they've been trained to resist questioning. Luckily, we know of a group that uses the Raven as a calling card. Let me guess, Theodore. Mary nodded. Ah, are you familiar with the Ravens? Not exactly. I heard a few rumors here and there, but nothing too specific. Mary nodded again, and they continued forward without her going into much detail about these so-called Ravens. Roland had been given all the information Arthur possessed, and had also used information guilds through the Thieves' Guild. This organization was similar to what Mary's maids were turning into, the eyes and ears of the noble. This wasn't anything new nobles were, in a sense, required to establish their own spy network if they ever wanted to achieve anything substantial. The person that had been caught was probably here to investigate the strange mage who had rescued some slaves. He had caused quite a scene in Aldbourne, which exposed the state of their army. Now that they presented themselves as a proper threat, their enemies were probably trying to gather as much information as they could. While the Valyrian Duke frowned on any assassination attempts among nobles, he would likely let it slide if there was no proof of the deed. Because of this reason, Mary was taking this situation quite seriously, and the screams of the unknown man were proof of its seriousness. He probably possessed valuable information that could help her protect Arthur better, but extracting anything from him would likely prove challenging. They are probably trying to figure out the extent of Arthur's forces. Do you think they are aiming for something else? They might just be testing us or trying to provoke a response. Testing, I see. Roland nodded, finding sense in Mary's assessment. The man they had captured could have been a lure set by Theodore and his group. Once their own spies and agents were sent in, he would capture them to extract information. It was a tactic occasionally used, where the spies sent in to be captured often lacked valuable information. As they approached the cell, it became increasingly evident that this individual was not going to divulge any secrets easily. Arg HHH, uh-oh, get down. A familiar voice called out to him from within the cell, and he instantly conjured a shield of mana. It arrived just in time to intercept the spray of blood hurtling their way. The blood splattered against the barrier, revealing inside the cell the lower half of a man's body slumping forward. It appeared the prisoner had imploded from within, likely triggered by a magical safeguard to prevent him from disclosing any critical information. The two of them stood in shock as they witnessed the gruesome aftermath of the prisoner's demise. The man's lower body lay limp against the floor of the cell, blood dripping down in a macabre display. The cell itself was now splattered with crimson, along with the person that was performing the interrogation. Ah, it stinks, Gianna. The person Roland was supposed to meet today to conclude his prosthesis research was the one who caught the brunt of the explosion. In her hands, he could see a metallic tray that she had used to shield her face from the gory blast. On the ground lay various sharp objects like knives, scissors, and pliers, which were likely on the tray she had been holding. Gianna, are you all right? Mary rushed in to aid Gianna, but Roland's attention remained fixated on the remains of the supposed spy. He had heard of volatile magical contracts before, but this situation surpassed anything he knew. The closest comparison he could draw was to the parasitic abyssal worms people were previously implanted with. His mana senses confirmed his suspicions. Instead of regular mana, he detected cursed hexes permeating the area. I'm sure the Duke wouldn't approve of cursed magics, but not like Arthur would be able to pin anything on him, even with a recording. Oh, Knight Commander, you're already here. Sorry about this. Give me some time to freshen up. The woman didn't seem too shaken up by all the gore and chunks of matter permeating the area. Roland was starting to wonder where these maids were coming from. Was there some hidden ninja maid village where young girls were being trained in the ways of assassination and espionage? It's fine, take your time. I'm just here to examine the last few specimens and how they reacted to the transplantation effort, he replied while turning towards Mary, who was examining the remains. This looks like a blast worm, blast worm. Roland inquired while many poked something that looked like a leg from some type of insect. They are used by witch doctors or warlocks and can be implanted into people's bodies. It's quite a common practice in assassination guilds. I assume once the host attempts to disclose restricted information, the worm is triggered. Oh, have you heard of them? Not this one in particular, but I've heard of others like it. They weren't supposed to be this flashy. It seems as if Theodore is trying to send us a message. That could be true, but it might also be a warning directed at the other ravens. Failure is not accepted, huh? Mary nodded as the two tried to assess the situation. Either Theodore was trying to make a flashy entrance to warn Arthur about visiting his lands further, or it was just to remind the other assassins that they would die a miserable death if they failed like this person. Nevertheless, now they needed to focus on bolstering their city defenses and increasing the security measures, which in Roland's opinion wouldn't be that hard. First mind-controlling parasites and now exploding worms, Roland looked at the remains and performed an examination with the help of his armor. He hoped to identify the worms by their mana pattern, but it seemed to have vanished along with their host. His gear was attuned to the mana patterns of both people and monsters. In theory, it would be possible to build a detection device for these small beings, but there would be some constraints. Could you lend me this for now? The bracelet. Yes, if I can study it, I should be able to pinpoint similar ones within the city. Instead of focusing on the small monster, he changed his target. These worms were tiny, and their mana signature would be extremely hard to detect once inside a human body. It was the same with the abyssal worms, which were only detected due to their adverse reaction to holy mana. On the other hand, the bracelet was a runic artifact, something he specialized in. It wouldn't take long for him to unearth all its intricacies. Just like the abyssal cult, it was likely that the runesmith creating these bracelets was merely copying designs, which would make them easier to crack. How about the blasting worms? I could try looking into it, but I can't promise anything. It will probably require the target to be quite close, maybe even in direct skin contact or more. That's fine. We'll just relocate them into a private room for a more thorough examination if someone acts suspiciously. Mary nodded seriously, and Roland returned the gesture. He was responsible for controlling the monitoring system around the city. With Sebastian now operational, his plan was to eventually delegate this task to the tower spirit. Sebastian had ample processing power and could probably eventually scan the entire city for abnormalities. Covering the entire area would be improbable, but setting up critical checkpoints was feasible. If they could get spies to pass through these checkpoints without realizing they were being scanned, it would suffice. "Excuse me, Knight Commander. I was not expecting you so soon. Now where were we?" "Ah yes, the hobgoblins." Once the issue with the enemy infiltrator was resolved, Gianna returned in a fresh-made uniform. This underground area was becoming akin to a peculiar noble's dungeon, which Roland found ironic. Arthur appeared to be someone who didn't entirely embrace noble traditions, yet any respectable aristocrat maintained one of these hidden lairs. In this case, suspicious tests on monsters were already underway, and people were being held hostage without the city's knowledge, leaving Roland uncertain about how to feel. How are the test subjects performing? Are the goblins still acting the same? Well, yes. They don't seem to like their new limbs and eventually just gnaw through them, but the hobgoblins are a bit smarter. Roland peeked into one of the holding cells where several regular green goblins were housed. They had been outfitted with replacement golemic arms, which were now discarded on the ground with the flesh they were attached to bitten through. The small green monsters seemed unwilling to accept the artificial limbs as their own. Despite the failure, this data was valuable. It allowed him to examine how well the arms integrated with the monsters. The fact that they needed to use their teeth to remove the limbs hinted at a promising aspect of the experiment. Moving on to another cell, Roland was introduced to the hobgoblin specimen. This one was actively trying to use its magical hand, which had been attuned to its spiritual mana pattern. The process was relatively smooth, but despite being attuned, the arm was quite jittery. This was due to its limited functionality, as the hobgoblin's original arm had superior stats and capabilities. The magical arm clearly lagged behind the hobgoblin's intentions, resulting in noticeable delays. Once this delay was in place, the signal was interrupted and resulted in a faulty movement output. "This one looks promising. Guide it to the test chamber. I'll wait for it there." "As you wish, Commander." The monster's replacement arm looked promising, and Roland decided it was ready for one last test. This test would be conducted in a small chamber with sturdy walls and 2 entrances. Roland entered through one entrance while the hobgoblin was pushed in through the other. Instantly, the monster identified Roland as an enemy and charged toward him with its new metallic arm raised. The hobgoblin swung its arm at him, and Roland swiftly dodged the wide swing to the side. His intention was not to defeat the hobgoblin, but merely to observe how it used its new hand in combat. The monster showed no inhibitions or instincts to protect the artificial limb, providing Roland with the data he needed. Roland observed closely, noting how the arm responded to the hobgoblin's commands. Despite the initial jitteriness, the arm's movements gradually became smoother as the hobgoblin grew more accustomed to controlling it. Eventually, the jittering started to subside as if the monster adjusted to the slower output. Is the soul adjusting to the limb, or is the monster's natural instinct? Just like with the others, it's slowly adapting to it. He continued to record the hobgoblin's movements and the magical fluctuations around the arm as the test progressed. Eventually, Roland tossed an iron shortsword to the hobgoblin. The monster swiftly grabbed the weapon with its organic hand and activated one of its skills, enhancing the power of its swings. This went against his plan, and after dodging a few attacks, Roland pointed his finger to produce a thin energy flame. The enraged hobgoblin continued to attack, but this thin flame passed through its organic arm. The limb fell to the ground, and the magical flames instantly cauterized the wounds to prevent the monster from bleeding out. Now, with only its prosthetic limb remaining, Roland waited patiently for it to attack again. The monster didn't look good, but it grabbed the iron blade with its metallic arm and charged at Roland once more. Roland stayed calm, allowing the monster to swing at him repeatedly. Sometimes he dodged, and other times he intercepted the blade with his own arm. Despite the monster's efforts, it lacked the power to cause even a scratch on him. Eventually, Roland concluded the test as he realized it had been successful. Good, this will be enough. It just took a little wave of his hand to send the monster's head flying to the side. The monster was dead, and he approached its motionless body to retrieve the prosthetic limb for later study. With this, he had all that he needed to complete Bernier's arm. I confirmed that it's possible to use skills even with these artificial limbs. The soul seems quite adaptive, as if it's just a mold to be shaped. After a momentary pause, Roland retreated from the chamber, leaving it to the maid to care for the monsters. Now free to proceed, he reflected on Rastix's remarkable discovery with this regent. The gnome had not only perfected a potion that could splice flesh and metal together, but also ensured the process was reversible, restoring the flesh to its original state after fusion. With all this confirmed, Roland proceeded confidently with the assembly of the prosthesis socket. Once in place, attaching the new arm and ensuring it functioned like the original would be straightforward. With this amount of adaptivity, Bernier's arm could have multiple uses. It wouldn't just need to be an arm, but an actual artifact tool. While walking home to share the good news with his assistant, Roland began contemplating the possibilities of this new invention. Restoring the arm meant it could be configured to match a person's natural body output, but it could also go further. There was potential to install simple spells for everyday tasks as well as combat enhancements. Since the arm attachment was the only permanent addition, the possibilities seemed boundless. Making multiple separate prosthetic arms could be costly. Perhaps it would be better to make them more modular. An inside plate that holds various spell types could eliminate the need to replace the entire hand. Those puppet golem digits aren't that easy to recreate. Let's put the emitting rune on the palm, or perhaps on the upper hand portion. As Roland approached his home, he pondered that with everything almost settled, it was time to complete this project which held boundless future possibilities, not just for those who had lost their limbs, but potentially for many others as well. It was something that could very well change the whole kingdom, or perhaps the world. "My lord, enter." A man wearing a butler uniform stepped into the opulent office of Theodore Valerian. The room was adorned with rich, dark wood paneling and deep crimson drapes that framed tall, narrow windows. The air was thick with the scent of aged books and polished leather. Theodore sat behind a grand mahogany desk, cluttered with various documents and arcane artifacts. The butler slowly approached the desk with measured steps, carrying a silver tray with a lone letter on it. "Reginald, did you bring the report?" "Yes, my lord." Reginald nodded respectfully and presented a sealed letter resting on the tray. The seal bore a dark crimson raven insignia. This seal was magical in nature and could only be opened when Theodore brought his ring, which had a matching bird to it. Both magical artifacts began to flash and the wax started to melt. Once the wax had dissolved, the noble quickly scanned through the letter, a frown adorning his face. "Interesting," Theodore murmured, setting the letter down and tapping his fingers thoughtfully on the desk. He looked up at Reginald, who stood waiting with the disciplined patience of a seasoned retainer. "What is that bastard planning? He is starting to become a thorn in my side." The man continued to tap his finger while contemplating the matter at hand. His brother had begun growing in power recently, but it was not to the point of him becoming a valid threat. In Theodore's opinion, even Ivan was still a much bigger threat than an upstart bastard with one city. However, it was best to tackle issues before they had time to fester and rot. He knew this truth but could not act hasty as he was not just going against a singular opponent. "Reginald, what do we know about this so-called Knight Commander Wayland?" The butler bowed slightly, his expression revealing nothing but a calm efficiency. "I must apologize, but not much is known about this man. We have done extensive background checks on this individual, but no one by this name seemed to have existed." "A fake name, then?" "That is what we can assume, my lord." Theodore's eyes narrowed as he considered the implications. A man with such expertise and unknown origins could become a threat, especially if he was aligned with one of his brothers. It's possible that he is just a diversion. Could Julius be pulling the strings? Or could he be someone else's man? The tapping on the desk continued to intensify as the noble contemplated the issue. The idea that Arthur was capable of handling such a competent retainer was far-fetched. It was more likely that one of his three other brothers was trying to divert his focus from other matters. The man called Wayland was probably hired to quickly raise Albrook up and force him to relegate manpower there. If this was true, then attempting to bribe the man would be pointless. Either they would need to kill him or avoid partaking in this game his other brothers were trying to play. Knight Commander Wayland appears to be highly skilled in magical combat. His skills and classes are unknown, but we can assume that it's a profession involving runes and artifacts. Something akin to a rune mage is most probable. However, we can't discount him having a rare special class. Theodore leaned back and continued to listen to all the information about Knight Commander Wayland. He knew well about rune mages, and considering the increase in runic artifacts within Albrook, it made sense. However, they didn't have enough information, and the appearance of a strange magician in one of the border cities complicated things further. "Not enough. My lord, there is just not enough information, but we can't keep ignoring this upstart. We will send the third Raven unit. The first and second will continue with their tasks. I want to know what that brother of mine is doing and who is truly behind this." "My lord, the third Raven unit will be deployed immediately," Reginald acknowledged with a bow. He turned on his heel, departing swiftly to relay Theodore's orders. The sound of the heavy wooden door closing behind him seemed to echo Theodore's thoughts. He leaned back in his chair, eyes fixed on the flickering candlelight that cast dancing shadows across the room. He couldn't afford to underestimate any potential threats, but he also couldn't let something like this distract him. This was clearly a ruse created by one of his other brothers, and he couldn't let himself fall into their trap. He would do the bare minimum to contain this problem, but still focus on his true opponents. Back in Albrook, Roland was putting the final touches on Bernier's prosthetic arm. His workshop was buzzing with noise as there was a new addition to it. The finished prosthetic arm lay on a wooden workbench, gleaming under runic light hanging from the above ceiling. The arm had a silvery luster to it, and the intricate runes were quite noticeable, but focused mainly on the forearm portion. "Is it getting hot in here, boss?" "Not really. Just relax and take a seat." "We will start the procedure soon," Roland proclaimed and pointed to a large metallic chair with various straps. Bernier was visibly nervous, but trusting in Roland's expertise. He hesitated for a moment, but right before making up his mind, someone smacked him on the back. "What are you dilly-dallying for, young man? Just get on the chair. Do you not trust in my genius?" Bernier looked back to where the strike came from and spotted a shorter man with a long beard. It was Rastix the alchemist, who had not been working here for long. He had been given access to the underground workshop to help with the procedure. It was this gnome who had created the concoction, and he constantly liked to remind everyone of it. After chuckling nervously, Bernier eventually moved over to the chair. He had previously used a different prosthesis, which had been held in place by an exterior harness. This procedure would fuse his flesh with a metallic frame that would securely hold the arm in place. The procedure had been tested on monsters, and he had been present during the initial round of testing. However, despite the promising data, it didn't change the fact that this was uncharted territory for all of them. Bernier would be the first person to undergo it, and the lack of experience on their part was what made him nervous. "All right, Bernier, we are going to start soon. Are you ready?" "Let's do it, boss." "Okay, drink the potion and let's do it." Once Bernier had drunk a vial and taken a seat, Roland started strapping his arm into a previously prepared frame. This part would cover the partial forearm stump completely. Bernier's arm needed to be secured to a nearby bench next to the chair he was sitting on. The procedure was delicate, and any movement could disrupt the alignment of the prosthesis frame. Once he was secured to both the chair and the side bench, the process could then continue. "Rastix, I'm on it." The gnome alchemist wasn't here just to watch, he had a role to play as well. Above the secured arm, a bucket-sized crucible was hanging, containing the alchemical concoction that needed just one last ingredient. During their research, they discovered that this reagent would lose most of its adhesive properties within a few hours of being made, and within the first few minutes, its effects were magnified. It was best to produce it directly during the operation for the best possible outcome. The arm frame, which also contained a mold for the adhesive, would be lowered down, and through specially prepared needles, it would flow into the arm more thoroughly. It was a delicate process, but after testing it on multiple hobgoblins and goblins, they were confident that it was safe. Thus, the time came, and soon Rastix drew the lever to lower the crucible. The alchemical mixture, shimmering with a faint darkened silver glow, began to flow down the thin tubes into the mold around Bernier's partial forearm. The gnome adjusted the flow carefully, ensuring that the adhesive spread evenly without any spills or leaks. After another level, which was lowered by Roland, the needles punctured through Bernier's arm. The previously taken potion acted as a pain anesthetic and allowed no pain to flow through during this procedure. Slow and steady, Rastix murmured with satisfaction as the process unfolded. He observed everything with glee while Roland meticulously analyzed each step. His keen eyes focused on the connection between the metal and fusing flesh, ensuring that none of the crucial runic traces within the attachment would be compromised. It was a slow process, but there were no failures observed, and eventually it was completed successfully. "So how does it feel?" "A little numb. Try to move your elbow around first. See if you feel any discomfort. The potion should wear off soon." Bernier cautiously flexed his elbow, testing the range of movement. There was a slight stiffness initially, but as he continued to move, the prosthetic socket was kept in place, and eventually they could continue with the process. Roland grabbed the ready prosthetic arm from the nearby table and bright it forth, its silvery luster indicating that it had a high concentration of mithril in it. "I would have been fine with a regular alloy, boss. Isn't this a bit too much?" "Nonsense. Mithril is both resistant to runic deterioration and light. If you're worried about it being stolen, we can dip it in some coating later." He spared no expense on the runic prosthesis, ensuring it was of the highest quality. While red mithril was known for its fire resistance, he opted for a more regular kind that was uniform in all aspects for this arm. It wasn't just intended for crafting, and it was sturdy enough to withstand the heat Bernier typically worked with already. Soon it was inserted in, and once the runes were activated, it held in place quite steady. Try activating it with your mana just like any other runic appliance. Bernier focused his mana into the prosthetic arm, concentrating on his intent to move it. Slowly, the fingers twitched, responding to his mental commands. He continued to test each finger's movement, feeling the delicate precision allowed by the intricate runes embedded within the arm. Roland observed closely, noting everything and making sure that the spiritual mana flowed without any issues. "Looks like it's working smoothly." How does it feel? This really a fake arm? Bernier replied, stunned. He could see the plethora of glowing runes along with the intricate patterns over the forearm. Once the potion wore off and he regained the feeling of touch, the real shock set in. The replacement he had been given felt as if it belonged to his own body, much more so than the other runic arm he had previously used. This is a bit tingly and faint, but I can feel it again. Boss, I can feel my fingers. Congratulations, the use of the previous prosthesis must have attuned your spiritual mana to this one faster. If I'm not mistaken, you should eventually regain full sensation in the arm over time. Just take it easy for now, don't try to overexert yourself. The integration process will continue for a while as your body gets used to the new limb. You will probably continue to feel this strange tingling sensation for a while, but it should subside eventually. If it doesn't, we'll have to perform some more tests. Bernier nodded enthusiastically, his eyes fixed on the marvel before him. He flexed the fingers again, marveling at the dexterity and responsiveness of the prosthetic arm. Just as Bernier was having a moment with Roland, someone interrupted them by clearing his throat behind them. Once they looked at Rastix that was there, he raised his nose up, as if he was waiting for something. Aren't you forgetting something? It surely wouldn't. The gnome started chuckling, as if he were the main reason for the success, while Bernier nodded awkwardly. Roland, on the other hand, focused on the gathered data, listening to his tower spirit, Sebastian, who was communicating with him through his helmet. His AI was tasked with analyzing the data, and perhaps in the future, replicating this process without Roland's direct involvement. Now that Roland's understanding of runic technology had reached this level, it wouldn't be far-fetched for him to begin automating some of the processes he had been forced to perform manually. As long as Sebastian was given the data and a tool or golemic body to control, he would probably be able to recreate the same process. The tough part was still a way to recreate the runecrafting process that was locked behind skills, but he had an idea to tackle it. Bernier, take the rest of the day off. Cover your arm with this sleeve for now, until we can make something better. Bernier was handed a long leather glove to cover the silvery prosthesis. He didn't need to be seen walking around with it in the city. The glove wasn't quite form-fitting and needed to be strapped on at the upper arm portion, but for now it was fine. In the future, he planned on replacing it with something similar to the silver-gray suit he used for his armor. No need to thank me. Once you're done recovering, you'll have a lot more work to do. Roland removed his helmet, revealing a big grin. Bernier flinched at the sight, realizing that soon he would need to increase his productivity. Eventually, he and Rastix left, but the gnome continued to act smugly about the new invention. He didn't wish to ruin the man's mood now, but eventually, he would need to remind Rastix about the contents of their contract. The gnome probably wouldn't be this happy when he realized that the rights to the prosthesis and the adhesive all belonged to Roland. Finally, that's over. I just hope that there won't be any complications. The process is simple enough, so applying it to other people without my help is feasible, which leaves me with one last thing to decide on. Once he was alone in his workshop, Roland headed to his private research room. On a workbench to the side, there were numerous golemic arms, remnants of his initial tests and research. Some had been retrieved from goblins, while others had never made it onto a live subject. Then on the other side was a rather strange-looking contraption that he started approaching. Two metallic arms dangled from the setup, connected to something that looked like a thick metallic ring. In the middle of the ring was a thick pole, to which the ring was connected by 4 metallic rods. These arms included both the upper arm and forearm areas, and they sprang to life as Roland approached. Once the strange limb creation was activated, it started to mimic its creator's posture. When he raised one of his arms, the metallic arm moved up as well. If he turned around, the ring moved with his motions. After a moment, he sent a few punches flying forward, and the machine mirrored his movements at almost the same speed. What should I do with this technology, and how big can I make this? Not far from this apparatus with arms stood a recently repaired runic machine. It was the large harness golem with clawed hands that Bernier had used when the abyssal cultists appeared. This golem also began to mirror Roland's movements and could even move forward in tandem with his steps. With something like this, even a farmer could start killing monsters. The golem was deactivated, and soon he moved over to a schematic. There are a few detailed drawings of runic armors and armaments were present. There was still a week left for him, and perhaps there was some time to make some upgrades. It's very similar. Could there be a connection, or is this model just something standard in this world? What do you think, Sebastian? Does this look familiar? On top of a workbench lay an unassuming dark bracelet with a raven symbol on it. It hadn't been long since the spy was apprehended, and this little black trinket had been used to sneak into the city. It hovered above a rounded plate filled with runes and was being examined by a floating orb of light. Analyzing composition, the item presented consists of 34.45 deep ether steel alloy, 21.21 copper, 14.67 electrum, 9.34 mithril. Stop. I didn't mean the metallic composition. Is it similar to any other item in your database? Analyzing query, please wait, discovered 1,739 similar items. How many? Roland frowned at the sheer number his AI spirit presented him with. His new creation was working to some extent, but there were some problems. If he didn't precisely define the question, Sebastian wouldn't really know what he was talking about. He wanted a list of items with similar spell effects that could conceal a person's status, but Sebastian had probably listed items with runic structures or just ones with enchantments in bulk. It would take a while to train him to recognize the intent of the question. Maybe I should make him ask some follow-up questions before giving the answer. I think that's how they did it in all those movies. Sebastian, Roland began again, this time focusing on refining his query. Prioritize items with enchantments specifically designed for concealment or status masking. Can you narrow it down that way? Analyzing revised query discovered 118 similar items. Roland nodded and continued to add the follow-up questions to arrive at the end point finally. He tried to recall how people from his old world handled artificial intelligence. There wasn't anything quite like what he had created here, as the people back then didn't get past a prompt-based approach. However, such an archaic way of asking questions and hoping for the right answer wouldn't work. He needed Sebastian to be able to perform other things than simple tasks. Analyzing revised query discovered 12 similar items. Soon, the list had shrunk enough to be presentable. Sebastian had the capability of creating images through light magic, forming holographic projections reminiscent of those in science fiction movies. To conserve energy, these projections were in shades of blue, just like basic mono light. Roland had the option to use illusion magic, which could produce better results in some cases, but it was more costly and had other drawbacks, such as affecting a person's mind. He didn't want to subject himself to constant illusions, even if it meant achieving better visual clarity. His history with the cult who used illusory sleep as their main weapon also added to this decision. Good. Present me the schematic for this pendant and compare it to the bracelet, presented in the form of a holographic image. He aimed to compare the raven-owned bracelet to the pendant he received from his old acquaintance in Edelgard. The two were quite similar in their functionality and runic structure. Understood, presenting the item's schematics in the form of a holographic image. Sebastian, when asked to do something, you don't need to repeat the question. Understood. Once the two schematics were displayed side by side, he could clearly see some similar points. Sebastian was capable of superimposing the two schematics over one another to make Roland's work easier. Perhaps in the future, Roland would be able to delegate simple tasks like these to his tower spirit, and perhaps even more later. Sebastian held all of Roland's knowledge, at least regarding his runic research. When a tower spirit was created, the literature stated that it would absorb the knowledge of its master. It would be capable of casting the mage's spells, and could be given more information to continue growing with its master. With time, Roland hoped to turn Sebastian into an extension of himself that could handle more complex tasks, even involving equipment assembly. I haven't heard of mages using their tower spirits to assemble artifacts. They seem to be able to handle magical spells well, but not direct creation, and the reason is probably that. There was one main reason that the Industrial Revolution had not started in this world, and that was due to how skills worked. Crafting magical items required specialized skills like runecrafting or enchanting. It was not something that spells could mimic, or at least this was the common belief. Roland wasn't sure if this was true, and had already made a few discoveries that broke this world system, one of them being creating electricity. It wouldn't be hard to design a golem, or any other golemic machine, to etch runic components into place. Roland could use magic to create a machine that engraved things onto metals with actual lasers. Runesmithing allowed him to compact runes significantly, and it would probably be possible to achieve similar results through mechanization. However, even if they recreated something physically, it lacked something essential, and the rune would not be activated. A component is missing, but I'm sure there has to be a way to jumpstart the process. In his mind, this was similar to divine magic that he was emulating. Even if he tried running magic through the empty engravings, the mana would just not stick to the metal. He assumed that runesmithing tied magic to the piece of metal in some way. It was possible that the runic traces that he could see with his naked eyes weren't real. Perhaps the magic was stored in some kind of separate space or dimension. When he considered that ethereal pathways existed, his research was pointing him in that direction. It might be another wavelength that needs to be found or something entirely different. Luckily, I don't need to do all this research alone anymore. Sebastian, the ball of light that represented the tower spirit, hovered close to him. This artificial spirit possessed all the knowledge and data Roland had accumulated over 10 years of study. It could assist him in solving this problem while he focused on other tasks. Experimenting with various wavelengths would be tedious. Previously, he had used his eye skill to examine divine mana, but it did not work on runes. He would need to tackle this issue through theoretical research alone, but if it was possible, he would find a way. It would be great if I got data on some other runesmiths. There could be interference from mana patterns or mana quality. It probably won't be cracked that fast. I also don't really need to recreate the skill fully. I just need it to work on pre-made rune engravings. His aim was not to have his runic machines hammer away at pieces of metal to recreate the runesmithing skill. Instead, he just needed a tiny spark to jumpstart the process, but it was still debatable if something like that was even possible. There was a possibility that the skills were locked behind living beings or at least required spiritual energy. Undead monsters could also use skills, and with his current knowledge about souls, his new industrial project seemed perhaps feasible. There was a possibility that it wouldn't work. This world was quite mysterious and sometimes lacked the logic of his old world. However, even if he couldn't automate the runecrafting process, he could still establish a factory. He envisioned creating golems capable of quickly producing parts or complete weapons. Afterwards, he could personally enchant them with runes. Though this method would take longer, it would reduce his dependence on the Dwarven Union. I won't reach the industrial age in a week, though. I should get this over with and resume my work. After Roland finished contemplating some future projects, he turned his attention to the current problems in detail. The spy unit with the raven symbol attached to them seemed like a test. Theodore Valerian was likely testing the waters before committing actual resources to this city. They needed to use this lapse of judgment to their advantage and perhaps even lean into it. Using this bracelet to find the other spies spread throughout the city would be possible, but they wouldn't need to apprehend them immediately. If we can identify the spies and track their movements, we might gather valuable intelligence on their operations and plans. We can exploit this situation by feeding them misinformation and observing their reactions. This way, we stay one step ahead and maintain control of the situation. The city was becoming his territory, and his runic sensors had already been placed everywhere. At Arthur's estate, a comprehensive map of the entire area would be created, mimicking the display inside his armor. Once they identified the mana patterns of the spies and cracked their bracelets, the spies would have nowhere to hide. At that point, Mary and her people could commence their information warfare. It will be better to appear incompetent now, as we can't handle Theodore and his resources just yet. After Roland was finished, the whole city would turn into his territory. No one would be able to enter without his knowledge. With Sebastian's capabilities, it would be easy to create a profile for every person within the city. They could track movements and record any incidents that occurred. Undertaking this would require a lot of energy, computing power, and storage. The first two parts had already been fashioned, leaving the creation of some type of runic server room as the last step. I can use monster cores as data storage, and there are some other ways, so it should be fine, but I wonder. As he worked on the bracelet, Roland contemplated the ethics of his undertaking. His plan to monitor the entire city would inevitably intrude on the privacy of its residents. Establishing checkpoints inside the city and forcing anyone who wished to enter or exit to go through them raised some ethical concerns. The Thieves' Guild, with its hidden tunnels, would likely resist the placement of any sensors, but Roland believed it was only a matter of time before he could plant them there as well. Some hidden points could also be established. I could even rig any of the runic devices that will be in the city, even the lanterns. He realized that his plan mirrored the actions of a cartoon villain, using surveillance to gain control and spread influence. It wasn't much different from what other nobles were doing to retain control, yet he saw it as the only way to protect himself and the people he cared about. In a world full of dangers and hidden enemies, maintaining control is necessary, but I just can't let it get to my head. Roland knew that if he let all this power get to his head, he could turn into something he despised. Once he started seeing people as nothing but numbers on a screen, rather than beings with minds of their own, it would be over. However, he had no plans to attain any positions of power. Having Arthur remain the decision-maker was fine with him. His goals hadn't changed much, as he still just wished to lead a simple life with his wife. Well then, Sebastian, record the process. I want you to identify how I solved the problem of this bracelet. Understood. Sebastian replied in a cold, robotic voice that Roland had a preference for. It was technically possible to imbue his AI with a more eloquent tone, but he chose to maintain a distance. He wanted to ensure it remained a tool of his making, devoid of real thoughts and feelings. Roland wasn't seeking new companionship, as he preferred the artificial spirit to stay cold and purely calculative. That should do it. I can leave the implementation of the runes to the Union. Now then, what's next? Would you like to hear the priority list again? Ah yeah, sure, go ahead, Sebastian. As Roland was contemplating his next move, Sebastian interrupted. He had previously made a list of things to do and given them some weight. His spirit butler was capable of taking down his notes and reminding him of what he should do next quite well. First, test the teleportation connection with the Institute. Second, decipher the bracelet tied to the spy. Third, contact Lucian again. Fourth, restore runic armor to full functionality or assemble an upgraded variant. Fifth, that's enough, Sebastian. Also next time, remove points from the list after they have been completed. Understood. After Roland replied, the second point vanished from the list since he had already completed it. He still needed to test the teleporting gate, but all tests indicated it wouldn't be a problem. Contacting Lucian at this time seemed pointless, as she likely had no further updates to report, leaving him to focus on his armor. His Rune Mark I armor set had sustained damage during his journey to the Institute and back. It needed to be either restored or replaced, and he wasn't sure how to tackle this problem. Besides spatial rune improvements, there isn't that much more I can do to this suit. He examined the armor parts lying on the bench. There were a few minor upgrades he could make, but nothing too extensive. With only a week left until his scheduled departure, he needed to prepare himself for potential trouble. It was possible he wouldn't have access to the Institute's teleportation gate again upon his return. There were numerous factors he needed to consider, and not have enough time to tinker with everything. Now that I have better spatial technology, I can prepare more replacement parts, or should I consider the possibility of a more modular armor? Roland contemplated as he examined nearby schematics. His knowledge of runes had advanced considerably, and his skills had improved. He realized he could create a thinner piece of armor with the same capabilities as the old one. Upgrading his cubes into more complex shapes was also feasible. The cube's ability to hover and generate spell effects was invaluable. With their assistance, he aimed to minimize the deterioration of his own armor, which would allow it to last even longer. If I use these parts as a basis and melt it down, it should be enough. After deliberating for a moment, he had made a decision. While he would be cutting it close, the time to make a new suit of armor had come. Repairing old runes that had been restored with the help of his skills would damage the frame even more. There was no point to it if he could just melt it all down and recreate it from scratch. While some material would be lost, the Rune Mark II would have a sleeker design. Instead of using that shield, I should also design a proper levitating platform, something that is at least slightly aerodynamic. When he was soaring through the skies, he noticed a lot of wing pushing into him. The armor he was preparing could be given some adjustments to account for strong winds, or he could put a persistent enchantment on the levitation platform that performed a similar task. All this and more he wanted to get done before his departure, and it was time to get to work. First, he headed over to the smelting chamber, but once he got there, someone was already waiting for him. "Hey boss, need some help. Is there something wrong with the prosthesis?" "No, it's working fine, even better than fine." "So why are you here?" "What do you mean? I'm here to work. It looks like you're up to something. Let me help, boss." Roland glanced at the Bernier standing before him, his eyes bright with enthusiasm. His assistant had not been able to properly work for quite some time now, and he was obviously eager to contribute. Roland couldn't help but smile at Bernier's enthusiasm, but also be apprehensive about letting him go back to work this quickly. "Even if I tell you not to, you're still going to work, won't you?" You know me well, boss. I've even practiced back home. My hammer has never swung better." "All right, Bernier, I'm working on a new armor design. We need to melt down the old one and start fresh. I'll need your help with the smelting process and then with assembling the new pieces." Roland explained his plan while Bernier's eyes shone with even more eagerness. It was better to keep an eye on him now and have Sebastian examine the prosthesis here rather than let his assistant overwork himself at the forge in the city. Soon, the two craftsmen were hammering away, the rhythm of metal striking metal, a symphony to their ears. I would like to officially inform all my readers that I have started writing a new story called Heavy Metal, a monster evolution lit RPG. Master Brilvia Master, WHATTTTTTT ye want. A rather annoyed-looking female dwarf glared at one of her apprentices, who had continuously shouted in her direction while she was trying to peacefully examine some ridiculous-looking schematics. The human runesmith had returned to the city, and with him came a flood of strange plans and runic devices. Whenever he ordered something from her, she could be assured it would be mind-boggling and strange. However, it was always an opportunity to learn something new, and the city he was outfitting with these peculiar runic machines was beginning to turn into something special. "It's the runesmith's apprentice. He has come wearing something fascinating." "Fascinating? Do you mean that golem arm he was using?" "I wouldn't call it fascinating. No, you don't understand. This one is different. It looks like a finished product, and it seems to produce flawless movement. It's as if the arm is part of him." "Part of him?" Brilvia raised her eyebrow and placed the schematic she was going through down on the table. Her apprentice seemed quite ecstatic for some reason, but it wasn't anything new. Ever since they came to this city, they had been surprised by some of the humans' inventions. The runic batteries were something that could already change the world, and the geothermal generator he had designed was the same. She knew by this point that this man was an eccentric genius, and that it was a great decision to come here. I guess I'll go see it then, but if this isn't worthwhile, you'll be in charge of cleaning the workshop for a week." Master Brilvia." "But you won't regret it," the dwarven runesmith apprentice replied eagerly. clearly confident that his discovery would impress his boss. The older woman sighed but couldn't suppress a hint of curiosity as she followed her apprentice to the workshop area. The younger dwarf's enthusiasm was contagious, and she wondered what Roland's assistant could have brought this time. It was known to her that he was using some sort of replacement limb, as she was the one to provide him with the golem limb schematics. She knew that the man was up to something, but could it really be better than tested dwarven technology from their ancestors? Upon arriving, she immediately spotted Bernier, who was enthusiastically demonstrating his new prosthetic arm to a small group of onlookers. Brilvia pushed through the crowd for a closer look. As soon as she laid eyes on the arm, she realized why her apprentice had been so excited. The arm was a masterpiece. Unlike the rough, functional golem arm Bernier had used before, this one had a sleek, almost natural look. The model resembled the one she gave to Roland, but it had been fashioned with mithril. It moved with an uncanny fluidity, mimicking the motions of a real arm with precision. Bernier's fingers flexed and curled with ease, each movement smooth and controlled. The surface of the arm had intricate runic engravings that glowed faintly. Is the runic battery inside of it? There seems to be a compartment for it, and these runes I haven't seen ones like this before. Fascinating, Master Brilvia. What? Stop bothering me, nothing. Brilvia looked up at the man to whom this runic prosthesis had been attached. She was now directly in front of him and seemed to have forgotten her manners by examining his arm without asking for his permission. Taking a deep breath, she cleared her throat awkwardly and stepped back. Noticing the other craftsmen around her smirking, she realized she had become lost in her own world, marveling at the intricate runes on Bernier's prosthetic arm. What are ye bastards staring at? Do you still wish to get paid? The other dwarves recoiled in fright at her words. Without their pay, they wouldn't be able to get drunk anymore. They quickly averted their gazes from her glares while Bernier stood there uncomfortably. Bernier, was it? This is some remarkable work. Brilvia said, her voice filled with genuine admiration and a hint of curiosity. Did Master Wayland design this? I'm Master Brilvia, but I can't disclose our secrets. You'll have to talk with the boss about it. Ha, quite cheeky, aren't you, brat? She could tell that this young half-dwarf did not fear her as much as the other dwarves in the smithy. It was a respectable attribute, and if it weren't for the exquisite nature of the runic prosthetic, she might have given him an earful. Brilvia examined the prosthetic arm one last time. The runic composition was nothing that she had ever seen before, and certainly something she needed to investigate further. Fine, I'll leave you be then, but tell your boss that he needs to come here. I assure Master Brilvia I'll be sure to mention it. Bernier nodded respectfully, acknowledging Brilvia's interest and authority. With that, she turned and began making her way back to her workstation, leaving the young blacksmith to his own devices. She knew he was there to pick up some previously prepared parts, likely for another one of Wayland's outrageous contraptions. That human, he might actually do it, ha. I wonder what those old farts will think about this. It might be better not to make any reports just yet. The woman chuckled to herself while glancing back at the other union members. The young smiths were all admiring the marvel of craftsmanship. Progress among the dwarves, who cherished old traditions, was quite slow. However, the human runesmith was not held back by such things, and perhaps this was something her people needed. I'm back, boss, and got the shipment from the union. Welcome back. That took a while. Were there some issues in the city? Well, Master Brilvia wanted to have a closer look at the prosthetic, Bernier admitted sheepishly. And she was quite impressed. Roland smiled at the news. It was reassuring to know that even the skilled dwarven runesmiths acknowledged his work. While he wasn't certain how his invention would impact the world, he saw no reason to keep it hidden. Instead, he planned to negotiate a formal contract with the union. Without their manufacturing capabilities, spreading this prosthetic technology beyond their city would likely be impossible. He valued their reputation, understanding that most people wouldn't trust a rural runesmith to assemble a replacement arm. It sounded like a scenario filled with potential mishaps. I see. No trouble then, none at all. They were actually quite fascinated. I think we might have piqued their interest. Good. We'll need their cooperation for our larger projects. Bernier nodded, understanding the strategic importance of maintaining good relations with the Dwarven Union. They were masters of craftsmanship, and their expertise was invaluable for large-scale production. That was at least until Roland's factory project could become feasible. He envisioned assembling production golems to operate independently, freeing him from reliance on external resources. However, he was lacking funds for this dream of his to flourish and would need to accept the union's presence for a while longer. How's the arm holding up? Are you experiencing any pain? I'm fine, boss. There is no pain. It was initially a little itchy, but the sensation is gone now. Roland nodded as they carried thick plates of metal together. They placed the plates on the ground in an orderly fashion before assembling them in the correct order. The Union dwarves had been called into action to help with this process, following his schematics perfectly. However, there were still a few things that needed to be worked on after they finished magically welding everything together. But boss, what is this supposed to be? What do you think it is? Is this some kind of large shield? But why is it so wide? Can you even hold it up? Could it be a base for a new golem? Are we going to attach some legs to it? I don't know. What is it for, boss? Tell me. It's not a shield. If I had to give it a name, I'd call it a flying platform, perhaps. Or maybe something like a mobile flight system for my armor. Bernier blinked a few times in confusion while looking at the strange construction. Once he heard that it was for flying, he noticed it was vaguely shaped like a bird, with short wings on the side. Roland chuckled at Bernier's perplexed expression. The project in front of them did indeed resemble something that would be found in the air, but not exactly. It had a more aerodynamic shape, a concept often overlooked in this world. Technology here primarily revolved around magical crafting, with little emphasis on efficiency. Flying ships resembled those used at sea, and concerns about fuel efficiency were minimal. People adhered to traditional shapes without much consideration for aerodynamics or the mechanics of flight that mimicked birds. Testing for such innovations was uncommon, as flight primarily relied on finding flotation stones or other magical means. Mobile flight system. You always come up with interesting names, boss. Well, it's used for flying and will enhance my mobility in the air, Roland explained, being slightly ticked off about having someone say that his naming sense was slightly eccentric. Oh, mobility in the air. Yes, imagine it as a platform that can levitate and assist with flight. The design is to reduce wind resistance and maintain stability during aerial maneuvers. The current shape is a bit blocky, so we'll have to hammer down the edges until it's a bit more sleek. Ah, so you're going to stand on it. It's just like a small airboat. I guess it's something like that. Maybe I should just call it a rune glider. Oh, that one isn't half bad. It glides on the winds and is created with runes. He wasn't sure why people persisted in designing flying vessels that resembled boats, but he hoped that once his invention gained traction, they would recognize the flaws in their approach. His design drew inspiration from something popular in his world: old stealth aircraft bombers. It featured a flat triangular body with secure footlocks, designed to conserve mana charges and ensure stability even if he passed out. Roland was adamant about not relying solely on spells that required him to be conscious. If I ever pass out, I need it to hold me there even if it tips to the other side. Soon, the two were immersed in their work. Roland focused on rounding the edges to observe the aerodynamic response to the shape change. Setting up a wind tunnel with simple magic was straightforward. Once the smoke was produced and blown toward the assembled metallic glider, it started to react. The smoke slipped smoothly over the smoothed surfaces at some points, while at others, it revealed distortions that needed correction. Roland wasn't aiming for perfection, as this thing needed to be done within a day or two. There were other projects he needed to finish while his armor parts were going through the smelting process. Bernier observed with fascination as Roland meticulously adjusted the prototype. The project was intriguing but not as revolutionary as the runic prosthesis that he was working with. This whole project was a great test for this limb, and as it stood, it was passing with flying colors. Initially, Roland observed that Bernier was conserving his strength while working with the hammer. It took 2 or 3 blows to achieve what usually required only one. However, as they continued working, Bernier's skills gradually returned to their usual proficiency, and soon there was little noticeable difference. Roland acknowledged that his assistant was a superior artisan, and it became evident that the artificial hand would enable Bernier to perform his duties just as effectively as before. The two worked together just as they had in the past, and there was something cathartic about it. As they labored, memories of their early days building the smithy flooded back. One was a strange newcomer to this world, seeking escape from everyone and everything. The other was searching for purpose in a world where he faced discrimination. Over time, they found themselves and supported each other in improving their lives. Eventually, they arrived at this point, both now respected figures whose achievements could not be denied by others. Roland's reputation as a skilled runesmith continued to soar, and he uplifted everyone around him. Some were just beginning to realize his greatness, while others had recognized it from the start. His growing influence attracted attention from all quarters, some of which he hoped to avoid, yet there was no turning back now. He needed to forge ahead and elevate himself as much as possible before anyone could hold him back. I think that should do it. Try it now, boss. Yes, this feels much more stable than before. The two craftsmen continued their work late into the night, and now one of them hovered in the air. Bernier's feet were securely locked in place on the levitating rune glider. It was made from enhanced ether-deep steel, a material Roland had in surplus. The thick plates ensured durability against rune degeneration, making replacement relatively inexpensive and quick to assemble. Bernier watched with keen interest as Roland tested the levitating platform, now hovering a meter above the ground. Roland shifted his weight, adjusting the wings and experimenting with the balance. The levitation spell operated smoothly without propulsion, making it relatively easy to maintain equilibrium. This platform was Roland's initial solution to his flight challenge, but he envisioned that future inventions would integrate seamlessly with his armor. Bernier, climb up. I need to test how well it handles with more weight and movement. I am quite the moving object. After a chuckle, both men positioned themselves on the glider, which ascended another meter into the air. Balancing with two people proved slightly more challenging, causing the platform to shake as they hovered. They also added some additional weights, which caused the experimental invention to shake. Whoa, is this safe, boss? Maybe we should do this outside. It's fine, just stand closer to me and you'll be fine. What are you two giggling around like two young girls for? Their cruise around the workshop was interrupted by a voice coming from the side. Once they looked there, they spotted a large lady with horns and an annoyed expression on her face. Next to her was a smaller woman, this one wearing glasses and fixing them while looking at the two hugging men gliding through the air. This is, you don't need to explain, just finish up. Do you know what time it is? Ah, yes, dear. Bernier replied, glancing nervously as his wife's glare in his direction. Meanwhile, Elodia wore a perplexed expression, likely wondering why the two men were sitting on a floating platform and hugging each other. Roland soon adjusted their descent and brought the glider smoothly to the workshop floor. Sorry, we'll clean up and join you soon, just give us 5 minutes. Roland was quick to reply as he had, as always, forgotten about the time. Elodia sighed, shaking her head with a slight smile. Just don't make it a habit to lose track of time, but I suppose it's already too late for that. Dinner's been ready for a while now. Roland and Bernier nodded sheepishly. They quickly dismounted from the glider and began tidying up the workspace. After securing the tools and ensuring the glider was properly stored, they left the workshop. Work was progressing smoothly, and soon the time for another visit at the Institute was fast approaching. Okay, lower the crucible. Let's do this. A large container filled with molten hot metal was slowly tipped over with the help of clawed grippers. They were connected to a large golemic exoskeletal construct with a rather happy Bernier inside. The prosthetic hand moved as if it were his own, allowing him to control this runic machine with ease and precision. The molten metal poured into a large container, and the room was filled with the sharp tang of heated steel and the soft hum of magical energy. Roland watched closely, nodding in approval at Bernier's improved dexterity and control. The prosthetic arm was performing flawlessly, and his assistant was back to his old self. Excellent work. That is all of it, right? Aye, boss, but I didn't think we'd be going back to smelting for this one. There are reasons that this method is slightly better than just using the hammer. The two craftsmen continued their work, now pouring a magically enhanced alloy mixture into a large mold. It looked like a large black stone coffin, but it was a new piece of equipment in his workshop. It was not a casket, nor did it contain any bodies within. Instead, it was a giant mold for his second version of the armor that was being created. During his stay at the Institute, Roland had gone through many magical books that could aid him in crafting his runic inventions. Luckily, the runic department had quite a few research papers on alloys and how to improve them. Several strengthening spells could be used to bathe the metallic concoction in thick mana. It was a procedure that could only be done during smelting and would work best when combined with instant runesmithing. Under the molten alloy container was a large array of runes. They pulsated with energy, responding to Roland's commands. Bernier stood to the side, his mouth agape, unaware of what was happening. It was impossible to see inside the mold, but Roland could sense the armor parts taking shape within. This advanced runesmithing technique, which he had briefly practiced, would allow him to enhance the magical capabilities of his new armor piece. I can't fail. I'm already almost broke from buying all those exotic metals. I wish those Union dwarves had given me a discount. After grumbling about his monetary situation, he refocused on the task at hand. The runic array began to shine brightly, enveloping the black rocky slabs in a veil of blue mana. Roland concentrated intensely, channeling his mana into the runic array beneath the mold. The glowing blue mana pulsed rhythmically, infusing the molten alloy with magical energy. Sweat beaded on Roland's forehead as he cautiously controlled the flow, ensuring that every inch of the alloy was evenly bathed in it. Then, with a forceful push, the energy around them exploded, and the veil shifted into an orange hue. The energy within the container crackled as he began directly infusing the still softened armor parts inside. It was a delicate process, as he needed to fashion all the runic traces with his mana alone, unable to rely on his hammer. However, the current alloy's softness made something previously impossible now feasible. The tiny runic traces started filling out the metallic plates inside as he shaped them with his magical force. Roland's eyes remained fixed on the process, his focus unwavering. This method of enchanting the alloy during the smelting process was both risky and complex, but with high risks came great rewards. Once the metal set, his armor would be ready for field testing, and all the runic structures would be in place. The biggest downside of this method was how straining it was on his senses. The overwhelming amount of mana he needed to use was quite staggering, and he would not have been able to do this without the new geothermal generator's aid. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of concentration and effort, the glowing energy began to settle, and the room gradually dimmed as the process concluded. Roland exhaled a long breath, feeling the weight of exhaustion settle over him. He leaned back, taking a moment to gather himself before turning his attention back to Bernier, who was still watching with wide-eyed fascination. That was something else, boss. Yes, but it's not over yet. We need to let it cool down properly. We'll have to smooth out a few corners, but that should be it. Then we still need to assemble the parts together, but that should be it. They carefully secured the mold and ensured the cooling process was steady and controlled. This step was crucial to prevent any cracks or imperfections in the alloy. The runes under the encasing controlled the heat of the new product, ensuring the cooling process went through without any issues. Once it had cooled down sufficiently, it was time to open it. Roland and Bernier exchanged a glance before Bernier, using his prosthetic arm, began to carefully lift the mold. The room filled with the sound of metal scraping against stone as the two men revealed the gleaming new armor parts inside. The armor pieces lay in the mold, their surfaces glistening with a faint magical sheen from the runic energy infused within. The process was partially complete, but there were a few issues they needed to resolve. Due to the mold method they used, there were small pathways where the molten metal had flowed to fill everything out. These remnants were still sticking to the armored plates and needed to be carefully removed. Following that, they still needed to assemble everything together, as all the components had been divided into smaller pieces. The gauntlets, in particular, were the most complicated part and had taken him a while to design. Eventually, he was able to design the mold and casing in such a way that it would produce parts that locked into each other perfectly. His new armor was almost ready, but before they could continue, he needed to stop his assistant to making the usual comments. Hey boss, it's pink due to the alloy. I can't do anything about it now. Once it settles, it will be dark crimson like the other one. Haha, it's fine boss, there is nothing wrong with it being pink. Bernier chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. The new armor set, despite its temporary pinkish hue from the alloy mix, was shaping up to be another remarkable creation. As they carefully extracted each piece from the mold, they laid them out on the workbench. The workshop was now quiet except for the occasional clink of metal as they inspected and prepared each component for final assembly. Roland inspected each piece with runic eyes, checking for any imperfections or irregularities in the runic components. The runes etched into the metal had settled well, and the finer details would not be visible to the naked eye. This alloy was a blend of mithril, etherium, and meteoric iron, which was an exotic metal he had chosen for this endeavor. Meteoric ore was not commonly found on this planet. As its name suggested, it was discovered following a meteor impact, making it a rare find. It was a rare occurrence, but from time to time, meteoric ore could be discovered after meteor showers. It was on the same tier as mithril, but had some additional perks, like enhancing magical and aura attacks of the items it was produced with. This would grant his lighter armor a buff to all of his spells, without lowering the durability. With Bernier's assistance, they meticulously assembled each piece, ensuring a flawless fit and reinforcing the runic enchantments woven into the alloy. The rough edges were sawed off, and the surface smoothed out with the help of some runic power tools that Roland had previously fashioned. All the parts were designed to avoid damaging the runic traces, and the metal in itself was quite sturdy, making damaging it improbable. Once assembled, the armor exuded a subtle, magical aura, its surfaces reflecting the dim light with a lustrous sheen. Roland ran his fingers over the intricate runes, feeling the power thrum beneath his touch. For a moment he waited for something, and just like before, he was not disappointed with his work. Congratulations on creating a unique armor set. Please give it a name. There it is, had me worried for a moment. When making his previous suit of armor, he had been granted a bonus after completion, and this time it was the same. He had researched this phenomenon thoroughly and found that creating a runic set requiring all pieces to be connected triggered the set bonus. This time, he didn't wait long and pronounced the name while trying to ignore Bernier, who was wondering why Roland was mumbling to himself. Let's go with Rune Mark II. Registering the name, Rune Mark II, soon after getting the message, he took the main helmet and inspected it. The armor was somewhat thinner, which lowered its durability but not greatly. What was interesting were the other bonuses, and that it retained the armor rating of the previous model while being thinner. Name: Rune Mark II Helmet. Classification: Unique plus durability. 85/85. Armor rating: B. Set bonus 2, plus 12 intelligence 4, plus 12 willpower 6, plus all runic spells deal 10 more damage, a unique with a plus next to it. He was a bit disappointed by the classification as he hoped to create an armor that went a tier above. However, the plus sign implied that it was better than his previously designed bulky creation. The set gave him more flat stats but exchanged endurance with willpower, and his spells would be doing even more magical damage than before. If he combined this set bonus with the new, better alloy, he assumed that his true casting potential was closer to 15 or 20% better than the older suit. All right, barely made it in time. Bernier, while I test it, why don't you prepare the gate? Sebastian should be able to get you through. Sure thing, that orb is quite handy, but about that cat, Arian. Did he say something? Not really, but he was a lot more interested in what you call it, artificial spirit. Then he couldn't stop blabbing and asking questions about my arm. That sounds like him. Just ignore him. He'll tire himself out eventually. Just get things ready and I'll be there in a bit. I sure thing, boss. Bernier chuckled as he nodded before heading towards the gate chamber. Before Roland could use it, they needed to perform a few tests, and his assistant would need to contact Arian at the Institute. Once that was taken care of, they would initiate the gate and try to transfer some fruit through it. If it arrived intact on the other side, it would then be safe for Roland to travel through. While they were preparing the test, Roland needed to take the new suit for a spin, as his old one no longer existed. The finished armor parts had been left on the workbench. The initial pink coloring had shifted to a somewhat charred crimson, a hue slightly darker than his previous creation, mostly due to the addition of new metals. He could always change the coloring if he wished, but he had grown accustomed to this darkened red. Okay, Bernier is gone, let's see how it goes. Roland made sure that his assistant wasn't in the room with him, as he found the next part of the process a bit silly. First, he needed to put on his silver gray suit, which luckily didn't need upgrading. Then, he assumed the most optimal position by spreading his legs wide and his arms to the side. With the help of his runic spells, the armor parts came flying towards his body, attaching themselves to each other. His feet remained uncovered initially, as he had to lift them for the sabaton and greave parts to attach. Once assembled, his whole body was covered by the sleeker-looking full-body armor of his rune mark II. The armor's sleek design allowed for greater mobility, and the runic enhancements were even better. He moved his arms and legs, testing the range of motion and flexibility. Every movement felt smoother, more natural, and the armor responded as if it were an extension of his own body. With the armor fully equipped, Roland moved around the workshop, testing the range of motion and responsiveness. The lighter construction allowed for greater agility without sacrificing protection. He practiced a few basic combat maneuvers and was impressed by the balance he managed to achieve with this new model. This does feel a lot less restrictive than the other one, although it looks a lot less imposing than the old one. His previous creation gave him a more knightly aura and also increased his size, but it also restricted some of his movement. He decided to design this model with external attachments in mind. If he needed more armor, it didn't need to directly stick to his body. Just like his new runic glider, they could be created to help him tackle each and every problem. Great. He nodded at the success and looked at himself in the mirror to examine his new, more streamlined runic armor. His helmet lacked the larger visor of the old model, which was replaced by smaller eye slits. With a display panel on the inside and his skill that allowed him to see the world as monoparticles, he had options to see without exposing his face to much harm. His shoulder pauldrons were less bulky and more aerodynamic, tapering to a sleeker design that allowed for better airflow. The chest plate featured intricate rune etchings that surrounded an octagonal shape in the middle. This spot housed one of his weapons that could be used as a trump card in the future. It might look a bit out of place around other traditional armor sets. Roland was satisfied with the look and hoped that people would accept it once he was outside. He assumed the previous position again to release the armor pieces back into the air and guided them back onto the workbench they had previously been placed on. This was one of the key features of this armor. It could be removed and reassembled quite easily. If he combined this with his new spatial magic capabilities, it was something that would never leave his side again. As he finished, the door to the workshop creaked open and Bernier poked his head in, grinning. "The gate's all set, boss. Sebastian said that you wanted to be there during the initial tests. Good, let's get this over with." They moved to the gate chamber, where a large, intricately designed portal stood. The portal was a marvel of runic engineering, a large circular frame made of enchanted metals, with complex runes etched into every inch of its surface. With his arrival, it pulsed to life with a soft azure glow and cast an ethereal light across the entire chamber. "Everything looks stable, or at least, that's what this here says," Bernier said, glancing at the readouts on a nearby console that Roland had prepared. In the future, he was planning to make these things more accessible to others. Roland nodded, examining the setup in his own way. "All right, let's start with the fruit. Are you ready, Arian? Oh joy, did you truly make this in less than a month, my friend?" "Yes, now please focus on the nearby holographic display." Arian's feline face was looking at them. His voice sounded ecstatic and his facial expressions showed joy. Of course, I'm ready. Send it over." Roland carefully placed the fruit, a simple apple, onto a metal trolley positioned at the center of the portal. With a nod to Bernier, he initiated the transfer sequence by pushing it forward and through the gate. Once the trolley was partially through the portal, Roland felt a strange pulling force as if someone was yanking it from the other side. As soon as he moved his hands away, the whole thing, apple included, vanished into the gate. Arian's feline eyes widened as the apple materialized on his end, appearing undamaged. Success! It arrived intact. Arian exclaimed, holding up the perfectly unharmed apple for them to see through the display, his small cat paws holding it up in a rather cute fashion. It seems everything is in order. It's time to head back. The time to return to the Institute was just 2 days away. Once there, he would need to confront the noble brat again. However, this time he would be doing it as the right-hand man of the principal, a position no one could deny. Well, I'm taking a second weekly break. See you in a week, Rune Cowboy. First a geothermal generator and now a magic gate. Are you planning to establish a magical academy here? I suppose that's possible, but I don't think I'm good at teaching. That's a shame. 2 men were talking while sitting opposite each other. They were outside inside a gazebo, taking in the sun while enjoying some black tea. Near them was a maid with orange cat ears, placing cake onto the plate of the man with whitish hair. I don't think the city could afford it. There's a reason why these institutes are usually old and backed by mages who have lived over 100 years. Roland nodded at Arthur, who was ecstatic about the prospect of developing the city. The two were opposed in this ambitious endeavor, with Arthur driven by the desire to transform Albrook into a prosperous hub, while Roland focused more on his runesmithing innovations and personal life. Nevertheless, their fates were now intertwined. Without Roland, the city could not continue prospering, as it needed his runic inventions. On the other hand, Arthur made all of this possible by providing the city's runesmith with resources and free rein. Without his backing, Roland wouldn't be able to accomplish half of his projects. So you'll be leaving again. Yes, but with the gate, I should be able to return at a moment's notice. So if there are any issues with your brothers, just use this. The 2 men were discussing some issues before Roland headed back to the Institute. With the assembly of the teleportation gate, it would be possible for him to make the jump back. He was now a high-ranking member of Xandar's Institute of Wizardry, which allowed him to use almost any teleportation gate within the kingdom. Even without those gates, a device that allowed him to return was possible. It had not been completed yet, but in theory, he would always be able to return to his own magic tower by tethering the coordinates to a separate artifact. However, without a steady location on the other end, separate calculations were required. That's why mages usually connected through some more publicly accessible teleportation gates, ones that required a steep fee but were easily accessible. As long as he reached such a waypoint in his travels, he would be able to quickly return home. Roland eventually reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small, rune-inscribed medallion, handing it to Arthur. Take this. It's a direct line to me. If there's anything urgent, just press the center rune, and even if I'm at the other end of the kingdom, you should be able to contact me or one of my associates named Arian. Arthur placed the medallion into a side pocket before glancing in Mary's direction. The woman brought up some papers and handed them to Roland. His eyes quickly scanned through the contents, prompting his brows to furrow. Having trouble flushing out the rats. Yes, my dear brother has made a move. Good, I think before I leave we should activate that. I think we have enough runic cameras in the city now. Quite so, I can't wait to see that artifact fully at work. After finishing with the first issue, the 3 moved away from the treats inside the gazebo. They quickly headed over to the secret underground chamber beneath the mansion, where one of the biggest runic city projects would be activated. It was not quite finished, but with some help from the Union dwarves who produced most of the parts, it could be assembled into a working console. The underground area was separate from the skill training facility and the underground dungeon where they tested the runic prosthesis. Right in the middle of it was a giant table made of metal with many runic symbols etched through runesmithing onto it. It looked to have been produced from several parts and later assembled to fit this place. There were no chairs around the table instead. A large, thick panel of something resembling glass was attached to the wall. All right, let's get this started. Everything seems to be in order. Arthur and Mary took a step back while Roland approached the nearby console, situated between the big table and the large glass screen. As he placed his hand on it, various runes began to glisten, and he was greeted by a welcome screen resembling something from old-day computers. The interface was quite basic and lacked any graphics, but eventually, after it finished loading, he was able to enter a few prompts. Below the console were letters representing the alphabet in a fashion similar to keyboards from his world. After a few inputs, the large table started buzzing with energy. Arthur and Mary stood to the side, watching with anticipation as blue lights began flickering atop the table. A rectangular-shaped area appeared above it and was divided into several smaller squares, each one dividing the area into smaller zones. If someone leaned in closer, they would notice that this table had the current Albrook map on top of it, with a hologram projection on top. Fascinating, I didn't know magic could be used in such a way. I suppose not many put that much detail into monitoring a whole city. Now, if you forget something, consult the guidebooks. Roland had provided Arthur with a detailed manual about using this new device. Arthur, along with the maids and his personal knights, would have access to this area, which represented the entire city. Roland had hoped to turn the entire map into a working hologram, but for now, it would remain a collection of squares and dots. Once he had cleared up everything at the Institute and got things in order with his family, he planned to reconstruct this into something more functional. Can I try it out? Arthur asked, and Roland replied while nodding, his tone rather casual, as within this place they were equals. Sure, go ahead. The young lord smiled and approached the map. He had read the instructions and began typing on the keyboard. Roland peeked over his shoulder to ensure he was applying everything correctly. Although people in this world had never interacted with anything similar to computers, Arthur was doing rather well. However, his typing form started bothering Roland immensely, as Arthur continued to poke at the keys with one finger instead of using both hands. After what felt like an eternity of poking at the roughly produced keyboard, the holographic map over the table reacted to the input. One of the squares started blinking and then expanded, along with a few others around it. The enlarged squares revealed more dots inside, which moved every so often. It would be better if he could just click the square by hand to enlarge the area instead of putting in long coordinates. But for now, this will do. This is incredible. We can track everything and everyone just from this room. Arthur said in awe of this groundbreaking technology. Roland approached while contemplating why others never developed anything similar. He could only assume that with so many people that had discovery magic and tracking skills, there was no need for something this intricate. There were various other spells that could be placed around a lord's mansion to keep assassins and villains away. People could also train beasts or take in guards with specialized skills. This is just a part of its use. I divided the city into sectors, and while the runic cameras don't cover all of it yet, it is possible to access the camera from here. He explained while bringing up a direct visual feed up to the marketplace that Arthur had highlighted. The holographic projection didn't change as the camera image was produced on the large screen that was in the room with them. There was no sound, but they could clearly see all the people that were in the marketplace moving around. While the camera quality wasn't too great, it would be enough for what they needed. Remarkable, you have truly outdone yourself with this. What do you call this new invention? Name, I guess we could go with Big Brother, Big Brother. Ah, I think I understand. Quite the naming sense as always, my friend. This system monitored the entire city, and while it currently lacked storage capacity, in the future it would be able to record everyone's activities. If a crime occurred, they would be able to access the databank to determine if the accused person was actually there and look up a camera snapshot to assist their guards. For now, there was no facility capable of such a thing, and none of the footage here was being stored. It lacks a lot of functionality for now, but it should help us with Theodore's men. The primary reason for creating this system was to identify where the spies of the other brothers were hiding. Once they passed through the checkpoints in the city and their status was read into the system, they would be tagged. When tagged, their dots would appear with a reddish tint on the hologram map, allowing their movements to be tracked without their knowledge. There was a possibility they would eventually notice something was off, but without a magician among them, it would be hard for them to counter or detect the mana pattern tracking devices Roland had created. Roland tapped a few more keys, pulling up the current locations of individuals flagged as potential threats. Little red dots appeared on the map, scattered around various parts of Albrook. Each one represented a spy or an agent associated with Theodore, or that were in possession of similar status hiding accessories the Raven member they captured used. Don't worry, Lord Arthur. I'll have these people investigated immediately. I'll leave it up to you then, Mary, but as Roland mentioned before, they might not be Theodore's men. I'm sure some people just prefer for their status screen to be hidden. We can't assume that everyone is after me, now can we? I understand, Lord Arthur, but we have to be careful. Roland watched as Arthur and Mary discussed the issue of the potential threat. His system wasn't perfect, and this was its first real iteration. Once he was back, he would examine the data it produced. Sebastian, his artificial spirit, was connected to this area and would be monitoring everything in his absence. With this, he could leave with a clear conscience, as he wasn't sure if he would be returning as quickly as he wanted. I need to leave then if there is any trouble. No need to worry, my friend. You've already done enough. I see. Well then, I'll excuse myself. Arthur turned back to the display as it was hard to ignore the brand new toy before his eyes. Roland wasn't sure if leaving such a device in this noble's hands was the best idea, but Arthur or any other craftsman would be unable to recreate this system. He was sure to put in safety measures that would cause the runic components to overcharge if they were just directly copied. Without something like Sebastian connected to the monitoring system, it would just go up in flames. After their discussion concluded, Roland bid farewell to Arthur and Mary. With a nod of gratitude, he left them to manage the city's affairs while he finished up his private matters. He wished nothing more to remain in the city and continue tinkering on all the runic systems, but his sister was still in potential danger. His brother Robert had not been found, and he had a bad feeling about his situation. Usually, things started going badly when he started to relax, and there was still the issue with the institute leader. What does that woman want from me? Yevena Arvendis, a Tier 4 class holder, had shown interest in him for some reason. People of this caliber were considered honorary nobility, even if they had no title. They were feared by everyone, as even a large group of Tier 3 class holders would usually have no chance of winning in a fair confrontation. Such a person was above him, and he did not wish to return to her lair where she held even more power. The spell she used to save him from the strange witch lady also bothered him, making him paranoid. There was a possibility that she could reach him from anywhere and already knew more about his origins than she was letting on. I probably won't be able to figure out what such an old magus is plotting. I might just be something she wants to entertain herself with. There were magical means to prolong one's life that could even surpass a high vitality stat, which usually just doubled one's age. Roland, who was 22, could look forward to living to around 150 with his current constitution, and even more if he wished. However, with long age didn't always come wisdom, and people who were around 200 years old often started to get bored or even went crazy. It was possible that the Tier 4 mage just saw him as an interesting toy to amuse herself with. Roland's mind was heavy with thoughts as he walked back to his private quarters. Before heading out, he made one final stop at his workshop to get everything ready. Everything had barely gone according to plan, and he managed to create a sleeker suit of armor along with a few exterior attachments. His firepower had been fully restored, and with the help of the Union, even his golems would be there to assist him. Are you really going to be back faster this time around? I hope so. With the gate, I should be able to return home whenever I want. And come to think of it, what is it? Did you ever want to visit any places in the kingdom? When was the last time you had a vacation? A vacation? I'm not sure if I've ever had one. After a full day of planning, Roland and his wife turned in for the night. The two had some time for each other, an occurrence that had been happening less often lately due to both of their work ethics. He was either stuck in his workshop for the whole day or had to contend with the city expansion and his job as knight commander. Elodia spent half the day at the shop and then took care of the orphans for the rest. Only at night did things wind down and they were finally able to have some personal time. I see. Maybe once this is over, we could take a break. A break. Are you sure you are my husband? Elodia chuckled. What is that supposed to mean? Roland playfully furrowed his brows at Elodia, who was now laughing softly. It was a rare sound, one he cherished dearly. The stresses of their responsibilities often left little room for such moments of joy, just that you never seemed to stop working. A vacation sounds wonderful, though. Maybe we could take the children somewhere too. They've never seen the ocean and there aren't any close by lakes either. The ocean, huh? Roland contemplated the idea. While he would prefer some alone time with his wife, having the kids play near the water would probably be a sight for sore eyes. That sounds like a good plan. But I was thinking about something more interesting. With the new transferal gate, we'd even be able to reach the capital in a matter of moments. Transferal gate, are those safe? I've heard tales of people being stuck in walls or underground. Those are just accidents from before the magic was perfected. I assure you, it's quite safe. I don't know what if something happened. It didn't seem that his wife was too keen on seeing the kids travel through teleportation gates. People in this world were naturally superstitious and wary of anything concerning magic. Perhaps instead, he would need to fashion a larger wheeled vehicle to get them to the nearby ocean. He had once created a rudimentary bike when he was a Tier 2 class holder, so it would be quite easy. Very well, once everything is settled, we'll make it happen and visit the ocean. Elodia leaned into him, resting her head on his shoulder. I'll hold you to that. As the night deepened, they drifted into a comfortable silence, each lost in thoughts of future possibilities. Roland's mind, however, couldn't entirely escape the weight of the upcoming challenges and visit to the institute that held potential dangers. I would like to officially inform all my readers that I have started writing a new story called Heavy Metal, a monster evolution lit RPG. The moon hung low in the night sky, casting an eerie glow over the dense forest. Two people, both dressed in dark attire, sprinted through the underbrush, their breaths ragged and hearts pounding. Behind them, the sound of snapping twigs and distant shouts echoed through the trees. It was accompanied by howls of trained hounds that were quickly closing in. The duo glanced at each other, their eyes filled with concern. We need to keep moving, the woman urged, her voice barely above a whisper. They're getting closer. The man nodded, his hand pressed tightly into her as he pulled her forward. However, the sounds of their pursuers only grew louder, and it became clear that something needed to be done. I know, but we can't keep this pace up forever. We need to find a place to hide. They are trying to surround us. They pushed forward, the forest closing in around them like a living entity. Every shadow seemed to conceal a threat, and every rustle of leaves was a prelude to capture. Their minds raced as they frantically searched for any possible hiding spot. There, we can hide there, the woman exclaimed, pointing to a partially exposed area surrounded by thick vines. At first glance, it didn't seem like a good place to conceal both of them. There was a small ditch they could fit in, but their bodies would probably be discovered. The plants were dense, but not enough to avoid being discovered by tracking hounds. However, the man just nodded at the woman's proposal and lowered himself into this small hole. Both started squeezing into this narrow gap while pushing the foliage away. The woman didn't move in instantly, but instead started mumbling something under her breath. Her voice was silent, and her words were too quick to make any sense of them. The shouts and barking of dogs grew even closer, but she did not stop. Soon, a strange green aura surrounded the plant matter around them. The vines started to wiggle around, multiple in number as the magical chant she finished took effect. The vines wove themselves into a thick living blanket over the ditch. The woman joined the man in the small cavity, their bodies pressed together, hearts pounding as they tried to steady their breathing. The green aura shimmered faintly, blending seamlessly with the forest's natural hues, masking their presence. Moments later, the pursuers burst into the clearing, their torches casting erratic shadows across the dense underbrush. The dogs barked and strained at their leashes, noses to the ground, but the enchantment on the vines masked the scent trail. They have to be here somewhere. One of the men grunted and his eyes scanned the area. The hounds they used had clearly lost their scent, but they were not willing to relent. Spread out in search, they couldn't have gotten far. The search party fanned out, poking and prodding at the vegetation, but the magically enhanced camouflage held strong. Hidden beneath the vines, the woman whispered another incantation, her eyes glowing faintly as she focused her will on the spell. The winds around the area picked up and blew towards the barking canines. It made their ears perk up as they caught the scent of the ones they were pursuing, but with the aid of the spell, it was pushed in another direction. The hounds, they have picked up the scent again. Their barks were loud and they tugged on their leashes, dragging the search party away from the hidden pair. As the sounds of pursuit gradually faded into the distance, the man and woman remained perfectly still, holding their breaths until the last echo of barking had vanished. "We did it," the woman finally whispered, her voice trembling. "Yes, but we can't stay here long. They'll realize it was a false trail soon enough." With caution, they disentangled themselves from the vines. The forest was silent now, save for the distant rustle of leaves. As they climbed out of the ditch, the man took the woman's hand, his grip firm but gentle. The man lowered his head. It was as if he was blaming his lack of power for this situation. "Don't blame yourself. This is all because of my father. We just need to get out of this territory, somewhere our father won't reach." "That's true. If we manage to get there, we should be safe. I'm sure he'll help us." The two nodded at each other as an image of a certain person appeared in their minds. "We need to keep moving. They'll probably have people in all the nearby villages, so we need to avoid those." They were being chased from multiple directions, and their pursuers had the manpower to block all the prominent checkpoints. To get away, they would need to keep moving through the woods and avoid large settlements. The villagers would instantly inform anyone of strange new arrivals. They could trust no one but themselves. "You make a good team," she replied with a faint smile, brushing a strand of hair away from her face. The two moved closer, dead leaves still stuck to their clothes and with dirt on their faces. Even though the situation was dire, they found solace in each other's presence. Their resolve was unwavering, and they had no choice but to succeed. However, during this moment of peace, a sound of someone clearing their throat resounded. "Who is there?" Both of them instantly turned around. The man raised his sword and moved in front of the woman. From the shadows emerged a figure cloaked in dark robes, his face obscured by a hood. Underneath, a suit of shiny armor was visible, and moonlight was reflected, giving the intruder an otherworldly glow. The pair tensed, readying for a fight, but the figure raised a hand in a gesture of peace. "Young lady, don't you think that this has gone on for long enough? Please return home. Your father is worried." The figure's voice was calm and resonant, echoing through the stillness of the forest. The woman's eyes widened in surprise, and her grip on the man's arm tightened. It was apparent that she knew who this individual was, and her body shook in fear. "Why would the Grand Commander be here? Your father was worried, so he has given me a task to bring his daughter home safely. Come now, there's no need for further resistance. Let us put an end to this foolery." They started backing away, but soon, the man that was trying to protect the woman buckled under pressure. He found himself going down onto one knee, his voice cracking from pain. "What are you doing? Leave him be. Young lady, I'm not sure what this man has done to convince you of this foolish act, but if you wish for him to return safely, I advise you to surrender peacefully." The man glanced at the collapsed man, his voice laced with disdain. He approached with slow, steady steps, his body relaxed as if he had no worldly worries. "I won't let you take her." The man's voice was strained, but he struggled to stand, his sword wavering in front of him. The woman moved closer to him, shielding him with her body. This prompted the Grand Commander to sigh softly. "I commend you for being able to stand, but this is as far as this farce will continue. Also, don't be mistaken. You're not going to avoid punishment for this transgression." With a swift motion, the Grand Commander drew his own sword, its blade gleaming ominously in the moonlight. Clang, the sound of several metallic objects being dropped resounded through the closed workshop room. A tall man glanced while sighing and then waved his hand. The metallic objects flew up towards the workbench they fell from. "Are you okay, boss?" "Yeah, I'm fine, just spaced out for a moment." Roland had bumped into the table while making the last preparations for his departure. His mind was preoccupied with future possibilities of disasters. Things had been quiet for this month, but he couldn't help to think that some kind of storm was coming. His sister had contacted him for a while, but she was still safely at the institute. Once there, he needed to see how things were shaping up. She should have asked her mother for help. "I hope they managed to clear things up with those Castellane bastards. If not, will I have to stay there until she graduates?" It was impossible for him to watch over his sister forever. She was part of the institute which conducted classes outside. They would have to form parties with adventurers and knights to test their skills. Would he have to always go with her each time she was away, or would his father do something about this predicament? "Good, but what is this here, boss? Is this supposed to be your language?" Bernier was confused about what Roland was doing. In the middle of this workshop was a strange plate of metal. There were various runes on it, and it seemed to be divided into several parts that were now unfolded. It was quite large and took up almost half of this room, 10 meters in length and around 6 in width. On top of it, he could see foldable tables and various blacksmithing equipment. "Yeah, I'd like to have access to my own tools while traveling. Grab whatever you think might be helpful, and place it down there. I guess I can just take the whole tool cabinet with me." It was a strange order, but Bernier didn't even ask. Instead, he helped by picking up the necessary tools. He knew Roland the best, and picking what he liked to use for smithing was quite easy. After around 20 minutes, everything was assembled on top of this thin metallic plate. Roland checked everything once more before nodding in satisfaction. "All right, that should do it. Let's test it out." Bernier stepped back, knowing well that his boss was about to activate some kind of magical ability. "Boss, you sure this thing is safe? I mean, we haven't exactly tested whatever you made here. It's fine, don't worry. I've gotten better at these things. It won't blow up or create any black holes." "Black hole." Roland chuckled softly, patting Bernier on the shoulder reassuringly, but it didn't stop his assistant from inching away. Suddenly, the runes on the metal plate started to shine and engulfed everything in a soft blue glow. The entire workshop seemed to shimmer momentarily as the magic took effect. Bernier watched as the tools and equipment atop the metal plate began to disappear not into thin air, but instead sunk into the rune-covered plate. "Oh, is that a new storage space? But isn't it too wide? Oh, is that what it's for? I see you catch on fast, Bernier." He nodded at the question as after the item sunk into the spatial space, he activated the other feature. The metal this was created with was rather thin and foldable on itself. After a few folds, it shrunk to something that could be easily carried around. To complete the model, he slid it into a container that he could carry with one hand. "Oh, what do you call this, boss?" "I guess it's a briefcase." "A briefcase. Does it not last long?" "I guess we can just go with a rune case." Bernier was confused by the naming sense that came from Roland's original world. Lawyers commonly use briefcases to carry briefs to present to a court, hence the name. Here, on the other hand, nothing like this existed. This foldable workspace was an advanced creation, designed to provide him with the ability to work on his projects even while away from his main workshop, and had a series of advanced runic power tools included. "All right, I think that should be everything." Roland checked the latches on the briefcase and made sure that they were tightly secured. Even if someone managed to steal it off him, they would first have to open this reinforced casing and then figure out how the runic spatial enchantment worked. Without a true specialist in runes, this would be impossible. "Don't worry, boss, I'll take care of everything in your absence. With this new arm, there is nothing that can stop me." "I'm glad that you're feeling better, but try not to exert yourself too much. That prosthesis is still in the experimental stages." "Haha, stop worrying, boss. I'm fine. I'm more than fine. I'll go tell Sebastian to start." "Well, I'll be heading out then. Take care, and here, take this with you. I packed some supplies, food, potions, and a few other essentials and a few sandwiches for your sister. Maybe when you're done, she could come and visit. I'll see what I can do." Elodia prepared some food for his trip. The sandwiches she made were just as good or better than what professional chiefs could cook up. Roland, on the other hand, wasn't sure if he wanted to bring over more of his family members. Soon, the two hugged and parted. Roland returned to the workshop and arrived at the teleportation chamber. Sebastian, in the form of a glowing orb, was already there and preparing the coordinates. Just as he walked in, the runes on the gate started to vibrate with power and activate. A watery pool of magical energy erupted from within and the gate appeared before them. "We are ready, boss." They accepted the connection. Good. For the gate to activate, the people on the other side had to allow it. During a transfer, people sent in a hidden key that could establish such a connection. In Roland's case, as the principal's right-hand man, he had special permission to travel back and forth. No one besides the institute's leader had the authority to stop him, not even the vice principal or the other professors. With a final nod to Bernier, he stepped towards the teleportation gate. The journey through the gate was disorienting, as always. Roland felt a brief moment of weightlessness before his feet touched solid ground again. He found himself standing inside a mage tower inside the Xandar's Institute of Wizardry. The man that previously sent him off was there as well, along with Arian, who was floating in his direction. "Welcome back, my friend. I suppose I'm back." Arian seemed rather cheerful to see him here and instantly started talking about things that happened in his absence. He mostly focused on how his classes had grown in popularity with the students. Using runic blocks to create new spells was quite ingenious. Those youngsters can't get enough of them. My classes have quadrupled in number, and did you know what happened? Know what happened? Roland attempted to hide his disinterest in the topic. He did not really care about how the classes were. What he was concerned with was his sister, the principal, and how he could get out of here to continue his research. His technology was brand new, and he wished to produce more prototypes. They started asking me questions. They never asked me any questions before. Questions. I see, that's great. He attempted to appear attentive, and his cat friend didn't notice his disinterest as he was in his own little world. Luckily, the principal wasn't anywhere to order him around, and the two were able to return to the runic department. Many students greeted them on the way and parted ways the moment they saw his robed form. His armor was sleeker than before and covered by his magical robe, but they could tell that the full mithril enforcer was back. Maybe everything will be fine this time around, yeah. Then just as he was about to open the door to the runic department, he noticed someone rushing his way. It was a young girl with golden hair that he was familiar with. She seemed out of breath and in distress. There she was, his sister Lucian. He hadn't seen her for an entire month, but the two had stayed in contact through other means. She looked out of breath and was running in his direction. Roland focused on her facial expressions, which showed panic but also a certain level of relief. His mind raced with possibilities, each worse than the last. "Oh, well, if it isn't student Lucian, I think she is here for you. How about we catch up later?" Yeah, sure, Arian had protected his sister in his absence, and the two had apparently interacted before. Not much had happened after his departure, and not even the young nobility had attempted to bully his sister. It seemed once his new position as the right-hand man of the principal got leaked, the brats got scared. However, it wasn't quite over yet, as the ringleader was set to return in a day's time. Viola's appearance could reignite the conflict, but he was here to stop that from happening. "Please don't run in the hallways." One of the teachers walking by called out to Lucian, prompting her to stagger. Her legs crossed awkwardly and she flopped forward. Usually there wouldn't be many people to witness this spectacle, but due to the rune department's newfound fame, the corridors were more crowded. She flew forward, her hands flailing and her face distraught. "What are you doing, huh?" Before her face collided with the wooden floor, the young girl found herself floating in midair. The other students chuckled at the sight, but were also in awe of Roland's handling of the flotation spell. The cast time was impressive and showcased the advantages of runic spells. The girl let out a breath of relief as she regained her footing, her face flushed with embarrassment. "How about we continue this in a more secluded location?" Roland moved swiftly to her side, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. With the help of an altered sound blocking spell, he whispered into her ear. There were far too many people here for a family get-together, and the potential for enemy spies was high. It was better if people didn't know she was his sister just yet. Of course, Professor Arian, let us continue later. This student seems to wish to discuss some matters with me in private. I'll be in my office if you need me. Take your time, Professor Wayland. There is no rush. There was nothing alarming in him speaking with Lucian. He had already shown a willingness to help her, and everyone knew the little spider golem she had with her was something fashioned by the runic department. They walked towards the park area through which they could access his tree office. With his badge present, the path opened up for him, and they both entered. "Now that I'm here, maybe I should tidy this place up and organize a few things, but first." His office had not really been used by him or changed. What was here belonged to the previous deputy professor, who seemed to have been enamored with the old arch-wizard Xandar. The large portrait on the wall was unsettling and was probably going to be the first thing to go once he was finished with this place. "So what is it, Lucian? Is it about Viola or—" "It's not about her, this is about Robert." "Robert, has something happened to him? Did something happen at the border?" Roland noticed that his sister was quite distressed. Her eyes had been darting around, and she seemed tense throughout the entire walk. He had hoped that Lucian would shed some light on their brother's whereabouts, but it appeared that the news wasn't good. Roland started to assume the worst, fearing that their older brother had perished at the border where he had gone to serve the kingdom. However, what his sister disclosed was not at all what he expected. At the border. No, he had been granted leave recently after performing well. He even became a knight captain. Then what happened? Is he safe? Yes, but it's hard to explain. Roland furrowed his brow, trying to piece together the information. Robert had been granted leave, achieved a commendable rank, and was safe, yet something was troubling Lucian enough to make her panic. He motioned for her to sit on the chair opposite his desk and took a seat himself, leaning forward to give her his full attention. "Take your time, Lucian. Just tell me what happened." She took a deep breath, steadying herself before she began. "It started when Robert returned home. Everything seemed fine at first, but then we noticed he was acting strange. He was distant and secretive. Mother tried to talk to him, but he would always brush her off, saying it was nothing." Roland nodded while trying to take in the information. The Robert he knew was usually a straight shooter, not someone who kept many secrets. It seemed that after his return there was something troubling him. Then one night he just vanished. I was back at the institute then. Mother didn't wish to disclose it to me or anyone, but finally she relented. Oh. Did something happen for her to finally speak up? Well, he had been apprehended by another noble house. He has. On what charges? Well, on the charges of adultery. Wait, he did what? Roland found himself raising up from his seat and shouting, but quickly sat himself down when he saw his sister recoiling in fear. "Oh, excuse me, but adultery. Did he have an affair with someone's wife?" Roland was baffled by this revelation, but there had to be more to it. He didn't know his older brother too well, but adultery seemed out of character for Robert. Lucian continued, explaining, and it all started making sense. He had not seduced any noble wives and done something different. "Lucille de Vere, you mean both of them tried to elope while she was promised to another?" "Why, yes, I see, so that's what those two were up to." It all started making sense. He had not heard from either of them for months now. They had been on the run from Lucille's father and forces for a while now. However, eventually they were caught and brought back to the de Vere estate. The charges were serious, and Robert was facing severe consequences for his actions. In this world, nobles took their arranged marriages very seriously. Adultery was a grave offense among the noble houses, often leading to heavy fines, loss of titles, or worse. When they first met, Lucille de Vere's house was at the level of a viscount. However, due to recent events, they had advanced further and were granted the title of count. Roland had done some investigating, and it seemed that the de Vere family had been engaged in a rivalry with a competing viscount family for some time, emerging victorious. Their patriarch appeared to be ambitious, and using his daughter to stabilize their newfound position was a strategic move. Roland assumed that they had proposed an alliance with someone influential to solidify their new status as counts. Then Robert appeared in the picture, a third son of a militaristic baron who rarely attended the kingdom's noble gatherings. It was clear which side the new count would take, and his older brother was in danger. There was no way of telling what he would decide on, and for some reason he didn't think they would stop on a fine. They could use this as a display of might and attempt to punish him to the fullest extent. "That doesn't sound good. Has WNET mean?" Father attempted to free Robert. "Perhaps he could gain freedom if he agrees to a banishment. Father, he returned to the kingdom for a few weeks before this incident was known. We haven't been able to reach him since a skirmish has broken out at the border. It might be weeks or more until the information reaches him." "I see." Wentworth, his father, was an important member of the military, but this did not necessarily translate to respect among the nobility. His title had been recently acquired, and the Arden family had yet to prove itself in the eyes of the older nobles. Roland was unaware of his father's allies, but Wentworth didn't seem like a person who excelled at making friends. He had trained his children to be warriors rather than diplomats. Robert seemed to have followed his father's advice, attempting to forcefully pursue a potential fiancé without using the proper channels. Perhaps if they had better relationships with each other, this situation could have been avoided. He was back for a week. What was he doing? Does it perhaps have something to do with the Castellanes? Lucian nodded to Roland's surprise. He actually did something. What do you mean by that? Nothing. It surprised Roland that his stoic father actually went out of his way to do something for a family member. In his mind, the man had nothing more than the royal family in his head, and some people even called him a faithful dog. Wentworth was known for keeping a low profile and following orders. However, it seemed that the Marquis had gone too far with this one. So what did he do? Did he confront the Marquis? Mother didn't say in detail, but she said that everything had been resolved between our families, and that I shouldn't worry about Viola anymore. At least that's one less problem to deal with. Roland sighed in relief. Viola Castellane had been a thorn in their side, her harassment of Lucian relentless. If their father had indeed managed to settle things, it was a small victory in a sea of troubles. However, the issue with Robert still loomed large, and the stakes had got even higher. There was always an option to take his sister out of the institute, but it wouldn't be as easy in Robert's case. So let me reiterate. Robert attempted to elope with Lady Lucille, who had been promised to another man. He was then captured by her family and is awaiting a future trial. Is that correct? Yes, brother, what can we do? Mother had already departed for their estate, but I'm afraid she might not be able to do much. The de Veres are not known for their leniency. The de Vere family didn't gain a higher title for nothing, and they would not take such an event lying down. They would probably try to punish Robert as harshly as possible to show the world that they cannot be trifled with. Of course, he would not disclose this information to his sister, who was a nervous wreck. I'm not sure if they haven't done anything. They are probably planning something. Planning? Like what? I suppose they will want to show their strength to the other nobles, but they can't judge him as a commoner, so it will probably go to trial. A trial that doesn't sound so bad, replied Lucian, whose heart rate started to stabilize. However, in Roland's eyes, this wasn't anything good. I'm not sure if that's such a good outcome. It might be better to not let it go to trial. Why? Roland leaned forward and quickly replied at the question his sister posed. These nobles cannot be trusted. I wouldn't be surprised if they know the judge or attempt to bribe. Robert's position isn't high either, so they will certainly side with the Count family. Perhaps if our father was there, but I wouldn't be surprised if they push for a quicker resolution before he can return. But what will happen if Robert is found guilty? That's I'm not sure. Roland could see his sister tearing up from the shock, which made him aware that he should have perhaps withheld some of this information. The Arden family was relatively new to nobility and provided the de Vers with an opportunity to assert themselves. However, not everything was lost. There were always ways of going around these things. The easiest way would be to make some kind of deal. Please calm down, he is probably fine for now. These things take time. There might be ways of helping him without the need for bloodshed. Lucian's tear-covered eyes widened at the possibility. But how? Without father, even if mother goes there and begs, calm down Lucian, let me think. Silence fell on this deputy professor's office as Roland attempted to find any loopholes in the system. There were ways of saving his brother, but all of them depended on the situation. He did not have enough information about this incident, and without heading there himself, this would probably not change. This was quite the conundrum. What was he supposed to do here, and how could he do it without exposing his identity? One option would be to use the Institute's teleportation gate and go to the war-torn border. If he could directly contact his father, perhaps the man could resolve everything with a stern talk. Wentworth Arden had managed to convince a higher-ranking house to back away before perhaps he could do the same with a Count house. However, this option was risky. Even though the skirmishes weren't supposed to be extreme, it was still dangerous. He would probably need to take his sister there to meet Wentworth or expose himself as Wentworth's son. Even then, the plan might not work, and they could end up getting stuck. He could not risk Lucian's life in such a way, so this option was discarded. There weren't any high-ranking nobles that he knew and would be willing to help him. Mentioning Arthur or his position as a knight commander was pointless. Their two elder brothers were also just knights working at other noble houses and completing their training, which left him with almost no options but one, his rank as a deputy professor, and Yevena Arvandis' name. The Archmagus was a prominent figure in the kingdom, and even the nobility feared her wrath. There was a slim possibility that they would at least allow him to talk to his brother if he used her name. However, he had no idea what the principal would do if she found out that he was doing such things behind her back. Considering it's her we're talking about, she might be listening to our conversation here. But even if I get there, what can I even do? Blow a hole in the cell and use the glider to run away. While he had the capabilities of breaking his brother out of jail with his runic weaponry, he did not want to turn himself into a felon. Roland had his own family that needed to be cared for. If he offended a count, his head could roll, and even Arthur wouldn't be able to help him. I think there might be a way, but first we'll need to get there. Is it true? I don't know, but if we play our cards right, we might be able to fool or, let's say, convince the Count to take a small wager. I'm not sure I understand, brother Roland. Don't worry about it. If we are lucky, then it won't come to this, and Robert will just have his pride hurt. So what are we going to do now? I think we'll have to take a trip to the de Vers territory, and you'll have to come with me. We'll take the teleportation gate. If I'm not mistaken, they have a mage tower in their main city. While he didn't want to take his sister with him, his plan required her to tag along. She was there as a pretext to meet up with Robert and ask him for a more detailed explanation of this event. Then, when he had all the information, would he be able to decide on his true plan? Hopefully, it would take too much convincing, and perhaps bribing them with runic equipment or gold coins would be enough. The path opened from within a tree, and two individuals walked through it. One was a large man wearing a mithril suit of armor with a magical robe over it. A step behind him was a blonde female student. Her head was down, and she was deep in thought, just like the man walking in front of her. Am I doing the right thing? The man asked himself while looking at the magical path closing behind them. He was at a crossroads that led in two directions. One path would involve confronting the de Vere family directly and potentially exposing his hidden identity to everyone involved. It was a path he had been trying to avoid for over 10 years, yet somehow it always found its way back. The other path would take him back home, but would inevitably sever the connections he had reestablished with his family. The sister with whom he had managed to rekindle a relationship would certainly not forgive him if he decided to escape now. She might seek revenge later, or even inform their father about his transgression. This possibility made the decision even harder. However, he was no longer the weak individual he had been when he left on this journey. Roland was now also armed with his newfound authority as a deputy professor and the powerful reputation of the institute. There were ways for him to protect his old identity and instead present himself as his new persona, Wayland. By using his sister as an excuse, he could attempt to resolve problems in a somewhat roundabout way. Is something wrong? No, but I'll have to catch up with you later. Why don't you head back to the dorm and prepare for the trip? While they were walking, Roland noticed his badge vibrating with a hidden mana signature. This badge could open almost any door inside the institute, but it also connected him to its leader, Yevena. He wasn't sure what the woman wanted, but it wouldn't be strange to assume that she knew about his situation. Lucian nodded, worry still etched on her face as she walked away. Roland watched her until she disappeared from view, then turned his attention to the badge. With a sigh, he relocated to the entrance of the Mage Tower where the Archmagus resided. The walk-up was uneventful, and soon he stood before his temporary boss. She was sitting behind her desk again, reading through some papers. He wasn't sure what she was constantly researching, but he was unwilling to check. Was she listening to our conversations? I used various ways of blocking out the sounds and mana. Roland was unsure of what he was dealing with here. The Tier 4 Magus was someone above him in both knowledge and skills. He was in her territory, so even with his current knowledge, there were things he did not understand. The plant-based magic this woman used was more in the field of biology than the runic machinery he had studied. There was a possibility that a single flower or moss on the wall could eavesdrop on his conversations, something he had not yet been able to counter or confirm. Did you want to see me, headmistress? Please take a seat, I wish to show you something. She was quite lax and reserved. With a wiggle of her finger, a document was produced and floated toward him, enveloped in green mana. At the same time, a chair made out of vines materialized from the wooden floor. Roland was aware of potential dangers but decided to take a seat as he was asked. The paper floated into his hands, and the first thing he noticed was the noble seal at the bottom. Is this? Yes, it's an apology letter from the Castellane estate. What do you make of it? Roland wasn't sure what the headmistress was attempting to do, but perhaps it was just a test for her new deputy to see how he would react. He had been in the middle of the Castellane incident and had shown interest in Lucian Arden. Perhaps she just wanted the person most involved in this situation to make a more informed decision. They are asking for a transfer. She nodded as Roland read through the letter. There were two parts to it. The first was the usual apology made in overly flowery wording. Then, afterward, there was a request for an immediate transfer to another magical academy. But it seems that their true intent is for the Institute to remain silent about the true reasons behind it. It seems they're trying to smooth things over quickly and quietly. The apology feels insincere, more of a formality. The transfer request is likely to avoid further conflict or scrutiny here. Precisely. We have also received quite a generous donation to the Institute. Wasn't the runic department in need of some funds? I suppose it was, but he trailed off as he understood the unspoken implication. The Castellans were trying to buy their way out of trouble. By offering a large donation to the Institute, they hoped to cover up the scandal and avoid any lasting damage to their reputation. It also seemed that they included his department in the apology letter, probably to appease him at his current position. They were certainly aware that he took out their 3 knights by himself and were trying to cover this base too. I see. So they're essentially bribing us to keep quiet about the incident with Viola Castellane and to make her disappear from the public eye. Yevena nodded, her eyes not leaving the papers she was reading through. It was clear that this conversation wasn't that interesting. The Institute could use this donation, but what do you think? Do you wish to pursue this matter any further? Roland sighed, setting the letter down. It seemed that the headmistress had already decided to take the bribe, but was just gauging his reaction. He had no desire to continue the matter. With the Castellans, their threat had been neutralized, and his sister's safety was his primary concern. However, this situation with Robert was far more pressing, and he needed to ensure it didn't escalate further. No, I think it's best to let this matter rest. The donation will certainly benefit the runic department, and Viola Castellane's transfer will resolve the immediate issue with Lucian Arden. Is that so? The woman tapped her finger on the desk a few times as if contemplating on the issue for a moment while he remained quiet. Very well, Deputy Professor. Consider this matter closed. I will relocate the funds to the runic department through Professor Arian. Are there any issues I should be aware of? Roland shook his head at the question. He didn't want to involve Yevena in any further incidents. She was a powerful being, but invoking her influence was probably a double-edged sword. He could only hope that this was all she wanted, but the question still stood. What did she truly want from him? Was he seen as an interesting plaything, or was she trying to use his position as an outsider in some way? It was a theory he came up with, as there wasn't much else to go on. She had made him her assistant, but hadn't given him any specific orders, just told him to roam around without any clear purpose. None that I'm aware of. Is that so? Well then, you are free to leave, Deputy Professor. A bit of uncomfortable silence filled the room before he finally decided to stand up. Things seemed to have gone well, but he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. All of this seemed too similar to the previous incident with the Cerberus trio and the Tier 4 witch. She had invited him to her office then as well and then seemingly saved him at just the right moment. Could she have implanted something to watch over me again? Is she a foe or friend? As Roland left Yevna's office, he couldn't shake off the unease that lingered. The headmistress's actions were cryptic and left him wondering about her true intentions. Was she truly looking out for his best interests, or was there an underlying agenda he couldn't yet grasp? He thought about checking his body for potential abnormalities, but the biggest factor was his institute badge and his magical robe. It had been provided by the institute, and perhaps he would need to discard both of them before leaving. However, his new identity was needed for the next location he was heading, so perhaps that wasn't an option. Why do these things always happen to me? Did I anger someone in my previous life or something? His thoughts returned to the pressing matter at hand, his brother Robert's predicament. Lucian was waiting for him, and they needed to devise a plan to aid Robert without escalating tensions further. The teleportation gate would not take them directly to the DeVere estate, so he would need to make arrangements for further transportation. Lucian has no attendants like the other nobles, does she? Lucian was truly alone at this large institute, with only a few friends she made during her years. She was in distress, and the situation with her brother was clearly serious. Roland felt a hint of guilt for not being more present for her in the chaotic events unfolding. Even though he didn't feel like a member of the Arden household, the young girl still saw him as a brother she once lost. As a proper adult, he needed to offer her some solace and some reassurance. Roland quickened his pace as he made his way toward his sister's dormitory. He had instructed her to begin packing for their upcoming trip, but upon arriving, a scene unfolded before him. Even before entering, he could hear the sound of sobbing emanating from within. His heightened senses allowed him to catch snippets of the conversation unfolding inside, involving his sister, her two dorm mates, and another girl whose voice he recognized. "Please don't cry, Lucian. I'm sure everything is going to be fine. Why, yeah, there is nothing to be afraid of. We'll get through this. This is preposterous. What is that Count family thinking?" Chew. The first voice belonged to Marline, one of the first friends that his sister had. The second was Atasuna, and the third voice belonged to the girl called Margaret. He could also hear the strange sounds of her summoned creature echoing from afar. It was clear that all the girls were lending their ears and trying to comfort Lucian in this moment of crisis. Roland hesitated before taking a step forward. His plan of quickly leaving unnoticed after the situation with Viola had fallen through. He had expected his sister to keep it to herself, but he had been wrong. Most people weren't like him. They couldn't just bottle up their emotions without consequence. She hadn't been able to hold it in and had sought help from her small circle of friends. "I'm not good at these things." After taking a deep breath and waiting for things to settle down, Roland steeled himself and knocked gently on the door before entering. Inside, his sister sat on her bed, her eyes red and puffy from crying. Her two dorm mates and Margaret sat around her, offering comfort. The strange summoned creature was also there, floating around and making silly faces as if attempting to cheer her up. Professor Wayland, one of the girls, called out to him as he entered. None of the people knew that he was related to Lucian, so their surprise was warranted. To them, he was nothing more than a strange, overprotective professor, and he decided to lean into that assumption. "I hope I'm not intruding." Margaret stood up, her eyes wide in curiosity. She seemed like the most overprotective of the bunch and was certainly trying to figure out his motif here. "Professor Wayland, is everything all right? Why have you come here? I'm not sure if this is the right time." "It's fine, the professor is here for me." Roland nodded at Lucian, who started to stand up. Both of them agreed not to talk about his true identity, but to the people gathered here, it all looked strange. It was as if a scary teacher was here to take their friend away, something they wouldn't allow. Right as she was up, all three girls placed themselves in front of her and started barraging him with questions. "What is the meaning of this? Where do you intend to take Lucian?" "Please, Professor Wayland, is everything going to be all right? What do you want with her? Did Lucia do something wrong? That can't be right." "Chew. No, I'm not. Could you give me some time to expel? Please don't take her away. She didn't do anything wrong." The strange, puffy summoned creature floated around his head with a mean look on its face while the girls prattled on. Roland felt like some kind of villain who was trying to abduct a princess or something. "Everyone, please settle down." It was unfortunate, but he needed to exert some of his suppression skill on the girls before him to make them stop barraging them with questions. All of them were just Tier 1 class holders with not much battle experience, so they instantly dropped down to their knees. "Good now, I'm not here to punish Miss Lucian for anything, so you can calm yourself." But why then?" Roland was surprised at one of them, Margaret Braganza. It seemed that one of her accessories had activated and managed to cancel out most of his skill, allowing her to speak while the other two were shaking on the ground. Luckily, Lucian finally managed to calm herself and spoke up for him. "Everyone, it's fine. Professor Wayland has agreed to escort me out of the institute. He is here to help me. You don't need to worry. It seems my intentions have been misconstrued. I apologize if I have made you uncomfortable, but I assure you, I am not here to harm your friend. Ah, the three girls started nodding at each other and slowly began to relax. Roland could see the concern in their eyes. They cared deeply for Lucian. He softened his tone, trying to convey his genuine intention. Lucian's brother is in trouble, and she needs to leave the institute for a while to help him. I offered to assist her because none of her relatives are present. The girls' expressions shifted from suspicion to understanding. They glanced at Lucian, who nodded, confirming Roland's explanation. Marlene said, her voice trembling slightly. The summoned creature, sensing the tension easing, floated down and made a soft, comforting chirp. We just wanted to make sure she was safe. It's fine. Have you all managed to calm down? Why, yes, sir. The girl with animal ears responded, and the others agreed. Roland couldn't help but to sigh under his helmet, but they couldn't lose too much time here. It was better to act quickly, as they would need to traverse a good chunk of land to get to the place their brother was being held. Pack your things, Miss Lucian. We need to leave soon. As Roland waited outside, he considered the journey ahead. The DeVere family's lands were vast and well guarded, but this didn't mean that there wouldn't be a way to break their brother out. He wasn't sure how to approach this issue, but if this was the only way, then perhaps he would need to do something outrageous. Some time had passed, more than he envisioned for one person needing to pack. Lucian eventually emerged with her friends, carrying a modest travel bag. However, a small problem arose as he noticed that something was off. The three other girls seemed off and were all carrying their own luggage with them. Wait, those three, are they actually trying to? Professor, please listen. We have discussed it among ourselves and made a decision together. No, please. Roland watched as the three girls stood firm, their resolve clear despite the fear they had shown earlier. He already knew what they were going to say, but he hoped to avoid it. Margaret declared, her voice unwavering and filled with nothing but resolve. All the other girls nodded together, and he could just look towards his younger sister, who instantly shifted her gaze to the side as if she had no say in this. I would like to officially inform all my readers that I have started writing a new story called Heavy Metal, a monster evolution lit RPG. Ah, Professor Wayland, I've heard the good news. Do you have time now to discuss? Good day, Professor Arian. Oh, good day. Before he could speak any further, three new people entered his field of view. Four young ladies accompanied his new friend. One of them had been central to a recent drama that Professor Wayland had resolved. He wasn't too well informed about the three that accompanied her, but they seemed to have a good relationship with each other. While he couldn't tell what this was about, his friend seemed to be in some trouble. Even though his face was hidden behind armor, Arian could tell by now when Roland was flustered. Arian, the head of the runic department, took in the scene before him with keen interest. Roland, or Professor Wayland as most knew him, was flanked by his sister Lucian and her three friends, each carrying travel bags. There seemed to be some tension in the air. Clearly something was unfolding before his feline eyes. I see you have company. What brings you all here? He noticed Roland hesitating for a second before moving closer and leaning in. Lucian's brother is in some trouble. I have agreed to help her get there through the teleportation gate. The others are her friends, and they have decided to accompany us. Arian raised an eyebrow, glancing at the determined faces of the girls. They were in some strange defensive stance with Lucian in the middle. From Roland's tone, he could ascertain that the young man wasn't too glad of how this situation was unfolding. He knew Lucian from the recent incident with the Castellane family, but was unsure how it would unfold in the future. The news about an increase in funds had already reached his feline ears. Many teachers from other departments were starting to show interest in transferring to his side. He knew that they just wanted to ride the wave and use his newly gained wealth for their own research, but he could still use those vouchers. Perhaps his dream of runic magic spreading through the kingdom wasn't that far off. Yeah, about that, do you perhaps know any people within the DeVere territory? I might need some help there. In DeVere, you probably already know of my previous assistant, Lucille DeVere. Don't tell me yes, she is involved in this incident. Oh my, how dreadful. Is she all right? Yes, she is fine, but probably under house arrest. So if there is anyone else that you might know, Arian started to deliberate this question. The DeVere territory was well known for its strict governance and formidable defenses. Given the current situation, any assistance there would be invaluable. DeVere territory, you say? I do know a few individuals who might be of help. There's Professor Alois, who specializes in elemental runes. She has connections within the DeVere family and was young Lucille's tutor. She was the one that awoke my assistant's love for runic magic. To this day, I'll never forget those bright eyes when she walked in during one of my lectures. Arian, could you please focus? Oh, excuse me, where was I? Ah, yes. There was also Bernard, a former student of mine. If I'm not mistaken, he had decided to settle down in that region. He might be able to provide some help during your stay as well. That would be very helpful. Could you send a message to them on my behalf? I need all the help I can get. Of course, I will get right on it. I'll make sure they know of your situation and the urgency. He saw his large friend nodding while the four girls waited behind him. It was a strange sight to behold, but he was sure that with Roland as the chaperone, they would be safe. No problem at all, my friend. Now, safe travels, and may the rune gods guide your path. Arian gave a warm smile and turned back to his work, leaving Roland with the reassurance that he wouldn't be alone in the Devere lands. With a nod, Roland led Lucian and her friends to the teleportation gate. The girls seemed slightly more relaxed now, but the weight of the task ahead strained their expressions. There is never a boring day with him around. The teleportation gate emitted a soft hum as it activated, casting a blue glow around the chamber. The girls exchanged nervous glances, but Roland's presence seemed to give them some comfort. He stood at the front, his posture firm and resolute. Everyone ready, Lucian nodded, gripping her bag tightly. Her friends mirrored her actions, standing close together. Roland wasn't feeling too well about what was happening. His preparations were slim to none, and he didn't truly know the area he was attempting to go to now. Everything was happening too fast for his liking, but there was no time to prepare. If they didn't go now, Robert's future was at risk. Young lady, I think you should reconsider. I'm sure that the professor will handle Hadley, that's enough. We already discussed this, let's go. Margaret Braganza, one of Lucian's friends and an upperclassman, was quite suspicious. She was capable of hiding her status in a way that he didn't understand. He had attempted to discern it, but couldn't pinpoint the source of the spell or ability being used. Then, once they had decided to leave, she appeared with another person, clearly a powerful guard. The guard was a woman who somewhat reminded him of Mary from Albrook. She was wearing a maid uniform and concealing some weapons under her long skirt. No normal person would be able to detect the faint magical traces, but he could tell that she was hiding something dangerous under there. Her status had been hidden as well, probably through the same technique Margaret was using. This woman had long black hair done in a ponytail, and her left eye was covered by an eye patch. Her movements were somewhat rough and lacked the grace Mary walked with. She seemed to be more of a frontline warrior type than someone that hid within the shadows. Possibly another knight commander like Elithys Baskerville that he had faced. Who is this girl? On one hand, having an experienced guard would be beneficial, especially given the uncertainty of their mission. On the other hand, her presence complicated things, as her true motif was still unknown. Was she truly an ally, or would they attempt to do something similar to the incident in the nearby dungeon? She doesn't seem like someone who is taking orders from Viola. Is she a hidden daughter of some powerful noble? I bet if something happens to her, they will blame me for it. Great. It wasn't strange for nobles to create hidden offspring that no one knew about. It was possible that this was one of those situations, and she was living a double life with a knight protecting her well-being. However, there were other possibilities. She could have been a criminal, a spy from another country, or just someone that wanted to hide their identity for some reason. Her words feel genuine at least. I don't think she is an enemy. Maybe her hidden identity could come in handy. While thinking, Roland, Lucian, and her friends vanished into the teleportation gate. Once through to the other side of the teleportation gate, the group arrived in a small, dimly lit chamber in the mage tower closest to the Devere territory. The room was lined with intricate runes, and a mage was present to oversee the transportation process. He nodded at them, signaling that all had gone smoothly. Welcome to the Lorien Mage Tower, the mage that was present said, his voice echoing slightly through the chamber. I trust your journey was uneventful, Roland replied in the most polite tone that he could muster. They were now in a new area, and making enemies right at the start of this new adventure wouldn't be wise. The Mage Tower was named after a long-deceased archmagus and was occupied by a local mage guild. It had some ties to the Adventure Guild, as it lent its mages to them for a price. The local lords supported them, and would even use their services if any outside lords attacked. I've heard that this mage guild was one of the reasons that the Devere house won their new title. The mage present was an older man with gray hair and a long beard, dressed in the traditional robes of his order. He seemed unsuspecting, but there was a certain glint in his eye, of someone that had gone through battle before. Roland was aware that this territory had been in a recent conflict and was now blossoming. While rare, disputes between nobles periodically escalated into skirmishes. If there was a good excuse, even the king would permit battles to resolve these disputes. If one noble family was abolished to strengthen another, the kingdom didn't really lose much. This was the case here, and perhaps the reason Lucille de Vere had been able to spend so much time at the Institute. It was common to send important family members away for their protection, and what better protection than a Tier 4 magus? Quite so, but will you give us a moment? For some, this was the first time going through a gate. Of course, take your time, the price has already been paid, but please don't take too long. There is another transferal scheduled in 15 minutes. Roland nodded and turned towards the people he had been with. His sister along with two other girls were down on the ground and clutching their heads. This had been clearly the first time they had gone through a gate. However, the maid along with her mistress seemed to be fine. I feel dizzy. I don't feel good, Erp. You'll be fine, just give it a few minutes. If I'm not mistaken, this is the city of Antolon and we'll have to get to Balak where Robert is. I hope that we won't be too late. He glanced at the young ladies accompanying him. Before leaving, he had to fill out a few papers indicating that he was taking them for extracurricular classes. Their parents needed to know where their children were, and he was under a time limit. Luckily, the maid was also here, so he might have been able to get her to escort the rest away in his stead, in the case of going over the limit. "Are you all set to go?" Roland asked, looking at the group he was stuck with. Lucian and her friends, though still slightly disoriented, were starting to get back on their feet. "Yes, we are fine now, right everyone?" Lucian assured, her face pale but determined. The other girls nodded in agreement, though they were clearly still adjusting to the aftereffects of the teleportation. Roland said, leading the way out of the chamber and into the bustling streets of Antolon. The city was a blend of old-world charm and modern advancements, with cobblestone streets and magical lanterns illuminating the way. When he compared it to Albrook and what he had been developing, it wasn't much, but to the people of this world, something like this was cutting-edge technology. The maid, Hadley, stayed close to Margaret, who for some reason was a massive chatterbox. The two other girls, Adesuna from the Wolven Beast tribe and the freckled Marlene, seemed to have a hard time keeping up with the pace. Professor Wayland, yes, where are we heading?" Before going further, Margaret jumped out to stop him. He wasn't sure what this was about, as he was supposed to be the leader of this group, but it seemed that she had some plans of her own. "We need to find a fast carriage first. There are no airships here, but we aren't that far off from the city of Balak. It shouldn't take more than half a day." "Half a day? Why don't we do it in a quarter?" "Ah, yes." He wasn't sure what she was talking about, but soon her maid was called over. "Hadley, you know what to do." But young miss, the two looked at each other as if they were communicating through some hidden means. The maid bodyguard didn't seem too willing about whatever the young lady meant, but soon she relented. "I understand, please wait here for a moment." "Where is she going?" "Don't worry, Professor, she's just going to bring us a carriage. We just need to wait. Why don't we go to a restaurant for now? This shouldn't take long." The girl puffed out her chest as if she was proud of her new plan, but Roland couldn't help being skeptical. The bustling streets of Antolon were alive with activity. Magical shops lined the streets, their windows displaying enchanted trinkets and potions. Street vendors called out their wares, and the aroma of freshly baked bread wafted through the air. Roland and his companions found themselves standing at a busy crossroads, with Margaret seemingly taking charge over their expedition. "All right, let's find a place to sit and wait for Hadley," Margaret said, looking around. She spotted a quaint little cafe across the street and led the group toward it. Her confident demeanor suggested she was used to having her way and was not something that her current status would produce. Roland was unsure if he made the right choice of taking her along, as these types of people usually caused more trouble than good. She spotted a quaint little cafe across the street and led the group toward it. They settled at a table outside the cafe, where the view allowed them to keep an eye on the passing crowd. Lucian, still pale from the teleportation, took a sip of water and tried to relax. Adesuna and Marlene were slowly regaining their composure, their eyes wide as they took in the sights and sounds of Antolon. "This is a beautiful city," Adesuna commented, her voice soft and tinged with wonder. "Yes, it's quite different from what we're used to," Marlene agreed as both of them attempted to cheer his sister up. They knew what this trip was about, and keeping their friend in good spirits was their true aim. Margaret ordered drinks for everyone and forked up the bill before he could go for his purse. Who was this girl really, and what was her true motive? After a few moments, Hadley returned, leading a sleek black carriage drawn by two majestic, magical equine beasts. The carriage itself was a marvel, adorned with intricate runes that shimmered in the sunlight. It was clearly no ordinary vehicle, and Roland's suspicions grew as he saw the ease with which Hadley handled it. How could they procure something like this, so fast? Roland raised an eyebrow but kept his thoughts to himself. The magical beasts were elemental horses who embodied the element of wind. Their manes strangely resembled clouds as they shimmered in the summer air. Their bodies were green and exuded elemental wind energy. When it came to speed, they were unmatched. It seemed that their trip would be speedy, and Roland decided to ignore his new strange helper if it meant that his brother could be saved. "Would you like another biscuit?" "Sure, can I also get some more tea?" "Of course." "Oh, excuse me, Professor, would you like some too?" "No, I'm fine." The group was ensconced in the carriage, which smoothly sped along the cobblestone streets outside of Antolon. The magical equine beasts pulling it were indeed as swift as Margaret had promised, and Roland found himself grudgingly appreciating the comfort and speed. As they traveled, he used the time to consider their destination and the potential problems ahead. Lucian and her friends were chatting quietly. The tension from earlier was slowly dissipating. Hadley the maid took a seat next to him, and both of them watched the girls on the other side. "So, Professor Wayland, what exactly do you expect to find when we get to Balak?" Hadley asked, breaking the silence. Her voice was calm, but her eyes were sharp. It was clear to him that there was more to this woman than met the eye. She was trying to measure his strength. It was as if she was trying to figure out how a battle between the two of them would go. Both of them had devices to hide their status, so neither of them knew their opponent's true strength. "I am not entirely sure," but Miss Lucian's brother has found himself in some trouble and was probably falsely accused of something. I'm sure once we get there, everything will become clearer." Hadley nodded, a thoughtful expression on her face which was also slightly filled with doubt. "I see, and you are certain you can handle whatever awaits us." Roland glanced at her, his eyes narrowing slightly. "I wouldn't have agreed to come if I wasn't." The carriage sped on, and the landscape gradually shifted from urban to rural as they passed through the DeVere territory. Roland took his time to examine the surroundings and ensured he was tracking their travel route. There was a possibility that they would need an escape route to the Mage Tower. He wasn't planning on letting his brother die as long as they managed to escape into the territory of another noble. The DeVere family wouldn't be able to follow. In a worst-case scenario, he would be able to hide Robert in Albrook where the aristocratic Valyrian house ruled. "Very well, Professor. Just wanted to make sure we are on the same page." "That's fine. I'm sure you're only concerned about the lady you serve. It's understandable." Roland was sure that this woman was some kind of guard, but she probably wouldn't harm him or the other girls. However, he wasn't so sure if she would abandon the group and prioritize Margaret if things got sour. It would probably be up to him to protect the rest, and judging by the map, this might come sooner than later. At first, the journey proceeded smoothly for the most part. The carriage sliced through the rural areas of the DeVere territory in an efficient manner. Their speed was high, but they eventually entered a dense forest area where some unforeseen guests were waiting for them. Roland could see dots on his mapping device trying to encircle them, clearly enemies that had been waiting for someone to take this route. Bandits again. No one knew him inside the kingdom, and besides the incident with Viola Castellane, he didn't have many enemies. There were a couple of possibilities in this situation. Either this was just an area filled with bandits and their luck was bad, or they had been followed. It wasn't uncommon for bandits to appear, occasionally attacking wealthy travelers and then escaping into another region before any knights could be dispatched to deal with them. However, he was still hated by someone who had already tried to assassinate him before, so he couldn't exclude the other possibility. "They probably created a barricade and will try to entrap us once we stop." The girls inside the carriage didn't notice anything was wrong, but Roland had a clear view of the situation outside. Above them, a metallic object in the shape of a dodecahedron was floating, relaying a feed directly into his helmet. He had let one of his inventions fly above them like a drone to keep watch over their movements. Through this, he could see into the distance where his enemies lurked. This would probably allow him to act before anything happened, and soon he was moving towards the carriage door. "Miss Hadley, I need to step away for a moment. We have a few unwelcome guests, but don't be alarmed, they aren't much of a threat. Please don't be alarmed and don't stop." The neatly dressed coachman glanced in his direction as he appeared on top of the carriage. He looked confused but continued to steer the magical horses, trusting that Roland knew what he was doing. With the help of his drone above, it was easy to home in on every mana pattern in close proximity. Soon, Roland reached out with one of his hands. A sphere of energy started to form on his palm, glowing larger with each passing moment. He lifted his palm upwards as if trying to lift a water balloon filled with liquid. The sphere continued to increase in size as he poured more mana into it. Finally, in a burst of blue light, many strings of light shot out in all directions. The thin threads of concentrated mana energy shot out in all directions, darting through the forest with precision. Each thread homed in on a target, striking with pinpoint accuracy. The bandits, some who had been lying in wait and others who were mobile, were caught off guard. The energy threads connected with their vital points, overpowering them almost instantly. Roland remained poised on top of the carriage, his eyes scanning the forest for any additional threats. He knew better than to assume the initial wave of bandits was all there was. His instincts proved wrong this time around, as no further reinforcements were detected by any of his skills or spells. Now the only problem that was before them was the small barricade that they were approaching from the front. "Professor Wayland, what's happening?" Lucian's voice called out from inside the carriage, her tone clearly indicating concern. "Just a minor inconvenience. Stay inside," Roland replied calmly, his eyes pointed towards the road and the enemies waiting for them. There were around 10 men there who had gathered some thick logs and placed them on the road to block them from advancing. The carriage slowed as it neared the barricade, but Roland wasn't planning on stopping. "Don't stop, just continue at this pace, but sir, we'll hit those logs if we don't." The coachman called out but quickly quieted down as a large mass of bluish energy appeared before him. It was much bigger than the previous sphere that produced thin traces of mana. Then, while pointing it at around a 45-degree angle, the concentrated projectile was fired forward. It traveled in a magnificent arch and looked like a comet streaking through the night sky, aimed right at the center of the barricade. This massive blue projectile soared through the air and crashed into the barricade with a thunderous impact. The logs and debris exploded outward, sending splinters flying in all directions. The bandits that had been lying in wait ran to the side, some of them being pushed away by the occurring explosion, while others were incinerated by it. Sir, don't worry and keep going. Everything is going to be fine. For some reason, the coachman felt a strange belief in Roland's words. The man talking to him had an aura of confidence that made the man trust his claim. A large hole had been produced by the blast, and under normal circumstances, the carriage would certainly have crashed into this space and been halted. However, not long after, a dark purple light surrounded Roland's body, and from various areas, more of the same floating objects emerged. They were all of the same dodecahedron shape as the one floating object used as a spy drone. They gathered around the carriage and started producing flat layers of a glass-like substance made from mana energy. Once they all connected to each other, the entire carriage was encased in a mostly transparent shield. Then with a little jolt of mana, just as they were about to ram into the explosion area, they lifted off the ground. What's happening outside? Well, I'm floating. Ha, this is fun. The voices of the young girls could be heard inside the carriage as it soared through the air for a few seconds before landing back on the ground. The coachman gulped and craned his neck to look at the bandits they had just blown past. The carriage was unhurt, and all four wheels were still in place, so they continued unimpeded. The man, though shaken, maintained his grip on the reins, guiding the magical equine beasts forward. The carriage settled back on the cobblestone road with a soft thud, and Roland examined the area around them once more. After making sure that there were no further obstructions ahead, he called back the hovering runic drones into his spatial space that could be now expanded around him. Satisfied that the immediate threat had been neutralized, Roland floated back down to the carriage door. There he was greeted by surprised looks from the young women and also the maid. "Is everything all right now, Professor? What was all of that about?" Margaret asked, her usual confident demeanor slightly changed as she attempted to fix her hair. None of the girls actually knew what this all was about, as it was impossible for them to see the hidden bandits trying to surround them. "Yes, everything is fine. There was a small obstruction on the road, but now it's gone." A small obstruction. Margaret looked towards her maid for confirmation, but she just nodded back, implying that it was better not to pry into the matter. Soon they resumed their trip, which became much quieter after the strange incident. They quickly continued their journey towards Balak, and the girls eventually came to terms with what had happened. Lucian, though still worried about her brother, couldn't help but marvel at the sheer power he possessed. She was aware that he wasn't much older than her and younger than their other brother Robert. He was someone with many secrets who acted too mature for his age. However, he was becoming someone she could count on, and she believed even more that somehow they could save their sibling. They were now back on track, and the carriage continued its journey. Swiftly and smoothly, the magical beasts pulled them at an unmatched speed. The landscape outside gradually changed, with the dense forest giving way to rolling hills and farmlands. The transition from rural to the more populated area signaled they were approaching Balak. As they neared the city, the atmosphere within the carriage grew more tense. Roland could sense the apprehension among the girls, especially Lucian. She was worried about her brother, and it was uncertain what was waiting for them in Balak. The carriage started to slow down as they arrived before the main gate and took their spot in a waiting line to get inside. The large, fortified gates of Balak loomed ahead, guarded by stern-looking sentinels who scrutinized each carriage and pedestrian entering the city. The surrounding area buzzed with activity as merchants, travelers, and city folk moved about. This was a true large city, and even though Albrook had been developed further, it could not compare. Roland took a deep breath and looked over at Lucian, who was fidgeting with her hands. He wanted to reach out to give her some reassurance, but with the other girls around, it wasn't possible. Luckily, they were quite responsible young ladies and almost instantly noticed that something was off. Margaret placed her hand on his sister's and gave her a reassuring nod. "Now then, there are a lot of them. The guards are mostly Tier 2, but there is one Tier 3 within the tower. The concentration of soldiers was much higher within Balak than in Albrook. They were well organized and appeared ready to jump into action at a moment's notice." Using the suit, Roland began scanning the area, creating a three-dimensional map inside his databank. Once he had some time, he would analyze the structure for any potential weak spots. His runic drones, which had been flying about previously, had to be hidden, but perhaps during the night he could venture forth and prepare an escape route. On Professor Wayland. As the scanning continued, Lucian posed a question. The other girls were here with them, but there was no reason to hide what they were aiming for. "We need to find your mother first, Miss Lucian. She should be somewhere within the city in the Noble District." Roland knew that their plan wasn't too great. Lucian didn't give him enough information to form a proper tactic, and her mother Francine Arden didn't explain anything. She was supposedly here working to free Robert from the De Vere household. He didn't like going into things without a proper plan, but there was no other choice here. That woman, Francine, I wonder what she would do. As the carriage continued to inch forward in the line at the city gates, he continued to worry. One of the reasons that he had left the Arden estate was because of this woman. It was no secret to anyone there that she despised him and would pit Robert against him whenever she could. He was without a mother and ways of defending himself, but he wasn't truly alone. Martha was there too. I hope she is doing well. This had become quite a serious matter, and he wasn't sure if he would be able to conceal his identity from this woman. There was a possibility of his other two elder brothers appearing, but he wasn't sure if they would care for Robert enough. Even back when he lived with them, the children from both wives didn't interact with each other too much. Their mothers created somewhat of a barrier between the siblings. Robert and Lucian weren't Francine's only children, as there also was a second daughter named Diana. She was the oldest of the bunch and had married another nobleman somewhere. From what he knew, this person wasn't that wealthy or exceptional to help them in this situation, but perhaps some help would arrive from this side of the family. You there, come forward. Finally, the carriage neared the front of the line at the barracks gates. The guards called out to the coachman, and a stern-faced guard approached, peering inside. Roland was aware of the procedures here and just needed to show some identification to move it along. Thus he quickly produced the Institute insignia and flashed it towards the guard, who was probably not fully aware of its significance. We hail from Xandar's Institute of Wizardry, let us through. His voice was altered by his armor's magic to sound lower and more menacing. The guard instantly realized that they weren't guests that could be ignored. The girls looked like young nobles. There was a maid inside, and a strange mage-looking person that was probably their bodyguard. With haste, the man just nodded and waved to the others. Let them through. The way was clear, and the carriage rolled forward into Balak. They had made it here before the sun could set. Now they just needed to find Francine Arden and see if it wasn't too late to save their elder brother. I would like to officially inform all my readers that I have started writing a new story called Heavy Metal, a monster evolution lit RPG. We are here. Margaret shouted while pushing the carriage door open, jumping out and almost stumbling forward onto her face. Her maid was luckily there to stick out her hand. Her long red hair bounced around with the sudden movement. Hadley, with surprising quickness, caught her mistress to prevent an ungraceful fall. Careful, Miss Margaret, your dress isn't meant for running. Margaret looked like a daughter of a rich merchant. She had many shiny accessories adorning her neck and a rather long dress. The other girls came wearing the academy uniforms while she was wearing something unique. Roland stepped out of the carriage while ignoring the two guests he didn't really wish to bring with him. As the two chatted, Roland stepped out of the carriage. His gaze swapped the area for any potential enemies, but none seemed to be immediately present. The noble district of Balak was bustling with activity, but it was clear that security was tight. Guards patrolled the area regularly, and the presence of several noble houses could be seen within the area. While it belonged to the De Vera household, some shops here belonged to some of their allies. Lucian emerged next, looking around with clear anxiety in her eyes. Roland could see that her concern for her brother was weighing heavily on her. He wondered if she had felt the same about him when he was pronounced missing. It reminded him of her small fist flying towards his face after she realized who he was. It was clear that she would not take it well if harm came to Robert, but he wasn't sure if there was anything that could be done here. Don't worry, Lusa. We'll find a way to help your big brother. Yeah, we are all here for you. I wonder where they are holding him. He is a noble's son, so he should be in their private dungeon, or perhaps only under house arrest. Robert was still a son of a baron, so they might have given him somewhat humane treatment. To avoid creating too much tension with other nobles in such cases, they would just be imprisoned and placed inside houses. Perhaps while they were worried here, Robert was enjoying some tea in a summer house. While this was a possibility, they could have gone with the exact opposite. Won't know until we get there. It would be easier if they stuck him into a regular dungeon. I might have to go against multiple tier 3 knights and hundreds of soldiers, and then there are also probably magical traps. They might have a mage on their side too. His mind raced with unfavorable possibilities, but eventually they needed to move. Once the girls were done having their moment, it was time to find the woman who hated him and was his sister's mother, Miss Lucian. Yes, Professor. Do you perhaps have an idea where your mother could be? No, this is the first time I'm here, but wait, perhaps we could use this. They needed to find Francine in this large city and have a talk with her. The woman probably knew the details of Robert's case and could give him a good idea of what he was dealing with. Going around and asking for a noble wouldn't be that easy, and their time was limited. Luckily, Lucian was still a mage, and she retrieved a little magical trinket from the bag she was carrying. Along with it, an old friend also made an appearance. Ah, stay inside. It was the small, chubby drone spider he had gifted to his sister. It had been placed inside one of their traveling bags and peeked its head out once it was opened. To Roland's surprise, his golem was wearing some kind of fuzzy suit over its metallic skeleton. It seemed that the girls had turned him into a strange-looking plush toy with a smiling face. Roland couldn't help but smile as he saw the plush-clad drone spider peeking out of the bag. It seemed that the girls had taken a liking to the little golem, even dressing it up. While it pushed itself back into the bag, he looked at the item she brought to the forefront. Miss Lucian, what exactly is that trinket you're holding? Roland asked, eyeing the small, ornate device in her hand. Lucian smiled, holding up the trinket, which seemed to have some sentimental value to it. This is a charm. I gave a similar one to my mother when I was home, and when the person with the other half is nearby, it lights up. I see, but it seems to have a limited range, 10 meters at most. Before Lucian could explain the main deficiency of this charm, Roland interrupted her. He quickly saw through the cheap enchantment it had been given. It was a simple location spell using mana patterns. When the two items were close to each other, they would start to resonate, and the little gem in the middle of the trinket would light up. Oh, that's right. Have you seen one of these before, Professor? No, but the enchantment is rather simple. Just give me a second, may I? Of course. The other girls were interested and watched as Roland took the item from Lucian's hand. Upon closer inspection, he could tell that this charm was in the shape of a unicorn with a small gem intended to be its horn. The quality of the exterior was far superior to the enchantment placed on it, and he was sure it had been done by some overworked enchantsmith who didn't care much about it. All right, everyone, please give me a moment. It was attuned to the other item through the use of a mana pattern, which he could copy. What he needed was to create something similar to echolocation. By producing a signal from his location, he could find the other charm if it was in range. The girls could see the horn starting to light up in a strange pattern as the enchantment was being played with. Roland concentrated, and soon the location program was altered. His map reacted to the new mana pattern, and soon a dot representing their target appeared. It was more than probable that his stepmother was where this dot appeared. He came prepared with the map of this city already uploaded into his runic databank. After a quick check, he knew exactly where the signal was coming from. What is she doing there? Well, there was a momentary silence as Roland performed his search, broken by Margaret. The girls didn't seem to see him as much of an authority figure like the rest, making him suspect her identity even more. Yes, I have her location. She should be in front of the DeVere estate. If we hurry, we might be able to get there before she decides to leave. Mother is. Lucian's eyes lit up at the mention of her mother's location. While Roland had no positive feelings towards Francine Arden, now that they had a clear goal, it wouldn't take long to get to the bottom of this situation. The only problem now remained in the form of 3 young women and their maid. Miss Hadley, why don't you look for a place to stay for the night with the rest of the students while I escort Miss Lucian to her mother? Hold it. We're obviously coming with you, Professor. Margaret, the leader of the group, stated firmly. Her eyes flashed with determination, and she quickly jumped to Lucian's side, clinging to her arm. Margaret, I'm thankful, but this is a problem my family has to handle. Roland sighed internally, realizing it would be quite hard to argue with these teenagers. His sister attempted to refuse them, but the group quickly jumped to her side in protest. Family. We've known each other for years, Lucy. We're already like family. Marlene chimed in, while Atasuna just nodded with a big radiant smile on her face. Why you guys, Lucian, who was still just a 15-year-old, started sobbing and nodding. She was not able to defend herself against such a large attack aimed at her heart. Roland knew it was a bad idea, but perhaps having more people from the Institute with them would be good for something. Plus, he didn't want to use force to get them to comply. Very well, but you must stay close and remain silent. If you offend the residing nobles here, even the Institute might not be able to help you. This is a delicate situation, and we can't afford any mistakes. Yes, Professor, the girls replied in unison. Roland turned around and grumbled. He now had many more problems on his head, but at least the maid was here with them. Margaret seemed to have some kind of hidden identity and showed favor to his sister. He could probably count on her being on his side in the instance of something going wrong. It's not far, we should get there in around 15 minutes. Stay close together so you don't get lost and don't talk to strangers. Roland led the way through the busy streets of Balak, with the girls following closely behind. The streets were bustling with some activity, but not as much as in the commoner districts. Just like in any other city, there was a clear divide by caste. The items on display were usually things nobles would purchase, like designer clothes and shiny accessories. There weren't many restaurants, and it was quite orderly, with only a few groups of people walking around along with their own retainers. This reminded Roland of some gated communities from his old life. It created a more tranquil environment for the privileged, some of whom probably weren't aware of how others lived outside. After about 10 minutes of walking, they reached a small hill. The road was different here, much more even and surrounded by neatly cut trees that formed a sort of tunnel. This was the way forward, and probably where they would find the entrance gate to the main DeVere estate. There are a lot of guards roaming around. The whole place is surrounded on his map. He could see many dots moving around in groups of 3 or 4. He had to assume that once they took a step toward this road, they would be identified as potential threats. His assumption proved correct, as after they began moving forward, some of the squads moved in their direction. The trees here provided a nice natural barrier to hide them from view, but they were certainly being watched. He could tell that the maid noticed them too, as she positioned herself closer to the side where one of the soldier units was. For the time being, he decided not to disclose this information, as his sister's heartbeat was already increasing. She was aware that her mother wasn't far away and that perhaps once they got there, they would receive some bad news. "How dare you? Who do you think you're talking to? Open this gate this instant." "Madam, please calm down. The Count has instructed us to not let anyone in without his permission. We have our orders, please understand." A commotion was coming from the front gates of the De Vere estate. As they approached, they could see a woman dressed in luxurious clothes, with distinctive hair that looked like twin-tail drills. The woman was hiding her real age behind a lot of makeup, but sometimes her voice cracked during her shouting match with the guards stationed there. It was Francine Arden, Lucian's mother, who was currently in a heated argument. The soldiers looked uncomfortable, clearly trying to maintain their composure in the face of her fury. "Mother," Lucian broke into a run, ignoring Roland's advice to stay close. The guards immediately tensed, raising their spears, but Francine turned at the sound of her daughter's voice. "Lucian, what are you doing here?" Francine's anger melted into shock and concern as she rushed towards her daughter. The guards seemed unsure whether to intervene, glancing at each other and then back at Roland, who had caught up and was now standing with the rest of the group. They instantly identified him as someone strange and rather suspicious. "Whoever you are, stand back." One of the guards repeated himself and this time around pointed his spear in Roland's direction in an attempt to intimidate him. For the time being, he ignored these men as he focused on his stepmother holding his sister. Some old forgotten feelings were coming out to the surface, but once he noticed that she was just acting like a mother afraid for her child, his nerves relaxed. "How did you get here from the magic school? Who are these people? I was just worried, is Robert alive? You didn't tell me anything, what was I supposed to do?" Francine was taken aback by the angry look on her daughter's face. She wasn't here alone, as a carriage was to the side with a few guards and even a knight waiting. It seemed that she had come here to barter with Count de Vere, but was not allowed to progress through the gates. If Lucian told the truth, she should have arrived here a few days ago, and probably no more than 2. Roland had used the teleportation gate and a fast carriage to get here. It was easy to estimate how long Francine would need to travel by herself. She might have arrived 2 days ago and been trying to seek an audience with the Count. The man was in a much higher position than his stepmother, but this didn't mean that there weren't some obligations here. While Wentworth Arden, her husband, held the noble privileges and his second wife didn't, he could still send her as a proxy. Refusing a proxy could be seen as an insult, and perhaps something that he could use. He watched as Francine and Lucian embraced. Their emotional reunion was quite intense, but the guards didn't seem to care. They started approaching with spears raised and arrows notched. There were 6 of them by this gate and another 10 on the sides. Perhaps due to his unorthodox appearance, they identified him as a threat, or perhaps they saw this as a chance to act. "Sir, I must ask you to remove yourself from the estate grounds. You are causing a disturbance, and we cannot allow any unauthorized individuals to approach the De Vere estate." Roland's gaze shifted to the guards, who were now closing in. The people who were with Francine moved closer, but they were outnumbered. His map indicated that multiple Tier 3 class holders were nearby. Robert's fate was still unknown, and the person that was supposed to give him more information wasn't even able to cross the gates. Now he needed to make a decision. Should he retreat or lean into his role as a deputy professor and the right-hand man of a Tier 4 archmagus? "It would be nice to know just how much time I have." Roland was at an impasse. Before him lay 2 paths he could take. It seemed like the guards were finally fed up with his stepmother's antics. She had probably been bothering them for at least 2 days and refusing to take no for an answer. The sun was starting to set, and it was possible she had been shouting at them since early morning. It was commendable that she would do this to save her son, but these people didn't care, they just wanted to be left alone. They didn't notice it. The improved camouflage runes are working as intended. While the guards focused on him, pointing their spears, he used his refined runic cubes for a secret mission. A few special ones were equipped with an altered invisibility spell that allowed them to go unnoticed. This estate had its own protective magical barrier, and there was probably at least 1 mage on the premises. Inside the institute, he had spent days not only researching magic needed for the runic prosthesis, but also delving deeper into spells that could be added to his arsenal. With Arian's help, he had access to a vast quantity of Tier 3 runes he had never seen before. With the help of the debugging skill and his current knowledge, he was confident that no mage close to Tier 4 could compete with his technology. However, it was still better to keep his floating devices at a distance while he scanned the area for Robert. His brother, along with Lucille de Vere, had visited his home before. While he had been a much worse runesmith back then, he had still managed to keep both their mana patterns. With the help of his mapping device, he just needed to find them, and with his enhanced scanning range, it shouldn't take long. There she is, Lucille. The first person that appeared was the woman his brother had an affair with. She was hidden away in one of the large mansion rooms. Close to her was a group of guards and even a Tier 3 knight. Her health was good and she was not harmed. His sensors had been upgraded to the point of him being able to identify someone's whole status from even his current location. Name: Lucille DeVere L. 109. Classes: Type 2 Rune Mage 9. Type 2 Ice Mage L 50. T1 Mana Scribe L 25. T1 Mage L 25. She did say that she took the advancement for the Rune Mage class. This woman had a strong affinity for rune magic when they first met. Before their long period of silence, she had informed him about pursuing this class. Her level was relatively low, likely because she spent most of her time studying at the institute. She would periodically undertake quests in the nearby dungeon, the same one where he had been attacked by the Night Trio. Given her status as a count's daughter, she probably had ample assistance to level up more quickly, but didn't seem to fully utilize it to gain more power. No status effects spotted, they are just probably guarding her so she won't run away. Now where are you, Robert? He continued with his scan of the area, trying to figure out where his brother was being held. Roland noted several key points of interest. The first was a large storage building near the mansion, which seemed to be in use by several guards and house staff. Roland suspected this might be a holding area for various goods involving food and a connection to the stable. The second location was a more fortified structure, positioned towards the back of the estate grounds. This building was surrounded by additional defenses, including magical wards and a higher concentration of guards. Just like in Albrook, this place had a nearby barracks with many trained knights and an open training ground. It was a great place to have a dungeon in, as even if someone managed to run away, they would just encounter a swarm of soldiers to stop them. That might be where they're keeping him, but he could also be somewhere off-site or underground. Not a problem, though. So you are there, Robert. Now let's see. Slightly underground, near the barracks and the training area, was a hidden underground dungeon. To not waste time, he used the signal-amplifying capabilities of his drones to use his identification skill. Then he was able to see his status and how far his brother had gotten in the years they were separated. The first time they met, he was only level 56, but now he was actually close to getting his first Tier 3 class. Name: Robert Arden L. 137. Classes: T2 Noble Blade 37. T2 Sword Knight L 50. T1 Squire L 25. T1 Warrior L 25. He managed to get a class I've never heard about. At first, Roland was quite happy. His brother was still alive and he was progressing well through his level. However, soon after, his smile faded as something was brought to his attention. Robert's health points were rather low, at just a quarter, and they were slowly ticking down. To make things worse, there was a whole list of debuffs and status effects that he was under. Poison, paralyzed, second and third degree burns, broken fingers, lacerations. It was quite something. He wasn't sure how to react to this information. One thing was clear: his brother wasn't alone at this moment, and his health going down could mean only one thing: he was being tortured. Roland's heart sank as he took in the reality of the situation. The sight of his brother's suffering stirred something within him, and he knew that something needed to be done. His previous plan of retreating to recess the situation was thrown out of the window as time was running out. "Sir, I will not ask again," one of the guards said, finally stepping forward and brandishing his spear more threateningly. It was hovering a few centimeters away from his face, but he didn't care. His mind raced with ideas of how he could handle this situation without getting himself and the people here killed. "You must leave now." Roland's mind raced, weighing his options. Retreating was still the safer option. Waiting a few hours until it got dark would allow him to use many other concealment skills. The only downside was Robert's safety. Would he even last for another 4 to 5 hours until he got to him? "There is one way. Can I do it? Did you hear me?" "Huh." The guard held his spear steady in front of Roland's face, but suddenly he realized that something was wrong. His body felt heavy and he started sweating as if his instincts were telling him to run away. When he tried to take a step back, he found himself unable to. His hands felt heavy and the weapon he was holding began to shake. "Enough," Roland's voice boomed, amplified by both his runic magic and skills. The air around him shimmered with mana, causing the guards to take a hesitant step back. His presence could not be denied and commanded attention from everyone gathered here. Francine looked up in surprise, but she and the others were not affected by the magic he was using, which made the scene playing out before them even more baffling. First, the spear that the guard was holding started turning red as Roland's magic had superheated it. The guard was equipped with standard armor provided by the DeVere house, fit for his Tier 2 class. Even though he was wearing hand protection and thick gloves, they quickly started sizzling just like the spear he was holding. With haste, he was forced to release it with a cry of pain as the metal scorched his hand, the weapon clattering to the ground. The other guards exchanged nervous glances, their confidence shaken, but they didn't step back. Only when their own spears started turning red did they relevant and finally take a step back. All their weapons hit the ground and continued glowing red until they started melting into the ground. All the equipment they were using was considered of higher quality, crafted to withstand various conditions. That everything was melting before their eyes only solidified their fear of the man standing before them. "Who are you? What are you trying to do? Do you know in whose territory you find yourself in?" One of the guards, who seemed to be the leader, demanded an answer. His voice was trembling slightly, and he was glancing towards the bushes where the other hidden soldiers were. His display was enough to make them hesitate, but this wasn't quite enough. His plan required more chaos and time. It would probably take a few minutes for the rest of the guards to truly gather, but this would be enough. I am Deputy Professor Wayland from Xandar's Institute of Wizardry. Did you truly think that your vile deed could be hidden away from me? Stand down and let me through. I cannot let such vile things happen under my watch. Roland's words were quite vague, and this was his intention. He was using his identity as an eccentric mage to his advantage. If anyone ran a background check about what happened in the Institute, they would probably dig up the Viola incident. It made him look like someone who couldn't look past any wrongdoings. Robert's current situation was a good excuse for him to act, and this included Lucian. "Deputy Professor, this is preposterous. You have no authority here." The guard's voice wavered despite his defiance. The title of Deputy Professor carried some weight even under the noble circles. Lucille, who was part of their household, had spent many years at the same institute, so they should have been aware of the position's implication. Perhaps these gate guards wouldn't be, but the higher-ups who would soon come here to stop him probably would. "Preposterous, you say?" His voice was calm, almost playful. "What is preposterous is what you are doing here. Now remove yourself from my eyes, or I will do it for you. Enough of this nonsense. If you have grievances, take them up with the Count himself after making a proper appointment. You can't just barge in here." The guards shifted uncomfortably. Their spears were gone, but they still had their sidearms ready. They weren't letting up. While they were clearly afraid of him, what probably scared them more were their superiors. If they showed weakness here, they would face serious consequences. Their life was at risk either way, so in their eyes it was best to stall the seemingly crazy mage and wait for the knight commanders to arrive. "With the Count, that's a good idea. Shall I take it up with the Count then? I really wonder what excuses he will use." "Lucian, get back here." Lucian tried to step forward, confused about what Roland was doing. Her mother quickly pulled her back as the sound of swords being unsheathed echoed through the area. More guards emerged from their hiding spots and surrounded the man responsible. It seemed that a confrontation was imminent, but before anyone could charge, a dark purplish magical haze surrounded the area, forcing all the guards down to their knees. All the girls who had come here with Francine retreated towards the carriage. Although they weren't affected by the wide area spell, most of them were visibly shocked by the display of power. Even Hadley moved in front of Margaret to protect her, remaining on high alert. The grunts and screams of the guards filled their ears, but were then suddenly silenced by other runic magic. The spell Roland used multiplied gravity, forcing all his targets down to the ground. It was a technique he had learned at the Institute, and after a few adjustments, he had managed to minimize mana usage by focusing the spell directly on his targets rather than affecting the entire field. As a result, the ground beneath the guards began to crack, while the surrounding area remained untouched. They all struggled against the increased gravitational force, their armor and weapons pressing them into the ground, bending out of shape. Roland took advantage of the momentary incapacitation to quickly move forward. The gate before him started to screech as it was affected by yet another spell of his. Soon it bent out of shape, opening a clear path for him forward, where already new foes were approaching. His steps were calm and collected, as if he were taking a leisurely stroll rather than entering a heavily defended fortress. His map displayed hundreds of dots converging on his location, likely trained knights from the Devere army. To everyone present, this seemed like the reckless act of a madman, but he still had a plan to escape with minimal harm. His focus was on a few specific dots that were just becoming aware of the situation. Until those individuals arrived, he needed to keep up the appearance of the show. "That one is a tier 3, but he won't be a problem." Many people were coming his way, but he focused his attention at the ones that were potential threats, the knight commanders. One of them was coming down at high speed in his direction. His level wasn't that high, not even above 200. Roland knew how things went. The ones on the bottom always wanted to prove themselves, and perhaps this man was the same. However, he would use him as a perfect example. Roland's power had grown immensely, but it was still better to take everything seriously. The air around him shifted, and from a hidden space, 3 long devices appeared. They were somewhat rectangular in shape, with the base being thicker and the end almost forming a sharp point. They hovered slowly in front of him before various runes came to life. They formed a triangular structure in front of him and soon produced a sphere of concentrated magical energy. Before the knight could do anything, a thick burst of energy erupted from these devices. Roland stood there with them hovering over his head and waited. The man pulled out a thick oval shield to protect himself, but once the beam connected, he was sent flying into the air, slamming against the estate's outer wall with a bone-shattering crash. The impact shattered his shield and sent rubble cascading down around him. The energy beam had not only incapacitated him, but also created a small crater, demonstrating the raw power Roland was wielding. The sudden explosion of force caused chaos among the approaching knights. The sight of a knight commander flying through the air like a ragdoll immediately halted their advance. Their steps faltered, and a few even stumbled in their tracks, taken aback by the display of sheer might. However, this was not the only knight commander here, and soon enough, they were shouting to establish morale. "Form up, don't let him intimidate you. You are the Devere Knights, act like it." Roland's eyes flicked toward the source of the voice, identifying another knight commander rallying the troops. This one seemed more seasoned, with an aura that suggested a higher level of experience and authority. Soon they were closing in on him, but he would not be intimidated. There were more armaments he had with him, and soon a large quantity of floating devices was appearing out of seemingly nowhere. It was a combination of old cubes and new models like the ones he used previously for infiltration. They had simple software running them, but he still could somewhat control their movements. Soon they were shooting concentrated mana projectiles at the ground to stop the approaching knight. "You dare attack the Devere estate. Does your headmistress condone your actions?" His attack halted as the men of the hour appeared before him. The voice that called out belonged to a high-ranking knight, the Grand Commander. Behind him stood an older gentleman with a mustache, likely the Count. However, the person he was most interested in was the man beside the Count, a round-shaped individual with a receding hairline. To make his crazy plan work, this man was essential, and by now he had gathered all the proof he needed. "Did you really think that such a lowly-born nobody could abduct the young lady? Arg, I didn't, and get away with it." Within a darkened chamber, a lone man was being held in restraints. His head was hanging forward as only his hands were holding up his body. Chains hung down from the ceiling and connected to metallic cuffs that clamped around his wrists, leaving him suspended just above the cold, damp floor. The flickering light from a single torch revealed deep gashes and bruises covering his torso, evidence of prolonged torture. Robert's breath was ragged, his strength fading away with each passing moment. The pain was relentless, and he had lost track of how long he had been in this hellish place. He struggled to keep his mind focused, to think of a way out, but the poison coursing through his veins muddied his thoughts. Before him was an ever-grinning man of a lanky stature. In one of his hands was a long whip, its leather stained with blood. His eyes gleamed with a sadistic delight as he watched Robert's suffering. The man was the personal torturer of the Devere estate, a twisted individual who took pleasure in inflicting pain on others. "It's such a shame you're starting to turn into such a nice color. Maybe the Lord won't mind if I do a little extra work. No one will care much for such a bastard like you." The man laughed while looking to the side. There on a bloody workbench were various tools for torture. The torturer approached the workbench, his fingers lightly tracing over the assortment of tools laid out. Robert's breath quickened, his heart pounding in his chest as he braced himself for the next wave of pain. "Why don't we get rid of the thing that caused this problem?" The torturer chuckled and picked up a large pair of shears. He held them with both hands and squeezed to close them. They produced an audible sound, muffled by the dried flesh and blood left behind by previous victims. There was a large grin on the man's face as he pointed the shears towards Robert's groin, implying the body part he planned to use them on. "Yes, we must remove that obscenely large tool. I'm sure the potions will heal up what's left after. Lord Graham will surely be pleased." However, before the torturer could take another step, a tremor reverberated throughout the dungeon cell. The man stopped and listened. Soon he could hear the footsteps of many soldiers. This dungeon lay beneath the knight's training ground, and for some reason all of them were running somewhere. "What was that? Stay here, I'll go look." The man torturing Robert wasn't alone here. Right in front of this chamber stood a guard watching over the whole procedure. Once the ruckus was heard, he moved forward and left the torturer with his prisoner alone. The man shook his head in disappointment and wanted to turn back to face Robert again, but before he did, something caught his eye. What is that?" He rubbed his eyes as he wasn't sure if he was seeing things, but suddenly, from the dim corner of the chamber, a faint shimmering light flickered. At first, it seemed like a trick of the eye, but as the torturer squinted, he realized that it was a small floating geometrical shape, almost invisible to the naked eye. The torturer's brow furrowed in confusion as the device floated close and emitted a bright flash of light. Before he could react, the cube projected a beam of magical energy, which collided with the piece of equipment he was trying to use the shears on. "What the?" The man screamed out in pain as he felt something explode between his own two legs. He instantly fell down to the ground, clutching the area that was hit with both his hands. The torturer's anguished screams echoed through the dungeon as he writhed on the ground, clutching his groin in a desperate attempt to quell the searing pain. The small floating device hovered near Robert, who, despite his own agony, managed a faint smile of satisfaction. His torturer had finally tasted a fraction of the pain he had inflicted on others. Robert's vision was foggy, but soon enough this problem was alleviated by the strange magical device. On the table with the torture tools were several potions, some for healing and others for detoxification. His captors used them to heal his wounds whenever they became too severe, a widespread tactic to enhance the mental anguish of a torture target. This friendly thing somehow pulled in the potions towards his body, to then shatter the glass casing above his head to let the healing liquids flow out. How I see that's unexpected of him. A smile crept over Roberts's face as his vision started to recover. What he saw before him was a strange floating contraption. While he didn't recognize it from anywhere, it had glowing runes on its metallic surface. An image of his younger brother instantly entered his mind, and soon darkness took over as he lost consciousness. Back outside, the man known as Count de Vere glanced out of the window. There he saw a strange spectacle of floating runic devices and his knights retreating in a disorganized manner. The sight puzzled and angered him, especially since the invader was just one man, but he was walking through with barely any opposition. Who is this madman? He muttered under his breath, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. The Grand Commander beside him looked equally perturbed, but he maintained his composure, knowing that his duty was to protect the Count and his estate. Sir, you need not worry. The De Vere Azure Lion Knight Order will handle this intruder. The man was wearing shiny blue-tinted armor. It was quite the spectacular-looking piece of art, reflecting the sunlight in a dazzling display. His back was hidden behind a large cape with the De Vere's household crest. This crest consisted of a golden lion roaring on a field of azure, representing strength and nobility. The Grand Commander moved forth, his lord following after with calm steps. He's just one man after all. He cannot withstand the combined might of our forces. That is true, but who is he to barge in like that? Restrain him first. We don't know who we might be dealing with, Leopold. Also, have our guests escorted out to the secondary house. Yes, my lord. Graham de Vere responded to the Grand Commander of his Knight Order while fixing his suit. The man was of average stature but walked with purpose. His chest was constantly puffed out, and a monocle was sticking out of his chest pocket. His mind continued to race with ideas and possibilities. This wasn't something that was supposed to happen on this day, and the identity of the assailant was probably nothing normal. People that were capable of barging into his territory couldn't be simple. This was what he thought. Ah, Count Graham, you're here, but what's with all that ruckus outside? Once Graham had walked down from his office, he greeted a somewhat sloppy-looking individual. The two men had the same rank, but the man before him had an untrained body and a bulge of a belly protruding over his belt. This man was Count Lawrence, a potential new ally he wished to impress. His house had gained this title not so long ago, and he was at a stage of consolidating power. Count Lawrence, I hope you didn't have to wait for too long. Count Graham de Vere greeted his guest, Count Lawrence, with a forced smile, trying to maintain an air of calm despite the chaos unfolding outside. The two men shook hands, their eyes meeting briefly before both turned to look out the window again, watching the scene outside with growing concern. It seems you have an unexpected guest. Is this something I should worry about? Count Lawrence commented while glancing out the same window. It was just in time to see a large armored man flying through the sky. A flash of bright light pushed him aside, and he tumbled against the ground, creating a small crater upon impact. The overweight man's eyes widened at the sight, and he turned to Graham with a questioning look. Nothing you need to worry about, Lawrence. Just a minor disturbance. My knights will handle it swiftly. Graham's assurance did little to ease the tension in the room. Both men knew that any disturbance significant enough to throw Tier 3 armored knights through the air was far from minor. The commotion outside continued to escalate, with bursts of light and flashes of magic everywhere. It was to the point that caused the Grand Commander of all the knights here to rush out. The two counts followed after to see a floating figure surrounded by strange geometrical shapes. Who is this man? Your knights can't even get close. Lawrence took out a handkerchief to whip some sweat off his brow. He was certainly not used to things like warfare, and only had brought a few guarding knights for this occasion. Don't worry, my people will escort you to a safe location. Count Graham, have you finally decided to show your villainous face? Before Count Graham could finish the sentence, the mage's voice resonated through the entire area. It was a menacing voice that sent shivers down his spine and was backed by some type of skill. The feeling went just as fast as it came, as his most trusted retainer, the Grand Commander, moved forward. His cape representing the Azure Lion Knight Order fluttered in the wind as all of their eyes focused on the floating magician. Count Graham de Vere, did you think the torture of innocence and abuse of power would go unnoticed? As the deputy professor from the Xandar's Institute of Wizardry, I must bring your crimes to light. The Grand Commander stepped forward, his armor gleaming in the sunlight of the setting sun. Enough of this madness. You will face the consequences of your actions. Knights, advance. Mages block his spells. As the Azure Lion Knights moved in, a barrage of magical projectiles collided with their shields. The small group of mages here weren't given much time to cast their defensive spells before they were forced to retreat. The sky was filled with hard-to-see floating contraptions that blended with the scenery. However, none of the afflicted suffered much damage, and it seemed that the man was not finished with his words. Do you deny this with your silence? But can you remain silent in the face of indisputable evidence? Will the esteemed lord from the righteous house Lothston think the same? I think not. Huh. Count Lawrence was about to take his leave to a safe location before his house name was mentioned. He wasn't sure what this was about, but this strange mage was trying to get his attention. For some reason, he was aware of his true identity, something that not that many people should know. Soon he would realize what this all was about, as the floating cubes and other objects started moving together to form a strange illusionary screen. Did you really think that such a lowly-born nobody could abduct the young lady? Argai didn't. Everyone stopped as they saw the floating and moving image. It depicted a man getting tortured and held back by metal shackles. A strange lanky man with a whip was abusing him, and the magical device was even able to transform all of the sounds. That's brother Robert. What have you done to my child, Count Graham? From behind the mage, some other people arrived. One was an older woman who covered her age with a lot of makeup. Even then, she was quite the beauty. The mage moved his hand out to block their advance. Both looked up at the man in the illusion, and their eyes started watering as they saw him being abused. Count Lawrence, please don't listen to these scoundrels. Before Count Graham could continue, Lawrence raised his hand. His previous nonchalant exterior shifted as he became aware of the situation. The man could tell when someone wasn't telling him the truth, and it seemed that something wasn't right. Scoundrels, even in the face of this evidence, you still lie. This man is being held captive inside of your dungeon, tortured and abused without proper procedure. His mother was denied lawful entrance. Release my son at once. What have you done? You people, this fraudster of yours tried to kidnap my own daughter. He had it coming. Graham's eyebrows twitched in anger as he was getting accused of a crime. In his eyes, this man called Robert deserved every whip and broken finger he had received. His arrogance, however, was met with a reddening of the face from the other count. Your daughter was not kidnapped. She ran away to avoid your plans to marry her off to the highest bidder. Why, that's preposterous. What evidence do you have for that? Then what evidence do you have for this young man to have done such a deed? It seems to me that you were trying to avoid proper procedures. You must be lying. The chaotic battlefield had switched to a war of words. On one side was the count, and on the other the strange magician that barged in. The knights were surprised that their master was not giving them the order to attack. However, even if he wished to do so, it wasn't quite possible. The problem was the chubby man next to him, who was rubbing his balding head in confusion. Is this true, Count Graham? Have you denied this lady to see her son? Is this magical illusion true? This man was part of a very influential family. Even though they were both counts, the De Vere family was below them. The day had started well, but suddenly everything was crumbling before him. Then, to make things worse, it seemed that this magician was able to hear their conversation even when he was wearing a special magical ring that should conceal it. Count Lawrence of House Lothston, I believe that you are a just man. The person called Robert is being held not far from here. With a short walk we can confirm all my claims. If I am lying, you can take my head. I shan't resist. This I swear on the name of the great Archmagus Xandar. That is, the hesitation in Graham's movements was obvious, and the conviction the mage was showing made Lawrence suspicious of this whole situation. His noble house was known for its justice, and they had a hold on the noble juridical system. The very plump man here had already been called to many judicial duties in the past, so he could not ignore, something the instigator of this situation knew well. I don't see a reason why we can't go there. Right, Count Graham, you believe this madman. No, but I prefer to see some evidence before I judge things. I'm sure you understand. Very well. Eventually, after a short back and forth, Count De Vere relented. His knights were ordered to clear a path, but also surround the strange magician with the Grand Commander right next to him. The two ladies who identified themselves as Robert Arden's mother and sister had to hold themselves back for the time being. At first, they were reluctant, but after speaking to the mage, they regained their composure. Who are you? What do you want? Graham remained here together with his knights, clearly confused about the situation. He was aware that Lawrence would discover the man who tried to abduct his daughter. In his mind, this didn't change things that much. He still had the law on his side, and the scoundrel would just avoid getting punished now. The bigger question was this man that caused this shift in his plans. I am just a concerned teacher, worried about my student. He was aware of Francine Arden, but this young girl was someone new. He could only assume that this young mage was special to some extent. A deputy professor had a unique role within the academy. They were considered the agents of the institute leaders, answering only to them. Could it be possible that this young girl was the personal pupil of the current headmistress? This man's role was probably to guard her, and would explain why he was so forceful in his approach. He was clearly a powerful mage who was even capable of quickly producing evidence. The man in question remained vague with his response, but the Count was almost certainly convinced that this would be a headache. This runt that hung around his precious daughter had more importance than he originally thought. If a deputy professor from the Xandar's Institute of Wizardry was willing to go this far to protect Robert Arden, then the stakes were higher than he had anticipated. However, this was not over yet. He just needed to prove his case and then clear his good name. I would like to officially inform all my readers that I have started writing a new story called Heavy Metal, a monster evolution lit RPG. Inside the dimly lit dungeon, the heavy stone walls echoed the footsteps of the small group. Two soldiers led the way, guiding the somewhat overweight Count Lawrence forward. Behind him, the two young ladies, Robert's mother and sister, darted their eyes around, taking in the sight of the various prisoners groaning in their cells. At the rear of the group walked the robed magician, guarded closely by several armored knights, their expressions tense. I managed to get here, but now what? Roland, who used his position as deputy professor from Xandar's Institute of Wizardry, felt the weight of the situation pressing down on him. He had managed to get this far with a bold bluff, but now, as they approached the cell where Robert was being held, he realized the difficulty of the next steps. Count Graham de Vere was not a man who would easily let things slide, and the matter might even escalate to the noble court. I need to play this carefully. Any wrong move could jeopardize everything. I wonder, can I use this man? Roland used his persona of an overprotective and just professor. Count Graham had probably already tasked someone with conducting a background check. They would likely inform him about the events at the Institute, and perhaps even the one in the dungeon. The Viola incident would confirm Roland's character and show that he was not afraid of going against the nobility. This would probably lead the Count to speculate about his true identity. Typically, no sane person went against those in higher positions unless they had some type of backing, and this was something Roland had based his scheme on. Robert's fate seemed to hang in the balance as the group neared the cell where he was being held. The heavy iron door groaned as it swung open, revealing Robert still hanging limply in his restraints, his body battered and bruised. The sight drew gasps from his mother and sister, who rushed forward despite the knight's attempts to hold them back. Robert. His mother cried, tears streaming down her face. His sister clung to her, eyes wide with horror. Count Lawrence attempted to maintain his composure and turned to Count Graham with a stern expression. Explain this, de Vere. Why is this man in such a condition? Is he not a noble? Why do you treat him as a common criminal? Count Graham's face twisted with irritation. He had been following behind the group along with his knights. Right in front stood the Grand Knight Commander, his main bodyguard with two other Tier 3 Knight Commanders at each side. All of them were focusing on the magician who had shown that he was a dangerous foe. This man is a criminal, accused of kidnapping my daughter. He deserved this punishment. Lawrence raised an eyebrow and also started shaking his head. Punishment without trial. This does not look like justice, Count Graham. It looks like revenge. Why, I understand that you wish to protect your family, but this approach undermines the laws we have sworn to uphold. If this man is guilty, he should be punished through the proper channels. We are not barbarians. As nobles, we must not lower ourselves to such actions. Count Graham's face contorted with a mix of anger and frustration. What the man said made sense, but it sounded quite hypocritical. Other nobility didn't shy away from performing worse atrocities and only upheld justice when it was convenient. However, with Count Lawrence's reputation as a fair and just noble, his words carried weight. He had to tread carefully if he wanted to maintain his own standing among the higher echelons of society. As it stood, his position was still shaky and he couldn't afford to make more enemies. You speak the truth, Count Lawrence. Perhaps my emotions got the better of me. But you must understand, this man has wronged my family grievously. However, I am willing to submit to a proper trial to resolve this matter. The man had to relent, but this didn't mean that everything was well. These trials could take forever and always favored the person with better connections. Even though Lawrence was talking about justice, Robert's words didn't carry much weight when pitted against a count. Even if Wentworth Arden appeared, his status was many times lower. Usually things like this were resolved with money, but Count Graham seemed unwilling. I believe it would be wise to have an outside party oversee this trial. Don't you also agree, Count Lawrence? Roland, observing the interaction, sensed an opportunity. He spoke out while standing between the two nobles. Their guards were wary of his movements, but with a wave of a hand, all of them retreated to the sides. Given the situation, that would be a prudent course of action. We could summon a magistrate from the capital to ensure impartiality, but that would take quite some time, weeks or even months. Count Lawrence, do you expect me to wait for so long? This must be some kind of ploy. A ploy? Are you mad? Release my son at once. Finally, Francine interrupted the two men. Roland was somewhat surprised as she was not in a position to say anything. It seemed that Graham wanted to resolve this quickly. If an official arrived from outside, it could jeopardize his plan of getting rid of Robert. He wanted to push for a quick resolution to avoid potential future problems. Now, let us calm down. Perhaps there is a better solution here. Deputy Professor Wayland, correct. Yes, Count Lawrence. Roland responded. His identity was still clouded in mystery, and to everyone here, he was something of a neutral party as well. Count Lawrence was a shrewd man and quickly caught on to what he had been previously implying. Perhaps you could oversee this trial then as a reputable member of Xandar's Institute of Wizardry. This was not his initial plan, as postponing it further was probably a better resolution. With more time, they would be able to formulate a proper plan and rally more people to their side. Graham had the upper hand, but if they could publicize this case and present it as unjust, he might feel pressured to relent. Often, such cases were resolved due to public perception. If they could get other nobles on their side, they could pressure Graham into a monetary settlement, which was Roland's goal. You want this unknown mage to take part in the trial. Graham started pondering the situation and quickly concluded that this was probably a calculated risk worth taking. After all, the longer this dragged on, the worse it could be for his reputation. A swift trial overseen by a supposedly neutral party might just be the quickest way to resolve the situation. Very well, Graham said through gritted teeth, I will agree to this proposal, but let it be known, I do not trust this. Mage, but Count Lawrence, are you also planning to participate? I see you caught on, Count. Yes, if both parties agree, I am willing to postpone my other plans. The overweight noble chuckled and smiled. It seemed that this case intrigued him and he wanted to be part of it as a judge. From Roland's perspective, this wasn't such a bad option as the family was famous for being somewhat just to the point of going against other nobles. He was a better choice than any other Judge Graham would propose, but it wasn't truly his choice to make. Gentlemen, before we continue this conversation, why don't we relocate this young man to another location? I don't think this conduct is proper. He pointed to Lucian and her mother, who weren't taking the sight of the bloodied Robert too well. The man brings up a good point. This young lad needs proper treatment and care. He has not yet been convicted of any wrongdoings. Count Lawrence agreed with Roland's proposition. After relocating Robert to a more suitable location, they could discuss the matters of the trial. Roland expected them to have a few days to come up with a counter-strategy and perhaps there was a way to save his brother through the proper channels. Fine, carry him to another holding cell and provide him with a healing potion. Count Graham begrudgingly agreed to Roland's suggestion. However, Francine didn't like the tone or sound of those words. Another holding cell. My son isn't a criminal. He deserves better treatment. How dare you treat us like this? She was angry and the Count was taken aback by the backtalk, and his expression hardened as he was faced with her next outburst. It was clear that he was starting to get fed up with this woman's tone. The tension in the room continued to grow, but luckily Lawrence was there to diffuse it. Lady Arden, I'm sure Count Graham has a holding room fitting for a child of a noble, and he intended to have your son rest there. Isn't that right, Count Graham? After a short pause, Count Graham forced a thin smile, though his eyes remained cold. Yes, of course. We will ensure that Robert is treated with the respect his status demands while this matter is being resolved. Leopold, have the men see to it. Of course, my lord. Grand Commander Leopold moved forward to order his men to release the prisoner. However, Francine Arden was quite protective of her son. Her mind had been slowly breaking during the whole conversation, and she saw anyone connected to the De Vere estate as an enemy. Don't you dare touch my son. Madam, please calm yourself. Everything is going to be fine. The gentlemen here are just going to help your son down and give him proper aid. Count Lawrence tried to mediate, but she stood right at the dungeon's cell entrance, demanding the key to the shackles. She seemed to want to carry her son out by herself, which would be quite impossible for a woman of her stature who lacked any combat classes. This prompted Roland to step forward and use his position as deputy professor. Lady Arden, why don't you allow me to take care of your son? I'm sure your daughter will attest to my intentions. I can ensure he receives the necessary immediate care. Lucian nodded with approval and quickly moved towards her mother. Yes, let's do what the professor proposes. We can trust him, mother. After a few glances, the woman finally relented. She knew very well that without him, they would not even know that this was happening to Robert. The unknown man before her was the only thing holding this whole case together. Please do, sir. Roland nodded and finally stepped through the threshold of the holding cell. The place was damp and filled with both fresh and dried-up blood, which also belonged to the torturer who had been removed from here before they arrived. The drone he used to monitor Robert's well-being had concealed itself in one of the corners and still remained undetected. His condition was quite severe and the signs of torture were apparent. He had several broken ribs and fingers. There were signs that his fingernails were pulled out, burn marks, and his face was swollen from the beatings he took. It wasn't strange that his mother and sister had a hard time looking at him. Luckily, Roland was here and he had just the thing to heal him up. First, let's remove those shackles. One of the guards attempted to take out the key, but Roland just shook his head. Instead of using a key, he utilized his magical power. The people outside saw a blue haze surrounding the cuffs that quickly started cracking under pressure. They were made from materials to contain Tier 2 class holders, not something that could resist Roland's runic spells. The metal shackles disintegrated under Roland's spell, and Robert's limp body began to slump forward. Francine almost cried out in shock, but held back as she saw her passed-out son floating in midair, held up by some type of magic. From thin air, a golden potion appeared in Roland's hand, which the sight took everyone by surprise. A divine elixir. Some were quite surprised as they knew the cost of such magical concoctions. Roland ignored the murmurs and focused on administering the potion to Robert. As the golden liquid trickled down his throat, a warm glow enveloped his battered body. Slowly, the bruises began to fade, and his breathing steadied. The emulated divine potion is working, but it only has around 60% potency of the original. This potion was something he had Rastix produce with the help of divine energy emulation. It was still experimental, unfit for use, and could potentially get him in trouble with the church. He kept it primarily as a backup. Together with his healing runes, it could easily heal his brother. Count Lawrence observed the scene intently, and his interest was certainly piqued. A rare and powerful potion, Professor. Your resources are impressive. It's a simple matter. Roland nodded slightly, maintaining his composure. To outsiders, it looked suspicious. Most people wouldn't offer such pricey elixirs to just anyone. They either had to assume that he was quite wealthy or that the daughter Lucian that he arrived with was someone very important to him. The nobles exchanged knowing glances, each interpreting the situation in their own way. Count Graham's eyes narrowed, suspicious of Roland's motives, but had to concede for now. With Robert now stabilized and his condition improved, the group moved out of the dungeon. Francine and Lucian stayed close to Roland, their trust in him apparent. The knights and guards kept a close watch, ensuring no unexpected moves were made. Count Lawrence and Count Graham split away from the group to discuss this predicament. The Grand Commander stayed to watch over Roland's every move. They transported him to a secluded room within a watchtower, many floors away from the underground dungeon. It was a special space for political prisoners and high-profile detainees. Though not luxurious, it was clean, secure, and far better than the dungeon. Roland ensured Robert was settled comfortably on a bed, still under the watchful eyes of the knights. Francine and Lucian sat by Robert's side, holding his hands and murmuring reassurances as he rested. Roland stepped back to observe the scene before finally deciding to take his leave. Professor, where are you going? Don't worry, I just need to see what Count Lawrence and Count Graham decide on. I also need to see how the other students are doing. Do not worry, I won't take long and you are safe here. The young girl nodded and her mother didn't even hear the conversation, her eyes focused on her abused child. Roland stepped out of the room and watched his sister return to Robert's side. His brother was safe for now, but he wasn't sure how far they could go. Time was against them, and the charge of adultery wasn't that easy to combat. Even if Lucille spoke in their favor, her words might not be taken seriously. As he walked down the corridor, he saw the Grand Knight Commander, Leopold, standing watch with a stern expression. The air was tense, and Roland knew that every move he made was being analyzed. He nodded to Leopold as he attempted to pass while silently acknowledging his strength. Thoughts about this case consumed him, and he also needed to worry about the other students. One of his flying golems was with them, and through it, he communicated the situation. Margaret was quite rowdy, but after a quick back and forth, she along with the other girls retreated. Hadley was more than capable of protecting them, and his golem would inform him if there was any trouble. I won't be able to make a plan until I know the time. Better go see what those two old men decided on. Roland took a deep breath, steeling himself for the upcoming conversation with the two counts. The entire situation hinged on maintaining the delicate balance of trust and leverage he had managed to establish. He made his way down the prison tower, or at least tried. However, the Grand Commander blocked his path with his sword. It seemed that there was a change of plans. What's the meaning of this, Grand Knight Commander? Roland looked up at the Grand Knight Commander, Leopold, who stood like an immovable mountain, his sword drawn but not yet hostile. Leopold's stern eyes bore into Roland's, who would not be intimidated. The counts have decided that you should remain here for now, Professor Wayland. Once they are done discussing the matter, you will be called. You are to remain here and wait. There were no explanations as to why he was to stay here, but instead an order. It seemed that his position wasn't taken that seriously. This was not something out of the ordinary. He was a dangerous outsider with magic powers. It was normal for them to be wary of his motives. Probably unless he took down his armor fully and allowed himself to be surrounded by guards, they would not let them into the main De Vere mansion. Very well, I'll wait here. Roland stepped back calmly. Leopold's posture remained rigid, but he gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. Roland did not return to the room where Robert was, but instead took a seat near a small window. This entire floor was mostly occupied by the room where his brother was sleeping, with just a bit of space outside. There were multiple floors below, each with many guards, and of course, more guard towers outside with soldiers watching his every move. The Grand Commander had gone down to keep watch over them at the base of the tower prison. It was a structure made for political prisoners and had multiple floors with one cell each. They had been placed at the last floor, and when looking at his map display, he could identify multiple people looking their way. There were seemingly no blind spots, and climbing out would be instantly noticed. Luckily, Roland had spread out many of his golems throughout this whole compound, and through a runic network, he could control them all from this very location. I've got lucky they are still ignorant of my true abilities. Roland was a unique class holder with tools that no one had previously used before. They had seen his floating golems already, but their true capabilities were unknown. A few of them were hovering overhead, recording everyone's movements. Now that Robert was somewhat safe, it would be possible to make their escape. He could analyze everyone's patrolling patterns to probably sneak his brother out, but that Grand Commander was a problem. His level was the highest from the Tier 3 class holders he had encountered. Name: Leopold Goldfield L. 335. Classes: T3 Champion of Lords L. 85. T3 Aura Champion L. 100. T2 Aura Sword Knight L. 50. T2 Spirit Sword Knight L. 50. T1 Squire L. 25. T1 Warrior L. 25, Champion of Lords Never heard of that one, but it would be better for me to avoid this guy. Probably the best way to defeat someone like this would be to either kill their lord or make them perform an act against them, but perhaps I can use this to my advantage. Roland could see a plan where he used one of his golems to attack Count Graham working. Leopold would be forced to defend his lord in such an event and perhaps give him and Robert enough time to flee. However, the whole place was well guarded with multiple Tier 3 class holders everywhere. There were even reinforcements arriving during his scan of the area. They brought in more mages, smart. It was starting to look like an escape attempt would be impossible. Even if the Grand Knight Commander was stalled, he would still need to contend with a small army of knights. He was unable to form a teleportation gate here, and probably before he could build one, the mages would notice him or use a spell to block their escape. He gave out a big sigh while settling into the lone wooden chair here. Things weren't looking good, and it seemed that he would need to participate in this noble trial. He was still unsure of the whole picture, but in this world, nobles in high positions weren't given the leisure to elope with just anyone. The head of their house needed to approve of the spouse, and it was clear that he did not approve of Robert. They seemed to have entered Graham's office. I should gather more info before deciding on anything. Hope paying these bastards off will be enough. While he was sitting at his spot and seemingly looking out this tiny window, another scene was playing out elsewhere. A small metallic spider was shifting forward from under a cupboard. It was around the size of a tarantula, but fully made out of metal. Its body shimmered for a moment as it moved, but then quickly blended in with the environment. Its sole eye focused on the large desk behind which Count Graham de Vere took a seat with Count Lawrence settling into a nearby chair. At this point in time, the sun had already set, and the light of candles cast flickering shadows on the walls of Count Graham's office. The atmosphere was serious, and the two men faced each other in a discussion. Graham drummed his fingers on the polished wood of his desk, his eyes narrowed in thought. Count Lawrence, on the other hand, appeared calmer, as if he was actually enjoying this peculiar situation. Count Lawrence, do you truly intend to go ahead with this farce? That young man is a villain who attempted to abduct my daughter. As a father, you should understand. It was clear that Graham was unwilling for this to go to court and was trying to dissuade the other count from playing judge. However, the other man came from a unique family of judges that adamantly did things by the book. To no surprise, the idea of not holding the trial was rejected in the next response. Count Graham, you know as well as I do that justice must be served, especially when it involves the nobility. We cannot simply sweep this under the rug. The integrity of our titles demands transparency and fairness, Lawrence said, his voice steady. Graham clenched his jaw, his fingers ceasing their drumming. I understand your position, Count Lawrence, but this is more complicated than a simple trial. This young man's actions have threatened my family's honor. He must face the consequences. Lawrence leaned back, his gaze steady and his words unyielding. If his guilt is proven, he will face the appropriate punishment. But until then, we must uphold the principles of our society. You agreed to this course of action, and I intend to see it through. Even though Roland was looking at this scene through the small runic camera within his spider, he could feel the tension in the air. He had been really lucky to encounter this man, as usually with some gold anyone would look the other way. Perhaps them going through the trial wouldn't be that bad as long as someone like this Count Lawrence was there. Very well, after a few seconds of contemplating, Graham responded with a nod. We will proceed with the trial. However, I insist on a time limit. We cannot afford to let this drag on indefinitely. Lawrence nodded, a small smile playing on his lips. Agreed. Let us set the trial for 3 days from now. That should give all parties enough time to prepare. 3 days it is. Now the servants will guide you to your guest quarters, Count Lawrence. We shall reconvene tomorrow to begin preparations for the trial. The two counts stood, a silent agreement passing between them. Lawrence, satisfied with the outcome, gave a polite nod and followed the servant who had entered to guide him. Graham remained behind, his face hardening as soon as the door closed. 3 days. This will be more than enough time to ensure that Welp's guilt is undeniable. The room fell into a tense silence after Count Lawrence left. Roland's mechanical spider remained hidden, its single eye observing Count Graham's every move. As the Count continued to write, the pen glowed with a faint magical aura, suggesting he was using some sort of enchantment to either conceal or enhance his words. The countdown to the trial had begun, and with only 3 days to prepare, he knew he needed every advantage he could muster. This doesn't look good. It won't be hard for a Count to get some fake witnesses, and he might even go further than just that I need to gather more evidence and allies. The moment his thoughts leaned towards allies, he recalled one person that could be of aid. Lucille de Vere was also being held at this compound, but tightly guarded. Roland had spotted her in the vicinity when he was scanning the area and released a few golems as his spies. Another one of the mini spiders was already crawling up one of the other towers in which Lucille was being held. This might take a while. I can't just ignore all of those mages. The whole area was like a magical minefield. Many mages of Tier 2 were present, and their mana detection skills were a problem. His creations needed to avoid their range and take long detours to make it through without being detected. Luckily, his technology was above theirs, and with a net of floating drones monitoring everything and everyone, it was all possible. As his spider drone crawled, the other drones kept watch, their runes camouflaging them against detection spells. Eventually, his tiny creation was able to arrive at the lone window through which it spotted the person inside. It slipped through a small gap in the window, landing softly on the floor. The room was lavishly furnished, a stark contrast to the one Robert was occupying. Lucille de Vere was inside, looking a lot paler than usual. Her long azure locks, which were usually neatly fashioned to her liking, were now disheveled, falling around her shoulders in a tangled mess. She was sitting on the edge of the bed, her face drawn with worry. The spider drone scurried across the floor, sticking close to the shadows to avoid detection. Lucille didn't notice it as it approached, her attention focused on the window as she gazed out at the night sky. Roland guided the spider drone closer, positioning it behind a nearby piece of furniture. He needed to establish contact without alarming her or attracting attention from any potential guards. Some areas inside this room were affixed with magical charms. Stepping onto the wrong area would raise an alarm. To establish contact, he needed to guide it through a specific path, and finally, it arrived next to her bed and crawled up the side of the frame to make itself noticed. The spider projected a tiny, holographic rune onto the floor, glowing faintly. Lucille's eyes flickered down to the light, her brows knitting in confusion. Lucille, now a run mage, didn't take long to realize what the rune was about and who its creator was. This rune isn't this one of Professor Arian's original runes, could it be? Her attention shifted to the small golem producing this faint glow. Spider had clung to the side of the bed, with its body hidden out of sight from any guards that might enter this room. Can why you hear MME? The golem was incapable of producing anything but sound. The audio was stuttering and there was a lot of static, but eventually, he received a clear response. Lucille's eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly glanced around to ensure no one else was in the room. Realizing she was alone, she leaned closer to the spider golem. Sir Roland, yes, I can hear you. Wait, what are you doing here? Were you responsible for that ruckus? Are you all right? Her voice turned into a whisper as she put a few things together. I'm fine, and as you have noticed, I do have my ways. More importantly, we need to talk about the situation you and Robert find yourself in. Robert, please, you must save him. My father, he has taken him. This woman was who his brother Robert had found himself entangled with. She instantly asked him about his brother's safety, something he was happy to reply to. Lady Lucille, please calm down. Robert is safe. He is resting in the room next to me. Robert is safe. Her hands began trembling as she made the realization, and the tears soon followed after. Yes, he is safe. Don't worry, I won't let anyone harm him, Roland assured her, his voice steady and calming through the spider drone. We are both being watched closely, and your father is not going to let this situation resolve easily. Lucille took a deep breath and took a moment to settle her nerves. She was clearly overjoyed that Robert was safe, but the situation was not resolved yet. Well, that's a story in itself, and I don't think we have enough time. First, I need to explain the current situation, so listen closely. Roland began to recount the current events and the plan he was formulating. Lucille listened intently, her eyes going wide the more information she received. Then my father, yes, father has arranged for a trial to take place in 3 days. This trial will determine Robert's fate. Count Lawrence will be presiding over it, and I think he can be trusted, but could you tell me what started this? Why did you two suddenly do this? Even now Roland didn't truly know why his brother took it upon himself to run away with Lucille. It felt like the two were quite desperate and didn't plan their escape too well, Robert and I. We just fell in love, Sir Roland. It wasn't something we had planned, it just happened. My father, Count Graham, he had changed. It wasn't always like this, but once he obtained the new title, something was different. Roland allowed her to paint a picture, and it turned out to be something that he expected. After attaining his new rank, the man became obsessed with securing his family's well-being. Count Graham's obsession had shifted to extreme control over his daughter's future, a drastic change that had sparked the desperate escape. As Lucille continued, her voice trembling, Roland listened carefully, piecing together the broader context of their predicament. My father grew increasingly authoritarian, insisting that I marry someone of his choosing to secure our family's political alliances. I do not have any other sisters, and it was decided that I should wed one of the Chaltons. Chaltons. But isn't their oldest son 10? Yes, he is. This started making a lot more sense. Lucille, who was in her mid-20s, was to marry a child, something that was allowed in this world. Both of them would probably suffer. The age gap was just too wide, and she already had someone to hold dear. The young lord would probably get himself a mistress, while Lucille was forced into a loveless marriage. The desperation and intensity of their escape began to make sense now. I see. I'm sorry that it came to this. It's not your fault or Robert's. My father wasn't always like this, but recently he has changed. He didn't want to pry into her life too much. It was clear that this was an uncomfortable truth. What they needed to do now was to get Robert out of this predicament. Once that was over, they could think of saving Lucille from this fate. She was still a mage, and even if she discarded her noble name, there would be places she could easily make a living. As their conversation was concluding, he noticed a little beeping inside of his helmet. It pointed him toward the room his brother was in. Speaking of Robert, would you like to have a talk with him? That's possible. Roland raised himself from his seat. He had already spent at least an hour in and headed towards the holding chamber Robert was in. With everyone involved in this predicament gathered, they could start formulating a plan. I would like to officially inform all my readers that I have started writing a new story called Heavy Metal, a monster evolution lit RPG. Don't worry, I'll protect you. If you don't get off me, I swear I will punch you in the face. Roland's voice was firm, yet tinged with exasperation. His brother was currently draped over him, eyes closed and murmuring sweet nothings in his sleep. Robert's face was just inches from Roland's, his breath warm and steady as he leaned closer, unaware of his surroundings. Big brother Roland, don't do that. Robert is still injured. The elixir healed all of his wounds and I can heal him up again. Lucille, your lips taste like iron, huh? Robert's eyes slowly opened as he felt something cold and metallic press against his lips. What he saw before him was not his lover, but a face made of metal. Robert's face went through a series of rapid expressions: confusion, horror, embarrassment before he finally settled on mortification. Before he could scramble back in horror, a large hand grabbed his face and threw him back like a sack of grain. Disgusting. Roland started whipping the slobber of his helmet that Robert had kissed while asleep. If not for his sister's protests, he would have just instantly smacked his older brother away. Luckily, his helmet protected him from being smooched by his half-sibling. Robert was having a nice dream and leaned to grab Roland when he attempted to wake him up. What? Robert. Before Robert could gather himself, a girl tackled his chest. He could instantly tell that it was his sister Lucian. The man standing before him was wearing a dark hooded mage robe and had his face covered by a metallic helmet. There was a sign of runes over it, which made him instantly recall the strange floating contraption in his cell. Lucian. Roland. So it was true, but why? What do you mean why? Roland replied while glancing down at the sobbing Lucian. She was clinging to Robert's chest, tears streaming down her face as she held onto him as if afraid he would disappear again. Robert, still groggy from sleep and the aftereffects of his injuries being healed, tried to wrap his head around the situation. The sight of his sister weeping and the stern figure of his brother standing over him brought a flood of emotions he hadn't prepared for. I thought you were dead. Do you know how worried me and Mother were if it wasn't for Roland? Lucian started crying while also hitting her older brother's chest with her fists. The strikes had no power behind them, but to Robert, they stung more than the torture he had previously suffered. Robert's eyes softened as he listened to Lucian's tearful words. He gently placed a hand on her head, trying to comfort her while his own emotions churned within. His mind was still reeling from the surreal situation. Roland, his estranged brother, was here, and somehow, against all odds, had managed to locate and save him. Lucian, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you and Mother worry. I thought I could handle everything on my own. His voice was hoarse with regret. The weight of his decisions, driven by desperation and love, pressed down on him. He had acted impulsively, thinking only of escaping with Lucille and not fully considering the consequences. Now, seeing the pain he had caused his sister, he felt the full brunt of his recklessness. Roland stood to the side, watching the scene unfold. He wasn't sure how to feel about the situation after all. He had left the Arden estate to avoid such troublesome matters. Although Robert was his brother, they rarely conversed. Lucille, his lover, was usually the one he contacted to relay information. He had never intended to be involved in Robert's life again, yet here he was, playing the role of some kind of protector. Enough with the apologies, Roland said gruffly with a voice laced with some annoyance. He was not the best at taking in emotional scenes, and all of the hugging was making him uncomfortable. We need to focus on what's ahead. You've made a mess, Robert, and it's going to take more than just words to fix it now. Lucille gave me the gist of it, but it would be better if you told me your side of the story. Lucian leaned back after hearing Roland's words and was able to finally calm herself. Robert, on the other hand, was surprised by some of his brother's words. Lucille, you were able to talk to her. Is she well? Is she here? Robert really perked up at the mention of the woman he tried to escape with. He started looking around the room he was in, but didn't see anyone besides his mother, who was sleeping on a chair. He found it strange that his brother wasn't withholding his name, but now it all made sense. Mother, don't worry, I put her to sleep with a spell. It wasn't that hard. She had been trying to get into this place for more than a day now. I do not wish to reveal my identity to her if I don't have to. I'm sure you understand. After speaking with Lucille, Roland placed her under a gentle sleeping spell. The woman had been frantic and unstable, so it was best for her to rest. The room had little to offer besides a single bed, so Roland retrieved a reclining chair from his spatial space. This action caused the guards outside to move closer to the holding room, making it clear that they were closely monitoring his every move. I see I've made everyone worried, even got you dragged into this mess. I don't even know where to start, but could you tell me how you spoke to Lucille? Robert sighed, his expression a mix of regret and embarrassment. He leaned forward from his bed, and to his surprise, it was quite painless. Only now did he notice that his body lacked any scars from the torture he experienced, something that his brother Roland was probably responsible for. Why don't you ask her yourself if you're that interested? Maybe it will be faster this way. Wait a second. Ask her myself, what are you talking about? Roland didn't answer directly. Instead, he walked over to the side of the room, where a small metallic contraption that had been quietly resting suddenly came to life. It was one of his floating golems that had been adjusted to forward information from the spider golem at Lucille's holding room. Robert, is that really you? Lucille's voice was faint but clear, filled with emotion as she saw Robert's face through the magical projection. Robert, who had been struggling to keep his emotions in check, felt a lump rise in his throat. He reached out instinctively, though his hand passed through the holographic image. Lucille, it's really you. Are you okay? Have they hurt you? Lucille smiled, though there was a sadness in her eyes. She trailed off, her voice quivering slightly. Robert clenched his fists, overwhelmed with guilt. He had tried to protect her, to save her from a fate neither of them wanted, but in doing so, he had only plunged them both into deeper peril. Now, seeing her like this, all the bravado he had shown melted away, leaving only a deep, painful remorse. Lucille, I'm so sorry. I should have thought things through better. I should have Robert. You know, we did what we thought was right, and that's why I love you. Lucille, Robert. The loud sound of someone clearing his throat broke the moment the two were having. Everyone looked to Roland, who had his arms crossed, clearly unimpressed by the romantic exchange. Could you two focus for a moment? We don't have time to be emotional now. You're just wasting your mana. Hey, they were just having a moment. Did you always have so little tact? Lucian disagreed with Roland's interruption and performed a kick against his shin. To no surprise, it was she who recoiled in pain after it connected with the mithril armor underneath. She fell back onto the bed Robert was sleeping while clutching her foot. Robert couldn't help but stifle a chuckle at Lucian's failed attempt to kick Roland. The brief moment of lightheartedness eased some of the tension in the room. Even Roland, with his usually stern demeanor, seemed slightly less rigid. However, he quickly returned to the matter at hand. Now that we've all calmed down, let's focus on the situation, Lucille. You mentioned that your father has changed since obtaining his new title. Could there be more to it? More to it. Yes, has he been talking with strange individuals? Was he feeling unwell or staring out into space for no reason? Any strange behaviors? Now that he had the two here, he could start asking questions. First, he needed to make sure that the Count was doing everything out of his own volition. There were small signs whenever someone was affected by curses or being blackmailed. Roland had scanned the man the best he could, but he didn't spot anything out of the ordinary that would suggest he was under some form of mind control or curse. However, subtler forms of manipulation, especially those involving political machinations or unseen threats, were harder to detect. Well, I'm not sure. He wasn't home much, and I was usually at the Institute, but think we did receive some help from other houses during the clash for the new title. I see, that will be hard to confirm. Roland hoped that there would have been some outside factor pushing her father. There were probably many merchants, nobles, and outside powers lending Graham help. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Once he reached a higher position, he would pull everyone up with him. If a power like the cult was involved, then he could easily absolve Robert of all charges and blame the evil faction, but in this case, it would probably be impossible to prove. He already spread some of his divine spells around the place, and none of the knights he interacted with had been infected by any abyssal worms. I'm sorry, I don't think I'll be of much help. After I realized that they wanted to give Lucille away to some child, I lost it. I never thought it would come to this. They must have been keeping watch over us and overheard our conversation. We never stood a chance. Don't blame yourself, Robert. None of us knew. Could they be listening to us now? Robert jolted forward, but Roland raised his hand to reassure him. Don't worry, I took care of that. If they knew that you two were talking, they would have already charged through that door. I see perhaps if I asked you for help, this wouldn't have happened. The room went silent after Roberts's proclamation. Roland knew that he would have probably been able to smuggle them out of there with ease, but the two weren't in that sort of relationship. It seemed that his coldness kept his half-brother from reaching out to him earlier. If not for their younger sister, he would have probably not been here, and Robert would have been scared beyond saving. There's no point in dwelling on what could have been. We never had that sort of relationship to begin with, but you're still my brother. What matters now is how we move forward and get you out of this predicament. Lucille's holographic image nodded in agreement. He's right, Robert. We can't change the past, but we can still find a way out of this mess. Together. Robert looked between his brother and Lucille, his heart swelling with gratitude. Despite everything, despite the years of hostility and the mistakes he had made, they were here. Roland was here, helping him, and Lucille hadn't lost faith in him. You're right, Robert finally said, determination seeping into his voice. We can still make things right, but we need a plan. Yes, we need a proper plan this time around. Robert, Lucille, and even Lucian nodded in unison. Soon after, they all turned toward the person that made all of this possible. Roland faintly flinched at all the attention that he was getting, and it seemed that everything would be dependent on him. His shoulders felt heavy as the weight of responsibility settled on them. Roland wasn't one to shy away from challenges, but acting out of familial bonds and emotions was new territory. He had spent years honing his skills, preparing for battles and not disputes between noble houses. Fine, if we're going to do this, we'll do it right. You all need to listen to me carefully and follow my lead. If any of you act impulsively again, it could ruin everything. Robert and Lucian nodded, their expressions serious. Lucille's image, though flickering slightly due to the strain of the mana transfer, was equally focused. First, we'll be trying to extrapolate the process. We need your mother to contact Wentworth Arden. Perhaps he could exert some pressure from the outside. We don't need to prove your innocence. If we can get you out of this with money, then that will be enough. I'm not sure if my father will be willing to leave it at that, Lucille commented in a hushed tone, and Roland nodded. I don't think so either. He wishes to show that his family can't be trifled with. He probably wants to use Robert as an example of what happens when someone crosses him. This means we have to be prepared for the worst-case scenario. You don't mean, yes, the death penalty. The room grew heavy with silence as Roland's words hung in the air. The implications of his statement were clear, and the gravity of the situation settled over everyone present. Robert's breath caught in his throat, and he instinctively clenched his fists. The thought of his own execution was terrifying, but what frightened him more was the idea that Lucille would be forced into a loveless marriage with another person who wasn't even of age. Lucian's eyes widened in fear, and she gripped her brother's arm tightly, as if holding onto him would prevent the unthinkable from happening. Roland, there must be another way. Of course, there's another way, and we need to discuss every possible strategy to get Robert out of this in one piece, even if that means that he could lose a limb. Roland had gone through various books concerning law within the kingdom. Back at the Arden estate, there were several of them with current laws and also old traditions that were still being upheld. There were ways of getting out of this situation, but some were better than others. He needed to discuss all the options that were out on the table and convince Robert to save his life. Robert swallowed hard, his mind racing as Roland's words sunk in. The death penalty was a terrifying prospect, but losing a limb, it was a grim alternative, yet it meant survival. Don't worry, there are other ways. In some cases, people were given freedom after a heartfelt apology and loss of title. There was a lot of begging involved, and you would need to lose your knight title. You wish me to prostrate myself and dishonor myself in front of the judge and other nobles. But even if I do that, what of Lucille? How about you worry about yourself first? Roland responded in a harsh tone. After we get you out of this predicament, we will focus on Lucille. I know a noble who is looking for competent people. He would probably accept a mage and her knight. Albrook was the perfect place to hide the two lovebirds. It didn't seem that Lucille wanted to live here anymore. After Robert was safe, they would come up with a plan to break the young mage out of her tower. Then the two could meet up at Roland's place where they could start their new life. However, before such a thing could happen, they needed to get through the first hurdle, Robert's trial that would be held in a few days. I would like to officially inform all my readers that I have started writing a new story called Heavy Metal, a monster evolution lit RPG. Robert, are you awake? Quickly, lie down. What do you think you're doing? Mother, I'm fine. No, you certainly are not. I've seen all those wounds. If it weren't for the good sir from the Institute, you could have been dead by now. Did you even thank him? Quick, lower your head, you foolish child. It's fine, madam. I'll excuse myself. Roland stood there in front of his stepmother, concealing his true identity from her. To her, he was just a representative from Xandar's Institute of Wizardry. She still believed he was only there because of Lucian, who had gained the rare clairvoyant class. After spending the night discussing potential issues that could arise during the trial, he was ready to leave. However, when the woman awoke from his spell and found Robert awake as well, she began to panic. Nonsense, my good man. We of the Arden House show gratitude, and you have done more for us than we could ever repay. You've saved my son, and that is something I will never forget. The least my son can do is show his respect." For Roland, who had endured 5 years of this woman's jealous schemes, the whole scene felt surreal. She had pitted Robert against him at every opportunity, and now she was forcing Robert to bow before the man she despised. He wasn't sure how to feel about it, and wondered how she would react if he revealed his true identity to her. The scene was quite ironic to him, but he did not wish to reveal himself even now. It was better to keep up the act of the concerned professor who was just here to protect Lucian. "Madame Arden, I assure you, it's not necessary. Your son needs his rest, and there's no need for such formalities. What matters is that he recovers fully and gets ready for the coming hearing." Roland stood silently, watching as Robert awkwardly lowered his head, mumbling words of gratitude that seemed foreign to both of them. For a moment, he wondered if this charade would be worth the trouble. His stepmother, oblivious to the true identity of her son's savior, seemed satisfied with Robert's display of humility. She gave a small, relieved smile and nodded approvingly. "That's better. You must always show respect to those who help you, Robert. Remember that." "Yes, mother, now if you'll excuse me," Roland replied, his voice somewhat firm and hidden behind a voice-altering enchantment. "I must make preparations for the trial. Sir Robert, you should rest. There's a difficult road ahead, and you'll need all your strength." Robert stumbled over the formal address, the word "sir" feeling strange on his tongue when directed at his younger brother. But at this point, he had already made peace that his brother Roland had surpassed him and probably all their other siblings. He was already a Tier 3 class holder that could even overpower knight commanders who trained their whole life. If there was someone that could save him from this fate, then it was him. As Roland turned to leave, he took a moment to look at his sister Lucian. She was standing behind her mother and not speaking. Without any indication for it, a spell effect was activated that created an invisible bubble around his head. A little tunnel formed from this bubble and connected with the area around Lucian before he started speaking. "I'll go check on your friends. They're staying at a nearby inn and should be safe. Don't worry, your mother can't hear us, but cover your mouth while speaking." It was a simple modification of the sound-canceling spell, reduced to cover only their heads. A mana concealment spell was also woven in, ensuring that even the most powerful mages wouldn't detect it. The sound waves would bounce around within the sealed-off area, allowing them to communicate without anyone else hearing a thing. Lucian nodded slightly. The spell was something she had never seen before, but they had previously discussed it. "Be careful, you never know what that count could do, and tell everyone not to worry." "I know, don't worry. They won't dare attack someone from the Institute." "As we discussed, I'll try to get them to go back. Margaret might not want to, don't worry. I'll convince her, one way or the other, she'll go back to the Institute." Roland intended to use this time to escort the 3 girls and the maid back to the Mage Tower. From there, they could return to the Institute. The round trip would likely take no more than a day, giving him ample time to handle this before the trial, which was exactly 3 days away. Now he just needed to get the group out of here, even if it meant doing so by force. Now then, his sister looked to be sad at the fact that her friends had to go, but for Roland this was the better option. If the trial failed, having the 3 girls here would only complicate things. Eventually, the door shut behind him and he was instantly greeted by 2 armored men. They weren't his match, but it was clear that no one would let him go around this whole place. Mages had appeared and created multiple barriers already, which luckily his new and improved mapping system was able to go against. They clearly don't trust me that Leopold is also near, and they also got more knight commanders to guard this tower. It was clear that escaping this place wouldn't be easy. If Robert lost the trial, it might be wiser to free him on another occasion when the number of guards had decreased. Typically, prisoners were transported elsewhere after the trial was over. The problem was that these lands belonged to the Count, who had the authority to decide everything, including ordering an immediate execution or incarceration once the trial was concluded. "I should go get this over with." Roland looked at the guards without nodding and moved forward. The 2 parted, and after he vanished down the stairs, they followed closely after. Once he was outside, the heavy doors closed behind him with a resounding thud. The air outside was cool, a slight breeze rustling the leaves of the nearby trees. There were many more guards there not then when he arrived. They must have called for reinforcements from outside. Perhaps more will arrive later. It seemed that the Count would not make this easy. In 3 days, this whole city would probably turn into one huge impenetrable fortress. The mages were assembling arrays and preparing siege magic. Even if he tried to use his newly created runic glider, escaping through the air would be difficult. He made his way through the courtyard, the stone path crunching beneath his boots. The estate was sprawling, a testament to the wealth and power of House de Vere. Everyone he saw was on edge, their hands clutching their weapons and ready to attack. Grand Commander Leopold was there with him, his gaze following his movements as he approached the gate outside. There was a whole platoon of soldiers at the gate. More than half were wearing heavy armor similar to his rune Mark I suit, and behind them stood a row of archers with a mage in the middle. As he stopped, the Grand Commander made his way in his direction. "Deputy Professor," Leopold greeted, but his tone was cold. "I trust everything is in order with the prisoner." Roland nodded and replied in a similar way. "For now, and I hope he remains that way, but for the time being I will be taking my leave. I need to confer with some of my students from the Institute. I'm sure you understand. I will of course return for the trial and make sure that it proceeds fairly." "You dare to assume that my lord would. Why wouldn't I? Have you forgotten about the state young Robert Arden was in when I arrived here? I hope that you're not trying to deny it." Leopold's eyes narrowed as he was enraged by the animosity flung in the direction of his master. However, what Roland said was true. They did torture Robert without going through the proper procedures. The armored soldiers heard their conversation and took a step forward, but were quickly stopped by their leader. "Let him through." Roland's eyes remained fixed on Leopold, and a sense of tension rippled through the soldiers around them. The Grand Commander was seething, his face a mask of controlled fury, but Roland knew that he had no choice but to let him pass. The last thing the Count wanted was to provoke the Institute of Wizardry with a powerful Tier 4 mage in its ranks. Finally, Roland took a step through the gates and was allowed passage. The gates looked heavier than before, and they groaned open. More cool air hit his armor and ruffled his robe. The road leading away from the estate was lined with more guards, their eyes watching for any sign of betrayal. Roland kept his pace steady and calm, the heavy thuds of his boots on the stone echoing in the silence. Once he was clear of the main gate, he took a moment to assess the situation. The estate sprawled behind him, a fortress bristling with armed men and magical defenses. He knew he had to move quickly if he wanted to get Lucian's friends out safely and return in time for the trial. The Count's forces were prepared for an all-out confrontation and could potentially target him or the others once they were inside the city. There was a strong possibility that someone would be waiting to stop them after they headed towards the teleportation gate. After eavesdropping on Graham de Vere, Roland was certain the man wouldn't shy away from using such methods. After scanning the surroundings for any potential threats or spies, he headed deeper into the city of Balak. Margaret, along with Adesuna and Marlene, had gone into the noble district. There they resided in the most costly inn around. His suspicion of Margaret continued to grow, and once he arrived, he encountered a lack of customers. "Did I come too early? I guess it's not even 7 in the morning." They had strategized through the entire night, and he left close to the break of dawn. It was normal for people here to still sleep. The inn he entered was well protected and quite large. Some waiters were already setting the tables and preparing for the young lords and rich merchants to arrive for breakfast. Roland quickly made his way through the grand entrance and was greeted by the innkeeper, a stout man with a graying mustache and a wary expression. "Good morning," Roland said while the innkeeper was taken aback by his robed and armored form. "A group of students from Xandar's Institute of Wizardry should have arrived here yesterday. Are they still here?" "Ah, yes, they did." The man looked at Roland from head to bottom and nodded. It seemed that the girls had already informed the innkeeper that someone of his looks would arrive, so it made things much easier. "Good. Please inform them that the deputy professor of the institute is here." The innkeeper's eyes widened with recognition, and he quickly gestured to a worker on the side. The person was a young woman with proper manners just like all the others, a stark contrast to the people he was used to in such places. As they headed out to call the girls, he was given an option to rest at one of the empty tables. They are all still there. The maid is with them on his monitoring device. He could see all their dots in one room together. It also informed him that they were being followed. Some guards from the estate had gathered outside and didn't even try to hide their presence. They were probably there to distract him from the true pursuers, who had better skills, but with his map, he could quickly record everyone's mana patterns for future use. Once those 4 are out of the way, I should examine the city for any potential escape routes. Even though they increased the amount of guards, I bet there are some thief guild tunnels no one knows about. Roland's plans were simple. First, he would attempt to use his knowledge to get Robert a deal. The best way would be to bribe the Count with some money, or convince him that this whole predicament was making him look bad. If this failed, he could take a more rule-heavy angle and bring up Robert's unlawful torturous treatment. That approach gave him some footing, but in a world filled with nobles, justice rarely saw the light of day. If all fails, then I'd need to get him out of here, but I'll also become a criminal then. His position as a professor or knight commander would not protect him from the consequences of breaking Robert out. He would be branded a criminal, and even escaping into Valyrian territory would be futile. Despite the area being controlled by an opposing noble faction, they often collaborated in such situations. Arthur's brothers would be more than happy to get rid of him and would likely try to present him on a silver platter. As he was contemplating, the innkeeper's assistant finally returned. Behind him, he spotted 3 teenage girls with their eyelids glued together. All of them looked like they hadn't slept well and would probably not appreciate what he was about to tell them. The maid walked slowly behind them, her steps silent, much like Mary's. "Professor, you're back, but where is Lusa? She will be staying here for a few days due to family matters. You, on the other hand, will return to the institute." "What? No, we won't. If Lusa isn't coming, then we aren't going." Just as he assumed, Margaret quickly refused his order. Roland sighed inwardly, knowing this confrontation would be inevitable. He had anticipated resistance from Margaret, the most stubborn of the trio, but he couldn't afford to let his sister's friends remain in Balak. The city was becoming a dangerous place, and if things went awry, they could easily become collateral damage. "Miss Margaret, this isn't up for debate," Roland said, his voice firm and coupled with a stern tone. "No, I will not leave Lucy here without any help. I'm her friend, and that's what friends do. Now listen here, young lady, as I've said, this is not up for debate. If you won't come willingly, then." Margaret's eyes flinched as she felt her body be put under a lot of strange pressure. The feeling didn't last for too long, as almost instantly, her maid knight Hadley stepped forward. Roland could barely keep up with her speed, and without activating his mana eyes of mana to help him predict movement. He underestimated who he was facing, and now the woman was charging forward. The Holland shook as his automatic defenses activated. A veil of thick mana surrounded his body as a bladed weapon collided with it. Hadley had unveiled her weapon, which consisted of rather long-looking finger claws. They suddenly appeared over her fingers and were now aimed at his face. The woman didn't take kindly to him using his suppression skill, and now he was in quite a bind. Roland's eyes widened as the claws stopped inches from his face, crackling against the barrier of dense mana. The tension in the air was palpable, and for a moment all movement ceased. The inn's walls seemed to close in around them, the few onlookers too stunned to react. Hadley, the maid knight, stood poised like a coiled spring and ready to pounce at any moment, her eyes locked on Roland's helmet, which was glowing. He knew that she was probably a trained knight and bodyguard, but he had underestimated her capabilities. Her status remained hidden to him, and thus he assumed that she would not be much stronger than any other Tier 3 class holder he had encountered. Does she have a second Tier 3 class? Why would someone like this be defending a teenage girl? Who is Margaret exactly? Roland had made a blunder and underestimated what he was dealing with, just like his opponents did with him. Now he realized that the recent string of victories had bolstered his confidence to a dangerous level. He had thought himself untouchable, but now he was facing someone with enough skill to push him back, something not many had managed. The standoff couldn't last. He needed to defuse the situation before it escalated further, but his options were limited. If he pushed back, the entire inn could be destroyed in the ensuing fight, drawing unwanted attention from the Count's forces. This would probably be held against him and could jeopardize Robert's case. Without him around, there would probably be no one around to exert any kind of pressure against the opposition. However, backing down might mean losing control over Margaret and the other girls, putting them all in danger. "Miss Margaret and Miss Hadley," Roland began talking, his voice still calm despite the situation. "I apologize if I startled you, but you must understand that your safety, and that of your friends, is my top priority. The city is becoming more dangerous by the hour. It would be better if you returned to the academy. This issue is not something you should involve yourself in." Hadley's eyes remained locked on Roland's, her stance unwavering, no change in her expression. It was as if this woman had no mind of her own and would only follow the orders of her young mistress. Margaret, however, seemed to soften slightly as she realized the gravity of the situation. Her initial anger gave way to concern, not just for herself but for Lucien as well. "Lucy is my friend, and I won't abandon her when she needs me the most," Margaret replied, her voice firm yet tinged with worry. It didn't seem that she had any plans on leaving. Roland was now stuck between a rock and a hard place. The young girl was unwilling to budge, and her guard wasn't saying much. If he decided to push it any further, the ensuing battle would probably cause him to be imprisoned. The Count would certainly see this as a good excuse. "Your loyalty to Lucien is commendable, but staying here could do more harm than good. I'm sure you understand that your young lady will just be getting in the way. It would be wise to return to the institute where it's safer." Roland attempted to reason with the maid, but instead of getting a reply, she pushed further against his mana veil. He had not yet exerted all of his power, but there were too many people around them for the usual explosive tactics. Any stray mana beam could harm a bystander who was walking peacefully outside. This was not something he wished to have on his conscience. "And if something happens to Lucien while we're gone, what if she needs us and we're not here? Professor, you might be powerful, but you can't be everywhere at once." It didn't seem that he was getting through to them, but perhaps what she was saying made some sense. If he was forced to rescue his brother later, then perhaps leaving Lucien in their care would be the right move. The guards Francine Arden arrived with weren't too great. This maid he was struggling with would probably be the best guard Lucien could have. The Count probably won't target students from the institute in some strange attempt to blackmail me, right? Roland began contemplating his options. The primary reason he wanted these 3 students out of here was for their safety. The maid was strong, but it was clear she would only protect Margaret. However, the young girl had already demonstrated a few times that she was a good friend, and his worries about their safety might be unfounded. This wasn't the optimal resolution to the situation, but confirming Hadley's strength had its benefits. He paused, his mind racing as he weighed his options. The situation had spiraled out of control quickly, but he couldn't afford to let it escalate further. The young girls were more of an annoyance to him than anything else. Perhaps he could win the battle against the maid, but she wasn't his only problem. For the time being, it was better to relent. The trial could take a while, and eventually these brats could get bored. You do realize that once we are back at the Institute, all of you will be punished. Are you sure you still wish to remain even if you get expelled? After all other options had failed, he attempted to bring it back to the Institute. He was still a deputy professor and could push for their expulsion. Perhaps Margaret was in a high enough position to resist, but her two other friends were not of any high nobility. He did not want to use the strategies of his enemies, but they weren't giving him other options. That is, Margaret hesitated for a moment and looked at the two other girls there. Marlene and Atasuna could not afford to offend anyone, but they stood firmly. We will stay. Yeah, we won't leave Luce here alone. The two replied, and he quickly responded. She's here with her mother. She isn't alone. No, she needs us here. Now listen here. Roland started to get a bit annoyed about how the girls were ignoring the whole issue. They were uninformed about everything, but didn't seem to care if they were a burden. Do you really want to get expelled? We won't get expelled. You wouldn't do that, Professor Wayland. You're not that type of person. I'm not. You won't. Margaret responded with a lot of confidence. She had a strange grin on her face as if she knew all the answers. It seemed that she had seen through his bluff, as he wouldn't really bother expelling the three or calling for a hearing to do it. I assure you, I am not bluffing. If you continue to obstruct my mission, you may very well face serious consequences. Then we will face them head-on together. Yeah. The girls all cheered together while looking at Roland in various ways. It was clear that they wouldn't budge, and if he wanted them out of this city, then force would be needed. Is this what they call the rebellious phase? I hate teenagers. Roland sighed deeply, but there was no way out of this debacle. The three girls had decided to make their own beds and now would need to sleep in them. He was just trying to protect them by sending them home. However, his brother and own sister were still more important. Very well, you can stay then. The girls smiled brightly as he finally relented, but he still needed to make it clear to them that there would be consequences. Don't be too happy. I will still report this to the Institute, and your parents might be called in later. If the other teachers decide, then you might get expelled for this. You still have time, think about it. Margaret's triumphant smile faltered slightly at Roland's warning, but she quickly recovered. The other two girls exchanged nervous glances, but their resolve stood firm. Hadley the maid knight finally lowered her claws, but her gaze remained fixed on Roland as if anticipating a disabling spell. For a moment he considered it, but ultimately decided to relent. And so will we, replied Marlene, and was quickly followed by the girl with animal ears. With that, he rose from his seat and gave the girls a final nod before turning to leave. He knew that the situation was volatile, and every moment counted. The Count's forces were a looming threat and had already gathered around this inn. Once he was outside, he could see some of the soldiers following his every move. I'll have to get used to this. I only have 3 days to gather all the information about this case, but even if I can prove everything within a reasonable doubt, it won't mean anything. There were ways to proceed, and he also needed to speak with Count Graham. While it was unlikely that the Count would back down from the accusations, it was always best to plead with him before taking further action. Perhaps with enough money, the Count might relent. As long as Robert could be saved, Roland was willing to settle for his brother's exile and loss of honor. I'm not sure if Robert will be willing to. He worked hard for his rank and level. As he approached the Count's estate once more, he attempted to act casually. He had already mapped the area extensively and knew the weak points in the defenses. He could slip through unnoticed if needed, but for now he needed to make his presence known. The gates of the estate loomed before him, and as he approached, he was stopped by multiple heavily armored guards. They eyed him with suspicion, but nodded in acknowledgement when they recognized him as a deputy professor from the Institute. Professor Wayland, the Grand Commander, is expecting you, one of the guards said. He is. Yes, he should be waiting at the entrance to the estate. One of the guards will guide you there. Very well then, lead the way. It wasn't that surprising that the accuser wanted to discuss things with him. At this moment, Roland was the main driving force behind Robert's case. He had a suspicion of what the Count wanted from him, and this was a chance to see where he stood. Soon he was led towards the estate where Leopold was waiting for him. The Grand Commander stood with confidence and nodded as he arrived. The Grand Commander turned around and probably wouldn't take no for an answer. Behind him, 3 other knights appeared along with 1 mage, all Tier 3 class holders. Roland followed the Grand Commander through the opulent halls of the mansion he was led into. He caught glances of the people inside. Some of them whispered, while others looked away in fright. Through the help of his monitoring device and his drones, he had a good idea of where he was being taken. This was not the way towards the office the 2 counts had previously talked in, but a much larger room. As the large doors swung open, he was greeted by many more guards standing to the sides. At the end was Count Graham de Vere, protected by several layers of magical shields that were invisible to people that couldn't sense mana. There are enchantments everywhere. Even I would have problems breaking through all of this. This man is quite resourceful. There was a reason why Graham had won his new title and why his influence was so great. Roland stepped into the grand hall, his eyes scanning the ornate surroundings, rich tapestries, polished marble floors, and a vast array of rare artifacts adorning the walls. The Count's imposing presence at the far end of the room, flanked by his elite guards, was a testament to his status and power. Yet even with all of these defenses, he was not shaken and could not show any fear either. His gaze was steady and unwavering as he watched Roland approach. He was dressed in an elegant, dark military uniform adorned with symbols of his house, a clear sign of his wealth and influence. Beside him now stood Leopold, the Grand Commander, his hand close to his weapon. Deputy Professor Wayland, how is the Archmagus faring? She is doing well. He could tell that the man was probing for answers. The Count had likely spent the previous night conducting background checks on everyone. Without knowing their backgrounds, he probably wouldn't have acted. The primary reason for the summons was likely related to the multiple royal gold coins on the desk next to the Count. For now, Yevna's name would shield him, preventing them from uncovering his true identity. This is why they had probably opted for a different approach, one involving a direct bribe. I would like to officially inform all my readers that I have started writing a new story called Heavy Metal, a monster evolution lit RPG. That's quite the sum, not something you'd offer to just anyone. Could the Count be desperate to resolve this quietly? Or does he just wish to build a new bridge to the Institute? Roland stood before his current enemy, Count Graham de Vere. What he saw was unexpected but not unusual. Bribery from nobles was nothing new, it was just part of how they operated. However, even though the stack of royal coins was there, Roland didn't expect to receive any of them directly. Graham was a shrewd man and was likely just testing the waters. They were there to provide him with a taste of what could be gained if he cooperated. Count Graham de Vere's sharp eyes studied Roland as he stood in the grand hall, surrounded by layers of protection and wealth. The silence between them was thick, only broken by the faint crackle of the knight's armor. Graham picked up one of the royal coins and started playing around with it and finally began to speak. You understand, Professor Wayland, that situations like these can be delicate, but they can be resolved through other means. I apologize for the rude welcome and for what you saw in my dungeon, but I think we can resolve this issue without the Institute getting involved any further. You must understand, Professor Wayland. Graham began, his voice sounding smooth yet calculated. This is not about bypassing justice, but rather about maintaining the stability of my city and my lands. I cannot show leniency even when children of nobles are involved. He tried to abduct my own daughter, and this is something I can never forgive. Your daughter, Lucille de Vere, correct? Yes, that is her name. If it wasn't for Commander Leopold and his men who intercepted the abduction in time, my daughter could have been taken away by that criminal. Professor Wayland, surely you can see the gravity of this offense, criminal abduction. Is that really what happened? Could I speak to the young lady to confirm this matter? It seemed that the Count was going down this route, without caring much for the truth of the matter. Lucille would definitely go against the notion that Robert tried to abduct her without her consent. This meant that Graham was not planning to let his daughter testify on this event, and he confirmed this with his next statement. I'm afraid that won't be possible, Professor. My daughter is still recovering from the shock of the incident, and I would not subject her to further distress by dragging her into this unpleasant business. I trust you understand a father's concern. Count Graham de Vere's face hardened slightly at Roland's request, though he kept his tone controlled. It was clear that he wouldn't be getting any direct statements from his daughter, but luckily, he had already recorded her side of the story. Presenting the evidence during the trial would be hard, as he did break a few rules to get it. This was not the Institute, and the mages here could lie about his magic being nothing but an illusion. Is that so? Won't you reconsider? From what I have gathered, the young lady and Robert Arden had an extensive relationship, dating to the times she attended the Institute. While he couldn't force him to give her up, he could at least present him as being unreasonable. Count Graham's expression hardened even more as Roland mentioned the relationship between Lucille and Robert. He was certainly not expecting anyone to know about his daughter's past to such an extent. Graham took a moment but eventually replied with a sharp tone. That is irrelevant, Professor. Whatever relationship they had, it does not excuse his actions. He overstepped, and now he must face the consequences. Roland remained silent for a moment, studying the Count. It was clear that Graham was desperate to maintain control of the narrative, even if it meant bending the truth. The longer they talked, the less appealing the man became, and it quickly became evident that Roland's cooperation couldn't be bought. If Roland had played along, the Count would likely have shifted the conversation toward investing in the Institute, but it never reached that point. Count Graham, I understand your concerns as a father, but I must point out that justice cannot be one-sided. If Robert Arden is to stand trial for his alleged crimes, then all evidence must be presented, including testimonies that may challenge your version of events. You overstep your bounds, Professor. Graham rebutted the claims while slamming his fist onto the desk. The knights around them shifted slightly, as if waiting for their leader to order them to attack. You forget whose city this is, whose lands these are. I have the power to make this very difficult for you, should you continue to insist on meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Roland didn't move, nor did his visor turn away from the man's intense gaze. It was clear that this was as far as the Count was willing to go in their negotiation. There was no reason to pry in further. The man was unwilling to budge on this issue at all. He was on dangerous ground, and pushing too hard could result in severe consequences not just for him, but for Robert as well. I understand the position you're in, Count Graham, but remember, justice is not served by silencing dissent. The truth must come to light for the benefit of all parties involved. Your idealism is admirable, Professor, but it is not practical in the real world. Sometimes, sacrifices must be made for the greater good. I suggest you consider your next steps carefully. Graham waved his words off as some kind of nonsense. Roland didn't believe it fully either, but his persona needed to be established. He needed to show the Count that he would not relent on this issue, which he saw as something unjust. I am not here to challenge your authority, Count Graham, but I hope you reconsider your actions once the trial arrives. I'm sure Count Lawrence would appreciate a fair trial, as should any noble family. In the interest of justice, I trust that the truth will eventually prevail. Count Graham's expression remained impassive, and he offered a curt nod, signaling that the discussion was concluded. Roland took this as his cue to leave, sensing that pushing further would only provoke the Count and potentially endanger Robert's situation more than it already was. One more thing before you leave, dear Professor. Right as he was about to turn around and be escorted out by the guards, Graham brought up one last issue. I have allowed you to see the prisoner, but don't take my hospitality for granted. I'm sure you are aware that I am not obligated to allow you any further visits with the man who tried to abduct my daughter. As such, I will have to ask you to return here only once the trial begins. I'm sure such a just individual as yourself will refrain from causing any trouble and will not interfere with any future proceedings. Graham knew the law and was aware that Roland did the same. There was no law stating that he had to remain by Robert's side. Perhaps if he remained inside the tower, he could have refused, but now he placed himself in a tough position. The Count was certainly doing this in hopes of him not getting all the information before the trial. Luckily, Roland already gathered everything that he needed the previous day. His golems had also been hidden around the estate, so contacting his brother wouldn't be a problem. As long as you guarantee on your honor that no further harm would come to Robert Arden while he remains imprisoned, I will comply with your request. Count Graham gave a slight nod, seemingly satisfied with Roland's response. As Roland turned to leave, he was escorted out of the grand hall by the same heavily armored guards who had brought him in. Once outside, Roland took a deep breath, the morning air beginning to heat up, but it allowed him to forget the oppressive atmosphere of the estate. I guess he got me with that one. According to the laws governing the land, the Count wasn't obligated to allow others to meet a prisoner. He was required to grant one visitation to close family members, but Roland was not among them. Francine and Lucien were still inside the tower, but they were likely in no immediate danger. The Count was following the rules, so Roland could safely withdraw for now and consider his next move. Things aren't going too well. This would be the perfect time to escort those brats back to the Institute. I should probably go back and get a room at the inn. I'll be here for a while. Roland decided to retreat for the time being, knowing that any further nosing around would only give Graham more ammunition for the upcoming trial. The golems he had placed around the estate would remain mostly dormant, as it was too risky to have them moving about. Robert's life was likely not in immediate danger. Graham was probably still trying to demonstrate his strength. He seemed intent on resolving the matter properly, showing the world that his family handled things through the correct channels. After being led outside and through the gate, Roland made sure to inform his sister about the situation. He believed that she and Lucien might be allowed to stay behind, since they weren't much of a threat to the people within the estate. Francine was outspoken, so perhaps the Count would prefer to avoid that complication altogether. Once they were informed through the help of his golems, Roland headed back to the city, where he needed to explain everything to the other students. Professor, you are back. Did you learn anything new? Margaret asked, and the girls swarmed around him as if the morning confrontation never happened. Roland hesitated for a moment, considering how much he should reveal. The last thing he wanted was to burden them with too much information, especially given the stakes. Thus, he decided to not mention the situation around Robert too much and play everything down. You do not need to worry, everything is fine. The girls exchanged glances, sensing that there was more to the situation than Roland was letting on, but they didn't press him further. Margaret, however, wasn't so easily convinced. Her eyes narrowed slightly, but she kept her thoughts to herself, at least for the time being. Well, that's a relief. There was not much to do for now, so after getting his own room, he let the time pass. The inn the girls were staying at cost more than he had previously assumed, but it was within his budget. As he settled into his room, Roland thought back to his brother who was stuck here. They had already discussed all the possibilities that could arise during the trial, but there was one thing that he withheld from his brother. One particular law would allow him to get out of this scot-free, but it came at a risk, one that he would rather avoid. Should I tell him? He probably knows that law but wouldn't think it could be used. He might go for it otherwise. His chances of winning are close to none, but with my help, it could be plausible. Depends how long they will give us to prepare. Roland didn't like the way the trial was unfolding. At best, he could hope for his brother to be banished from the house, which would put his military career in jeopardy and likely force him into a life as an adventurer. But that wouldn't help Lucille. She would either have to escape or be wed to the underaged lord. Eventually, she could possibly resign from the De Vere name, allowing them to live together as commoners. However, the Count didn't seem like the type to let that happen easily. If things played out that way, his brother would undoubtedly become the Count's most wanted enemy. How much time? Probably 2 weeks at most, perhaps less. Making everything from scratch would be unreasonable. It would be better to get that thing here. The gears were turning in his head as he contemplated a new plan. It was probably not something anyone would deem possible, but he knew that he could make it work. However, his brother would need to be the one to make the final decision. This tactic would put him in danger and potentially bring him death. Thus, once he noticed that his sister and stepmother departed from Robert's cell, he made his call using one of the golems that remained hidden there. "Robert, are you there? Roland, is that you?" "Yeah, it's me. Try speaking directly into the light. The microphone rune has a limited range." "Ah, sure. Is this better?" Within the dark tower chamber of the prison tower, a slither of light formed from within a dodecahedron-shaped device. There was no image playing as the distance was too high, but this was enough for them to hold a conversation. "Yes, I can hear you clearly now. Listen, Robert, there's something we haven't discussed yet. A law, a rather old one, that could theoretically get you out of this mess, but it's risky, and I don't know if it's the best course of action. It's a loophole that most people have forgotten about, as it goes against common sense, but it's still something we can use. What kind of law are we talking about?" Roland cleared his throat as he explained this new tactic. He made sure that his brother was aware that this plan would be quite dangerous. It wasn't something that a reasonable person would go through, but with someone like Count Graham as their opponent, it might be their only real shot. "You think that will work?" "If we get enough time to prepare, then the chances aren't that low, but the decision is yours. I cannot make it for you." After he had given him all the information about it, the choice was his. The two very rarely talked with each other and could barely be considered siblings. He expected Robert to go with the other options, as fighting the Count legally was still an option. Perhaps he could still get away with a slap on the wrist if Count Lawrence decided it to be. "I'll do it. It's better than leaving my life up to those who'd sooner see me dead than give me a fair chance." "Yes." "Any word from father?" "I'm sorry, my dear. Your father is a busy man. I'm sure he would be here if he could, but I understand." Two people were talking in front of a large chamber door. One was an older woman who concealed her age beneath a layer of thick makeup. The other was a younger girl with similar features, her daughter, Lucian. Not far behind them stood a lone man shrouded in mystery, his identity unknown to everyone except the daughter and her elder brother, whom they had all come for. So the old bastard never did show up in the end, but perhaps there is still some time for him to make an appearance. That is, if all goes well with the plan. Roland looked at his stepmother and sister trembling in front of the chamber that led to the courtroom where Robert's trial was about to commence. The air was thick with tension, and the stone walls of the building seemed to close in on them as they waited. Graham de Vere and Count Lawrence were already inside and preparing for the hearing to start. Guards stood everywhere, waiting for Robert to be escorted in and for his trial to start. "Can't you at least take those off? My son is not a criminal." Francine Arden was the first one to call out as she spotted her son moving slowly towards the courtroom, shackled in heavy chains. Robert's wrists and ankles were bound, and a small group of armed guards flanked him on both sides. The sight was a bitter one for Francine, whose fierce maternal instinct flared up at the indignity of seeing her son treated like a dangerous conflict. The guards, however, were unmoved by her protests. Their orders were clear: treat Robert Arden as a dangerous suspect until the trial concluded. Roland watched silently from a distance, his face impassive beneath his helmet. Robert, his brother, noticed his form close to one of the walls. If not for the helmet, their eyes would be meeting at this moment, and a nod would be exchanged. Close to 3 days earlier, the two had a long talk, and now was the time to put their plan into action. Soon the gates swung open and his brother was escorted inside. The room was a grand, imposing space and surprisingly constructed in a mere 3 days. There was no official courtroom at the De Vere estate, but just for this occasion they had prepared it. The courtroom was an intimidating sight, with high ceilings and stone walls that echoed with every step. The Count spared no expense, the room draped in dark banners displaying the De Vere family crest. I think this was originally used as a ballroom. They really put some effort into it, even when no one will really witness it besides us. At the far end of the room, a raised dais held the seat for the presiding judge, who in this case was Count Lawrence. Count Graham de Vere stood slightly to the side, his posture confident and his gaze focused on Robert. Just as they expected, his daughter was nowhere to be seen and would not be here to testify. Instead, probably people that Graham personally prepared would be there to paint Robert in the worst possible light and get him convicted of a crime he never committed. As Robert was led into the grand courtroom, every eye was on him. The clanking of his chains echoed ominously in the high-ceilinged room, and he was led to the center. Roland was his main defense and was in a position similar to a lawyer. Francine, surprisingly, had been easy to sway with a few well-chosen words from Lucian. Mages were known for their intelligence and sharp wit, and this had been enough to secure her agreement. However, Robert was still uncertain about how she would react once she learned the full extent of their plan. "This is probably the last chance. Are you sure you want to go through with this? We can try fighting it the normal way. We might even be able to bring it to the High Noble Court where Graham has less power. I'm sure he would never allow that to happen." Roland sent a hidden voice message to Robert under the nose of a few mages. He attempted to sway him one last time, as what they were about to do was rather extreme and could end in disaster. But Robert's resolve was unwavering. He had spent 3 days contemplating every possible outcome, and in his mind, this was the only way to secure a future for both him and Lucille. He responded with a firm nod, signaling to Roland that he was ready. "Very well then, let's begin." Roland muttered more to himself than to anyone else. Count Lawrence, acting as the judge, signaled for the proceedings to commence. The courtroom settled into a tense silence, with only the rustling of papers and the occasional cough disturbing the silence. "Robert Arden," Count Lawrence began, his voice echoing through the grand chamber. "You stand accused of attempting to abduct Lady Lucille de Vere, a serious crime that threatens the peace between noble families. The evidence against you is compelling, yet you maintain your innocence. Is that correct?" Robert was given the question and finally allowed to speak. The people within this courtroom were all paid actors, with only Count Lawrence belonging to a neutral party. Winning in a situation like this was a near impossible task. Robert knew that the odds were heavily stacked against him, but he also knew that this was his last opportunity to take control of the situation. "That is correct, your lordship. I maintain my innocence." Count Lawrence nodded, but Count Graham wasn't having it as he slammed his hand down on a nearby table in protest. "Even now, this hoodlum denies it. Bah, Count Lawrence, the evidence is irrefutable. My daughter nearly lost her life to this vile criminal, and he dares to claim innocence in the face of such overwhelming proof." The chubby Count was taken aback by the sudden crack produced by Graham's voice. Roland could tell that the man was good at acting, as the delivery was almost perfect. He could even see the man tear up as if what Lucille told him a few days ago never happened. Luckily, this wasn't Lawrence's first case, so he managed to quiet him down. "Calm yourself, Count Graham. The trial has just begun. We must allow the accused his chance to present his case. Justice must be served impartially." Count Graham was fuming, but when called he simply nodded curtly, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Robert. The courtroom was filled with guards, estate workers, and various other witnesses from the city and beyond. Among them, Robert even spotted an old classmate, likely bribed by the Count to tarnish his reputation. This wasn't a high noble court, so truth potions or spells that compelled honesty couldn't be used, at least not yet. They would need to present their case convincingly before such measures could be employed. Graham knew this well and was prepared to use every resource at his disposal to influence the trial's outcome. "My apologies, Count Lawrence, my emotions got the best of me. Now then, why don't we?" Before Lawrence could finish the sentence, Robert finally raised his head up and shouted, and his words instantly silenced the entire courtroom. "I wish to invoke the right of trial by nobles' combat." A needle could be heard as Robert shouted so that everyone could hear it. He invoked an old rule where noble-born could free themselves by ways of combat. This look was an ancient one from the chaotic times of the kingdom, and was now rarely used as it was very unfavorable towards the defending side. "You wish to do what?" "Young man, I'm not sure you understand the gravity of that law. Please reconsider. We haven't even started." The declaration sent a wave of shock through the room. Even Count Lawrence, who had remained composed throughout, seemed taken aback. Count Graham's face flushed with disbelief, then anger, but eventually settled on glee. To him, this didn't change much, as his opponent was setting himself up to failure. The law only favored people of unmatched strength, and Robert was not one of those. Any one of his knights would be enough to end this farce. Roland remained silent, letting the weight of Robert's words sink into the room. This was the law he had been referring to during their secret conversations. It was a gamble, but it was also their best chance. The right of trial by combat allowed the accused to challenge their accuser to a duel, with the outcome determining their guilt or innocence. It was risky, but it bypassed the need for a trial that was heavily stacked against them. You wish to invoke that old law. I didn't know you were this ignorant. Just like Roland expected, Count Graham didn't see a problem in using this law. From his perspective, this was an easy win. This law had one large flaw. It allowed people of higher levels and even tiers to take part in the duel. Robert was not yet a Tier 3 class holder, and by the rules, a fresh Tier 3 knight would be allowed to face him. There was no reason to believe that he could win, and even with his help, their chances of victory were low. Luckily, the person of the lower level was able to use enchanted weapons, something he took into account when making this outlandish plan. Young Arden, Count Graham sneered. Count Lawrence, the presiding judge, was duty-bound to uphold the law, no matter how ancient or seemingly out of place it might be in modern times. He hesitated, clearly troubled by the request, but in the end he could not deny Robert his right. As per the law, the accused may invoke the right of trial by combat. Wait, Lord Lawrence, please wait. Before the judge could allow the verdict, Francine Arden, who had been hearing this from the side, shouted in protest. She knew this law as well and knew that it was suicide. Count Lawrence turned his gaze towards Francine Arden, who stood with visible distress. He raised an eyebrow, signaling for her to continue. Lord Lawrence, you can't allow this. My son isn't equipped to face one of those knights. It's not fair and it's not justice. Count Graham interjected with a cold, dismissive tone. Count Lawrence, there's no need for hesitation. The law is the law. If the accused wishes to invoke it, then he must face the consequences. Lawrence's face betrayed a moment of inner conflict, but before he could speak up, Roland stepped forward to make his case. He raised his hand, and after confirmation from the judge, he began to speak. Dear Judge, Robert Arden wishes to partake in the duel, however. His body is still weak due to the treatment he received. The methods I used to heal him will not allow him to participate at his full strength unless he rests. He is still injured. Ha, you think that's an excuse. He was the one that invoked the duel. Are you trying to go back on your decision? No, I just wish to postpone the duel until he is better and more able to defend himself. To make it a fair fight, we must ensure that Robert Arden is in a condition that allows him a reasonable chance of victory. Count Graham was not having any of it, as from his perspective, Robert was trying to weasel himself out of taking the duel. He assumed Roland wished to take Robert out of the estate and make a run for it, something that he would not allow to happen. Count Lawrence, struggling to keep the proceedings orderly, glanced between Graham and Roland. The old count's demeanor was far from approving, but he had no choice but to follow the law and consider Roland's request. If the person was injured, then the judge had to postpone the fight. It was a clause created to give a person time to prepare, and considering that Robert had been tortured, Lawrence thought that there was merit to this proposition. Your request is not unreasonable. Given the circumstances, did you have a date in mind? Yes, how about a month? A month. Are you sane? Once Graham heard the words uttered by Roland, he started getting mad. The idea of delaying the duel for an entire month was absurd to him, and he made no effort to hide his disdain. Tomorrow is more than enough time for him to recover from whatever minor injuries he has. This is nothing more than a stalling tactic. Graham was right. Roland needed to stall this as much as possible. His plan hinged on having enough time to prepare Robert's runic gear to topple a Tier 3 class holder. He was sure that he wouldn't get a full month, but it was always better to start bartering from the top. Count Graham, with all due respect, you must understand that Sir Robert was not just injured, he was subjected to severe mistreatment. I merely seek a fair trial by ensuring that he is in a condition to defend himself properly. His wounds run deeper than his flesh. He needs more time to recover for it to be fair. Count Lawrence, who had been listening to the exchange with a thoughtful expression, finally intervened. Enough. Both of you make valid points. However, as the presiding judge, it is my duty to ensure that justice is served, and that includes ensuring the accused is given a fair chance. He paused, his gaze shifting from Roland to Graham. Given the circumstances, I will allow a delay, but not a month. The duel will take place in 1 week. This will give Robert Arden sufficient time to recover and prepare, but not so much time as to unfairly prolong these proceedings. Graham's lips thinned into a displeased line, but he did not object further. He did not want the week delay, but it was better than a month. Roland, on the other hand, shook his head in disapproval. He knew that he was not getting a month out of it, but a week wasn't optimal either. Judge Lawrence, could you reconsider? A week might not be enough time for Sir Robert to recover and prepare for the bout of his life. Graham was even more displeased at the attempt to prolong it further than a week, but he remained silent. Very well, 10 days and not a day longer. Count Lawrence took a moment to consider Roland's request. He knew the intricacies of the law well, and while his instincts told him that Roland was stalling for time, the request was within reasonable limits. A larger holding room would ensure that Robert could recuperate and also help him get back into fighting form. Very well, Robert Arden will be moved to a more suitable chamber where he can rest and prepare for the trial by combat. However, he will remain under heavy guard at all times. I will not tolerate any attempts to flee or tamper with the proceedings. Roland bowed his head respectfully. Count Graham, still fuming but unable to voice any more objections, simply grunted. HMPH, I'm not sure what you're planning, but you made a terrible mistake. My knight will make short work of this criminal. As the session was adjourned, the room slowly began to empty. Count Graham and his allies exchanged whispered words as they exited, no doubt planning their next moves. Roland, however, remained behind with Robert as the guards prepared to escort him to his new chamber. 10 days in 10 days, I'll have to make you a power suit to beat a Tier 3 class holder. Should I call it that, a power suit? Well, I guess I'll think it through later, but now, I need to get to work. Is she all right? Roland asked his sister as Robert was escorted out of the courtroom. Their mother had just passed out after hearing that her only son was trying to get himself killed. Lucian shook her head as she wasn't in a better state and quickly asked her older brother about what was going on. Was that really the best choice? Can Robert win? It depends on a few things and how fast we can create the first prototype, a prototype. Lucian was confused and had no idea what Roland was talking about. She knew about trials carried out through combat and how they usually ended. Even people who were Tier 3 wouldn't dare to challenge someone to a trial by combat unless they were close to Tier 4. Certain rules governing these trials were in place, but they always favored the court, not the defendant. The person undergoing the trial would always face someone many levels above them, and in Robert's case, it would be a Tier 3 class holder. This Tier 3 individual would need to be on the lower end, fresh from their Tier 3 ascension ritual. However, even if they weren't fully immersed in their Tier 3 class, there had never been a case in the history of the kingdom where such a person lost. Don't worry, I've already called for some help. Once they are here, we will start. Roland had a plan to make Robert the first to achieve victory. While defendants weren't favored in these trials, they did have more freedom to use magical equipment. The creators of this law likely didn't foresee advancements like runic batteries or runic limbs that could synchronize with a person's every move. At most, they expected defendants to use enchanted armor and swords, which couldn't hold more than a few charges or reach higher tiers. Lucian's worry only deepened as she heard Roland mention a prototype. From her perspective, it was clear that this magical technology that was going to get used was still new. She was aware of the power Roland had, but she was not sure how it would help her other brother Robert win the trial. This sounded a bit too ambitious and foolhardy even for him. Professor, what exactly are you planning? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. Roland turned to her, his expression under his armor softening. He could see the fear in her eyes, the same fear that had gripped their mother just moments ago. He sighed and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Lucian, trust me. This is the only way we can protect Robert and, by extension, your family. If we don't do something drastic, Count Graham will see to it that Robert is imprisoned forever or worse, executed. I have a plan. It's not without risks, but please trust me. Robert will be safe. I won't let them kill him. His resolve was like iron, and for a moment it calmed the storm of anxiety churning within her. She swallowed hard and nodded, knowing that there was no turning back now. It hasn't been long since they found themselves, but Roland had always been the one to take charge in dire situations. It was the same at the Institute, and despite her misgivings, she had to trust him. All right, be Professor Wayland, I trust you. Just please be careful. I will. Now let's take care of your mother. I'll probably have to explain things in detail to her, but I'll need to remain here to talk with the judge, so I'll meet you two later. Talking to his stepmother that hated him wouldn't be easy, but luckily, she didn't know who he really was. As long as he convinced her that his magic was powerful enough to help Robert win, then perhaps she wouldn't talk his ear off. Robert was escorted out of the temporary trial chamber and transported to a new, more spacious location. Lucian hurried to their mother's side and helped her be moved to a nearby guest room. Was there something more that you wished to discuss, Deputy Professor Wayland? Yes, I wish to take on the role of Sir Robert's squire. He is still a noble's son and needs someone to assist him with preparations. This role will allow me to be by his side during the training and ensure he's equipped with everything necessary for the trial. Count Lawrence regarded Roland with a thoughtful expression, his eyes narrowing slightly as he weighed the request. The squire was in a position to visit the knight and help them prepare. For this to work better, Roland needed Robert to test some of the equipment pieces he was about to make. This law allowed for this to happen, and transporting items with the help of spatial runes wouldn't be a problem either. Very well, but know that as his squire, you'll be under close observation. Any attempt to cheat or manipulate the trial will result in immediate consequences for both you and Robert Arden. I understand, your lordship, but worry not. My help will be mostly indirect and through magical tools only. Roland understood what Lawrence was implying, as positioning himself close to Robert could involve using magic. If it were discovered that he was directly aiding Robert in winning by using his magical abilities, both he and Robert would face execution. However, as long as he provided help through the tools he had created, it would be permissible. Very well, you may serve as his squire. But remember, Deputy Professor, the eyes of the court are upon you, and I will be seeing you in 10 days. Count Lawrence nodded in acknowledgement, and thus the trial was now postponed. Roland watched the Count leave, but Graham had stayed behind. Next to him was the Grand Commander that had been staring daggers into his skull since the start of the first hearing. Roland met the Grand Commander's gaze with a calm demeanor, masking the calculated thoughts racing through his mind. I don't know what you're planning, but I assure you, it won't work, Graham commented before turning on his heel to walk out. The tension between them was palpable, a battle of wills, but Roland refused to flinch. He just waited for both of them to leave, only giving the Count a nod after his claim. Now it was time to truly begin his plan, and the reinforcements that he had called for were almost here. I suppose I'll take care of Francine later. Better make sure that idiot doesn't do anything stupid while he is here. Roland looked away from his map where a few dots were approaching the city gate. The people he had called for were starting to arrive, and he needed their help to make it through the 10 days of crafting. If it was the old him, then he would probably attempt to do it on his own, but he had made some friends along the way, ones that could help him in this endeavor. Lucian, keep an eye on your mother for me. I'll explain the whole plan to her later, but for now, I have some guests that I need to attend. It was a one-way message sent to the device that he previously handed to his sister. He knew that his stepmother would be furious and searching for him, but time was of the essence. Roland moved through the heavily guarded estate to go outside, and then quickly made his way towards the city entrance gate. There, when he arrived, he heard a loud, boisterous voice of someone from Albrook. Are they going to let a Tier 3 class holder wait in line with all the rest? Just shut it already, you've been acting like an idiot ever since you advanced. Why wouldn't I? Hey, calm down you two, the boss said to keep a low profile. Roland approached the trio as they bickered amongst themselves. Armand, in his typical flamboyant manner, was gesticulating wildly while Lobelia, ever the voice of reason, tried to calm him down and keep him from flexing his exposed muscles. Bernier, sitting high on his horse, observed the interaction with an amused smirk. It was his first time outside the city ever since he arrived in Albrook, and he was clearly enjoying the road trip. Better to just wait here, not like I have any power within this city. He decided to let the entrance guards do their job instead of forcing his way in. Count Graham was probably expecting some foul play, and he would certainly not want anyone helping Robert's cause enter the city. Why do they always make us wait in line like we're commoners? Do they not know who I am? Armand was complaining, his chest puffed out in irritation. As if you are anyone important, just keep it down. Lobelia replied while fastening the hood around her face in embarrassment as people were starting to look their way. Bernier, on the other hand, just chuckled while glancing towards a peculiar figure in the distance. There he is, he said, the amusement in his voice evident. Roland stepped forward, raising a hand in greeting. Good to see you all. I see you managed to get Bernier here in one piece and in time. That's unexpected. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Roland turned his head away from Armand, who was shaking in anger. Lobelia, on the other hand, shrugged while moving into the city. After going in and finding a place with fewer eyes, they finally had time to exchange some pleasantries. We need to set up a temporary workshop and start crafting immediately. Robert's trial by combat is in 10 days, and we need to create gear that will give him a fighting chance. I've already reserved one location a day ago. We will go there now, but you two can now leave. Huh, do you want us to leave now? Well, this was a one-way escort mission, but if you want to stay, there is an adventurer guild in this city. Armand protested, but his and Lobelia's job had been completed. He just needed Bernier to get here in one piece, and once he was here, Roland could move forward with part of his plan. There were more people on the way, but before they arrived, they could assemble a proper area for building runic gear. That's even more of a reason for me to stay. If they try something, I'll just blow them away. Finally, you say something good. I guess that brain isn't filled only with booze. I knew you would see my greatness. Wait, what is that supposed to mean? Are you trying to start a fight? If you're going to stay, at least try not to make a scene. Having 2 Tier 3 class holders on his side was always advantageous. Bernier wasn't too strong, so if he ever needed to go into the city, Armand could act as his guard. Lobelia, as an archer, could also help protect his sister and stepmother, who had arrived without any noteworthy bodyguards. Sweet so, do you know a place where I can get something to drink and a taste of the more sensual? I don't, and I hope you don't expect me to pay for any of that. What's the point of having a rich and famous brother-in-law if you can't get him to pay for your booze and women? Are you sure you didn't get hit on your head by an orc or something? Lobelia was as always disappointed by Armand's antics of wanting to visit the red light district almost instantly. It was as if his sole reason for living was to grade whorehouses in each city. Maybe I should have asked Myrtle and her party to do this instead. Roland sighed as he led Armand, Lobelia, and Bernier toward the designated workshop location. The banter between Armand and Lobelia was a familiar but unwelcome distraction. Yet, despite their differences in priorities, Roland knew he could count on them when the situation turned dire. The temporary workshop he had secured was a modest building in the artisans' district. It had been chosen for its proximity to the main roads and ease of access to the equipment and materials they would be using. The location was unremarkable but functional, and there wasn't much choice that he was left with at such short notice. The workshop had already been paid for in full, and even the Count would be unable to evict him through legal means. Any attempt to do so could be interpreted as an effort to interfere with the trial, something he could not afford. Look sturdy enough. Bernier entered through the front, and the inside was spacious, but empty of tools. It resembled more of a warehouse than a workshop. However, the large backpack and briefcase Roland had brought with him would soon fill the space with all the magical tools they needed. Once everything was unpacked and arranged, they would be nearly ready to begin their work. We have some unwelcome guests, probably people hired by the Count. I feel them, don't worry, leave this to me, Lobelia replied while silently disappearing to the side. Roland glanced at a few dots around them, quickly running away after probably being confronted by a few well-placed warning arrows. Armand didn't get a chance to help, and after the eavesdroppers were done with, Bernier and Roland began setting up the workshop. First, Roland unfolded the briefcase he had brought for this expedition. He had anticipated it might prove useful, but he hadn't expected to need it so soon. As he set it down, the briefcase began to expand, transforming into a flat surface on the floor and extending to its full 10-meter length. From within, various tools, a workbench, a smelter, and even a furnace began to emerge, filling the space with everything they needed to start their work. We have all the tools now. Did you bring everything I've asked for? Bernier took down his backpack and began unpacking its contents with a careful but efficient pace. Backpack, much like Roland's briefcase, was equipped with a spatial expansion enchantment, allowing it to carry far more than its exterior suggested. As Bernier laid out the items, the floor of the workshop quickly became populated with an array of materials, rare ores, crystals, and even a few runic scrolls Roland had requested. Each of these components was essential for the ambitious project they were about to undertake. Think you'll have to give me a hand with this one, boss. It's a bit heavy. Sure. Roland nodded and approached the large spatial storage bag. Reaching into it, he pulled out a sizable mechanical limb with a clamp at the end. It was the large exoskeleton he had once built for Bernier, which had been destroyed during the battle with the cult. Later, they had reassembled it and disassembled it into smaller parts for this journey. Alongside it were various other golemic limbs that had been used in the assembly of Bernier's prosthesis. But that wasn't all. Among the items was a smaller framework resembling the exoskeleton, an unfinished project Roland had set aside some time ago. Now, with all these incomplete components at his disposal, he aimed to create something entirely new, a never-before-seen armor. This wouldn't just be a robotic exoskeleton requiring manual controls instead. It would mimic the movements of the wearer, much like the runic prosthetic limb. Roland intended to create the first fully functional runic power suit. One that didn't require the user to be able to wield mana or even have any battle classes. Now let's start stripping a few of these down for parts. I've already prepared a schematic. Tell me what you think. Boss. Roland unfolded a large scroll, revealing the intricate blueprints he had meticulously crafted over the past few days. The schematics detailed the design of a runic power suit, and now they just needed to turn this ink into reality. Kyra, it's a kitty, a woman's voice was heard and was accompanied by words of protest. Young lady, unhand me this instant. I am not a common house cat. I am a reputable professor and rune mage. The person in question was Arian, and he was in the process of having his head petted. Despite his loud protests, this didn't deter his tormentor, Lobelia the half-elf. She had noticed a floating cat approaching and was instantly smitten by the small, cute creature. Didn't matter that this person was a powerful mage from the Institute. She ran up to him and began scratching behind his feline ears. Ha, that cat is quite chatty. Are you sure it's not some sort of monster? How did it get into the city? I am not in it, you brute. Where is Professor Wayland? Not far from Lobelia was a large man, Armand. He was there leaning against a door leading to the temporary workshop. Roland turned from his workbench just as Arian's indignant voice filled the room. The sight of the usually composed rune mage being manhandled by Lobelia was both amusing and concerning. He knew Arian well enough to know that he wouldn't do anything drastic, but he wasn't sure how long it would take before a spell was cast in retaliation. Lobelia, let him go. That's not a cat, it's a person. Lobelia reluctantly released Arian, her hands falling to her sides as she sheepishly stepped back. Arian quickly floated up, regaining his composure and shaking out his fur in a huff. Finally, I don't have time for this nonsense. I did not travel all the way to be mistreated. Arian muttered under his breath, shooting Lobelia a glare before hovering toward the door where Armand stood nearby. The temporary workshop had windows, but they were all sealed with layers of metal and runic spells. Roland didn't want anyone to peek inside, so the door was the only way in. The runes on the door blinked for a moment before it swung open, allowing Arian to pass through. Once inside, he saw his friend Roland tinkering with some strange items, which immediately piqued his interest. Arian floated closer, his curiosity overcoming his irritation. His sharp eyes scanned the various components strewn across the workshop. The intricate machinery, arcane tools, and partially assembled devices were a sight to behold. Roland was deep in concentration, adjusting a complex mechanism with a steady hand, seemingly unfazed by the earlier commotion. I received your message. This is quite the operation you've set up, Professor Wayland. I assume this is related to the trial, and that you're planning something beyond the conventional. Roland set down the mechanical limb he had been working on. Its fingers wiggled and contorted unnaturally, as he had not yet installed the limiters. Without limits on the joints, the digits bent back at angles exceeding 90 degrees, something that would certainly injure anyone using this as a power glove. Yes, Professor Arian. I'm glad you could make it. I apologize about Lobelia there. She isn't too versed around magic. Roland replied, his smile remaining unnoticed under the runic helmet that he was wearing. The possibility of people discovering his identity was quite high, so his armor needed to stay on. Your expertise will be invaluable for what I have planned. Arian's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he settled onto a cleared spot on the workbench, curling his tail neatly around his paws. I must admit your message was cryptic but enticing. A prototype runic apparatus capable of bridging the gap between tiers. Ambitious, even for you. Roland rose from his seat, his gaze moving to the large board stuck to the wall. Their schematic of what they would be building was already hanging and waiting for Arian's input. You assume correctly, Arian. We're building something that has never been seen before, a suit of armor that in theory should be enough to boost its wearer's power exponentially, even allowing them to bridge the gap between tiers. But before we start, have others arrived with you? Yes, they will be here after working out our accommodations at the inn. Arian wasn't the only one Roland had called from the institute. The dwarven craftsmen from the runic department were also highly competent helpers. Both Arian and the craftsmen were part of the runic department, making them ideal for completing this project. Since the craftsmen didn't have much work at the moment, taking them away for a little over a week wasn't an issue. With their help and 9 days remaining, Roland hoped to have the suit combat ready before the deadline. While they prepared, Arian studied the schematic intently, his eyes narrowing as he took in the intricate details. The concept was audacious, building a suit that could amplify the capabilities of its wearer to the point where they could stand against an opponent tens of levels higher, even going past a tiers. It was nothing short of revolutionary. If successful, it could not only save Robert but change the way battles were fought. This is beyond ambitious, Wayland. The synchronization between the wearer and the suit alone is a monumental challenge. And that's before we consider the power source, the mana conduits, the runic stabilization required to prevent catastrophic feedback. It's as if you're trying to build a walking fortress for a single man, or something like a reactionary golem. Roland nodded, unfazed by the daunting task ahead. I know, but we don't have any other choice. Robert doesn't stand a chance on his own, and the Count will make sure that he faces one of the more competent Tier 3 class holders. I hope that he underestimates our chances to give us an edge, but we can't rely on that. Arian floated closer to the schematic, his tail flicking thoughtfully. The paper depicted detailed sketches of a bulky suit of armor, quite different from Roland's usual designs. This one featured internal mechanical components designed to move independently. The suit's internals resembled an exoskeleton, which would need to be built first as a framework. Then layers of armor would be added over it for extra protection. Your design is solid, but it's going to need refinement. The mana flow through the exoskeleton will need to be flawless, and will have to account for the user's natural latency. The runes here are similar to that marvelous runic prosthetic. Are you sure it will work on such a large apparatus like this one? It should, and I'll need your help with adjusting the soul to mana converters. We need to get the reaction times down or Robert will get himself killed. The armor will certainly boost his strength, speed, and defenses, but it can't do much for his natural reaction times. But I do have a solution for that. Take a look at this. Arian's interest in all of this was immense, and he glanced to the side where another schematic was pinned. It depicted a strange circular device inscribed with various runes, some of which he wasn't too familiar with. Above it, the codename MPU Mana Phantom Unit was written, and he instantly realized what it was for. Oh, this is indeed ambitious. Roland had thoroughly briefed his friend on all his recent achievements. Arian had reviewed Roland's research on rune prosthetics and was someone with whom he could discuss ideas. Although Arian couldn't assist with the actual construction of the armor, he could provide valuable advice on rune assembly. With his impeccable expertise in rune magic, Arian's help was crucial in minimizing lag between the user's soul and the suit. Roland aimed to ensure that the suit felt like a second skin rather than a cumbersome piece of armor. If I'm not mistaken, this MPU will help the armor react to incoming attacks detected by the mana phantom you discovered. Well, not exactly, but you're close. While the suit is similar to a golem, making it react to external stimuli like mana phantoms in a precise way will be challenging. It could disrupt the user's balance if it started moving on its own, right, precisely. Instead, I've decided to send feedback to the suit's main display panel, giving the user extra time to react accordingly. This method will make it much easier to complete within the 9 days, and it'll prevent complaints about the suit being just a battle golem that does all the fighting for him. Roland shrugged, fully aware that this method skirted the rules. The armor he was developing had to adhere to specific parameters. It needed to qualify as a magical tool, and golems or summoned creatures were prohibited. If he could simply supply Robert with his golem spiders and floating orbs, there'd be no need for all this work. Your approach to integrating the Mana Phantom unit into the suit's design is quite clever, Wayland. However, the success of this mechanism will depend heavily on the precision of the mana conduits and the stability of the runes. Roland nodded in acknowledgement. That's why I'm counting on your expertise. I don't know anyone better at customizing runic components than you. Ha, praise will get you nowhere, my friend. Arian had a good laugh, and eventually, they heard a knock on the door. That's more people than I expected. What are those girls doing here? I'll be right back. His feline friend barely reacted, being too engrossed in inspecting the rune guide Roland had prepared. He opened the door to find a group of dwarves waiting, accompanied by another group that included Margaret and his sister. Francine Arden stood with them, her gaze reminiscent of the look she gave him when he was younger. You mother, please calm down. The professor knows what he's doing. Lucian, not another word. Yes, mother, his sister retreated like a scared kitten while the woman charged forward. Even though she was facing a powerful tier 3 mage many would normally fear, she didn't seem to care. Her love for Robert was undeniable, and her anger toward Roland was palpable. He had to defuse the situation quickly before things got out of hand. Lady Francine, I understand your concerns, but I assure you that my intentions are solely to aid your son Robert. Roland spoke with a steady, respectful tone, trying to calm the angered woman. Francine's fierce eyes softened slightly at his words. She approached him, her guard standing to the side and looking tense. There was no shouting or berating instead. She lowered her head for a moment before finally speaking. I don't know why you are doing this, and I frankly don't care. My daughter thinks that you can save my Robert, and I am willing to believe it, so please, save my son. Roland was taken aback by the sudden shift in tone. He had expected her to remain hostile and continue berating him, but instead, he sensed a change in her demeanor from anger to desperation. It seemed she had come to the realization that there was nothing more she could do. Her son had already agreed to the battle trial, and now only Roland had the ability to deliver a solution. Lucian had likely informed her of his capabilities, prompting her to appeal to him for help. Don't worry, madam, that has always been my intention. Francine couldn't see Roland's eyes, but she searched for any signs of deception in his movements. She had a lot of experience with noble circles where almost everyone had a hidden agenda, and for some reason she felt like the man was trustworthy and sincere. With that, Francine turned and left, her guards following closely behind. Lucian lingered for a moment, as if wanting to say something, but before she could, the dwarves approached Roland. There were 5 of them, all familiar faces. Without saying much, they simply stepped into the workshop where Arian was already busy at work. He was about to do the same, but instead of his sister, Margaret was the one to make a move. Professor Wayland, is there anything that we can do? She took a step closer and approached the entrance, but before she could peek inside, he blocked it with his body. The girl seemed sincere with her words, but he didn't want to involve her or any of the other students in his work. The last thing that he needed was someone using these young girls to get to him. The less they knew of the situation, the safer it was. But I'm sure that we can do something. No, that's fine, you have your secrets and I have mine, this will be enough. She persisted, but Roland made a deliberate move to block her from entering the workshop and seeing inside. He wasn't sure who this young woman was, but it was safer to keep things hidden for now. Once his invention was unveiled to the public, he anticipated trouble. An equipment piece that could enable a Tier 2 class holder to triumph over a Tier 3 class holder would likely cause a stir and make him quite infamous throughout the kingdom. You heard the boss, now run along girlies. Out of nowhere, Armand appeared flexing his muscles. He had a smug expression on his face as if enjoying the job as a bodyguard. Margaret wasn't used to being turned away so abruptly, especially when she felt she could contribute, but Roland's firm stance made it clear that he wasn't going to budge. After a moment, she sighed and stepped back, giving him a resigned nod. All right, Professor Wayland, but if you need anything at all, please don't hesitate to ask. I will, for now, just relax and brush up on your studies. This will take another 10 days. I will come to check up on you later. Margaret nodded, and so did her 2 friends. Lucian said nothing, turning to walk with them. Roland remained standing, his gaze fixed on the girl with the suspicious background. He wasn't sure who or what she was, but something about her made him feel it might be wise to keep an eye on her. There was something about her that he couldn't put his finger on, a gut feeling that made him wary. Maybe I'm overthinking things. She hasn't done anything too suspicious probably, just can't help herself from helping her friends. He turned away, considering whether someone from the royal family might visit soon due to Margaret's presence. It was wise to be cordial if she was connected to anyone powerful, but that didn't mean he would allow her to invade his workshop. Once he was inside, the door was closed. Various runes shivered over the wood that he had imbued it with as protection from the outside. No mage would be able to peek inside through the use of spells, and neither was he expecting any uninvited guests. Inside, the dwarven craftsman had already set to work. Bernir was instructing them about what they were going to start with. Arian, on the other hand, was going through all the runic components, making sure that Roland had not made any mistakes. I got them all together. Now we need to make a base prototype in a few days and get Robert to test it. Without input from his side, this will be difficult. Roland had taken on the role of a squire, which allowed him to visit Robert and assist with his training if he wished. The combatant had some time to prepare and familiarize himself with new weapons, and the Count needed to provide a secluded location for their training. This arrangement made things somewhat fairer, though their opponents would likely try to spy on their preparations. They began by unloading all the tools and materials that Arian and the dwarves had brought. While the suit would not be made from mithril, it would be constructed from a similarly strong metal bulkier and with additional features. The key to the suit's effectiveness lay in the MPU and how well the power armor would synchronize with Robert's movements. Time was of the essence, and he could not see himself sleeping too much for the next few days. So tell me, what did you find? Your lordship, this is all the information our troops have been able to gather. Late at night, a few candlelights flickered, casting shadows over three men. One was Count Graham, seated behind his office desk. Next to him stood Grand Commander Leopold, ever vigilant, staring intently at the third man who was presenting some papers to the lord. It was immediately apparent that the Count was in a bad mood, and it was due to the thinness of the papers he was being given. Is this all you could gather on this man? I already know that he is a recent professor. The rest doesn't help with anything. Graham slammed his fist down on the table, causing it to rattle slightly. The papers contained information on the recent thorn in his side, Deputy Professor Wayland. While there was plenty of detail about his appearance at the Institute, the rest was quite vague. The only other connection they could make to his name, besides the Institute, was the Adventurers Guild. However, the record seemed fake and incomplete. First, Wayland appeared somewhere in the region owned by the Valyrian House, a place not easily accessible. Fortunately, guilds were required to keep records of adventurers, and those of Tier 3 and above had separate files. A man with the same name surfaced in a town called Albrook, but aside from confirming his name and his involvement with the local lord, there was little else. There was a possibility that he was connected with a man named Arthur Valyrian. However, Graham wondered if this was all just a ruse. Would a knight commander from the other side of the kingdom suddenly appear here without his lord? It was more probable that the two weren't related, and that the Wayland from the Institute was just a cover. Perhaps the powerful mage was using this alias to obscure his true origins. This man could be dangerous, if he is someone willing to alter the records this much. Perhaps this Wayland was hired by someone to aid one of Valyrian's sons to destabilize the region. But what would they gain from that? Many theories floated through Graham's mind as he tried to connect the dots. There wasn't much information, and the man was even rumored to be a runesmith, which made no sense. That story was probably a lie, and Wayland had likely been placed in Albrook for some specific reason. If his purpose was to destabilize the Valyrian household, it was possible that the royal family had sent him. His connection to the Archmage couldn't be ignored either. Perhaps she had finally decided to abandon her neutrality. Could it be about the young lass? She's a clairvoyant, possibly on her way to becoming an oracle when she's older. Are they just trying to curry favor because of her potential? Graham wasn't sure what to think. The motivations behind these people's movements were baffling. Perhaps it would have been wiser to give in when he had the chance, but now things had gotten out of hand. He could no longer retreat from this battle, as other nobles would see him as weak. Even though he might offend the Archmage, there were others who disliked her and could become potential allies. What about that workshop? I don't see any mention of what they're doing in there, just a list of names. We weren't able to proceed, my lord. The magical defenses around it are too robust for our mages. Why am I paying those ingrates if their magic is useless? Graham shouted, throwing the report at the man standing before him in a fit of rage. The uncertainty of what was happening inside that temporary workshop was driving him mad. They were planning something, and he didn't like it one bit. For some reason, his knight lost to the young Arden boy. He would become a laughingstock, the first noble to lose in a combat trial since many centuries. Eventually, the man was dismissed, leaving Graham alone with Leopold. Leopold, yes, my lord, I want you to personally train that knight. Use all the means at our disposal, even if that means you have to use that. By that, do you mean? Yes. Go to the vault and pick up ones that will complement our knight. Just make sure that it's not too obvious. The Grand Commander just nodded as he understood the assignment. Soon, he made his way out of Count Graham's office and headed to the vault deep within the manor. It was a place few were allowed to enter, containing ancient artifacts and enchanted items collected over generations by the Graham family. The vault's entrance was protected by a complex array of runes, ensuring that only those with the proper authority could access its contents. Leopold approached the door, pressing his hand against the cold stone. The runes flared to life, recognizing his presence and slowly dissolving the initial barrier. The whole place continued to rumble as thick slabs of metal slid to the side to reveal a long corridor filled with traps. None of them activated, and soon Leopold arrived at the last door that would lead him inside. Once there, he could feel the air thick with the weight of magical energy. Shelves lined the walls, each filled with various relics, some shimmering with latent power, others dormant but no less dangerous. His eyes scanned the collection until they settled on a particular set of items. These were not the most powerful artifacts in the vault, but they were perfect for the task at hand. He approached and picked one of them up, a crimson-red gem similar to a ruby but containing strange and forbidden power. There were many of these crystals here, all of varying shapes and sizes. The Grand Commander looked at the labels on the shelves and used them as a guide. The stones pulsed faintly with a dark red internal light, emanating a power that seemed to twist the soul. It was considered a taboo thing, but if his lord ordered it, he would comply. That was his knightly duty. He placed the gem in a small, ornately carved box, lined with protective runes to contain its energy. With the treasure sealed and ready, he returned to the manor. The trial was fast approaching, and his knight needed to absorb the power of this gift from the Lord. Once that was accomplished, with some guidance and training, victory was assured. There was no doubt in his mind that Robert Arden would die. Back at Roland's temporary workshop, the atmosphere was tense but focused. The team had begun work on the exoskeleton framework, with the dwarves meticulously forging each piece under Bernier's supervision. The sound of hammers striking metal filled the air, intertwined with the hum of mana as Arian adjusted the runic components. Roland moved between workstations, his mind constantly processing and recalculating. Every piece had to fit perfectly, every rune had to be aligned with absolute precision. There was no room for error, not with Robert's life hanging in the balance. As he worked, his thoughts occasionally drifted to the Count. He knew that Graham would stop at nothing to ensure his knight's victory, which meant that Robert would be facing more than just a man in combat. He would be up against the entire Graham estate's resources. But Roland had his own secret weapon, the prototype suit. If everything went according to plan, it would tip the scales in Robert's favor. However, much work remained, and dangers loomed on the horizon. Revealing his creation would likely make him a target. Initially, people might dismiss the rumors, but eventually, the power armor prototype could attract significant trouble to his doorstep. I'll cross that bridge when the time comes. If I'm lucky, they'll just see it as a new type of artifact that isn't practical for military use. This should give me some time to prepare. Fortunately, there's no internet here, so word will travel slowly, and Graham will likely avoid leaving any records of his loss. Roland was making several assumptions to buy himself some time. He knew that powerful armors capable of enhancing strength would be highly sought after by the nobility to bolster their armies. However, one prototype alone wouldn't be enough to attract serious attention. Only once he had developed a full-fledged squadron of runic power armor users and presented them to the world would they be taken seriously. Rumors would start, but only once this project was fully launched in Albrook would he truly attract unwanted attention. Well, boss, the exoskeleton is mostly ready, but without the user it will be hard to complete. Let me see first. Me and Robert have a similar build. As the night wore on, the workshop remained a hive of activity. Eventually, they managed to assemble all the available parts into a framework for the suit. Being a prototype, getting into it was quite troublesome. After removing a few sections, Roland slid inside from the back and had the other craftsmen push the exposed parts back into place. They planned to attach a larger battery packed to the back of the suit, but for now, it was being powered by Roland himself. Once inside the exoskeleton, Roland noticed the stiffness surrounding him. Although he had removed the armor around his body while keeping the helmet on, it was still a tight squeeze. This wasn't ordinary armor, it was more akin to a golem with its own moving parts. If he tried to use his strength to move, he risked bending and breaking the entire suit. Only after activating the runes and using the soul to mana connectors did he attempt to move. It works, boss, Bernier called out in a jolly voice and was followed by one of the dwarven craftsmen. By my beard, it does. How splendid. Arian chimed in as he watched the exoskeleton come to life. The current shell was composed of thick rods and braces encircling Roland's limbs. These components were made from various metals and salvaged parts from golems and old creations. There wasn't much time to be stringent, but they were planning to prepare a proper sturdy outer shell. The dwarven craftsmen were already working with a special alloy called black dwarven steel. While not as strong as mithril in its raw form, with thicker plates, it could become just as resistant. They had already performed all the required tests, so activating the exosuit was rather simple. Once running, the suit buzzed slightly before the runes sprang to life. The metal skeleton Roland was inside began to pulsate with glowing runes, marking the commencement of the suit's functionality. He attempted to move his right hand first. Though sluggish at first, it started to move. The joints on the sides creaked as they were pulled and pushed by the force of the mana motor. Unlike a traditional robot with motors and numerous moving parts, this suit utilized something akin to arcane musculature. With each movement, the runes responded, tugging in the desired direction and generating the necessary motion. There was no need for cogs or cords to assist with the pulling instead. The mana itself powered all the movements. This allowed the prototype's joints to be designed much more compactly, making the suit both efficient and streamlined. Roland took a cautious step in the exoskeleton, feeling the heavy frame respond with a slight delay. The suit's mechanisms creaked and groaned, but it held together. He moved his arm experimentally, the mana-assisted joints whirring softly. The dwarves cheered at the successful initial test, their excitement evident despite the long hours of labor. He remained focused as he tested the movements, carefully noting the lag between his actions and the suit's responses. The delay was expected, given that this was still a prototype, but it would need to be fine-tuned to ensure Robert could use the suit effectively in combat. With his mind in place, he started changing the parameters, making the prototype's movements smoother with each second until he was satisfied. Good work, everyone, but we're not done yet. We need to reinforce a few joints and make a few adjustments. I'll redraw the schematic, just follow the instructions. A few rivets have come loose. We need to address that, Arian warned and floated closer to examine the runic components running along the exoskeleton. His sharp eyes noted the faint glow emanating from the runic circuits, indicating that the energy flow was indeed operational. The mana seems to be going through smoothly, but will those runic batteries be enough to make it run? We might have to condense the runes even further and find a more optimal route for the traces, but it will still only have a short operation time, no longer than 10 or 15 minutes. This experimental golem armor would be using a lot of mana. Even with a large battery pack strapped to the back, the time would be limited. It was possible to establish a wireless charging station that would refill this prototype, but during the fight it would probably not be allowed. Robert would have around 10 minutes to defeat his enemy, less if he was forced to move around too much. As the night deepened, the workshop's atmosphere grew increasingly intense. Roland, now satisfied with the initial test, exited the exoskeleton with the help of Bernier and the dwarves. The suit had proven functional, but it was far from battle-ready. All right, let's focus on the key areas. Bernier was proving himself to be a perfect assistant and leader of his own team. Even though he had been an outsider, the dwarven craftsman could tell that he was their superior. He was able to perfectly read his schematics and instruct the small group where to do the repairs. It only took a few hours for the exterior of the suit to be ready. Arian and Roland, on the other hand, had another thing to take care of, the main runic display that Robert would see once he put the helmet on. Do you have an idea for this display? Arian, intrigued by the idea, asked curiously. He had already seen the inside of Roland's helmet and the complex data displayed within, but he wasn't sure if a regular knight would be able to comprehend all that information. Roland possessed a unique trait along with enhanced Tier 3 perception, something that Robert still lacked. To address this, Roland realized he would need to prepare a simplified version of the graphical interface, and he already had an idea in mind. It's nothing complicated. We'll use a series of color patterns and audio prompts. It will inform the user of when an attack is coming. Roland had come from a world filled with various games. Some of these games had intricate battle systems and boss fights. What he was focusing was on the tutorials of those games and how they initially prepared their players for the challenge. There were many ways of showcasing an incoming attack, like making the enemy glow red or highlighting specific areas where the next attack might land. Sometimes they would put a red area on the ground where a spell or special ability would land. These simple cues were effective in helping players quickly understand a fight's mechanics, and he was planning to use this concept in the suit's display. He envisioned the helmet providing Robert with a combination of visual and auditory signals. For instance, if an attack was imminent from the right, the helmet's display could flash a red warning on the right side of the visor, accompanied by a brief tone. The intensity of the light or sound could correlate with the severity of the threat, allowing Robert to react more intuitively without needing to decipher complex data. Interesting, so you're going for something more instinctual. That could work, especially since Sir Robert won't have time to analyze anything too complex during a fight. Exactly, but can't leave it all up to the MPU. Have something else in mind. While the suit could use the Mana Phantom to predict enemy movements about a second in advance, this alone was not enough. It was more effective to analyze the enemy and identify their strengths and weaknesses. With his golem still hidden away within the Devere estate, Roland had already been gathering information about his brother's enemy. He was in the process of analyzing the man's threat level, movements, and vulnerabilities. Initially, everything went smoothly, but one day, things changed. The man displayed a strength that hadn't been evident before, something Roland immediately took notice of. How in the blazes does it move like that? It's leagues better than the old models. "You tellin' me Master Wayland made it all on his own? Well, o' course, the boss is the best smith alive. Figured it all out himself, though, mind ye. I did lend a hand, ye reckon. It could take the place of an eye. Aw, not so sure 'bout that. But it'd sure do better than that all peg leg ye have got." A group of dwarves huddled around Bernir, examining his runic prosthetic arm. Several days had passed since they began working on the runic power armor. Eventually, they noticed that, while his arm was fully mechanized, it moved no differently than a regular arm. Typical golem hand replacements were slow, usually only capable of clamping down on objects. "Hey, are you done resting?" The group's chatter was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of Roland, fully dressed in his mage robes. In his right hand, he carried a suitcase that previously contained all his workshop tools and apparatuses. Clearly in a hurry, he didn't wait for the dwarves to respond before setting it down and letting it unfold. The exoskeleton of the power armor was finished, though it still lacked most of its outer shell. "We're ready, boss," Bernir called out while putting back the glove he covered his metallic hand behind. "Great, follow the schematics. I'll be back later." The internals of the power armor hovered in the air for a moment before being relocated onto the ground plate. The dwarves watched as it sank into the metal floor, folding back into the shape of the briefcase. Roland swiftly grabbed the case and hurried out of the workshop as he needed to collect data from his brother, Robert. Bernir seems to be getting along with the dwarves at least. It didn't go unnoticed that the small group of craftsmen appreciated his assistant's expertise. Despite being only half-dwarf, years of working alongside a runesmith had made him the perfect helper. Initially, they were skeptical and some even reluctant to follow his orders. However, after spending time with him and witnessing his skills firsthand, they accepted him into their group. They couldn't help but marvel at his runic prosthesis, especially since some of them were missing body parts as well. This sparked a question: could his technology replace other types of organs? While crafting a prosthetic limb was one thing, something as complex as an eyeball was another matter entirely. After that came other organs like the heart or lungs. Would something like that be feasible? It probably wasn't impossible, but it would require quite a lot of further research he had no time for at the moment. "I should focus on Roberts' issue first. I didn't expect those bastards to use something like that. Could it really be those things?" It didn't take him long to reach the DeVere estate. Since he had taken on the role of Robert's squire, he was granted permission to visit him. Robert was allowed to train and even temporarily leave his cell. Those in higher positions were sometimes allowed to leave entirely, with the condition of appearing on the date of their duel. Failure to appear would result in an automatic loss and immediate conviction. However, after several individuals fled to avoid punishment, the rules were changed. Now, prisoners could only train in sealed-off locations, like underground dungeons, with all exits guarded and secured. That's the location. They are keeping him hidden. As he was let through the main gate and escorted toward Robert's holding cell, Roland glanced into the distance. One of his hidden golems, stationed far away, was monitoring a certain knightly individual. The knight's movements were swift, his swordsmanship precise. He was sparring with the Grand Commander in preparation for his duel with Robert. At first, nothing seemed unusual, but Roland quickly noticed something was off as the knight's movements were far too refined for someone of his level. "Blood crystals, huh? I didn't expect to see them here, let alone used by knights." It appeared that Count Graham wasn't leaving anything to chance. He had allowed one of his men to use the forbidden blood crystals, notorious black market items that heightened a person's skills without the need for training. They were rare and frowned upon by most, but undeniably effective. His movements are much better now than before. This is going to be tricky. Roland's runic power armor was still largely untested, and he had no idea how it would perform against a true Tier 3 opponent. To make matters worse, the knight's active and passive skills had been significantly boosted by the blood crystal, even though his overall level remained the same. While Roland wasn't sure about the side effects, one thing was clear: the knight would be a far tougher opponent than he'd originally anticipated. They are cheating, but not like I'm doing things fair either. Even though this was a dire matter, it didn't mean that things wouldn't go his way. Even now, his golems were constantly recording the man's movements. In Roland's mind, the person who came best prepared would be victorious. The armor he created for Robert was just one piece of the puzzle. Gathering information about the knight in question was the other. He would record the knight's movements and patterns, then develop a battle plan. This plan would complement the MPU and enable Robert to anticipate his opponent's every move. Eventually, he arrived at Robert's new holding facility, something that was a lot more fitting for a noble. The large metal door creaked open to reveal a spacious, though sparsely furnished, chamber. Robert Arden stood in the center, engaged in a series of rigorous exercises, his movements fluid and precise. In his hands was a large blunt iron sword, far too light for someone of his stature to use for training. "Sir, Robert," Roland called out, his voice echoing through the chamber. Robert paused and turned to face Roland, his face that was previously quite serious going soft. Our Mr. Wayland, it's good to see you. Did you know that they use this place to train their guards? The monster blood on the walls hasn't even dried up. It reminds me of home. After glancing around, Roland also noticed that this area was similar to the little underground training facility in the Arden estate. It was there that he had to fight goblins when not even 10 years of age. It seemed that all nobles had similar places hidden away. Some were just used to torment their children in hopes of them getting battle classes, and it usually worked. From all of the boys in the Arden family, all of them ended up with battle classes. I see. I'm glad that you seem to be in high spirits, sir. Robert, we don't have much time, so we should begin with your training, but first, Roland could see multiple dots around this area, some even belonging to mages that were watching them. While Graham needed to give them a place to train, it didn't mean that he couldn't place his people around them. His ability to sense hidden spells was great, so he was sure that people from outside were listening in. To alleviate this problem, he just took out a metallic plate and placed it on the ground. After a moment, it exuded a hard-to-see pulse that shifted into a shroud of darkness that engulfed the entire room. To the mages outside, don't worry. This is not an attempt to escape. You should recognize this spell, and that it's just for privacy. Before the barrier of shadow took shape, he made sure to speak out loudly to the people observing them from outside. They weren't doing anything against the law by blocking out their presence. Only if they tried to escape would they be violating the rules. The mage's presence was undeniable, but they did not rush into the cell to stop them. They knew the rules as well and were probably ordered by someone above them to stand down. This barrier is something wrong, Robert asked, his eyes widening at the swirling shadows on the edges of the cell. The light around them began to dim, and he found himself encased in a half-dome of swirling black dust. The walls were no longer visible, but Roland was there to reassure him. It's to ensure our conversation remains private, Sir Robert. It would be best if our outside acquaintances didn't discover what I'm about to show you, and make sure not to mention it either. Ah, sure. Robert wiped the sweat from his brow, eyeing the strange suitcase as it was placed on the ground. He noticed that Roland was still maintaining the facade of his institute identity, a role he clearly intended to keep up. While the spell they had cast might block out most of what they were doing, it wasn't foolproof. Robert knew of certain spells that could uncover past truths and long-forgotten conversations. His brother was being cautious, and he wouldn't risk revealing his secrets. Once the case was set down, it unfolded on its own, revealing a hidden suit of armor inside, or rather, an exoskeleton designed to be worn. Robert was taken aback by the sight of the human-shaped apparatus before him. Before he could inspect it further, Roland handed him a bulky helmet. "Put this on and get into the suit." "We don't have much time," Roland instructed, his intent clear. He needed to capture all of Robert's movement data. While their bodies were similar, Roland couldn't use himself as the basis for the armor. He needed to have Robert perform all of his sword skills and other various abilities. Then the program would need to be adjusted to his needs, strengths, and weaknesses. Robert stared at the exoskeleton in awe. It was unlike any armor he had ever seen. Despite his years of training and experience, this machine looked more like a magical golem than traditional armor. Though Roland had asked him to put it on, the exoskeleton lacked the usual components of plate armor, making it feel alien and unfamiliar. "Put it on. But how do I wear this thing?" "Don't worry, I'll help you later if we have time. I might even come up with an easier, more automated way to get you in. But for now, we need to move quickly. Time is running out. Only 5 days remained until the fight, and they needed to get everything right. After gathering movement data here, they would reassess the runic operating system and customize it to fit Robert's body perfectly. Then they'd have to familiarize him with the MPU and finally encase the exoskeleton fully, transforming it into a true suit of armor that would enhance its wearer's power. Robert nodded and stepped forward, following his brother's instructions to enter the suit. It was a tight fit, but with a few adjustments, he managed to slip inside. Once he was in, the helmet was carefully placed over his head. To his surprise, the interior was comfortable, the padding molding to his skull as if it had been custom-made. Though his vision was mostly obscured, a screen activated inside the helmet, revealing various runes flashing before him, along with some readable words. "Runic frame operating system. What's that supposed to mean?" Robert asked, puzzled. "Well, Arian wanted me to give the system a name, so we went with that. I guess he wants his work to stand apart from the runic power armor." "Runic power armor, is that what this is called?" "It will be once it's finished. But for now, let's focus on getting you moving. Once you're ready, try taking a few steps. After you've familiarized yourself with the movements, we'll use that training sword over there for practice. Now focus, we don't have all day." Ah, sure, Robert felt strange taking orders from his younger brother. It was as if he were interacting with someone much older, as though Roland were the elder sibling, not him. The screen before him displayed strange indicators and flashing lights he couldn't decipher. Yet, once he started moving, everything began to make sense. Initially, the weight of the suit was overwhelming. It felt as if rocks were strapped to his limbs whenever he tried to move. However, after a few flashing lights and a nod from Roland, everything changed. Suddenly, he felt lighter. It was a completely new sensation. There was almost no weight to the suit now, as if the armor was moving with him instead of against him. The heaviness faded as the mana-infused joints and runes responded to Robert's movements, enhancing his strides and making his motions feel almost unnatural. "How does it feel?" Roland asked. "It's strange. It's like I'm not even doing the movements, and this armor is doing them for me," Robert replied, still trying to comprehend the technology. Ordinary armor felt like nothing more than heavy clothing that weighed a person down. It provided knights like him with some protection and enchantments, but usually restricted their movement. This exosuit, on the other hand, felt weightless, allowing him to move faster than he had ever imagined. However, this didn't stop him from tripping several times as he was having trouble maintaining balance. Good, that's the idea. But there still seems to be a slight delay, especially when you are using the legs. We will have to address that, but first, why don't you take this and do a few practice swings? At first, Roland intended to use the practice sword Robert had been given, but a single glance revealed it was too small. The suit he had created was quite large, and the frame's hands would be too big to wield it effectively. Instead, it was better to give him a larger sword, and fortunately, Roland had just the right one, the sword he had earned from the Emerson fight. Normally, he would have been hesitant to lend it out in such an official manner. The weapon was quite recognizable and could likely be traced back to Albrook. However, at this point, it didn't matter. His identity as Wayland was already partially exposed and would probably become even more apparent after everything was over. There was no better weapon for this fight, and it fit perfectly into the large mitts of the rune frame. Robert accepted the large sword with a sense of awe, feeling the weight of the weapon in his hands. Despite its heft, the suit's enchantments made it feel as though it were almost weightless. It was a weapon fit for a knight commander, and he was just given it like it was nothing. At this point, he wasn't sure what to think of his brother, but one thing was clear: he was someone that was probably a genius. He began executing forward slashes, leveraging his skills to their fullest. His current best class was the Noble Blade, a knight class known for wielding swords, often two-handed ones. It boasted high attack power and speed, but had limited defensive options, something this armor might help address. If he could forego all defense and allow his opponent to land a few hits, then with one well-placed strike, victory would be his. As Robert continued practicing, the armor's runic inscriptions continued to glow softly. However, suddenly he noticed an increase in heat close to his thigh. When glancing down, he could see a part of this exoskeleton glowing brightly. He could do nothing but to stop. His body clung around this machine, and if nothing was done, then his leg would probably be burned. That's enough. Luckily, he wasn't alone here. His brother quickly noticed the issue and deactivated the armor. Once the runes stopped glowing, the heat started to diminish. 6 minutes and 23 seconds. We'll have to do something about that, perhaps make a safety suit for the frame user. Roland shook his head around while glancing at the heated rune that almost ate through the metal lining. It was clear that this apparatus was not yet fit for the field, but with only 5 days left, they would be cutting it close. "I guess this will have to do." Robert took a deep breath as Roland began disassembling the exoskeleton. The armor had potential, but the overheating issue was troubling. It was evident that the runes were working beyond their intended capacity. The enhancements to Robert's speed and strength were impressive, but that wouldn't matter if it burned his flesh while he was wearing it. Soon, the armor was back in the briefcase, and the shrouding spell was undone. Half of the allotted time had been used up, and the prototype was still not ready. Time was working against all of them, but potential success was almost around the corner. "Has he? No, I'm not sure any of the letters have reached him. Where is that man? Does he not care about his own son? Mother, I heard the border skirmishes have been intensifying lately." "Bah, that's always the excuse." Two people were talking while looking at the sun outside, rising through a window. Both of them were in an expensive hotel suite overlooking the bustling city below. The older woman, dressed in fine silks, drummed her fingers impatiently on the windowsill, her sharp gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Her daughter, seated nearby, was fidgeting with a delicate piece of jewelry, her face marked with concern. "Don't worry, Mother, even if Father doesn't attend the duel. With Professor Wayland's help, I'm sure Robert will win." Lucian tried to reassure her mother, Francine, about the current situation. However, neither of them could see what Wayland was planning behind closed doors. They only saw him moving back and forth from the workshop to the estate, holding a strange rectangular bag. No one knew what the man was up to, but the date of the duel was already upon them. Today the 10 days were over, and her son would have to fight for his life. As the morning sun bathed the city in golden light, tension settled like a heavy cloak over the DeVere estate. Robert's duel was only hours away, and the mood among his family was somber. Lucian's words were meant to offer solace, but her mother, Francine, remained unconvinced. The silence between them stretched as both women contemplated what lay ahead. That man, you seem to put a lot of faith in him, Lucian. Well, he has helped me through some troubled times at the Institute. He is someone that we can trust, Mother, she proclaimed while Francine scrunched her nose. There was something about that armored man that felt familiar yet distant. Her gaze hardened as she turned away from the window, her sharp eyes narrowing in thought. Trust, she murmured, her tone loaded with skepticism and annoyance at her lack of power. I've seen many men hide behind a facade of trust. What does he really want? You must be careful. I'm fine, Mother. Professor Wayland isn't like that. Lucian knew more about the identity of their helper than she was letting on. It was obvious to Francine that something deeper was at play, but her daughter refused to reveal the truth despite her repeated inquiries. Francine had no choice but to leave her son in the hands of this mysterious mage, though that didn't mean she trusted him. Clearly, the man had his own agenda, and Francine feared that once the duel was over, some form of payment would be required. She worried her daughter had made a deal with the devil, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that the mage had no hidden motives. Her instincts had usually been right, but with this man, she no longer knew what to think. Your father should be here. A duel of this magnitude demands family. Honor must be defended in person, not left to strangers. Lucian said nothing. She knew how much her mother resented their father's absence, but there was nothing either of them could do to change the situation. Border skirmishes had escalated, and their father, Lord Arden, had been called away weeks ago. Whether he even knew of Robert's upcoming duel was uncertain. I know, Mother, but we must think positive. I know that Professor Wayland has thought this through. Whatever he has been preparing for Brother Robert will help him win this duel, and we'll all return home together. Lucian, Francine wasn't sure how to react, but she knew that she needed to straighten up. She was the mother, but the one acting more like an adult was her daughter. It was unbecoming of her to be this distraught when her children needed her strength. Taking a deep breath, she stood straighter and smoothed her gown with a swift motion. You're right, Lucian. We must remain hopeful. Robert is strong, and if this Wayland character truly is as capable as you believe, then perhaps— Lucian smiled softly at her mother's attempt to regain composure. The tension in the room lessened, but the unease still lingered just beneath the surface. Both women eventually went outside the room to encounter the group of young ladies who arrived with Professor Wayland. Everyone seemed to be in good spirits, and Francine quickly realized that this was no time to be moping about. Her son needed to see her filled with vigor in the dueling arena, and that was the least that she could provide for her child. Let's never do this again, shall we? The workshop was in complete disarray, tools and materials scattered everywhere, but amidst the chaos stood the final creation, the completed runic power armor. Roland surveyed the scene, letting out a tired sigh. They had pushed themselves beyond their limits to ensure the armor was ready for Robert's duel, and now, at the brink of exhaustion, they had succeeded. Let them rest, and you should get some sleep too. Leave the rest to me. Roland spoke to Arian, who was fidgeting and yawning. The armor, wrapped in a white sheath of cloth, was being carefully slid into his runic briefcase. Once everything was packed, Roland planned to meet with Robert for their final meeting before the duel, after which everything would rest on his brother's shoulders. However, Arian had other plans. He shook his head, still yawning, making it clear he had no intention of following the original plan. You want me to sleep during a monumental event like this? A never-before-seen armor based on new magical technology. Not a chance. I'll catch some shut-eye after we witness Robert's victory. Roland couldn't help but crack a smile at Arian's enthusiasm. Despite the fatigue, Arian's spirit mirrored the excitement coursing through everyone involved in this project. Roland appreciated the sentiment, but the stakes of this duel went beyond showcasing their invention. This was about survival. All right, just try not to pass out in the middle of the duel. Roland replied while picking up the folded-up briefcase with the armor inside. The day that he had been dreading had come to pass, and it was time to test his new invention in battle. I won't. I've stashed a few elixirs. I'll be fine for a few days. Don't worry about me, my friend, but how are you fine? You've worked the most out of all of us. How are you still standing? I didn't even see you use any elixirs. Roland shrugged, adjusting the weight of the briefcase on his shoulder. The truth was, he was more exhausted than he let on, but many years of crafting and work had made him resistant to almost all forms of fatigue and stress. He would still be able to work for another day or two, but then that would be his limit. I'm used to it. Besides, someone has to make sure everything works. Arian gave a tired chuckle but didn't push further. He knew Roland well enough to realize that when he was focused, nothing could shake him. As Roland turned to leave the workshop, Arian waved lazily with his tail, half stifling another yawn. See you at the arena then. With a nod, Roland made his way to the exit. His mind was filled with thoughts of Robert, the duel, and the uncertainties that lay ahead. He had done everything he could to prepare his brother for this fight, but no amount of preparation could account for the unknowns. All that was left now was to trust in Robert's skills and the power of the runic power armor. As he stepped out into the cool morning air, Roland glanced up at the sky. The sun had barely risen, casting a soft golden hue across the city. It was a peaceful moment, one that felt oddly out of place considering the tension building within him. In just a few hours, Robert would face his opponent in a battle that could change everything. He glanced at his display. Many dots were surrounding him, most of which were Graham's men who had attempted to spy on them. They had not escalated things or tried to invade his workshop, something that he didn't expect. Perhaps this noble that he was going up against wasn't totally rotten to the core, but for now, he was his enemy. Lucian and her friends were gathering together, accompanied by her mother. At the moment, everyone was safe, and no abduction attempts had been made. For a brief moment, he even hoped that Graham might try to take some of her students as a means of blackmail. In such a situation, he could simply rescue them and use it as proof against the Count to force him to withdraw from the duel. It seemed that the noble was either wary of this possibility or didn't think it necessary. Nevertheless, the time had come, and he finally headed toward the Graham estate, which was buzzing with activity. While this was a sanctioned, lawful duel, it didn't mean it only needed to take place in front of a judge. For Count Graham, this was an opportunity to showcase his superiority, so he made sure to invite several powerful nobles and influential figures to witness the event. The arena, built within his estate, was primarily intended for jousting between knights but also served as a venue for duels. Though not as grand as a coliseum, it was certainly extravagant for a personal arena. Tall stone walls surrounded the dueling ground, adorned with intricate banners bearing the Graham family crest. There were many seats encircling the arena, which were sometimes open to the public. Fortunately, this time only a select few had been granted access, reducing the exposure of Roland's work to prying eyes. He was still unsure how his rune-powered armor would be perceived. Would he be compelled to create copies for the kingdom's army, or would they dismiss it as the eccentric invention of a strange mage, too convoluted to be practical in a real battle between nations? The moment the technology is too impractical, that much is true. But once it works with lesser materials, it could become problematic, Roland thought as he walked into the grounds, his briefcase securely in hand. Knights and soldiers of the Graham estate watched him from all directions. No one had gathered at the dueling arena yet, as the nobles were still being greeted at the gate. There were several hours left before the event would begin, and he intended to use that time to allow Robert to prepare. Let him through. The guards saw Roland approaching and stepped aside. Robert wasn't far ahead, being escorted to the underground chamber beneath the arena. There were 4 entrances to the open arena, each leading to a separate chamber. These chambers were where contenders would wait until called for when the show was about to start. Robert would be given a meal before the duel, and then have to wait until the nobles announced the official start of the event. Not hungry. Not really soon, the 2 brothers were alone in the room, surrounded by weaponry and armor. Most of it was old and unfit for battle, discarded in piles in the corner. The room had an eerie stillness, as though the upcoming duel had drained the very life from it. Roland glanced at the neglected weapons and armor, then at his brother, who sat staring at what could be his last meal, unwilling to even touch it. It doesn't seem to be poison, just eat it. You'll need your strength for the duel. You're probably right. Robert reluctantly picked up a piece of bread from the tray in front of him, tearing into it with little enthusiasm. The tension in the room was palpable, the weight of the upcoming duel pressing down on both brothers. The clatter of dishes was the only sound, aside from the faint murmurs echoing from the arena above. As Robert ate, Roland sat across from him, the briefcase containing the runic armor resting at his feet. He could see the strain in Robert's eyes, the uncertainty, the anxiety. Though they had spent days preparing, nothing could fully quell the fear of a life or death battle. Roland knew this feeling all too well. Everyone makes mistakes. After this is over, you'll probably make many more mistakes. The sound-canceling spell enveloped them, though few people seemed to be paying attention to their conversation. There was still a risk of someone finding out, but Robert didn't seem to care much, and Roland, equally indifferent, didn't interrupt him. He was growing wary of constantly hiding, but with Arian's advice and the many layers of protective spells, he convinced himself that not even a specialist could uncover the truth of this conversation, or that Graham, or anyone else, would pay the price to summon such a person to reveal it. Robert chuckled weakly at Roland's response and his attempt to make him feel better. The 2 brothers hadn't really had a heartfelt conversation since Robert had visited Albrook. After starting his military career, he had been focused on gaining experience and fame, something he was beginning to regret. The silence between them stretched again, but this time it was less heavy. It was broken by Robert clenching his fist and looking directly into Roland's visor. For all it was worth, I was proud to be your brother, and if I falter in this duel, can you promise me something? Roland's helmet reflected the dim light of the chamber, obscuring the emotions inside. Robert's words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of what was unspoken. Roland shifted slightly in his seat as he stood up to place the suitcase down on the ground to begin the unfolding process. If you falter, you won't. We've worked too hard for that. But go on, what is it that you want? If I don't make it through this, Robert paused, exhaling deeply. I need you to look after Lucian, Mother, and Diana. I know you've been distant from them, and I understand why. But they'll need someone strong, someone they can trust. You're the only one left who can protect them. Roland's expression remained unreadable behind the visor, but inwardly, a mix of emotions churned. His strained relationship with their family had been a source of unresolved tension for years. Robert's words only deepened the burden he already carried, and for a brief moment he wanted to refuse, to say it wasn't his responsibility. But that wasn't who he was, not anymore. You're not going to die, Robert, but if anything happens, I swear I'll take care of them. Just don't make me have to keep that promise, all right? I don't think I've even spoken to Diana once in my life either. Robert's face softened, the tension in his shoulders loosening slightly. Sure, any more requests while I'm here? Perhaps you wish for me to take Lucille away to the Institute while I'm at it. Roland joked about abducting Lucille DeVere from her father, but Robert seemed to have liked that idea instead. You would. I'm sure she would rather go back to her magical research than be forced into marriage by her father. Oh, why don't we discuss this later now? Get into the suit. I'll supply the mana for now, but once those gates open, you'll be on your own. Remember, yeah, I know, I have limited time. You've told me that 10 times every day. Glad that you've listened. Now get into the suit. I need to run some diagnostics and try to calm down. Your heart rate is increasing. Name. Rune Power Armor Prototype. Classification. Lepic. Durability. 85/85. Armor rating. B. Set bonus 2 plus 20 strength 3 plus 20 endurance 4 plus 15 vitality. Inside the DeVere estate, Count Graham and Count Lawrence were engaged in conversation with a few other nobles. Although the gathering was small, the attendees were all influential figures, the kind who could shift the tides of power with a single word. Count Graham stood tall, exuding confidence as he greeted his guests, his voice smooth and measured. For him, this was merely an opportunity to forge new alliances. The trial Robert was involved in was a minor distraction, not something that concerned him. Count Lawrence, I must apologize that you had to get involved in this incident. I hope we still can have a chat once all this is over. Count Lawrence had agreed to serve as an official judge for the duel, making any discussion of the matter off limits. However, once it was all over, Graham still planned to resume their negotiations. Their previous conversation had been cut short by Roland before it could gain momentum, and Graham was determined to rebuild the trust that had been lost. Once Robert lost the duel, everything would finally return to normal. In a way, it was for the best, as once the young man was out of the picture, his daughter would have no more excuses. In Graham's mind, the duel was perhaps a better solution to this problem that would be resolved in just an hour. We will see how things unfold, Count Graham. I trust you'll cooperate if the young man somehow emerges victorious in the bout. Yes. For a moment, Graham was taken aback by Lawrence's insinuation. The idea of someone of a lesser class and level winning such a duel was unprecedented. There was a reason why no one without a higher tier class and level ever invoked this law, as it was practically impossible to win. After a brief pause, his lips curled into a smug smile and he replied, Count Lawrence, you have a talent for jesting. But of course, if the young man is somehow victorious, I won't pursue the matter further. You know I respect the laws of the land. But do tell, do you think the boy stands a chance? Graham was a shrewd man, and even he sensed something off about the situation. His suspicions were soon confirmed by Lawrence. Well, don't you find it strange that they invoked that old law in this quickly? I didn't even have a chance to listen to any witnesses. While the young man might be naive, that gentleman with him certainly wasn't. I can't help but wonder if there's some kind of plan in motion. How interesting, wouldn't you agree? Count Lawrence grasped his protruding belly and let out a jolly laugh as the other nobles around them listened and nodded in agreement. Count Graham chuckled along with the rest of the nobles in an attempt to mask his unease. However, Count Lawrence's words gnawed at the back of his mind. It was true that this man called Wayland was troublesome. Even his well-trained men could not pierce through his magic. Even now he was unable to confirm what they were making in that workshop, nor what Robert was given for the duel. Graham's smile faltered slightly as he glanced away from the small group of nobles. In the distance, he spotted the mother of the young man who had dared to try and seduce his daughter. She, along with a few others, had gathered within his estate. Their presence irritated him, but he was obligated to grant them access to the arena. Her status as the second wife of a mere baron added to his disdain. The boy who had caused all this trouble was clearly of little importance to his father, destined for nothing more than the rank of a knight, someone unworthy of further thought. The nobles around him continued their chatter, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing in his mind. Graham's gaze shifted back to Count Lawrence, who was still laughing heartily, his belly shaking as he shared a joke with another guest. Graham's eyes then met those of Leopold, his most trusted retainer, who gave a subtle nod. The preparations were complete, and they could soon make their way to the dueling arena. Graham had ensured the man set to face Robert had been equipped with the finest items for the occasion, and there was no chance the opposition could match them. Victory, in Graham's mind, was all but assured. Soon the time came for them to move to the dueling arena. Graham had a special balcony for himself, Lawrence, and some of the nobles in higher positions. The others, which consisted of mostly merchants, lesser nobility, and also some knights, filtered in slowly, taking their seats around the arena. The sun was now fully risen, casting long shadows across the floor, and the time for pleasantries was over. Every eye in the arena would soon be on the Count's knight and his opponent Robert. The man arrived with an entourage of 3 squires trailing behind him. One of his attendants carried a large flag bearing the crest of the De Vere household. Count Graham's knight, Sir Gerhardt, stepped forward, clad in gleaming white mithril armor, his face set in a proud, almost disdainful expression. A seasoned warrior, Sir Gerhardt had been handpicked by the Count not only for his combat prowess, but for his unwavering loyalty. His confidence was palpable, his demeanor suggesting the battle was already won before it had even begun. From the stands, some spectators cheered, while others stood in awe of the magical armor he wore. It was clear at a glance that the Count had spared no expense. The knight's mithril armor shimmered in the morning sun, casting dazzling reflections across the arena. Each step he took echoed with the assurance of a man who had already savored victory without drawing his sword. One squire waved the De Vere flag as he circled the arena, while the other 2 presented Sir Gerhardt with his weapons, a gleaming sword etched with intricate runes along both the blade and hilt, and a large enchanted teardrop-shaped shield. Sir Gerhardt accepted both weapons, and the squires helped him secure his helmet. Once fully equipped, he raised the shining sword high into the sky and turned to face his lord. "Your lordship, I dedicate this battle and its victory to you." Count Graham watched with a proud, self-satisfied smile as Sir Gerhardt addressed him. His knight's display was exactly what he had hoped for, a demonstration of superiority, power, and loyalty that would reinforce his position among the gathered nobility. The spectators murmured in approval, impressed by the costly magical armor and polished ceremony. However, not all eyes were on Sir Gerhardt. Further away from the merchants and lesser nobility stood a group of women, their attention fixed on the closed gate at the opposite end of the arena. Through that gate, Robert Arden, Gerhardt's opponent, would soon enter. "What do you think?" one of the younger women asked quietly. "I'm not sure. But we can trust the professor, right? He helped Lusa against Viola after all. What are you 2 mumbling about?" Before Marline and Adesuna could dwell further on their doubts, Margaret cut in, her foot stamping down with authority. She was clearly annoyed, her fierce expression conveying that their hesitation was misplaced. "Everything's going to be fine. Let's just watch. The professor wouldn't have arranged this unless he had a plan. We have to trust him." Margaret declared with confidence, her voice loud enough for others to hear. Marline and Adesuna exchanged glances, ashamed of their doubts. They nodded, feeling a bit guilty for questioning one of their allies. Margaret, seemingly the only one in high spirits, exuded certainty. Her bold words even caught the attention of some nearby onlookers, who began murmuring about this mysterious professor. "I've heard there's some madman from the Institute involved in this. Do they really have a strategy? There's no way a Tier 2 knight can beat a Tier 3, right? Sure they can't unless, of course, they cheat." The people started buzzing with excitement and speculation as the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly charged. Whispers of potential tricks or hidden advantages swirled among the nobles and spectators alike. The duel was only part of the intrigue. The real focus was the enigmatic figure supporting Robert. Known to many as an eccentric madman, this person added a layer of fascination to the event. "Hey, it's starting, be quiet." As the gate on the opposite side of the arena began to creak open, a hush fell over the crowd. This was no grand entrance for a celebrated knight. It felt more like the arrival of a prisoner or a beast, and the reality of what was to come was not far off. Initially there was silence, as if Robert himself were absent. Then, the sound of heavy, unnatural footsteps reverberated from the entrance, and a massive armored figure began to emerge. "By the gods, is that really a knight? Did they put armor on an orc? Is that a monster? Perhaps a golem?" The murmurs in the crowd intensified as Robert stepped into the arena, encased in the experimental runic power armor. The imposing figure was almost unrecognizable, its bulk exaggerated by the intricate layers of metal and glowing runes. Even among seasoned knights, such a sight was unheard of. Robert's silhouette, framed by the morning light, looked like a cross between a knight and a giant metal golem. Whispers echoed through the stands as the magical mechanisms inside the armor clicked and whirred with each step. Every movement of Robert's new suit was accompanied by a strange, unfamiliar noise, the runes ever glowing on the dark frame as they were utilized. The crowd, initially stunned into silence, erupted with shouts of excitement and disbelief. What sort of sorcery is this? Did they really bring a golem to fight between knights? What's with that massive black shield? It looks like a coffin, and that sword should not be held in just one hand. One nobleman gasped while enjoying front row seats next to Count Graham. Count Lawrence, on the other hand, wasn't sure what he was seeing. He was not a specialist in the field, but a golem could not take the place of a convict. What is the meaning of this? Graham was enraged at the sight of the supposed golem. It was clear this was the contraption his enemy had been working on, but he couldn't understand why they would mock him with it. The laws were clear. golems couldn't be used in such a fight. Yet, for some reason, the mage either believed it was allowed or thought Graham wouldn't do anything about it. It was as if the mage was trying to bully him a count into allowing this to happen. But before Graham could voice further complaints, the voice of the madman everyone had been talking about finally rang out. "Ah, my esteemed noble lords and ladies, I'm sure you're baffled by this magical armor, but I will assure you, it is not a golem and does not break any of the rules enforced in this duel." The man's voice boomed in all directions, as though amplified by some sort of sound system. He wore the Institute's signature robe, and his face was concealed beneath a shiny metal helmet. Rather than walking, he hovered forward slowly. With a casual wave of his hand, he commanded the large golem's helmet to lift, revealing that it was, in fact, Robert Arden who was controlling the bulky armor. The audience's gasps grew louder as Robert's face emerged from beneath the heavy helmet. Whispers of disbelief rippled through the stands, a mix of awe and confusion spreading among the nobles and onlookers. It wasn't a golem after all, as Robert Arden was somehow controlling the rune-powered suit. However, Count Graham quickly raised concerns after sensing the true power behind the floating mage. "Professor Wayland, what is the meaning of this? Do you think I can't see what's happening here?" All eyes turned to the mage, who hovered forward, now facing the stands where Count Graham sat. His chief knight, Leopold, stepped forward, hand on his sword, ready to spill blood at his lord's command. "I'm not sure what you mean, Count Graham." Professor Wayland replied, his tone measured but his voice sounding deep and menacing. "Ha, do you take me for a fool? That armor is clearly being controlled by you, just like the other machinations you've used before." Graham's voice rang out accusingly as he pointed at the professor. He had seen the floating contraptions surrounding Wayland and even the mechanical golem spiders he had unleashed in the past. Graham had done his research. The professor was a master of runes, and to him, this massive machine was merely another remote-controlled creation. "Is this true, Professor Wayland? I'm sure you know the rules. If that is indeed a golem, I'm afraid I will have to disqualify Sir Robert from this duel." This time Count Lawrence chimed in. He was still the judge for this whole event, and he could instantly pronounce Graham to be the victor even without any duel taking place. "I assure you, your lordship, this is no golem and I am not controlling it to any degree. But if you have doubts, why not let the court-appointed mage analyze the apparatus? If it truly is a golem, their expertise will make it evident." It had been 10 days since the initial verdict of the duel. Count Lawrence, who had maintained a neutral stance in the matter, had called upon the expertise of a court magician to ensure fairness. The magician, a Tier 3 spellcaster, stood among them, ready to analyze anything that might be out of place. Along with several other mages, his role was to ensure that no one used mana from outside the arena, which would soon be encased in a protective barrier to prevent any interference. "If I were attempting to control this armor from here, I'm certain it wouldn't escape the notice of my fellow mage colleagues," Wayland added in a mocking tone, and then gestured toward the court-appointed mages. "Isn't that so?" The court-appointed mages, who had remained silent until now, exchanged uncertain glances. The lead mage, a stoic older woman clad in silver robes, stepped forward. Her staff, adorned with glowing gemstones, tapped lightly against the ground as she approached the center of the arena. The crowd grew quiet, watching her every move. She came to a stop before the bulky armor that was almost twice her size. She pointed out with her staff in the direction of the armor, the gems glowing brightly as she activated several spell effects. Everyone held their breath as the mage's magic probed the intricate runes and mechanisms embedded in the suit. Her eyes narrowed in concentration, seeking any hint of external control or foul play. Seconds stretched on, and tension hung heavy in the air. Count Graham's face remained stern, but his fingers twitched impatiently. Wayland, on the other hand, gave no sign of concern, his posture exuding calm confidence. "Your lordship," finally, the court mage withdrew her magic and turned to face Count Lawrence. "Yes, speak. I detect no external mana flow or signs of remote control. The armor appears to be an unconventional suit of armor, as recognized by the world system, rather than a golem as some have claimed. It does have a large reservoir of mana in its back, which I assume is the weapon's power source. Nevertheless, it is neither a golem nor being manipulated from a distance." A wave of murmurs swept through the audience, but Count Lawrence raised a hand for silence. "Very well, if the armor is deemed legitimate, the duel shall proceed." Count Graham's lips thinned, his frustration barely concealed. He cast a cold glare at Wayland, who remained unfazed, his helmet reflecting the sunlight. Graham's thoughts raced as this contraption was far beyond anything he had anticipated, but it didn't matter. Sir Gerhardt was a seasoned warrior, equipped with some of the finest magical items in his arsenal, and he had been further enhanced with blood crystals. No amount of armor, no matter how advanced, could make up for a difference in skill, experience, and class. He consoled himself with this thought, though a flicker of doubt lingered in the back of his mind. Sir Gerhardt, too, seemed to have grown impatient. He had stood quietly, watching the proceedings with a dismissive air, but now that the duel was confirmed to continue, he shifted into a combat stance. His eyes shone red beneath his visor as he sized up Robert, who stood still in his bulky suit of runic armor. To Gerhardt, this opponent was nothing more than a foolish boy hiding behind a metal shell. "I'll end this quickly. For my lord," Gerhardt shouted while Robert's helmet made its way back onto the large frame to reconnect it. Soon, a shimmering blue dome of magical energy began to form around the arena, sealing it off from any external interference. The protective barrier was there to protect the onlookers from harm, but also to prevent any outside manipulation. Now that the two combatants were sealed inside, it was time for the duel to start, and only one of the men would be leaving it. There they go, now it's up to Robert. Roland stood in a somewhat secluded spot in the arena stands. The other spectators, consisting of lesser nobles, merchants, and their guards, had spread out in both directions to avoid him. It was an odd sight, watching these people fear him, but at least it gave him some peace. His gaze settled on his sister, who was clutching her hands near her heart, and his stepmother, mirroring the same anxious gesture. The time for the duel had arrived, and now there was nothing Roland could do to help his brother. If he tried anything, the mages would instantly notice the shift in his mana and likely call off the duel in Graham's favor. Name: Gerhardt L. 156. Classes: T3 Spirit Master Sword Knight L6. T2 Spirit Sword Knight L50. T2 Sword Knight L50. T1 Squire L25. T1 Warrior L25. Eventually, his eyes turned to Gerhardt and his status, something Roland was already familiar with. His class was a mouthful, but it wasn't particularly impressive, though not terrible either. This man was likely similar to Emerson, the first knight commander he fought, but at a much lower level. However, Gerhardt's abilities had been artificially boosted by the red crystals, a fact Roland wished he could bring up. As if anyone would believe me at this point, there were side effects to using those blood gems to enhance one's skills, but with enough money, it was possible to minimize or even eliminate them. People who took them tended to become more irritable and violent, which was hardly enough for a formal accusation. The debuff caused by the crystals would eventually disappear, leaving no trace, though it often left lasting effects on the person's mind. He has no last name. Graham probably chose him as an expendable pawn. Even if Gerhardt were caught, Graham could just claim he acted on his own, and that it was Leopold who gave him the crystals. Finally, Roland's gaze shifted to Robert, who was clad in his latest creation, the Rune Power Armor prototype. The Rune Power Armor prototype that Robert wore was not only a testament to Roland's craftsmanship, but also to Arian's ingenuity. The height of the user was close to 2 meters, and with the addition of the armor that put Robert at 2 meters 20. Each section of the armor was seamlessly interlocked, giving him the appearance of an imposing iron sentinel. The armor's core structure was crafted from dwarven steel, renowned for its durability and compatibility with enchantments. Its matte black finish absorbed light rather than reflecting it, giving it an eerie, foreboding presence in the arena. Many mistook Robert for a dark knight or even an iron golem monster at first glance. The most striking feature was the chest piece, with angular ridges and an embossed rune circle at its center, faintly glowing with pale blue magical energy. The shoulders were rounded yet bulky, designed to protect the joints beneath, while the legs were similarly reinforced for maximum defense. However, the true weak point of the design lay in the backpack housing several large runic batteries. These cylindrical batteries were welded shut to prevent them from dislodging during combat, which limited the suit's operational time, but provided an additional layer of protection. All of this was tied together with a simple but crucial design philosophy: protection and power without sacrificing mobility. Roland had designed the armor to be the ultimate balance of strength and speed, taking into account Robert's natural fighting style. As an addition, his brother was handed the large mithril sword he had received from Emerson, along with the black mithril tower shield he had retrieved from the Albrook dungeon. Armed with these two bulky weapons, Robert would have to defeat his opponent, who was protected by his own set of enchanted mithril armor. Good, he came equipped with that armor and the weapons. Everything is going according to plan, now just Robert needs to do it. A dome of transparent blue energy enveloped the entire arena. Mages stationed at the four corners maintained the barrier, continuously supplying it with their mana. Even a Tier 3 attack wouldn't be able to penetrate it. Roland could feel the weight of eyes on him, as nearly all of Graham's men were watching, Leopold included. The time for the duel had finally arrived, and now everyone was waiting for the Count to give the signal. Count Graham's hand hovered in the air as the anticipation in the arena reached its peak. Every noble, merchant, and knight in attendance held their breath, eyes trained on the two figures standing at the center of the magical dome. On one side, Sir Gerhardt, the seasoned knight and champion of House de Vere, stood poised, his gleaming sword raised in a display of strength. On the other, Robert Arden, his towering figure encased in the experimental runic power armor, remained still as if waiting for the right moment to strike. So this is it. I can do this. No, I shall. Robert's heart pounded in his chest as he waited for the signal. His life flashed through his mind once more as he locked eyes with the man he was destined to face, a Tier 3 class holder, the very tier he aspired to reach. Though he had made rapid progress on the battlefield, this opponent was far superior in power, strength, and experience. Without the buffing spells his brother had cast on him, his knees would likely be trembling at this very moment. Finally, with a sharp flick of his wrist, Count Graham signaled the start of the match. His voice, amplified by his personal mage, boomed through the arena. Let the duel begin. Sir Gerhardt moved first, his body a blur of motion. Despite the weight of his mithril armor, he charged forward with the grace and speed of a well-trained warrior. His sword, imbued with runic enchantments, crackled with lightning elemental power as he brought it down in a vicious arc aimed directly at Robert's head. For a moment, Robert froze as the man charged at him, clearly intent on ending the fight sooner rather than later. It wasn't the sudden movement that made him hesitate, but rather the flashing red display in front of his eyes, warning him just before the man truly made his move. Without this magical contraption, Robert would have undoubtedly been decapitated on the spot. But as the attack was about to connect, he forced his body into a defensive stance, raising his massive shield just in time to absorb the blow. This ingenious device had been something Robert was still trying to get used to after only a few days of practice. Roland called it a graphical interface, though the term meant little to him. One side of the display showed a miniature version of his power armor, while a strange white aura would form around his opponent before the battle began. As soon as his enemy moved, the parts of their body used for the attack would flash red, along with the corresponding part of Robert's armor, indicating where the blow would land. Even with this system in place, his reaction time was limited. A Tier 3 knight's speed was at least twice his own. On top of that, feints were always a problem. The runic machine could detect the true strike, but it left him with an even smaller window to react. He had practiced with his brother playing the role of his opponent, but even now he hadn't fully mastered this strange system. The arena erupted in shock as Robert narrowly blocked Sir Gerhardt's lightning-fast strike with his massive black mithril tower shield. The crackling energy from Gerhardt's sword collided violently with Robert's defenses, sending sparks flying. The force of the blow was immense, and the lightning energy traveled through the eternity of his frame. The display informed him about the amount of damage he took, but it was quite minimal. To everyone's surprise, the massive suit of armor absorbed the powerful strike from the Tier 3 knight without buckling. It stood firmly rooted to the ground, as if the blow was nothing. But Gerhardt didn't relent. He unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, each one faster and more forceful than the last, powered by his enchanted armor. Robert found himself on the defensive, retreating while using his enormous tower shield to protect himself. The sword Gerhardt wielded was sharp, but ill-suited for cutting through the thick, heavily armored frame of Robert's power armor. Even when Robert couldn't raise his shield in time, the strikes left only minor nicks and scratches on the dense dwarven metal, which was built to withstand much worse. Impressive, boy, but how long can you hold up against me? If the only thing you can do is defend yourself, sooner or later your armor will break. The man's eyes, visible through his helmet, flashed red as he continued his relentless assault. Each strike was accompanied by a burst of crackling lightning energy. To the crowd, it looked like a one-sided confrontation, with Robert's massive suit of armor seemingly offering little resistance. It appeared as though the fight would soon be over. However, a plan was quietly unfolding. Robert had been well informed about his opponent, as well as the equipment he was using. He wasn't up against a true magic swordsman, but rather someone whose mana pool couldn't keep up with the flashy, enchanted gear they wore. He had 20 charges, and he isn't using them sparingly. Just like Roland said, this Gerhardt likes to be flashy. He wasn't sure where his brother got the information, but the man before him was an open book. Roland presented him with his opponent's personality traits, along with what weapons he would be using before the bout even started. Now, after the fight had been going for a few minutes, it was finally time for a counterattack. The time for conserving power was no more, and he would finally show everyone that he was not here to die by this man's hand. The sword slashed against his tower shield again, followed by a flurry of blows, one even connecting with the side of Robert's helmet. But the interface inside his visor alerted him to where the next strike would land. This time he was ready. It was finally time for a true exchange of blows. Though his swordsmanship was inferior to his opponent's, the marvel of his armor made up for his shortcomings. As the enemy's strike nicked his joint, trying to exploit a weak point, Robert's own massive mithril blade came down on the opponent's teardrop-shaped shield. The impact sent the man flying to the side, and the crowd gasped in surprise. What power can a Tier 2 knight really be capable of that? While Robert's power armor sustained minor damage, it was worth it. The sheer force he could generate in this prototype was astonishing. clearly surpassing what his opponent could muster. The added weight and power of his equipment made it impossible for the smaller shield to absorb the blow without serious consequences. Sir Gerhardt's body skidded across the arena floor, his shield slightly warped from the impact. He scrambled to his feet, shocked by the massive blow he just received. His left arm felt numb and he was off balance. He gritted his teeth together and glanced back at his opponent, who was charging forward at a speed previously not shown, the armor's legs moving at long strides to bridge the distance in just a few movements. "You just got lucky," the man shouted while charging back into the fray. In his mind, backing off would be disgracing both his name and the Lord's. Robert watched as Sir Gerhardt recovered quickly, charging back with fury in his eyes. He could feel the weight of the crowd's expectations, their eyes glued to the unfolding duel. The man before him, despite his overconfidence, was no ordinary opponent, but Robert was no longer the hesitant, uncertain young man he had been before this duel. The brief success of his counterattack had sparked something inside him, a realization of his own strength and the incredible potential of the power armor he now commanded. Gerhardt rushed forward again, sword raised high, but Robert was prepared. The graphical interface in his visor flashed red, warning him of the exact angle of the attack. With a swift movement, he brought up his massive tower shield, the enchanted mithril edge catching the blow with a loud clang. The sound echoed through the arena, but this time Robert didn't just defend. As Gerhardt's blade met his shield, Robert pivoted, using the momentum to swing his enormous sword in a wide arc. Gerhardt barely managed to leap back, his sword deflecting the blow at the last second. The force of Robert's strike sent a shockwave through the air, kicking up a cloud of dust. The crowd gasped as they witnessed the raw power behind Robert's attack. "You're better than I thought, but you only delay the inevitable." Gerhardt growled, circling Robert like a predator stalking its prey. He realized that while his opponent might have the advantage in strength and power, he was superior in speed. Another exchange of blows followed, but to the knight's surprise, even with his agility, he couldn't land a meaningful strike. Each time one of his precise attacks was about to connect, Robert would either deflect it or force him back with the swing of his massive sword. It felt as if Robert could anticipate his every move, reacting with uncanny precision before Gerhardt even made up his mind about his next strike. The Azure Lion Knights Order must have exaggerated about the strength of their knights, if this is all you can muster. Robert had finally found a good rhythm and even felt confident enough to mock his opponent, an action that the knight did not appreciate. Sir Gerhardt's face flushed with anger beneath his helm, his strikes growing wilder as his frustration mounted. The seemingly impenetrable defense of Robert's armor, combined with the unexpected strength of his counterattacks, was starting to wear on the seasoned knight. The crowd's reactions were a mixture of awe and disbelief, and the rage on Count Graham's face was starting to show. "You fool, what are you doing? Get this duel over with this instant." The man shouted out from his balcony while slamming his hand down onto the large chair that he was sitting on. The other knights and nobility flinched at Count Graham's outburst but remained silent. "You dare mock me in my order," Gerhardt roared, his voice echoing through the barrier. His sword rained down, now encased in spirit energy rather than lightning, as the charges on his blade had already been depleted. Eventually, he retreated a few steps, cast aside his shield, and drew a large enchanted mithril mace from his left side. Even that shield will crack under this. With renewed vigor and a weapon imbued with magical charges, he rushed in again. The runes on the mace began to glow bright orange, and he could feel the weight and power of his strike intensifying. He was certain that when it collided with the shield, the enchantment would tear it from his opponent's metallic grasp. However, just before the mace made contact, he heard Robert say something in a hushed tone, words that would alter the course of the confrontation. "Activate the enchantment inhibitor." The moment his mace collided with the shield, an explosion of magical energies was expected. The runic enchantment on the mace was an advanced version of impact and explosive runes, designed to be highly effective against opponents encased in thick metal. However, for some reason, the rune's intensity diminished, and instead of a powerful explosion, only a minor one occurred. To make matters worse, his opponent had anticipated this outcome with perfect precision. The massive shield parried the blow, sending Gerhardt's hand that was still gripping the mace reeling back. To make things worse, the defensive runes on his mithril armor were also going pale. They were made to react whenever he was struck by heavier blows, but now it seemed like they weren't working. Robert shouted as he swung his blade at the off-balance Gerhardt. Seeing the incoming attack, Gerhardt contorted his body to evade the strike and used both his weapons to defend himself. It was still possible for him to block the attack if he could accurately predict the blade's path. "Too simple," Gerhardt shouted back, raising his defenses at what he believed to be the right moment. However, just before his defense could fully engage, a few runes on Robert's blade began to glow. They emitted a sharp, resonant clang before propelling the blade forward with increased speed. The enhanced strike collided forcefully with Gerhardt's chest plate, sending the man flying, while the audience silently watched at something that should not have been possible. Did you see that? What happened? I don't know, did his enchantment malfunction, or did he not activate it correctly? A few merchants murmured among themselves as they saw Gerhardt flung to the side. His chest plate had been dented by a strike from a large sword, but the mithril armor held firm. The onlookers noticed his confidence when attacking his swing was wide and forceful, leaving him open for his opponent's devastating blow. Although the armor remained intact, the impact sent him rolling for tens of meters, ending with a collision against the arena wall. The audience erupted in a mix of murmurs and gasps, trying to make sense of what they'd just witnessed. The other knights, seated in the stands, exchanged uneasy glances. It was becoming clear that this duel was not following the rules of conventional combat, at least not for Sir Gerhardt. Up in the stands, Count Graham's face twisted with a mix of rage and disbelief. His knuckles turned white as he gripped the arms of his chair, eyes burning holes into the two combatants. The plan had been for Gerhardt to win decisively, and no one had expected Robert, a mere Tier 2 knight in a strange new armor, to stand a chance against a seasoned Tier 3 warrior like Gerhardt. But the tide of the battle had shifted, and one person in the audience knew why. Roland allowed himself a small smile, though it went unnoticed due to his helmet. Everything was unfolding just as he had calculated. The rune system he had designed wasn't just for protection and power. It included specialized enchantments like the rune inhibitor, which could disrupt or nullify certain magical energies within a set range. Gerhardt had unwittingly walked right into his trap. Gerhardt possessed a full set of mithril armor with only basic shielding enchantments. His weapons were similar. His sword carried a limited lightning discharge spell that wasn't quite of the highest tier, and his mace had an enhanced impact rune that was more of a pseudo-tier 3 enchantment. Roland had advised Robert to defend himself during the first half of the duel, frustrating his opponent with his defensive stance. Then, once his foe grew reckless, he would activate the enchantment inhibition system and use the confusion to launch a counterattack. Get up. Count Graham's voice erupted from his seat on the balcony, his facade beginning to show cracks. The calm and composed demeanor he was known for was crumbling before his peers. The mask of nobility and refinement was quickly slipping away as his champion, Sir Gerhardt, struggled to recover from the shocking turn of events. Gerhardt, on the other hand, was still reeling. His pride, as much as his body, had taken a severe blow. Slowly, he pulled himself to his feet, clutching his dented chest plate. His breathing was ragged, and his eyes darted between Robert and the arena wall he'd collided with moments before. For the first time since the duel began, doubt crept into his mind. His enchanted mace, the tool he thought would easily break through Robert's defenses, had been rendered useless. Worse, the crowd's murmurs and the look of confusion in his fellow knight's eyes sent a wave of humiliation through him. His opponent was already charging toward him, and after taking the hit, he had lost his grip on one of his weapons. Now he was left with only the mace, which had failed to activate its impact rune. However, for some reason, the enchantment on it was quickly springing back to life, offering a glimmer of hope that it might work if he tried again. His grip tightened around the handle, the enchanted glow flickering back into existence. "You think this is over, boy?" Gerhardt growled through clenched teeth, his voice dripping with venom. "I've faced better warriors than you and never lost. I will not be defeated by a whelp." Robert didn't respond. Instead, he focused on the graphical display that continued feeding him data about Gerhardt's movements. His confidence was solidifying, and he began to believe he could win against someone of a higher tier. His trust in his brother had been strong from the start, but even he hadn't anticipated his brother's genius. The tide of battle was turning in his favor, and he needed to seize the moment that had presented itself. "This whelp is already grown." Roland watched the exchange between the two with bated breath. While the plan had worked and his brother was now able to attack, the battle had not been won. He had already managed to analyze Gerhardt's capabilities, and the power armor only leveled the playing field. The two were about equal to each other, and the enchantment inhibitor couldn't be used too much as it would drain the armor's batteries. However, his brother wasn't only his armor. He was a man that had honed his skills in battles against other nations, while the man he was facing was more of a career knight. The noble blade, Class Robert, was using focused on two-handed swordplay. Although his skills were lacking compared to the Tier 3 knight, momentum was on his side. Roland watched as his brother discarded his tower shield and gripped the large blade, its hilt extending to accommodate his now larger hands as he lunged forward. His steps sounded mechanical, the ground sinking slightly under the weight of his power armor. Finally, the two collided in a furious exchange of blows. Gerhardt's mace came crashing down, its enchantment glowing brightly once again, but Robert was prepared. With the heavy, two-handed mithril sword in his grip, he met the attack head-on. The impact shook the ground, sending a reverberating clang throughout the arena. Robert's armor held firm, absorbing the brunt of the strike, but the sheer force of Gerhardt's blow caused sparks to fly from the contact point. "You're nothing without that armor." Gerhardt spat, his voice desperate now as the audience watched in stunned silence. His confidence had waned, but his fury had not. He lashed out again, his strikes fast and brutal, but Robert's system continued feeding him crucial data, helping him predict and deflect the attacks with his massive sword, eventually allowing him to get used to his opponent's form, parry and land blows of his own. The blade he held was imbued with several enchantments, all specifically designed to counter his opponent. Even when the enchanted mace regained its magical power, the magic could be absorbed by the runic enhancements on the sword. Within his display, Robert could choose between several modes: offensive, defensive, and all-rounder. By focusing his gaze on a particular part of the display, he could switch modes after a brief moment. Once the blade was set to offensive mode, its attacks became lighter and more powerful as they neared their target. Robert grunted as Gerhardt's mace met his blade with a violent clang, but instead of flinching, he pushed back with all his might. His power armor's joints whined in protest, but the runic power armor did its work, boosting his strength far beyond what Gerhardt could have anticipated. For a brief moment, their weapons locked, the clashing energies between them sending ripples of mana through the arena's air. "You think this armor is all I have?" Gerhardt sneered at the comment. To him, he was fighting against the magical contraption, and not really the man inside, who was nothing more than an inexperienced fighter. Even now, he was not taking him seriously, and that would be his downfall. He tried twisting his mace in an attempt to get free, but his opponent was faster. Using the momentum from the clash, he twisted his body and pulled his blade away, forcing Gerhardt to stumble forward slightly. With a quick pivot, Robert struck. His mithril sword moved with shocking speed for something so large and heavy, arcing through the air and slamming against Gerhardt's exposed side once more. The sound of metal hitting metal echoed once again, but this time Gerhardt couldn't hide the grunt of pain. His armor had already been damaged, and now the enchantment was also no more. He felt a metallic taste in his mouth as blood started to spill out from within his helmet. The audience watched in awe as the once cocky knight staggered backward, his mace dipping low. The enchanted armor's runes started dimming as the traces between them had been cut. From his seat, Count Graham's expression shifted from barely controlled fury to outright panic. He could see it now that Gerhardt was losing. His carefully prepared plan of whining quickly and showing off was unraveling before his eyes. What is he doing? He can't lose to him. Not here, not now. Roland was pleased to see Graham panicking, but it was too soon to celebrate. The battle had been raging for quite some time, and the operational time of his power armor was starting to dwindle. The more runic enchantments Robert activated, the faster he would find himself unable to move. Once the power ran out, his armor would become nothing more than a heavy, immobile target. He worried about his brother, who was still inexperienced and might lose himself in the heat of the confrontation without realizing the danger. Fortunately, Roland had prepared for such a moment. Suddenly, a sharp beeping noise echoed inside Robert's helmet, snapping him back to reality. Warning: power reserves below 30%. The sharp beeping reverberated through Robert's helmet, jolting him from the rush of adrenaline and confidence that had been building. His breaths were heavy, his heart pounding in his chest, but the warning message was impossible to ignore. 30%. It wasn't as bad as he feared, but it was a reminder that the clock was ticking. His armor wouldn't last forever, and Gerhardt was far from finished. Gerhardt, visibly shaken but not yet defeated. He raised his visor that uncovered his face and spat out a glob of blood onto the ground. His stance wavered slightly, but the fury in his eyes had not dimmed. The knight was driven by pride, and with Count Graham's wrathful gaze boring down on him from the balcony, retreat wasn't an option. He threw the mace he was holding to the side as, unbeknownst to Robert, he also had a plan. After the exchange of blows, the two ended up close to where he lost his sword, the main weapon he liked to use. The man was a spirit master sword knight, and could only display his full power when wielding a sword. Part of Roland's plan had been to disarm Gerhardt, preventing him from using his most potent skills, but now Gerhardt had regained his main weapon. He raised the sword into the air, and it became enveloped in a pulsating orange aura, expanding its size. The size of the spirit blade reflected the wielder's skill level, and its immense magnitude was likely due to the blood crystal doping. As Gerhardt's sword expanded with the pulsating orange aura, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. His spirit blade now towered over him, glowing with a fierce intensity that left no doubt about the raw power it contained. Even Robert, with his superior armor and cutting-edge enchantments, felt a hint of apprehension as he watched the weapon's spirit aura ripple through the air. He had been told about Gerhardt's spirit master abilities, but seeing it in person was another matter entirely. "Are you man enough to face me, whelp?" The knight pointed the glowing blade forward, as if issuing a challenge. It was clear he intended to finish the duel with this final move. The skill he was using was a lesser version of the aura blade, but it was still likely powerful enough to cut through Robert's power armor. This was clearly a provocation, meant to pressure Robert into a quick response, as Gerhardt didn't have enough mana or stamina to sustain the skill for long. While the blood crystals could raise the skill by a few levels, they couldn't boost the man's base stats. Of course, are you, HMPH, you will regret that, Robert responded almost instantly, which came as no surprise to Gerhardt. In his eyes, the boy he faced was still immature and easy to provoke, just like the other knights under his command. But Gerhardt, a knight commander, was different from them. He knew that if he continued to fight conventionally, he would surely lose. However, if he could land just one hit with his spirit blade, victory would be his. In a direct confrontation, he was confident in the destructive power of his attacks. The two took their stances, Robert holding his large mithril sword, which was now dwarfed by the immense aura blade Gerhardt was holding. The crowd, the nobles, and even the workers held their breath, waiting to see how this climactic moment would unfold. Robert's breathing steadied as he inched his metallic foot forward and watched his opponent do the same. His gaze glanced to one of the flashing icons on his display as he got ready to unleash his last trump card. Both men exploded into a charge. Gerhardt roared, the immense spirit blade swinging downward in a fiery arc, intending to cleave Robert and his armor in two. The knight moved with everything he had, throwing the last of his strength into this single, decisive blow. It was faster than Robert expected, but his visor flashed, marking the trajectory with a red outline. At the last second, right before the clash could commence, a blinding light erupted from Robert's chest. The runes glowed with an intensity rarely seen, enveloping the entire arena in a flash of white light. The audience screamed as their vision was temporarily taken from them. Everyone except for one person in the stands was caught off guard by the sudden burst of light, one of the planned strategies all along. Two grunts and a scream echoed from within the blinding light as the confrontation continued. Roland, who had known to shield his eyes, watched the exchange unfold. Blinded by the light, Gerhardt flinched and momentarily lost track of his opponent, who remained focused amidst the chaos. The spell was designed to blind everyone in the vicinity, but Robert, having prepared, was unaffected. All he had to do was follow the indicators on the screen to land the last devastating hit. Soon the light dispersed and everyone gasped as the scene before them came into focus. The dust had settled and the arena lay still. At the center of it, Robert stood tall, his power armor glowing faintly, the runes slowly dimming after their final burst. His mithril sword was embedded deep in Gerhardt's chest plate, piercing through the once imposing knight commander's armor. Gerhardt's enormous spirit blade had dissipated, its fiery orange aura flickering out as he dropped to his knees, eyes wide in disbelief. His hand, still clutching the hilt of his now ordinary sword, trembled before he released it entirely, the weapon clattering onto the ground. Blood seeped from his mouth as he gasped for air, the last vestiges of his strength fading rapidly. The arena, once filled with the roar of battle, now echoed with an eerie silence. The crowd, still recovering from the blinding flash, stared in shock at the fallen knight who had seemed unstoppable. Robert's blade was now pointed directly at his opponent's face in a victorious stance, ready to decapitate him at a moment's notice. "Count Lawrence, I think the battle is over. It would be better to announce the victor, unless you wish, sir. Gerhardt to die." "Oh, of course you're right, Professor." While everyone was still trying to understand what happened, Roland quickly addressed Lawrence. His brother had critically injured his opponent, but his power armor's battery was almost gone. If this duel didn't end now, it could end badly for his brother. The duel is concluded. Robert Arden is victorious and now a free man. The declaration hung in the air for several moments before the audience processed the words. Only a small group of young women were cheering with tears coming down their eyes. They did it, the duel was over, and now that Count Lawrence announced the victor, Graham could not do anything about it. This confrontation had been won, but to Roland's surprise, this was not quite over. Shit released the mana barrier now, he screamed while rushing forward after seeing a red glint in Gerhardt's eyes. His whole face flushed red with bulging veins and his eyes widened in rage. The man, overtaken by his emotion, grasped his sword once more and ignored the verdict. His body barely moving, but still capable of battle. Robert, on the other hand, saw the light inside of his visor go out as all the power had been drained during the confrontation. No, this isn't over. Robert could barely move in the heavy armor he now found himself trapped inside, and the previous exchange had left an opening near his chest. With one well-aimed thrust, Gerhardt would be able to pierce through the armor entirely, delivering a direct blow to his body and likely killing him in the process. Roland slammed his hand against the barrier, quickly shattering its defenses, but not quickly enough to cast a spell that could save his brother. He could only shout and watch helplessly as the silvery blade approached the immobilized power armor. Just as all hope seemed lost, something miraculous happened. From an unknown location, a massive spear flew through the air and struck Gerhardt square in the midsection. The spear tore through Gerhardt's midsection with a sickening crunch, halting his final attack and propelling him off the ground. He was flung in the direction where Roland stood, flying straight through the gap in the mana shield. Roland had to quickly step aside as Gerhardt crashed into the arena stands, sending up a cloud of dust. Glancing into the distance, Roland spotted a large figure approaching. The man wore a gleaming suit of silvery armor, with a massive wolf engraved on his chest. The crowd was stunned into silence. Gerhardt, once the proud and indomitable knight commander, now lay crumpled in the stands like a broken marionette, impaled by the mysterious spear. His spirit blade had long since fizzled out, and the orange glow that had once radiated from him like an aura of invincibility was nothing more than a memory. Roland stood right next to the crash site, having witnessed the entire incident. His brother had nearly gotten himself killed after succumbing to something called blood crystal-induced madness. Though Gerhardt had shown no initial side effects, it seemed that after suffering a crushing defeat and a severe injury, his mind had finally snapped. Just as he was about to deliver the killing blow, a spear was thrown. The same spear collided with the magical barrier, a shield designed to withstand Tier 3 strikes. Roland had managed to create a large hole on his side, but on the other side, where the spear came from, the barrier remained at full strength. Yet the silvery mithril spear pierced through it with almost no resistance. The projectile struck Gerhardt, sending him flying into the stands, where he now lay motionless, a giant pole protruding from his chest. Roland's gaze shifted from Gerhardt's broken body to the arena's entrance. There, a towering figure clad in gleaming silver armor strode forward with authority and confidence. The wolf emblem on his chest plate gleamed under the sunlight, and his armor shimmered with brilliance, unlike anything the audience had ever seen. His steps were slow, deliberate, and the powerful aura surrounding him was undeniable. That armor, that wolf emblem, did that bastard actually come? Roland's heart began to pound as he recognized the man. There was no mistaking Ithai's father. Wentworth Arden had arrived. For over 10 years, Roland had managed to avoid him, hoping this day would never come. But here he was, wearing the fabled armor of the Silver Wolf, a legend within the kingdom's military. The arena fell into an even deeper silence as Wentworth Arden made his entrance, each step sending ripples of authority through the space. The barrier within the arena began to fizzle out as he moved through the stands. People started whispering, some recognizing the eye-catching armor he was famous for. Others glanced not at him, but at the figures behind him, heavily armored knights, all bearing the symbol of the crown. The symbol of Caldrus was also displayed on the Silver Wolf's armor, indicating that all of them were dressed in their military uniforms. Each of these men, knights or nobility of some rank, would typically bear their own personal crests and symbols. Yet they all wore the markings of the royal family, suggesting they were part of an official unit, possibly one returning from a border skirmish. The royal crest of the Kingdom of Caldrus features a fearsome golden dragon, its wings unfurled and flames curling from its open maw, symbolizing strength. The dragon stood proudly in front of a shield with its tail coiled protectively around a golden sword that ran vertically through the center. Flanking the dragon were 2 roaring griffins, their talons gripping the edges of the shield. Above the shield rested a regal crown encrusted with rubies and sapphires, signifying the royal lineage. Encircling the crest was a bouquet of golden oak leaves, intertwined with silvery thorns. Roland's mind raced as he realized his father hadn't arrived alone. It was clear Wentworth had come with his own men, a contingent of knights now starting to file into the arena. Roland had anticipated some trouble, but due to the high concentration of mages at this event, he had been forced to pull back most of his golems, leaving only a few hidden in fringe areas of the estate to be used once the duel was over. Somehow, though, his father had managed to arrive undetected, with reinforcements in tow. That armor. It's blocking my sensors. Is it generating some kind of magical jamming field? There had been some new dots appearing on the screen from some further away monitoring devices, but he was too focused on the duel to pay attention. Even with reduced external monitoring, Roland should have noticed more of them approaching. His system didn't warn him about a large increase in Tier 3 activity, which might have something to do with his father's armor. This only confirmed that the magical technology they were using was beyond anything he had encountered before. It also meant that there were ways that could go around his runes which would need to be addressed in the future. However, now wasn't the time for analysis. If he tried to investigate further, he was certain his father or one of the Tier 3 knights in his entourage would notice. Gerhardt's lifeless body, impaled by the spear, still lay in a grotesque heap near the stands, but even that gruesome sight was overshadowed by the towering man advancing toward the balcony with Count Graham and Lawrence. From the other side, knights started pouring in. It seemed that even Graham was unaware of the arrival of his father, making it even more obvious that he had some sort of concealment device. What is the meaning of this? Who are you? Graham shouted as he rose from his seat, and the Grand Commander of his knights, Leopold, stepped forward to protect his master. Roland's heart raced as he tried to make sense of the situation. Judging by the spear throw, it seemed he was here to rescue Robert to some degree, yet he hadn't informed his sister or stepmother of his presence. The men accompanying him quickly moved to surround the area, taking control of the situation. It was clear they were not passive observers, but were ready, if necessary, to confront Count Graham's soldiers. The crowd, which had been roaring with excitement over Robert's victory moments before, fell silent, holding its collective breath in anticipation of what might unfold. "What is the meaning of this? Who are you to interrupt my event?" Graham's voice, filled with false bravado, boomed through the arena as he asked the approaching man about his identity again. Wentworth, however, remained unfazed. His icy blue eyes scanned the battlefield below, lingering for a moment on Gerhardt's lifeless form before moving to his son Robert, who was in the process of removing the helmet from his armor. The suit was devoid of magical energy, but his Tier 2 strength was enough to still be able to move around in it. Graham's face contorted into a mixture of frustration as he noticed the man ignoring his calls as if he were the one in power here. "My lord, this is Wentworth Arden, we must tread carefully. He commands a regiment in the Royal Army, his rank a Grand Knight Commander. It's Marshal now, Leopold. Maybe if you didn't choose to leave the Royal Army you might have reached this position as well and not stagnated here a shame." While listening, Roland learned new details about his father's achievements. He knew that strength didn't always dictate rank, and some nobles despised his father for his strong reputation. When he left the Arden estate, Wentworth had held the rank of Grand Knight Commander, a position that granted him command over a regiment of up to 5,000 soldiers. The rank of Grand Knight Commander was the highest a knight could achieve in their lifetime, a pinnacle of success, but still not the top of the hierarchy. Upon receiving a noble title, a knight could rise higher, attaining the rank of Marshal. A Marshal commanded a division of 3 regiments, or about 15,000 soldiers. Beyond that were the positions of High Marshal and Grand Marshal, ranks that required the bearer to be at least a Viscount. Oh dear, this doesn't look good at all. No, it does not. But I think he's on our side, at least for now. Let's just wait and watch. I doubt they'll escalate it much further. As Roland eavesdropped on the nobles, his friend Arion finally made his presence known. The small black feline had been hiding in the stands, pretending to be nothing more than a pet. Roland knew that Graham wouldn't allow another Tier 3 mage to oversee the duel, so they had agreed to keep Arion's true identity concealed, as he still wanted to witness the prototype in action. Now that the duel was over, there was no longer any need for him to remain hidden. "Marshal, no, Baron Arden, don't you think that you've gone too far? What gives you the right to come to my house, uninvited and unannounced, Baron? Are those soldiers of yours supposed to intimidate me?" People began to slowly back away as the two nobles continued their conversation, sensing that a battle could erupt at any moment. Wentworth was pushing his luck by secretly bringing a large number of his own soldiers into another noble's territory, an act that could easily be interpreted as a declaration of war, something permissible among nobility. The crown allowed nobles to settle disputes through battle, even to the point of seizing each other's lands and titles if they had a justifiable cause. The kingdom operated under a feudal system, with nobles serving as feudal lords and the king as their only superior. While they were obligated to answer the crown's call and mobilize during times of need, most of the time, they were left to govern their lands independently. "I apologize for my sudden arrival, Count. However, some information had reached my ears that involved my son and how well you've been taking care of him." Wentworth finally came to a stop, his men fanning out behind him while Count Graham's knights moved forward to protect their leader. They all remained tense, hands hovering over their weapons. The tension was palpable and the words were laced with hidden threats. "What you're implying is that I have somehow wronged your son, Baron, me. After what he did to my daughter, I assure you I had reasonable grounds to punish him and he was a willing participant in this duel. I gave him a chance to prove himself against that coward, who would backstab him once he lost an honorable duel. Are those sorts of men that you bring up, Count? You should watch your tone, Baron." The two men stared daggers into each other. Even though Wentworth was much fiercer than Graham, the Count did not relent. Both were old masters of their own trade, versed in how this world operated. They were still aware that if a battle broke out, it could spiral out of control, dragging them and their houses into a conflict both would suffer in. Spectators swallowed hard while trying to leave, but all the exits were closed off by knights. "Gentlemen, please calm yourselves." Before the conversation could continue anymore, Count Lawrence finally intervened. He was in a more neutral position, not really on the side of either of these two. From his perspective, this was unbecoming of nobility, and he had decided to stop them before things got out of hand. "Both of you, this is unbecoming of your positions. You should discuss this like men, not like uncivilized brutes. This is a place for honor and tradition, not petty squabbles." The two men looked at the rotund Count Lawrence, who was trying to meditate, and nodded begrudgingly. It was clear that they had differences with each other, but this didn't mean that they needed to go to war. Instead, it was better to take care of it like nobles and deliberate on a solution that would allow both sides to maintain their honor. "Let us step back and consider a better solution. Why don't we retreat and converse first, before you let yourselves be dragged into a conflict that could have dire consequences for all involved?" Wentworth remained silent, and so did Graham. Both of them were looking at each other, though Roland's father's face was concealed with the helmet that was shaped like a wolf's head. Eventually, the large man of over 2 meters of height nodded in approval. Count Lawrence of Lothston is right. Perhaps we should discuss this issue in private. Very well. Graham scratched his chin while nodding thoughtfully. He had underestimated what he was dealing with and had lost himself in anger, but now his mind was starting to work clearly. The man he was up against was not so simple. If he had known his new position, he might have simply asked for gold and for Robert to be stripped of his title. Now that he was here and the duel was lost, the deal he could negotiate would be much worse. Everyone, I must apologize for these circumstances, but I ask that you remain in the arena for now. Once the Baron and I have cleared up this issue, you will be allowed to leave. The people present were Graham's guests, but there was no one above him in rank except Lawrence. If he told them to remain, they would have no choice but to comply. He was painfully aware that he had been made to look a fool. His knight had lost and even attempted to dishonor him by trying to kill Robert after Lawrence's announcement. If Wentworth hadn't arrived, things would have been much simpler now. Robert was still alive, and the duel had ended. It would be best if no one here was granted the freedom to announce anything that transpired. He glanced at one of his mages, signaling for him to accompany them for this delicate conversation. It would probably be unwise to eavesdrop this time. Roland was forced to watch as his father left with the counts, heading toward a nearby side chamber behind the balcony. Just before disappearing from view, his father glanced directly in Roland's direction. His face was concealed by a specially crafted helmet resembling a wolf, but through the narrow slits, Roland could see his eyes. Though the gaze lingered for only a fraction of a second, it felt as though a mountain was bearing down on him. The moment passed quickly, and his father vanished into the chamber beyond the balcony. The room was well beyond Roland's reach, protected by powerful magical enchantments that blocked any attempt at eavesdropping. Activating his golems now would be far too risky as there were too many soldiers nearby, and he still had to keep his identity hidden. "Madam, please calm down. You want me to calm down now. My son had almost gotten himself killed. Now let me through this instant. Back away from the madam." This was, of course, his stepmother, Francine. She, along with Lucian, had seen Wentworth make his entrance and were now clamoring for answers. However, the order to remain was clear, and defying it would only cause more trouble. Roland could tell that Francine was more interested in her son than in her husband, and he was capable of providing her with some peace. "Arian, it would be better if you didn't involve yourself in this. You don't have to tell me twice, but what are you going to do?" "It's too late for now. I'm going to see how the prototype is holding out and get Robert out of it." Roland had already presented himself as a haughty mage from the Institute, so he saw no issue in continuing that persona. He rose gently into the air with the help of a levitation spell and propelled himself slowly into the arena. The other mages and soldiers watched him move, but no one stopped him as he assumed the role of Robert's squire. He descended gracefully into the arena, his cloak floating slightly behind him. Some glanced in his direction but did not react. Even the ones who had arrived with Wentworth remained still, as if they knew he was aligned with Robert and meant no harm. They had likely been briefed on the situation before the duel, aware that Wayland the mage stood with Lucian and Robert. As Roland approached, he noticed the strain etched on his brother's face. Moving around in the heavy, depowered dark power armor was no easy task. Robert had managed to dislodge the large helmet, but couldn't free himself from the rest of the suit without assistance. Only after Roland channeled some of his mana into the magical machine did the clasps unbind, allowing the back of the armor to open and release Robert. The battle was over, and the duel won, yet the air hung thick with tension. More trouble was brewing, and Roland wasn't certain what the near future held.